Chapter 1. Entering the Beast Realm. Chu Shinran was roused from her slumber by the cacophonous calls of birds nearby. As she groggily opened her eyes, she was startled awake by the bizarre and unfamiliar surroundings before her. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet, her mouth agape in disbelief as she surveyed the unparalleled scene unfolding around her. Towering trees stretched toward the heavens, their immense trunks reaching skyward, while enormous, unidentified shrubs surrounded her. Birds whirled exuberantly between the branches. But what truly astonished Chu Shinran was the sheer size of these avian creatures. One appeared to be at least half her height. Suddenly thrust into this alien environment, a sense of panic washed over her, prompting her to retreat a few steps until her back pressed against the sturdy trunk of a massive tree. She recalled that prior to losing consciousness, she had been seated on a bus, en route to visit the headmistress of the orphanage she had grown fond of. An orphan herself, Chu Shinran had been raised within the confines of the orphanage and had ventured out on her own upon reaching adulthood. The headmistress had always treated her with kindness, and whenever she had the opportunity, she would bring various gifts for the headmistress and her younger siblings at the orphanage. This trip was no different. She had loaded herself with numerous items before boarding the bus destined for the orphanage. While dozing off on the bus, a sudden loud crash jolted her awake, and the passengers erupted in screams. Chu Shinran felt the world spin around her, and just before losing consciousness, a hazy thought crossed her mind that she encountered yet another accident. She wondered if she would be as fortunate as before to emerge unscathed. In her childhood, she had survived a car accident that claimed her parents, and now, having narrowly escaped death once again, she found herself in this utterly unfamiliar place. Squatting down, she wrapped her arms around her knees, pondering her predicament. Where was she, and could she ever return? In truth, there was little in her modern life that she held dear. Her only concern was for the headmistress and the children at the orphanage. Times had grown increasingly difficult there, and the headmistress struggled alone to maintain the orphanage's daily expenses. Thus, Chu Shinran worked tirelessly to earn money, determined to prevent the orphanage from disappearing and leaving her siblings homeless once more. Yet, she had purchased an accident insurance policy, naming the headmistress as the beneficiary. Perhaps this incident would yield a substantial sum for her. This thought provided a flicker of solace amidst her fear. At least her sacrifice held some significance, did it not? Moreover, she was not dead. She had merely arrived in a strange new land. After a period of disorientation, Chu Shinran finally steeled herself and began to scrutinize her peculiar surroundings. She surmised that she was in a forest, though the climate appeared drastically different from that of Earth. Despite the dense canopy above, she could still feel the sun's rays scorching her skin. Why was the temperature here so uncomfortably high? Chu Shinran removed her backpack, which contained items intended for the children at the orphanagean assortment of goods, both numerous and varied. Upon roughly inventorying her supplies, she found a lighter, toothpaste, a toothbrush, soap, towels, and a large down jacket intended for the headmistress. The bulk of her belongings comprised snacks and toys, but most fortuitously, she discovered 2 Swiss Army knives hidden within. These knives were gifts for 2 boys at the orphanage, specifically chosen for their medium size, and now they would prove invaluable in the wilderness. Chu Shinran covered her exposed skin with clothing, tightly securing the cuffs of her sleeves and pants before gingerly venturing forth with the knives in hand. The underbrush was thick, nearly devoid of clear pathways, forcing her to use the knife to clear a route through the tangled vegetation. After an arduous trek, she finally stumbled upon a makeshift shelter, a cavernous hollow within an impressively stout tree, so large that 10 individuals could scarcely encircle its trunk. Upon entering the hollow, she discerned that it had likely been excavated by some enormous creature. The interior was spacious yet cluttered with leaves and debris, suggesting it had been abandoned for some time. Choosing to rest here temporarily, Chu Shinran rolled up her sleeves and tidied the area before laying down the down jacket in a corner to serve as her bed for the night. Once everything was in order, she let out a deep sigh of relief and settled onto the jacket to rest. Checking her phone, she noted the time. It had been 10 o'clock when she set off, and now it was already 5 in the afternoon. That meant she had been traveling for at least 6 or 7 hours, which explained her aching legs. Gazing outside, she observed that the daylight here seemed to stretch longer than on Earth despite it being late afternoon. The sun continued to blaze fiercely overhead. Cautiously, she examined her arms and thighs, noticing that even though she had done her best to clear the underbrush with a knife, she still bore several painful scratches. Upon closer inspection, she found numerous cuts adorning her limbs. In fact, she had a box of adhesive bandages in her backpack, but the uncertainty of her future made her reluctant to use them. Although she recognized few of the plants in this unfamiliar terrain, she had earlier spotted a familiar weed-stinging nettle. Stinging nettle was a wild vegetable, often used as pig feed in the countryside where the orphanage was located. The headmistress had taught the children to identify many edible wild plants during their outings, but few dared to consume stinging nettle due to its serrated edges, which often caused discomfort when ingested. However, it had another use. A stinging nettle could staunch bleeding. Thus, upon spotting it, Chu Xinran gathered a handful to carry with her as a precaution. She vigorously crushed the nettle leaves to extract their juice, applying it to her wounds. In no time, the bleeding subsided. Though the sun remained high in the sky, Chu Xinran's instincts told her that darkness would soon envelop the land, so she resolved to rest in the hollow for the night and search for food on the morrow. Chapter 2. Encountering Danger. As night approached, Chu Xinran retrieved a small piece of bread from her backpack to serve as her dinner. Though her backpack was filled with snacks, she knew she had to ration her supplies. After all, she had yet to encounter another soul and had made little progress in escaping this vast forest. For the foreseeable future, her survival depended solely on her own resourcefulness. During her journey, she had seen few small animals, and though she did catch sight of fled at lightning speed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, she sensed that capturing any of these swift creatures would be futile. Her only option was to scavenge for wild vegetables and fruits the following day. The relentless sun had scorched her skin, rendering her face a painful shade of crimson. Glancing at her reflection on her phone, she sighed deeply. The sun here was merciless, and with her fair and delicate complexion, she was prone to sunburn. Ultimately, she resorted to applying the sole tube of hand cream in her bag to her face, hoping it might alleviate her discomfort by morning. Turning off her phone, she carefully stowed it away. Although she had lost her means of communication, the device still possessed some functions that would prove useful, so she aimed to conserve its battery life. Using dry grass and stones, she fashioned a makeshift barrier at the entrance of the hollow, then lay back on her jacket, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. However, after what felt like an eternity, the sun showed no signs of setting. It seemed the days here were exceedingly long, and she could not fathom when night would finally fall. Eventually succumbing to fatigue, she drifted into a restless sleep, only to be jolted awake by the cold. Outside, the darkness had descended, and while the daytime temperatures had been high, the night air was frigid. Wrapping herself tightly in her down jacket, she still found it difficult to stave off the chill. Chu Xinran had assumed that the heat of the day would carry over into the night, but she was unprepared for the drastic temperature drop. As she shivered uncontrollably, she lamented not having gathered more wood to start a fire, which would have provided at least some warmth. In the stillness of the night, nestled within her hollow, Chu Xinran could distinctly hear the sounds of various animals stirring outside. Feeling a surge of anxiety, she retreated further into the corner of her shelter. While the daylight had revealed few small creatures, the night brought them forth in droves. She felt a sense of relief at having barricaded the hollow's entrance with stones. Had she not, an animal might have entered and posed a threat to her safety. Given the size of the bird she had seen, she could only imagine the formidable stature of other creatures lurking in the shadows. Thus, Chu Xinran endured a night fraught with cold and fear, scarcely managing to sleep. Until the break of dawn the following day, Chu Xinran set forth with all her belongings. Besides the urgent need to find sustenance, she was also in search of a water source. From yesterday until today, she had not consumed a single drop of water. Not far into her journey, she stumbled upon a wild fruit tree not far from the entrance of a hollow. This tree, though not particularly tall, bore fruits the size of footballs, their vibrant red hue captivating her attention. The fruits that had fallen to the ground bore evidence of being nibbled by small creatures, suggesting that they were likely safe to eat. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Shinran stood on tiptoe and plucked one of the fruits from the tree, using her army knife to peel away the skin before taking a bite. The fruit was remarkably crisp and sweet, brimming with juice, its flesh a pure white. Overwhelmed by thirst, she devoured half of it in an instant, subsequently gathering another to place in her backpack. The fruit was quite large, leaving room for only one in her pack. After marking the location of the tree, she resolved to return shortly to gather more after stowing her belongings in the hollow. Once she finished the fruit, she noticed nearby branches resembling those of a willow tree, long and slender. She collected a few twigs and fashioned a rudimentary crown to shield her head from the relentless sun, as she wished to avoid sunburn. Continuing onward, Chu Shinran aimed to explore the vicinity of the hollow more thoroughly, assessing whether it would be a suitable temporary refuge and if any dangers lurked nearby. After a short while, she was delighted to discover several varieties of edible wild vegetables. Although these plants appeared significantly larger than the ones she was familiar with, their appearances were strikingly similar. She gathered a substantial amount of shepherd's purse and wild amaranth, both of which could be deliciously prepared as salads or stir-fries. Chu Shinran felt immensely grateful for her mother, the director, who had introduced her to various wild vegetables and medicinal herbs. Without this knowledge, she would undoubtedly be lost in the vast forest, unable to survive. However, the towering wild vegetables obstructed her view, and in her fervor to collect them, she failed to notice a massive creature approaching her from short distance away. When the sound of heavy breathing reached her ears, she looked up only to be frozen in place at the sight of a colossal wild boar standing just a few meters away, measuring over 2 meters in length and more than a meter in height, its drool glistening as it regarded her with keen interest. In stark contrast to the plump domestic pigs found on Earth, this wild boar boasted formidable tusks and a long, coarse mane, its eyes gleaming with intensity as it gazed at her, remnants of wild vegetables clinging to its jaws. It seemed the boar had been foraging for wild vegetables, and now it had taken notice of Chu Shinran, slowly advancing towards her with the intent to attack. Paralyzed with fear, she stood rooted to the spot, acutely aware that any attempt to flee would provoke the boar to charge at her, its sharp tusks ready to rend her asunder. Clutching her army knife tightly, she meticulously observed the boar's movements, contemplating her options. Her position was dire. Wild vegetables surrounded her, offering no cover, and there wasn't a tree nearby to climb. Gripped by despair, she tightened her hold on the knife. Was it truly her fate to escape death in a car accident only to meet her end at the jaws of this beast? Chu Shinran clutched the military knife tightly, gradually retreating, while the wild boar advanced towards her, as if seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. Her entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and she understood that the longer she delayed, the more unfavorable her situation became. In a moment of decisive clarity, Chu Shinran pivoted and sprinted to the left as the wild boar lunged in that direction. She swiftly changed course and dashed to the right. Although this maneuver afforded her a brief respite, the boar, despite its seemingly cumbersome physique, was remarkably agile and quickly pursued her. Hearing the heavy, panting breaths drawing ever nearer, Chu Shinran's panic escalated. She fled aimlessly through the forest, only to suddenly trip over a tree root and crash to the ground, as she gazed at the wild boar, baring its tusks and charging towards her without hesitation. Despair washed over her, and she closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate. Chapter 3. The Silver-Haired Adonis. Chu Shinran awaited the inevitable end, but suddenly she heard a piercing scream from the boar. She opened her eyes to see a wooden spear deeply embedded in the creature's eye. Hastily, she scrambled to her feet and retreated, just as an unfamiliar man brandishing a stone knife charged at the boar. With remarkable agility, the stranger mounted the beast, gripping its tusks with one hand while he plunged the knife into its head with the other. The boar, now blinded, became even more frenzied, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge the man from its back. Chu Shinran noticed blood beginning to seep from the man's hand that clutched the tusk, and a wave of concern washed over her. Yet despite the boar's frantic struggles, The man held firm, relentlessly stabbing downward with the stone knife. Eventually, after a sustained assault, the boar ceased its thrashing and lay still. Breathless, the man approached Chu Xinran, and only then did she observe that he possessed long, silver hair that cascaded to his shoulders. He was strikingly handsome, his facial features chiseled as if sculpted by an artist. Clad solely in a simple hide skirt, his bronzed abdominal muscles defined with a wild, untamed beauty, he towered over her, and she estimated his height to be at least 2 meters as the silver-haired man stood before her. Bare-chested, Chu Xinran felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. He spoke, his voice low and resonant, uttering a lengthy string of words that were entirely incomprehensible to her. Her mind buzzed with questions, her eyes clouded with confusion. What language was this silver-haired man speaking? Why could she not comprehend a single word? It was neither Chinese nor English. She had never encountered such a language before. What did you say? Could you repeat that? Chu Xinran asked, bewildered. The two of them attempted to communicate for an extended period. But to no avail. The silver-haired man soon realized that Chu Xinran could not understand him and appeared somewhat flustered. She sighed, having thought she had finally found another human being to clarify her surroundings, only to discover that they could not communicate. Chu Xinran pointed to herself and declared loudly, Chu Xinran, my name is Chu Xinran. Chu, Xin, Ran. The silver-haired man opened his mouth to mimic her, yet he struggled to pronounce her name correctly. After several attempts, he managed to articulate the last syllable, Ran. Chu Xinran nodded in resignation. It would have to suffice, as it was certainly better than being referred to as something like almond alien. She then pointed to the silver-haired man and asked, What is your name? Carlo, he replied, and this time, Chu Xinran understood him, realizing that his name sounded quite similar to English. Carlo regarded the delicate, pale female before him with a furrowed brow. Prey was scarce during the hot season, and the warriors of the lion-tiger tribe had returned empty-handed for several days, leaving the tribe hungry. Thus, Carlo had ventured into the abyss forest in search of fortune, hoping to find some game. Every beastman and female on the beastman continent knew that the abyss forest was treacherous. Even the beastmen dared not enter alone, let alone a female. Therefore, Carlo was astonished to see a wild, tusked beast pursuing such a small female. Yet he rushed to her aid. Carlo had never encountered a female so pale and petite. Could she still be a juvenile? How could an underage female be found in the abyss forest? Moreover, her attire was peculiar. He had never seen clothing so soft and lightweight. In his tribe, they only wore garments made of animal hides. And what is that upon your head? Carlo suddenly inquired, pointing at the grass ring adorning Chu Xinran's hair. Understanding his curiosity, she shyly removed the ring and explained, The sun is simply too scorching, and I fear sunburn, so I made this hastily. Seeing Carlo's confusion, Chu Xinran pointed at the sun, then at her face, gesturing and explaining for a considerable time before he finally comprehended. I could see that moment. Chu Xinran noticed that Carlo's hand was still bleeding and that he bore numerous wounds. She hurriedly approached to inspect his injuries, realizing that he was her savior and had sustained these injuries to rescue her. Feeling a pang of guilt, she urged Carlo to sit down. From her backpack, she retrieved the thistle she had saved from the previous day, kneading it vigorously before applying it to the wounds. In no time, the bleeding ceased. Carlo, who had been observing Chu Xinran's actions with curiosity, was astonished to see the blood stop flowing. What is this? How can it staunch the blood so quickly? In his tribe, the priests possessed a rare black soil that could halt bleeding, but it was a precious commodity, seldom available to the beastmen. There were tales of beastmen who had perished from excessive blood loss when they ran out of this soil. Typically, they had to endure even minor injuries, yet the plant in the small female's hands had proven remarkably effective. This plant quite precious. You needn't use so much on me. My wounds are minor. Carlo suddenly protested, waving his hands in refusal. Chu Xinran was perplexed by his sudden resistance, but she understood the urgency of stopping his bleeding. With determination, she held onto Carlo, refusing to let him struggle, applying the thistle to his larger wounds while using adhesive bandages on the smaller ones. Once she had finished tending to him, she noticed Carlo gazing longingly at the thistle, and it dawned on her why he had resisted earlier. She pointed at the thistle and explained, "There is plenty. I found many thistles." She gestured widely and pointed in a direction, indicating that there were many more to be harvested. Carlo understood her implication and stood up excitedly. "Then, can you take me to gather them?" Though Chu Shinran was unsure why Carlo was so invested in the thistle, she nodded in agreement. Before they set off, Carlo gathered an assortment of unfamiliar grasses. He then covered the boar's blood with the greenery. "What is this grass? What is it for?" Chu Shinran inquired. Curiosity piqued as she pointed at the grass. Carlo dipped his hand in the blood and brought it to her nose. The strong metallic scent of blood wafted toward her, and then he placed the grass over the blood and brought it back to her. The pungent odor made her turn her head in distaste. Yet it completely masked the scent of blood. Chu Shinran realized that this grass was used to conceal the scent of blood. Chapter 4. Learning the language that odor-masking grass, Carlo articulated, pointing at the plant. Teaching her to pronounce it word by word, odor-masking grass. Chu Shinran repeated after him, and Carlo broke into a smile. His laughter was truly captivating, and Chu Shinran found herself momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. Unaware of her flustered state, Carlo finished treating the boar's blood with the odor-masking grass and then effortlessly hoisted the creature onto his shoulder, startling Chu Shinran from her reverie that Carlo's strength was astonishing. The boar appeared to weigh over 100 pounds, yet he lifted it with apparent ease. Chu Shinran led Carlo to the spot where she had discovered the thistle the day before. Upon seeing the vast expanse of thistles, Carlo was elated and rushed forward to gather an abundance of them. There exists a plethora of plants capable of staunching blood flow. Henceforth, the orcs of the lion and tiger tribe need not helplessly await the cessation of their injuries. Ultimately, it was Chu Shinran who intervened to prevent Carlo from continuing to gather, as they had already collected in abundance. If they continued, they would be unable to carry any more back. Moreover, aside from the spiny plant, there were numerous other hemostatic flora in the vicinity, all of which Chu Shinran recognized. She guided Carlo, who was shouldering a wild boar, back to her tree hollow. Along the way, Carlo would recite every item he encountered in the local tongue. Encouraging Chu Shinran to repeat after him, by the time they returned to the hollow, she had already acquired rudimentary vocabulary, such as tree, grass, and sky. Carlo surveyed the tree hollow and nodded approvingly. The small female had chosen a remarkably safe dwelling. No wonder she had managed to live here alone for such an extended period. Carlo still believed that Chu Shinran had always resided in the Abyss Forest. Oblivious to the fact that she had only arrived at this place the previous day, Chu Shinran retrieved the wild fruits she had gathered from her backpack. Carlo had just taught her that these wild fruits were called red fruits, and the wild boar that had attacked her was known as a tusk beast in this region. Chu Shinran found the names given to flora and fauna by the locals to be quite vivid, typically drawn from their physical characteristics. Hence, the red fruits were aptly named for their color, and the wild boar for its tusks. Additionally, they had encountered a wild hare on their way back, but before Chu Shinran could discern what it was, Carlo had swiftly thrown his spear, striking the hare with precision. Here, the wild hare was referred to as the long-eared beast. Although Chu Shinran was able to communicate a few simple phrases with Carlo through gestures and speech, deeper concepts eluded her. She resolved to diligently learn the language from Carlo first, and once proficient, she would seek clarification about this strange land. Nonetheless, Chu Shinran had begun to piece together some understanding. She surmised that she had arrived in a realm reminiscent of Earth's primitive societies, as she observed Carlo's garments fashioned from animal hides and weapons crafted from wood and stone. When it came time to prepare a meal, Chu Shinran produced a lighter to ignite a fire, and Carlo's astonishment made her realize that fire must be a rare phenomenon here. Otherwise, his reaction would not have been so striking. Noticing Carlo's keen interest in the lighter, Chu Shinran handed it to him and explained its use. Carlo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped the object. He found it perplexing that this small female possessed such wondrous capabilities. Their tribe also had fire, but it was a treasured commodity, safeguarded solely by the shaman. While this small female could effortlessly kindle flames, Chu Shinran instructed Carlo to gather some stones from outside the hollow, around which they constructed a rudimentary cooking platform. However, while the fire was successfully lit, the lack of a pot posed a dilemma for Chu Shinran. She then asked Carlo to find a semicircular stone, prompting him to use his stone knife to carve a hollow. Despite the sharpness of the stone knife, Chu Xinran felt a pang of sympathy as she observed its rapid wear. Suddenly, she recalled her Swiss Army knife, which she had purchased as a birthday gift for 2 boys. Thus, she had acquired these 2 knives at a considerable cost, noted for their superior quality and multifunctionality. According to the vendor, these Swiss knives could cut through iron as if it were clay. While uncertain of that claim, she hoped to use it to shape the stones. When Carlo took the army knife to test it on the stone, he was astonished to find it easily sliced through, allowing him, under Chu Xinran's guidance, to carefully fashion a pot. After completing the stone pot, Carlo meticulously cleaned the army knife and solemnly returned it to Chu Xinran. She shook her head, insisting, "Carlo, this knife is a gift for you." Understanding her intent, Carlo declined, asserting that it was far too precious. Persistently, Chu Xinran produced the second knife, illustrating her point. "I have another, so this one is for you, and it will serve you better in your hands." Eventually, Carlo accepted the army knife, and witnessing Chu Xinran's trust in him, he silently vowed to protect the small female and ensure her safe passage out of the abyss forest. "However, would you be willing to accompany me back to my lion and tiger tribe?" Carlo asked earnestly. Regrettably, Chu Xinran could not comprehend his words. Observing her bewildered expression, Carlo sighed, deciding it best to wait until the small female had acquired more of the Orcish language before broaching the subject again. After handing over the Swiss Army knife, Chu Xinran demonstrated its various functions, including the large knife, small knife, scissors, awl, magnifying glass, and ruler, among over 30 other features. Carlo, captivated by these unfamiliar objects, trembled with excitement at their sharpness and multitude of functions. This would enable him to deliver a fatal strike to prey while hunting, a significant boon for the lion and tiger tribe, potentially preventing starvation during the snow season. However, I must go to the riverbank to prepare the tusked beast and long-eared beast. "Would you like to join me?" Carlo inquired, fondling the army knife with great affection. Chu Xinran only understood the terms tusked beast and long-eared beast. Noticing her confusion, Carlo pointed at the prey, mimicking skinning it, then gestured drinking water, prompting Chu Xinran to realize, "So there's water nearby? I had thought there was none." Her joy nearly made her leap. She had not encountered water from yesterday until today, relying solely on red fruits to quench her thirst, and had not washed at all. She had intended to search for a water source the following day. Carlo, puzzled by her elation, felt his mood lift at seeing her happy. He took the stone pot, slung the tusked beast and long-eared beast over his shoulder, and grasped Chu Xinran's hand as they made their way to the riverbank. As Carlo held her delicate, smooth hand, his heart raced. It was the first time he had held a female's hand. Upon exiting the hollow, he instinctively grasped Chu Xinran's hand, convincing himself that he did so only to prevent her from getting lost. Chapter 5. Arrival at the riverbank. As they neared the riverbank, Carlo grew cautious. The most perilous locations within the forest were not the dense woods, but the rivers, as all creatures ventured there for water, making it a prime hunting ground for many wild beasts lying in wait. Upon reaching a spot not far from the riverbank, Carlo instructed Chu Xinran to remain where she was while he approached to survey the area for dangers. Once he confirmed it was safe, he led her to the water's edge. Observing Carlo's caution, Chu Xinran felt immensely grateful to have encountered him. Had she found the river alone, she would likely have rushed in without regard for potential dangers. Carlo began to skin the tusked beast and long-eared beast with the army knife, once again marveling at its sharpness, as it effortlessly sliced through the animal's hide, unlike the previous struggle with the stone knife. Meanwhile, Chu Xinran busied herself washing the mustard greens and wild amaranth she had foraged earlier. After cleaning them, she produced her toothbrush, toothpaste, soap, and towel. She first brushed her teeth, then washed her face with soap. Burying her face in the fluffy towel and exhaling a contented sigh, she had never realized how pleasurable the act of washing could be. Noticing Carlo's unwavering gaze upon her, Chu Xinran shyly handed him the extra toothbrush, saying, "Carlo, you should try this. It's quite pleasant." Carlo had observed her using the object and understood it was for cleaning teeth. He pointed to a patch of grass by the river and then to his own teeth. Turning to look, Chu Xinran discovered that it was a vast expanse of mint. She had previously overlooked it, It appeared that Carlo and his kin used this to clean their teeth. Chu Shinran plucked a mint leaf, chewing it to find its taste both bitter and refreshing. She gathered a generous handful to take back, for her supply of toothpaste was limited and would eventually run out. Thus, she intended to rely on these mint leaves, which also possessed various medicinal properties. Although Carlo insisted it was unnecessary, Chu Shinran squeezed some toothpaste onto the toothbrush and handed it to him, wishing to share a taste of modern-day conveniences with him. Carlo held the toothbrush, bewildered, unsure of how to use it. Observing his confusion, Chu Shinran approached and took the toothbrush, demonstrating how to brush his teeth, explaining, "Just hold it like this and brush up and down." Making sure to reach every corner as she brushed, Chu Shinran suddenly became aware of Carlo's gaze fixed intently on her face, causing her cheeks to flush. Embarrassed, she thrust the toothbrush into Carlo's hands, saying, "Just brush like this. It's simple. I'll go busy myself now." After speaking, she swiftly ran to the side, not daring to glance at Carlo again. Observing Chuksanran's behavior, Carlo let out a soft chuckle, feeling as though a feather had brushed against his heart, leaving a tingling sensation. After Carlo finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chuksanran handed him a towel, which was the first time he had ever touched something so exquisitely soft. He was bewildered by what kind of animal hide could be so gentle. Carlo continued to tend to the innards of his prey, while Chuksanran, after completing her tasks, casually surveyed the environment around the river. This river stretched endlessly, likely serving as the primary water source for the creatures of the forest. Chuksanran also noticed that during their time by the river, several small animals had been watching them from a distance. Too fearful to approach, judging by their size, she realized with self-awareness that these creatures must be intimidated by Carlo, which is why they dared not come closer. Tilting her head, Chuksanran regarded Carlo with curiosity about his origins. Based on Carlo's brutal handling of the tusked beast earlier, he must possess considerable strength and presence, thus instilling such fear in the smaller animals. Yet, why did he live here alone? He appeared quite young. Yet he seemed very familiar with survival in this place, remaining vigilant against dangers surrounding him. How many experiences must he have endured to become the composed and formidable individual he is now? At this thought, Chuksanran suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Carlo. That moment, she noticed that Carlo was barefoot, which surprised her. She was wearing a pair of sneakers, and even they pinched her feet while walking. How could Carlo endure walking without shoes? She immediately resolved to make him a pair of shoes. Chuksanran examined the plants growing along the riverbank, and after searching for some time, finally found a suitable type of grass. This grass resembled a plant she had seen before called ula grass, known for its long, soft leaves and resilient fibers that do not easily break, making it ideal for crafting grass shoes. Chuksanran harvested a sizable bunch of ula grass with her knife, then measured Carlo's foot length with the ruler of her Swiss Army knife. Noticing Carlo's curious gaze, she explained, "I will make you a pair of grass shoes so that your feet won't get hurt." However, Carlo could not comprehend her words. He merely watched as she gestured with the grass, thinking she was simply playing out of boredom. "I will finish preparing the innards shortly. Please wait a moment," he replied, hastening his pace. Thus, the two engaged in a rather nonsensical exchange, neither feeling anything amiss. In truth, Chuksanran was unsure how to make grass shoes. After numerous attempts and failures, she finally grasped some rudimentary concepts and managed to shape a makeshift grass shoe. However, when she reached inside to feel it, it was painfully prickly. Left with no choice, she had to dismantle it and start anew. Upon finishing with his prey, Carlo approached and noticed the numerous cuts on Chuksanran's hands. With a serious expression, he grasped her hand, preventing her from continuing. "What are you doing? Your hands are injured." Carlo remembered that Chuksanran's backpack contained a small adhesive bandage for wounds, so he took her hand and led her back to the tree hollow. Chuksanran complied, sitting up from the ground, having harvested a substantial amount of ula grass to bring back for further experimentation. Carlo frowned at the ula grass in her hand, clearly disapproving of the plant that had caused her injuries. Yet he took it from her, offering to carry it instead. With the prey on his back and a stone pot filled with water in hand, Carlo and Chuksanran made their way step by step toward the tree hollow. Chapter 6. The first meal seeing Carlo laboriously carrying everything, Chuksanran thought it imperative to devise a way to create a backpack to ease his burden. It was unfair for him to struggle so much. Yet considering the difficulty she had in making even a pair of grass shoes, how could she manage something as complex as a backpack? With a sigh, she acknowledged the long road ahead. Once back in the tree hollow, Chucks and Rand set aside her thoughts on the grass shoes for the moment and decided to prepare a sumptuous lunch for Carlo as a reward for his hard work, while Carlo busied himself retrieving adhesive bandages to tend to her wounds. In truth, Chucks and Rand did not feel much pain in her hands, but witnessing Carlo use all the bandages on her made her heart ache. It was the only box of bandages they had. Nevertheless, she thought, it was better to use them up now, for Carlo was concerned for her well-being. There were plenty of plants that could stop bleeding, and she could always stock up more in the future. Chucks and Rand instructed Carlo to place the stone pot filled with water on the stove, and while waiting for the water to boil, Carlo fashioned another stone pot and several stone bowls using his knife. Once the water boiled, Chucks and Rand took a stone bowl to drink some hot water and poured another for Carlo. Carlo had already sliced the meat of the long-eared beast and the tusked beast into suitable sizes, skewering some of the meat on branches to roast over the fire, while Chucks and Rand selected a few pieces of fatty meat from the tusked beast to render for oil in the stone pot. As time passed, the fat in the pot gradually released oil, transforming into a golden brown hue, filling the tree hollow with an enticing aroma of meat. Carlo, inhaling the unfamiliar yet delightful scent, found the roasted meat in his hands suddenly less appealing. In their tribe, the beastmen and females only roasted meat, sparingly using salt due to its rarity. Sometimes, when the females grew weary of roasted meat, they would seek out edible grasses or red fruits to chew on instead. Chucks and Rand, wielding chopsticks crafted from wood, offered Carlo some crispy meat scraps, and he immediately fell in love with this delectable treat, having never tasted anything so delightful. Seeing Carlo's enjoyment brought a smile to Chucks and Rand's face. Although she could not assist Carlo with the physically demanding tasks, she could prepare delicious meals for him. Having lived independently since leaving the orphanage, her culinary skills have been well honed. She placed all the meat scraps into a bowl beside Carlo for him to enjoy at his leisure, while she poured some of the rendered oil into another stone pot and began stir-frying the long-eared beast meat, adding the shepherd's purse at the end, though lacking seasonings such as onion, garlic, or ginger. Chucks and Rand found a few seasoning packets from the instant noodles in her backpack and added a little to the stir-fry. After completing this dish, she poured more oil into the pot to fry the tusked beast meat. Once cooked, she added water, and when it boiled, she tossed in the instant noodles, followed by the remaining seasoning packets, finally adding the shepherd's purse. Once Chucks and Rand finished preparing these two dishes, Carlo's roasted meat was done as well, and they both sat down to begin their meal. Carlo took a bite of the long-eared beast meat stir-fried with shepherd's purse, and his eyes instantly lit up. He could hardly articulate the flavor he was experiencing. He had never known that long-eared beast meat could be so tender and soft. Observing this, Chucks and Rand poured him a bowl of meat soup, filled with noodles and meat. Carlo tasted the noodles, then eagerly devoured several bites. He had never encountered a flavor like this before. While it may not rival the meat, it provided a sense of fullness, and the warmth of the soup enveloped his belly, if consumed during the snowy season. This dish would surely keep the members of the lion-tiger tribe warm, preventing hunger and frostbite. Carlo had always believed that roasted meat was the most delectable delicacy on the beastman's continent. But after meeting Chucks and Rand, he realized that food could be prepared in a multitude of ways, even surpassing the taste of roasted meat. Chucks and Rand had a bowl of noodles and a few pieces of stir-fried meat and vegetables, which was enough to satisfy her. She sampled Carlo's roasted meat. Although it was thinly sliced and tender, it lacked flavor, so she could only manage one bite before feeling full. Chucks and Rand watched in astonishment as Carlo voraciously consumed the meat before her. Considering Carlo's size, she had deliberately prepared an abundance of noodles and meat, yet she had underestimated his appetite. After ensuring that Chucks and Rand was full, Carlo devoured all the stir-fried meat and noodle soup, finishing every last bite of the roasted meat as well. Chucks and Rand gazed at the remaining half of the tusked beast in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the two of them had consumed an entire long-eared beast. 5 packs of instant noodles and half of a tusked beast that it was astonishing to realize that the long-eared beast weighed at least several dozen pounds, while the tusked beast weighed over 100. She had known Carlo had a hearty appetite, but she had never anticipated it would be to such an extent. Upon witnessing the astonishment etched upon Chu Shinran's face, Carlo felt a twinge of embarrassment as he wiped his mouth. In truth, he typically would not indulge to such an extent. The delectable dishes crafted by Chu Shinran were simply irresistible. Moreover, out of consideration for the members of the lion-tiger tribe, he typically refrained from overindulgence, often contenting himself with a modest portion. After the meal, Carlo urged Chu Shinran to take a moment's respite, while he proceeded to block the entrance of the tree hollow with a large stone. He then hastily made his way to the riverbank, carrying a stone pot and bowl. Intent on washing them, in Carlo's absence, Chu Shinran busied herself with tidying up the tree hollow by the time Carlo returned. The hollow had been transformed, and he brought back a stone pot filled with water. Carlo also returned with the pelts of the tusked beast and the long-eared creature, as Chu Shinran was utterly unfamiliar with the process of tanning hides. She could only observe Carlo as he diligently worked, while she redirected her focus to experimenting with weaving grass sandals. Throughout the afternoon, the two engaged in their respective tasks, with Carlo occasionally teaching Chu Shinran the local language. As dusk approached, after numerous attempts and failures, Chu Shinran finally succeeded in crafting a pair of sandals that she found satisfactory. Presenting the sandals to Carlo, she gestured for him to try them on. Witnessing the delight on Carlo's face, Chu Shinran felt a sense of fulfillment for the day's labor. Carlo walked a few steps in the sandals and exclaimed, "They are remarkably soft and comfortable." Unbeknownst to him, Chu Shinran had been gesturing with the grass in hopes of creating these sandals for him. Observing the fresh wounds on her hands, Carlo felt a mixture of gratitude and concern. He looked at the petite female before him, uncertain of what to say. It was the first time anyone had shown such care for him. Since the passing of his mother, no one had inquired whether he was well fed or if he was injured or in pain. He had been solely focused on hunting to provide for the tribe, neglecting his own needs. Yet this delicate female had placed him in her thoughts, caring for his well-being. Chapter 7. Transforming into beast form after nightfall. Chu Shinran prepared a soup from the leftover meat of the tusked beast, sought Ed some wild greens, and paired it with roasted meat for their dinner, aware of the chilly night ahead. Chu Shinran requested that Carlo stoke the fire more vigorously, as she wished to avoid being roused by the cold. Carlo ventured outside to gather a substantial amount of dry grass, which he spread on the ground, laying Chu Shinran's down jacket atop it. Feeling the softness of the jacket, he sighed in relief. With the small female being so slender, he had initially worried she would be cold at night. However, this down jacket would significantly alleviate that concern, especially with the fire providing warmth. Carlo then fashioned a bed from the dry grass at the entrance of the hollow, observing Carlo's bare torso. Chu Shinran felt a pang of worry. The night was frigid, and Carlo had no covering. The two pelts he had stripped earlier were still in the tanning process, and he lay at the entrance. Vulnerable to the cold, Carlo, however, seemed unconcerned. Upon seeing Chu Shinran snugly wrapped in her down jacket, preparing to sleep, he too lay down on the makeshift bed at the entrance, in the warm season of the Beastman continent. The excessive daytime heat deterred most wild creatures from venturing out, as their foraging occurred primarily at night and early morning. Consequently, the depths of the forest were far more perilous after dark. Carlo positioned himself at the entrance to guard against any sudden beastly intrusions. Nestled within the warmth of her down jacket, Chu Shinran listened to the crackling of the fire, the soft golden glow illuminating the hollow. As she gazed at Carlo's figure lying at the entrance, sleep eluded her. She worried that he might not withstand the cold. With temperatures so low, he could fall ill, and there was no medication available to alleviate a fever. After some deliberation, Chu Shinran made a decision. She gently called Carlo's name. Upon hearing her, Carlo turned, gazing at her with curiosity. Chu Shinran unfolded her down jacket and stammered, "Carlo, why don't you come over and sleep? This jacket is large enough for both of us. You might freeze over there." The jacket indeed was quite ample, capable of enveloping Chu Shinran entirely. Carlo shook his head at her insistence, replying, "I am not cold. You should rest assured I will keep watch over you." Chu Shinran, unable to comprehend Carlo's words, continued to hold the jacket aloft, waiting for him to join her. She could not bear to witness him suffer in the cold. Noticing her determination, Carlo sighed. Realizing the small female was quite stubborn, in a way that was endearingly charming. He hesitated, wondering if she truly felt the cold. He had another method of keeping warm, but such a display was reserved for one's mate in their culture. Yet, the thought of this fragile female suffering from the cold made him reconsider. Without further hesitation, he transformed into his beast form. Chu Shinran watched in astonishment as Carlo, a living being, morphed before her into a majestic lion. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, questioning her own vision. No matter how hard she tried, the figure before her was no longer Carlo, but a powerful and robust male lion. Stunned into immobility, her mind went blank as disbelief washed over her. What kind of madness was this world? How could Carlo transform into a beast? Yet, inexplicably, she perceived a glimmer of expectation in the lion's fierce, piercing eyes, slowly shifting to a look of dejection. Although she should have felt fear, the realization that this lion was Carlo softened her heart. Despite having known Carlo for merely a day, their mutual reliance in this desolate and perilous forest fostered a sense of trust. Carlo had saved her life. He was the first person she encountered in this strange land, evoking a bond akin to that of a fledgling with its protector. Carlo, observing the clear fright on Chu Shinran's face, felt a pang of sorrow. He had mustered considerable courage to reveal his beast form to her. In their culture, it was customary for a beast man to display his animal form only to his mate. Did the small female not appreciate his transformation? Carlo's heart sank at the thought, seeing the once majestic lion now appearing dejected. Even the tufts of fur atop its head seemed to droop. Chu Shinran found the sight oddly amusing. She cautiously approached the lion, reaching out to touch its fur, and softly inquired, "Carlo." The lion's eyes brightened at her touch, and it excitedly responded, "Ran." Although taken aback by the lion's ability to speak, Chu Shinran felt more at ease than before. She gestured for Carlo to revert to his human form, eager to clarify the bewildering events unfolding around her. Carlo transformed back into the silver-haired, handsome man she recognized. "Carlo, what is happening? Why did you suddenly turn into a lion? Where exactly is this place?" Chu Shinran asked, interspersing her questions with the language of the Beastman continent and bits of Chinese. Having spent the day with her, Carlo realized that Chu Shinran was unfamiliar with many fundamental aspects of the Beastman continent, struggled with the language, and did not recognize its flora and fauna. However, he was unaware that she didn't even know what a Beastman was. How could he explain such complexities to her? Carlo felt a sense of frustration as he attempted to convey that they were in the Beastman continent, where every male could transform into a beast, but females could not. This revelation alone was enough to leave Chu Shinran in shock, discovering that she was referred to as a female in this realm. She inwardly scoffed, accepting the absurdity of a world where humans could transform into beasts. Chapter 8. Weaving baskets. Ultimately, Carlo resumed his beast form. Lying beside Chu Shinran at this point, she no longer feared him. Knowing he posed no threat, snuggled against the warmth of his fur, she fell asleep, initially believing she would struggle to do so. However, after a long day of exertion and the comforting warmth enveloping her, she quickly drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chu Shinran awoke early, eager to get to work. With Carlo's origins still a mystery and his home unknown, and given their communication barriers, they had no choice but to temporarily reside in the tree hollow and learn the local language from Carlo. Since they are to reside here temporarily, the tree hollow must be tidied up, for it is, after all, a semblance of home. Carlo is well aware of this fact. Hence, before dawn breaks, he ventures out to hunt. When Chu Shinran awakens, she discovers that Carlo has already prepared water for her. She uses this water to freshen up before commencing with the preparation of the meal. Chu Shinran concocts a pot of wild vegetable soup, awaiting Carlo's return. Given the current high temperatures, meat cannot be preserved for long, compounded by Carlo's substantial appetite, necessitating his daily hunts for fresh game. Upon Carlo's return, he brings back only 3 long-eared beasts. The tusked beast is notoriously elusive, and even when encountered, it proves difficult to capture. His success in catching a tusked beast yesterday was merely fortuitous. Chu Shinran serves Carlo a bowl of wild vegetable soup and retrieves some bread from her backpack for him. As the previous day's meat has been consumed, she feels that having meat so early in the morning is rather too greasy, and due to a lack of ingredients, she can only prepare the soup for now. Carlo consumes 2 pieces of bread, but refuses to eat more, believing that such refined fare should be reserved for the female. Despite Chu Shinran's attempts to persuade him otherwise, she ultimately concedes, realizing she must devise a better solution for their meals. Judging by Carlo's appetite from the previous day, 3 long-eared beasts are hardly sufficient to satiate him. However, Carlo remains unfazed. Yesterday's feast was a result of luck in capturing the tusked beast, and he cannot expect to indulge in such abundance regularly. His purpose in the Abyss Forest is to procure game for his tribe, yet after several days, he has only managed to catch 2 small beasts. It was only on the day he encountered Chu Shinran that he succeeded in capturing the large tusked beast. This morning's catch of 3 long-eared beasts is indeed rare. Typically, he would be fortunate to catch even 1. This success is largely attributed to the sharpness of the military knife gifted to him by Chu Shinran, which has proven invaluable. After breakfast, Carlo takes Chu Shinran to the riverbank, where he intends to clean the entrails of the long-eared beasts and continue tanning the 2 hides he acquired yesterday. Along with today's 3 hides, the 2 hides from yesterday have dried under the sun for an entire day, and now they merely need to be soaked in the river, while the 3 new hides require thorough cleaning. With the aid of the military knife, Carlo is able to remove the hides intact, ensuring their integrity during the tanning process. Previously, when using a stone knife, the hides would always end up in fragmented pieces. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran begins to craft various small utensils from wood by the riverbank. Currently, they're using stone bowls fashioned by Carlo, but Chu Shinran finds them cumbersome and heavy. Thus, she asks Carlo to use the saw attached to a Swiss Army knife to fell a sturdy tree, from which she intends to create wooden bowls. As she works with a military knife, she is grateful for the 2 expensive Swiss knives she purchased. These multifunctional tools have greatly aided both her and Carlo. Without them, many tasks would be impossible. After completing the wooden bowls, Chu Shinran also crafts several wooden stools and vessels. She wishes to make a large wooden table, but her strength is somewhat lacking. She decides to wait for Carlo to finish his tasks to assist her. Once everything is completed, she strolls along the riverbank, reflecting on her success in weaving grass shoes from ula grass yesterday. Feeling a newfound confidence in her skills, she aspires to weave a few backpacks and now seeks suitable grass for this purpose. While ula grass is adequate for shoes, it lacks the necessary durability and length for backpacks. Eventually, not far from the riverbank, Chu Shinran discovers numerous sturdy vines entwined around a robust tree. Delighted, she realizes that these thick vines are perfect for weaving backpacks. She gathers a substantial quantity and returns to the riverbank, where she begins to contemplate the construction of the backpack. Chu Shinran decides to start with the base. She trims the vines into appropriate lengths and weaves a grid-like foundation before proceeding to craft the sides of the backpack. Although the final product is somewhat unsightly, it at least takes shape. Observing her creation, Chu Shinran feels it lacks something. After some contemplation, she stuffs ula grass into the gaps between the vines to prevent items from falling out. Finally, she uses 2 additional vines as straps, successfully completing a functional backpack. Eagerly, she runs to show Carlo her handiwork. Carlo gives her a thumbs up, signaling his approval with a clumsy gesture that makes Chu Shinran chuckle. She had taught him this gesture earlier in the morning to express her admiration for his hunting prowess, and she's pleasantly surprised at how quickly he has learned it, encouraged by Carlo's praise. Chu Shinran's enthusiasm swells, and despite the pain in her hands, she rushes to prepare another backpack. This one is smaller, intended for her use, and she plans to create a larger one for Carlo. Time flies, and upon reflection, Chu Shinran realizes that she and Carlo have been living in the Abyss Forest for over half a month. During this period, Carlo has consistently gone hunting each morning, while Chu Shinran has not only prepared meals, but also discovered a plethora of edible wild vegetables and fruits in the forest. Most notably, she has found a plant resembling green onions, which she incorporates into her cooking. When Carlo tastes the stir-fried dish with the onion-like plant, he finally understands Chu Shinran's earlier excitement. Indeed, it enhances the flavor remarkably. Moreover, as her interactions with Carlo have progressed, Chu Shinran's linguistic abilities have improved dramatically, enabling her to engage in daily conversations with him. She realizes for the first time that she possesses a natural talent for language, likely cultivated by her current circumstances. Chapter 9. The decision to leave now that she can communicate with Carlo. Chu Shinran finally comprehends the nature of her surroundings. This realm is known as the Beastman continent, composed of numerous Beastman tribes. These tribes consist of beastmen, who can transform into animal forms, and females, who cannot. Beastmen typically hunt in the wild, while females manage domestic affairs. Due to the scarcity of females in the Beastman continent, they are treasured within each tribe. It is virtually unheard of for a female, like Chu Shinran, to wander alone in the wilderness. When Carlo inquires about her solitary presence here, Chu Shinran cannot disclose her true origins and instead fabricates a tale, claiming that her tribe suffered a natural disaster, leaving her alone. Carlo, without a hint of doubt, accepts her story. The Beastman continent experiences 3 seasons: the hot season, the rainy season, and the snowy season. During the hot season, temperatures soar and daytime finds wild beasts resting. Only at night and in the early morning do they emerge. Consequently, hunting yields are meager during this time. The rainy season, however, brings frequent showers, coinciding with the peak abundance of wild beasts. Thus, beastmen seize this opportunity to capture ample game in preparation for the impending snowy season. The snowy season is the most arduous period on the Beastman continent, characterized by frigid temperatures, while beastmen endure somewhat better. Many females cannot withstand the cold and may even perish from exposure. With the landscape blanketed in ice and snow, hunting becomes nearly impossible. Should the stored game run out, numerous beastmen face starvation during this time. Carlo's tribe is known as the Lion-Tiger tribe, comprised of both lions and tigers. It is currently the hot season and food supplies within the tribe are dwindling. Carlo has ventured into the Abyss Forest in search of a means to procure more game. Throughout their days in the Abyss Forest, Carlo has been deeply concerned for his fellow tribesmen, but as Chu Shinran still struggles to understand him, he is hesitant to take her away. Once she grasps these matters, Carlo earnestly asks her, "Shinran, would you be willing to accompany me to my tribe? My people are kind and will welcome you warmly." Upon hearing Carlo's question, Chu Shinran nods without hesitation. She cannot remain in the Abyss Forest forever. She must eventually engage with others. Moreover, with Carlo's amiable nature, she trusts that his tribe cannot be too dissimilar. In recent days, the salt they have been consuming is from Carlo, and despite their efforts to conserve it, it is rapidly running out. For the sake of salt, the two must leave this place, prompting Chu Shinran to willingly accompany Carlo to his tribe. Upon seeing Chu Shinran nod in agreement, Carlo was filled with excitement. His luck had been favorable these past few days, having hunted a considerable amount of game. Although the size of the prey was modest, the sheer quantity would surely satisfy the hunger of his kin back at the tribe. With the decision to depart made, Chu Shinran began to pack their belongings. Although she had only resided there for a little over 10 days, she had developed a fondness for the place, as every object around them had been personally arranged by her and Carlo. Carlo informed her that the journey back to the Lion and Tiger tribe would take 3 days, given the long distance ahead. Chu Shinran resolved to leave behind certain items, such as the stone pot, wooden bowls, and stools, as these could be easily replicated in the Lion and Tiger tribe. Eventually, with her backpack slung over her shoulders and Carlo carrying the hunted game and animal hides, they embarked on their journey with minimal burden. Chu Shinran also took with her 2 sharp fangs from the Fong beast that she had previously kept, believing that their keen edge might prove useful in the future. Before departing, Chu Shinran asked Carlo to find a large stone to block the entrance of the tree hollow, as it had once been her home. She wished to prevent other wild beasts from invading and damaging their belongings. And perhaps they would return here someday. As they set out, Carlo transformed into a lion, allowing Chu Shinran to ride upon his back. Initially, she found the sensation of stroking his soft mane to be quite novel, but as the sun rose higher, the scorching rays began to sting her face. Prior to their departure, she had crafted a grass ring to wear upon her head, but it proved ineffective against the oppressive heat. Despite feeling discomfort, Chu Shinran refrained from expressing her unease, recognizing that Carlo was already burdened by the effort of carrying her. In the Beastman continent, it is customary for its inhabitants to partake in only breakfast and dinner, and it was only after meeting Chu Shinran that Carlo began to join her for lunch. To expedite their arrival at the Lion and Tiger tribe, they decided to forego lunch, continuing their journey throughout the day. As dusk approached, Carlo reverted to his human form and set Chu Shinran down. It was only then that he noticed her sunburned face, and, feeling somewhat helpless, he gently touched her reddened skin. "Why didn't you tell me? Does it hurt?" This was the first time he had encountered a female whose skin had burned so easily. While the females in his tribe may not possess the rugged toughness of beastmen, they were certainly not delicate. "It is my fault for being careless. Perhaps we should travel at night and rest during the day." Carlo mused regretfully, aware that Chu Shinran was more fragile than other females. Yet he had overlooked this fact throughout the day. Chu Shinran shook her head. "Carlo, it's all right, I'll get used to it." After all, she could not avoid going outside during the hot season indefinitely. She had to acclimatize to the sunlight. Moreover, Carlo had informed her that traveling during the day was safer, as all the beasts came out at night, necessitating rest after sunset. What if they encountered a beast attack while traveling at night for her sake? Applying a bit of hand cream to her painfully sunburned face, Chu Shinran began preparing dinner for the night. Knowing that Carlo had exerted himself significantly during their long journey, she resolved to make a hearty serving of roasted meat. The meat had already been cut, and Carlo assisted in starting the fire, while Chu Shinran took charge of the roasting. Carlo typically used a rather bitter salt for seasoning, but having discovered a type of sour fruit in the forest that tasted akin to lemon, Chu Shinran squeezed its juice onto the meat, enhancing its natural aroma and making it more tender and flavorful. Feeling somewhat ill from the greasy roasted meat, Chu Shinran opted to nibble on a bit of bread instead. That night, as they rested, Carlo helped Chu Shinran climb onto his shoulders to ascend a large tree. Once she was settled, he transported their belongings up to the tree as well before leaping up himself. Carlo allowed Chu Shinran to rest her head on his shoulder as she drifted off to sleep. Though she initially wished to converse with him, the exhaustion from being in the sun all day soon overtook her. After she fell asleep, Carlo tightened the down jacket around her, then focused intently on keeping watch throughout the night, remaining awake without rest. Chapter 10. Return to the tribe. When Chu Shinran awoke the next morning, she felt significantly better. Their breakfast consisted once again of roasted meat, and since they lacked a pot, they could only prepare the simplest version of it. After finishing their meal, the two continued on their journey. This time, Chu Shinran fashioned a few large leaves to cover her head, shielding her entire face. This method proved effective, and by nightfall, her face had not suffered severe sunburn, which relieved Carlo greatly. Their next resting place was alongside a river. As they had depleted their water supply and needed to refill their containers, Carlo had carved practical cups from wood, which could hold a substantial amount of water. Chu Shinran also fashioned a lid from animal hide to cover their water cup. The past 2 days of travel had been relatively free of danger, but Carlo had spent extra time searching for the river, resulting in them having dinner in the dark after their meal. As Chu Shinran washed up by the riverbank, she was suddenly attacked by a wild beast. At that moment, Carlo was nearby, organizing their belongings. Seeing Chu Shinran in danger, he swiftly transformed into a lion and charged towards the beast. This was the first time Chu Shinran had witnessed Carlo in such a fierce state. The beast was of comparable size to Carlo in his beast form, yet Carlo clamped down on its neck with ferocity, refusing to let go regardless of the beast's attempts to fight back. Gradually, the wild creature ceased its struggles. Once Carlo reverted to his human form, Chu Shinran hurried over to him. She applied the spiny herb she had gathered earlier to his bleeding wounds and tore strips from her clothing to bandage them. "Carlo, are you all right?" she asked anxiously. Carlo shook his head. "I'm fine. I've often sustained such minor injuries while hunting. It will heal in a few days. Besides, fortune smiles upon us today, as we have captured a sharp-horned beast." Chu Shinran glanced at the creature that had attacked her, and noted that while it resembled a cow, it was far more ferocious due to its sharp, pointed horns and massive size. Carlo's injuries had been inflicted by one of those very horns. Despite his wounds, Carlo attempted to gather the flavor-masking herb, but Chu Shinran hurriedly stopped him, insisting he rest while she collected a substantial amount of the herb to cover the sharp-horned beast, as the scent of blood might attract even more ferocious predators during the night. After she had concealed the beast with the flavor-masking herb, Chu Shinran and Carlo climbed to the top of a large tree by the riverbank. That night, neither of them slept, waiting for the dawn to arrive. When the sun finally rose, Chu Shinran exhaled in relief. The perilous night had passed without further incident. Due to Carlo's injury, Figuring out how to transport the sharp-horned beast posed a challenge. While he could still manage to carry smaller creatures like the long-eared beast, the sheer size of the sharp-horned beast was taxing. Chu Shinran, pondering the predicament, suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. She retrieved the vine she had previously woven into a carrying basket and crafted a large, sturdy net from them. Placing the sharp-horned beast inside, they would simply need to pull the net along as they traveled. With Carlo's considerable strength, dragging the sharp-horned beast was no trouble at all. They pressed on and, before sunset, finally reached the lion and tiger tribe. Chu Shinran had anticipated the tribe to be a quaint village, but to her astonishment, Carlo led her to the foot of a mountain and let out a thunderous roar. Almost immediately, a response echoed back from across the way. Before long, a group of over 10 excited beastmen came rushing towards them as Carlo transformed back into his human form. But to the forefront was a striking golden-haired beastman, who joyfully patted Carlo on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Carlo, you've finally returned. Do you have any idea how worried we've been?" The tribe leader was furious when he learned you had sneaked off to the Abyss Forest alone. "If you hadn't returned soon, Dal and I were preparing to venture into the Abyss Forest to search for you." "Indeed, Carlo, you are back at last." The remaining orcs joyfully greeted Carlo. Carlo, smiling, responded to the crowd. "Kevin, Darl, I'm fine, didn't I return safely?" At that moment, Kevin noticed the prey behind Carlo and exclaimed, "That's impressive, Carlo. You managed to hunt so many animals. And you even caught a horned beast. Carlo, you are truly remarkable." Kevin rushed over to inspect the horned beast, curiously touching the vine net that bound it. "Carlo, what is this? I've never seen anything like it before." Tea this time. Chu Sinan was hiding behind Carlo, gazing curiously at the towering orcs. Being petite, she had not yet drawn their attention. Carlo turned to gently pat Chu Sinan's shoulder in a comforting manner, and then asked, "Where's my father? I have something to tell him." It was only then that Kevin noticed Chu Sinan behind Carlo, exclaiming, "Oh my! Carlo, where did you find this little female? You actually picked up a little female? How lucky you are." Kevin looked at the little female with envy. He had never seen such a beautiful female with such fair skin. According to the customs of their orc continent, should an orc find a female in the wild, they would have the right to pursue her. Carlo shot Kevin a glare and then shielded Chu Sinan behind him. Blocking the gaze of the orcs, he turned to a robust-looking orc nearby and inquired, "Darl, where are my father and the elder priest?" Darl scratched his head, replying in a somewhat simple-minded manner, "The chief and the elder priest are currently at the square." Carlo nodded and then handed over the prey to Kevin and Darl, carefully protecting Chu Sinan as they made their way to the square. As they walked, Chu Sinan noticed many orcs and females looking at her with curiosity, and feeling a bit frightened, she instinctively moved closer to Carlo, as she did not know anyone here. Moreover, the conversation between the orcs and Carlo had been too rapid for her to comprehend. Normally, Carlo spoke slowly enough for her to understand. Upon reaching the center of the square, a middle-aged orc and an elderly orc stood waiting for them. The moment the middle-aged orc saw Carlo, he erupted in anger. "Carlo, how dare you venture into the Abyss Forest alone? If something had happened to you, how would I explain it to your deceased mother? Do you think this is honorable to her?" Seeing his father so furious, Carlo felt a pang of guilt and apologized. "Father, I'm sorry that I won't act so recklessly again. I was just worried that the uncles and aunts of the tribe might not have enough food, so I thought I would try my luck in the Abyss Forest." Chu Sinan did not understand their words, but seeing Carlo's dejected expression, she quietly tugged at his hand, wanting to comfort him. The chief sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat heartbroken. It was his inadequacy as a leader that left the members of the lion-tiger tribe unable to find enough to eat, thus forcing Carlo to take such risks. The elder priest, Victor, noticing the situation, advised, "Enough, rice. The child has returned safely," and Carlo acted out of goodwill. The priest then turned to Chu Sinan, speaking with a kind tone. "Child, where do you come from?" Chu Sinan, feeling a bit nervous, looked at Carlo, who hurriedly slowed his speech to repeat the priest's words for her. It was at that moment that the chief finally noticed the little female beside Carlo. "Father, elder priest, this is Randa. I encountered her in the Abyss Forest. All her kin perished in a disaster, leaving only her, so I brought her back. Rand doesn't speak the language of the orc continent yet. She is still learning, so she may not understand much." Carlo introduced her to the chief and the priest. Chu Sinan smiled at the chief and the priest, clumsily using the language of the Orc continent to say, "Hello, Father, Elder Priest, and my name is Chu Sinan. You can call me Xiao Ran." Upon hearing Chu Sinan's introduction, Carlo was taken aback, while the chief and the priest looked at her in astonishment, as everyone gazed at her in surprise. Chu Sinan felt confused and turned to Carlo. "What's wrong?" "I was just following Carlo's lead." Carlo then realized that Chu Sinan did not know how to address his father and the elder priest, which was not what he initially thought. "Ran, this is my father, the chief of the Lion-Tiger tribe. You should call him uncle or chief." Upon understanding Carlo's words, Chu Sinan's face flushed red, and she felt as though she wanted to find a hole to hide in. How could she be so foolish? Seeing her flustered demeanor, the priest chuckled heartily and, slowing his speech, said warmly, "I see, Xiao Ran. Would you like to join our Lion-Tiger tribe? We warmly welcome any orc or female who wishes to join us." Chu Sinan nodded, finding the elder priest to be very kind, reminiscent of a nurturing figure, while the chief appeared amiable as well. "Xiao Ran, are you still a minor female?" the chief inquired. Hearing the chief's question, Chu Sinan quickly waved her hands. "Of course not. I am of age. I have been for a long time." Earlier on their way here, she had noticed that the females were all close to 1.8 meters tall, while her height of just over 1.6 meters made her appear youthful. However, she was in her 20s and certainly of age. The chief looked at Chu Sinan and asked, "Since you are of age, which orc would you like to live with?" Without hesitation, Chu Sinan pointed at Carlo. Upon seeing this, Carlo's expression visibly brightened. Before arriving at the Lion-Tiger tribe, they had discussed this very matter in the Orc continent. Females typically lived with their parents. In Chu Sinan's case, she needed to temporarily choose an orc to reside within the tribe, as living alone would be quite dangerous. However, other orcs would also have the right to pursue her. Chu Sinan, having listened to Carlo, naturally declared that she wanted to live with him, as they had already been living together in the Abyss Forest, and besides, she only knew Carlo here. She had no desire to stay with a stranger. The chief gathered all the members of the Lion-Tiger tribe together and introduced Chu Sinan. Most of the orcs and females were friendly toward her. As soon as the chief finished the introduction, several females eagerly surrounded Chu Sinan, bombarding her with questions. "Xiao Ran, I'm Amy. What animal skin is your clothing made from? Why is it so soft?" A particularly cute female asked while touching Chu Sinan's clothes with curiosity. Chu Sinan took off her coat and handed it to Amy, replying, "It's made from cotton and hemp." Cotton? Hemp? Amy did not understand these terms but marveled at how lightweight and comfortable the garment felt. In the hot season, she could only wear animal skins, which were stifling and uncomfortable. Amy then curiously touched Chu Sinan's face, exclaiming, "Xiao Ran, your skin is so soft. It feels smooth and is so fair." Chu Sinan noticed that the people here spoke very candidly, expressing compliments openly. Feeling a bit shy, she smiled and replied to Amy, "You're very cute too." A few younger females were concerned about Chu Sinan's attire, while several older mothers, hearing that the vine net binding the horned beast was made by Chu Sinan, hurried over to ask, "Xiao Ran, did you make that thing binding Chu Sinan? Can you teach us? If we have that, we won't need to trouble the orcs when we can't carry something." Hearing the mother's inquiries, Chu Sinan nodded, "Of course, that thing is called a vine net, made from vines that I can also teach you how to make a basket, which is even more convenient for carrying things than the vine net. However, it's getting late. I'll teach you tomorrow." The mothers were delighted to hear this, and their impression of Chu Sinan improved significantly. The people here were very friendly towards her, but suddenly, Chu Sinan noticed a strikingly beautiful female in the crowd glaring at her with a fierce expression. Chu Sinan felt perplexed. She had just arrived, so how could she have offended that female? Seeing Chu Sinan staring at Lilith, Amy whispered to her, "Xiao Ran, don't mind Lilith. She's surely jealous of you. She has a terrible temper. Before you came, Lilith kept claiming to be the most beautiful female in the Lion-Tiger tribe. And now she probably thinks you've stolen her spotlight. Just ignore her." Upon hearing Amy's words, Chu Sinan finally understood why the female named Lilith harbored such animosity towards her. She found it somewhat amusing. Was she being caught in the crossfire for no reason? Amy brought a previously silent female to Chu Shinran's side, saying, "Xiao Ran, this is Nina. Nina, why don't you say a few words to Xiao Ran?" Chu Shinran noticed that Nina appeared visibly flustered, struggling to find her voice. Observing this, Chu Shinran took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, Nina, I am Chu Shinran. You can call me Xiao Ran." "Xiao Ran?" Nina blushed and called out before quickly retreating behind Amy. Amy cast a helpless glance at Nina and explained to Chu Shinran, "Xiao Ran, please don't take it to heart. Nina is a bit shy, but like me, she warmly welcomes you to our lion and tiger tribe." Chu Shinran smiled kindly at Nina, nodding, "I understand, and I am very happy to join the lion and tiger tribe." Just then, Carlo approached Chu Shinran after finishing his conversation with a group of orcs. Seeing this, Amy mischievously winked at Chu Shinran and led Nina away. "So, how is it?" Carlo inquired with concern as he looked at Chu Shinran. He genuinely hoped that she could integrate into this tribe where he had grown up, believing that although the lion and tiger tribe was impoverished, most of its members had kind hearts, and she would surely come to love it here after spending time with them. Chu Shinran nodded. "It's wonderful. Everyone has been very kind to me, and I've made 2 new friends, Amy and Nina. Tomorrow, I plan to teach those mothers how to make backpacks." Hearing this, Carlo felt a weight lift from his heart. Clearly, Chu Shinran's previous tribe must have been quite powerful, which was why she possessed so many curious items he had never encountered. Thankfully, she did not disdain their tribe. However, upon hearing her last remark, he quickly added, "Xiao Ran, I know those items belong to your tribe, and they are yours that if you prefer not to share them, please feel free. It is your choice." Chu Shinran shook her head. "I see no issue with it. Carlo, now that I have joined the lion-tiger tribe, I am a part of it, and I am more than willing to teach the mothers what I know." Chapter 12. Moving into the cave, as Chu Shinran and Carlo conversed, a charming little lion cub came bounding joyfully towards Carlo, playfully circling around him. Carlo chuckled, patting the cub's head. "Karen, shift into your human form. I want to introduce you to someone." Upon hearing Carlo's words, the little lion cub swiftly transformed into an adorable boy of about 7 or 8 years old. Witnessing such a remarkable transformation, Chu Shinran felt a sense of calm wash over her. The boy, brimming with joy, rushed towards Carlo, exclaiming, "Brother, you finally returned. I miss you so much." Carlo pointed to the boy, introducing him to Chu Shinran. "Xiao Ran, this is my younger brother, Karen." Chu Shinran observed Karen gazing at her with innocent eyes and bent down to gently touch his cheek. "Hello, Karen. I am Sister Xiao Ran." "Hello, Sister Xiao Ran," Karen joyously responded. Chu Shinran retrieved a few pieces of candy from her backpack and handed them to Karen, who curiously accepted them, unsure what they were. She unwrapped one piece and placed it in Karen's mouth, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. "Sweet. It's so sweet. How can it be this sweet?" Karen exclaimed in wonder, savoring the candy. Chu Shinran couldn't help but smile at Karen's adorable reaction. Children, in her eyes, were eternally delightful. Other small orcs and females gazed enviously at Karen, their eyes filled with longing. Noticing this, Chu Shinran waved them over and shared the candy with each child. The children imitated Chu Shinran's earlier actions, popping the candy into their mouths, each one lighting up with happiness at the sweetness. Some even secretly offered their candies to their fathers and mothers, wishing for them to taste such delightful treats. Observing the grateful gazes of the children's parents, Chu Shinran felt a pang of sadness. Children should be the most carefree beings in the world, yet the small orcs and females here appeared malnourished and frail, finding joy in even a piece of candy. Suddenly, she felt as if her inexplicable arrival here might be a form of destiny, perhaps to improve the lives of these orcs at that moment. Lilith, who had been glaring at Chu Shinran, strode toward them, casting a disdainful glance her way before haughtily addressing Carlo. "Carlo, where did you find such an ugly creature? What right does she have to join our lion and tiger tribe?" Lilith, Amy, unable to tolerate Lilith's remarks, stepped forward to rebuke her. "What does this have to do with you? The chief and the shaman have already agreed to Xiao Ran's membership. Why are you speaking nonsense? Who knows where she came from? She looks so strange. She might just be here to harm us." Lilith continued her unreasonable tirade. Many females around them expressed their discontent with Lilith's words, defending Chu Shinran. Lilith stopped spreading baseless rumors. Seeing no one supporting her, Lilith grew frantic, approaching Carlo in desperation, only to be evaded by him. "Carlo, Are you not on my side? Lilith, Xiao Ran is a very good female. Do not slander her here. Carlo firmly admonished Lilith. Realizing that the surrounding orcs and females were watching her with curiosity, Lilith stomped her foot in frustration and stormed off. Chu Shinran, perplexed by Lilith's sudden confrontation and equally abrupt departure, found herself bewildered. She had not fully grasped what Lilith had said, as her words had come too swiftly. However, she did comprehend the sentiments of those around her criticizing Lilith. The incident with Lilith quickly faded, and the orcs and females of the lion and tiger tribe were delighted to see Carlo and Chu Shinran return with such a bounty of game. The tribe's hunters had struggled to catch prey in recent days, relying solely on the wild fruits gathered by the foraging females to stave off hunger. Chu Shinran noticed a fire ignited in the square, where several orcs had already cleaned the game, and the females began to roast the meat. She had just arrived at the lion and tiger tribe. She remained silent, merely observing the females at work. She noticed that their method of roasting meat was similar to Carlo's earlier technique, simply sprinkling coarse salt. Yet despite the simplicity of the roast, every orc and female in the lion and tiger tribe seemed to relish it. The younger orcs had the largest appetites, while the females ate the least. Chu Shinran even noticed some older orcs and females only consuming a piece of roasted meat before turning to nibble on red fruits, leaving the meat for the younger ones. Witnessing such a scene, Chu Shinran felt a deep sorrow. When she first arrived at the orphanage, she cried daily, lamenting her own misfortune that it was only through the caring of the headmistress that she gradually recovered. Upon entering society, she would also feel anger and sadness when faced with injustices or setbacks. But today, witnessing the tribe members of the lion and tiger tribe struggling just to fill their stomachs, she realized that her own grievances were trivial in comparison. At least she had been able to eat her fill every day, had not endured the cold, nor faced constant danger, while for the members of the lion and tiger tribe, such basic comforts seemed like distant dreams. Carlo noticed Chu Shinran's sudden change in mood and offered her a piece of roasted meat. But she shook her head. Carlo, I'm not hungry. You eat. Observing her demeanor, Carlo felt a surge of concern. After finishing dinner, Carlo led Chu Shinran to their living quarters. It was then that she discovered that the tribe members resided in caves at the foot of the mountain. Carlo's cave was spacious yet bare, containing only a stone bed covered with a thick hide. As Carlo had not returned for several days, a layer of dust had settled at that moment. Chu Shinran set aside her earlier sadness, and together with Carlo, they began to tidy up the cave. Once they had finished cleaning, Chu Shinran looked at the solitary bed and felt a dilemma arise. You sleep here, and I'll use straw to make a bed on the ground. Sleeping on the floor is fine for me, Carlo suggested. Chu Shinran shook her head. That won't work, Carlo. The ground is too cold. If you sleep on the floor, it won't be good for your bones. Though the stone bed was indeed quite cold, it was somewhat alleviated by a thick layer of animal hide. Ultimately, with no other option, Chu Shinran decided to allow Carlo to transform into his beast form and share the stone bed with her until a new one could be crafted. She spread her down jacket across the stone surface and nestled into the belly of the great lion, whose fur was coarse, yet the hair on his abdomen was the softest for the past several days. Chu Shinran had been sleeping this way alongside Carlo. Although it was warm, she found herself unable to drift into slumber. Living in a cave was not a sustainable situation. The younger individuals could endure it. But upon witnessing the elderly members of the lion-tiger tribe, some of whom were disabled, she realized the long-term implications of such an environment. These elders, having resided in the cave for extended periods, would undoubtedly suffer from the cold, leading to deteriorating health. However, as a newcomer to the tribe, the beastmen would not trust her as they did Carlo. She could not recklessly suggest they relocate. Besides, if they were to move, where would they go? Would they need to construct shelters? If so, how would they build them? And what designs would they employ? These were all pressing concerns. Thus, Chu Shinran resolved to take one step at a time, first seeking food to earn the tribe's trust, and subsequently discussing more profound issues. Chapter 13. Weaving the winds at the break of dawn the following day, Carlo led the tribe's warriors into the wilderness for a hunt. When the beastmen venturing out spotted the military knife in Carlo's hand, they gathered around in astonishment. Carlo, what is that? Before Carlo could intervene, Kevin, filled with curiosity, reached out to touch the blade, immediately drawing a drop of blood from his finger. "What is this knife made of? How is it so sharp?" Kevin exclaimed, startled, while the other beastmen, equally taken aback, compared it to their dull stone knives, which could only fell prey through sheer force. Seeing their fascination, Carlo decided to demonstrate the knife's capabilities. He approached a sturdy tree and, with the knife's soft feature, swiftly felled it. The beastmen stood in awe, having only ever used stone axes which required considerable time and effort to achieve such results. Abel, noticing the gathering around Carlo, let out a huff of discontent. Kevin, sensing the tension, whispered to Carlo, "While you were away, the chief had Abel lead us on hunts. Now that you are back, the chief has reinstated you as the hunting team leader. And Abel is quite resentful." Carlo reacted with indifference. Abel was a stray beastman taken in by his father, possessing the form of a python. For reasons unknown, Abel had always been at odds with Carlo, often opposing him. However, as Abel had not caused any significant trouble, Carlo chose to overlook it. During the hunt, the beastmen once again witnessed the might of the military knife, when they cooperatively hunted a tusked beast. Carlo delivered a fatal blow to its neck that, in the past, hunting such creatures often resulted in injuries from their formidable tusks. "Carlo, where did you acquire this marvelous tool? Do you have any more?" Kevin asked, enviously eyeing the knife after they captured the tusked beast. "It was a gift. I have no others," Carlo replied. Kevin, detecting Carlo's tone of pride, scoffed. Realizing it was a present from a female, he resolved to inquire about it later. Meanwhile, as Chu Shinran lay in bed, caught between dreams and wakefulness, she sensed someone observing her, prompting her to open her eyes in alarm. She found Kalen leaning at the edge of her bed, his bright eyes fixed upon her. Upon noticing Chu Shinran's awakening, Kalen cheerfully greeted her. "Good morning, Sister Shaoran. The sun is already high. Why are you still in bed?" Feeling a bit embarrassed by the question, Chu Shinran hastily rose from her resting place. She had been lost in thought the previous night, leading to her late rise. "Good morning, Kalen. Have you had breakfast?" she inquired, ruffling his hair. Kalen still lived with the chief. While Carlo had moved out upon reaching adulthood, "I had 2 red fruits," Kalen replied. "But has your brother eaten? Why did he leave so early?" Chu Shinran felt a pang of worry that Carlo might have gone hunting on an empty stomach. Such recklessness was dangerous, particularly without a meal to sustain him. "Brother had roasted meat," Kalen answered. Due to a recent scarcity of prey, their father had advised them to conserve the meat, allowing only the hunting and guard teams to enjoy it while those remaining in the tribe had to suffice with red fruits. Reassured by Kalen's response, Chu Shinran retrieved a piece of bread from her backpack and offered it to him. "Kalen, please have some of this. It's quite delicious." Kalen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately succumbed to temptation. Carefully taking a bite and becoming immediately enchanted by the taste, "Sister Shaoran, what is this? It's soft and fragrant." "This is called bread," she replied, pleased by his delight. She handed him a few more pieces. Kalen, gazing at the bread in his hand, hesitated before asking, "Sister Shaoran, can I share this with my friends?" "Of course," she replied, patting his head. "It's wonderful that you think to share your treats with your companions. You truly are a kind-hearted child." Kalen blushed at her praise, joyfully carrying the bread to find his friends, while Chu Shinran prepared her toiletries and towel to wash by the river. Not far from the lion-tiger tribe's dwelling lay a river. Chu Shinran recalled Carlo mentioning that the area from the river to the base of the mountain was safe, patrolled by members of the guard team to ensure the tribe's security. Exiting the cave, she observed that the tribe members were already awake, even the children, all bustling about. Leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed for having slept in, she hurried to the riverbank, where she encountered several females engaged in tanning animal hides. They greeted her warmly. As Chu Shinran brushed her teeth and washed her face with soap, the curious gazes of the females began to weigh on her, prompting her to smile at them as she dried her face with a towel. She realized her toothpaste and soap were running low. These were consumables that would eventually deplete. Toothpaste was manageable, as she could substitute it with mint leaves, but what about the soap? She knew it was made from soapwort. But where could she find soapwort trees? After finishing her morning routine, she gathered somewhat along the riverbank and used the military knife to craft several wooden bowls, chopsticks, and basins, The females, who had been observing her actions with intrigue, could no longer contain their curiosity and approached her. "Shaoran, what are you making?" asked an older female. "Mother, these are chopsticks. They can be used instead of hands when eating roasted meat, ensuring cleanliness and preventing burns. This wooden bowl can hold food, and this basin can store water, so we 1T have to keep running to the river for it, that I can even make wooden barrels to hold more water," Chu Shinran explained gradually. She had intentionally made these items to showcase their benefits, hoping to inspire the females to join her in adopting these new practices and gradually shift their way of life. The female's eyes brightened at her words, realizing how convenient these items would be. "Shaoran, will you teach us how to make these?" "Of course," she nodded, and with her military knife, she proceeded to craft additional wooden bowls, chopsticks, basins, and even a wooden barrel. In truth, Chu Shinran's efforts in crafting these items were rather subpar, as her strength was limited, resulting in the outer circles she cut being uneven and jagged. She lent her military knife to the first matron who had inquired about it, a woman of considerable strength. Upon grasping Chu Shinran's intentions, she quickly fashioned a perfect wooden bowl with the knife, which appeared far more aesthetically pleasing than anything Chu Shinran had produced at this point. A multitude of females had gathered around Chu Shinran. With the exception of those out foraging, nearly all the females of the tribe had come to witness the spectacle. Even the chieftain and the priest, having caught wind of the commotion, arrived at the scene. Observing the matron, who had surpassed her in skill, Chu Shinran offered an awkward smile and relinquished her position, temporarily allowing the matron to take the knife and instruct the other females. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran, accompanied by several other females, gathered some ula grass and vines by the riverbank, preparing to teach them how to weave baskets. She first demonstrated the weaving of a basket using ula grass, and as she displayed the completed basket on her back, the females were filled with excitement, realizing they could use such baskets to carry red fruits during their foraging expeditions, eliminating the inconvenience of wrapping them in animal hides, which could barely hold 3 fruits. The chieftain's eyes lit up at the sight of the basket. If crafted larger, it could also serve the hunters in carrying their game, alongside the vine nets they had observed the previous day. The processes of weaving the baskets and vine nets were somewhat intricate, thus requiring more time for instruction, yet the females proved to be quite adept, mastering the techniques in no time that moment. The foraging females returned, and upon seeing them engaged in weaving, Amy approached out of curiosity. The chieftain, noticing the return of the foraging team, placed a few red fruits they had gathered into a large basket and asked one female to demonstrate. She effortlessly lifted it onto her back. This prompted a rush from the foraging females, for these red fruits were sizable, and each could only carry 3 at most. However, the basket could accommodate at least 6 or 7 fruits. If they wore such baskets while foraging, they could return with a greater bounty. The foraging females soon joined the ranks of those weaving baskets and vine nets, and when Carlo and the others returned from their hunt, they found the tribe's females clustered by the river, diligently crafting their wares. Since Chu Shinran had taught them to weave baskets and vine nets, these females had cleverly extended their skills, producing numerous small items, sparking a wave of weaving enthusiasm throughout the lion-tiger tribe. Chapter 14. Initial trust gained as soon as Carlo returned, he hurried to Chu Shinran's side, observing her as she busily taught the nearby females the art of weaving. He quietly stood by, awaiting her attention. However, Carlo's footwear caught the notice of Mandala, the leader of the foraging team, a figure of considerable renown in the lion-tiger tribe, second only to the chieftain and the priest. "Carlo, what is that on your feet?" "It is something that Rand made for me." Carlo's tone, though understated, bore a hint of pride. The thought of Chu Shinran crafting such items specifically for him filled him with uncontainable joy. "Little Rand, could you teach us how to make the same thing Carlo is wearing?" Mandala inquired, turning to Chu Shinran. Chu Shinran nodded. "Mandala, what Carlo is wearing is called grass shoes. They not only provide warmth but also protect the feet from sharp objects on the ground." The surrounding females beamed with joy upon hearing this, for compared to the rugged skin of the beastmen, the skin of females and children was far more delicate, often suffering from abrasions. The introduction of grass shoes would significantly alleviate their plight. Noticing the excitement in the crowd, Chu Shinran continued, In fact, there are many types of shoes beyond just grass shoes, like the pair I am wearing now. However, we currently only have the materials to make grass shoes. Other materials are yet to be found, but opportunities will arise in the future. The people of the Lion-Tiger tribe had long noted the uniqueness of Chu Xinran's attire and footwear, which were unlike anything they had ever seen. Now, hearing her words, they were filled with anticipation, hoping that what she described would indeed come to pass. Chu Xinran gathered some ula grass to demonstrate making grass shoes for Mandala and the other females, who quickly learned the weaving technique, some even crafting pairs sturdier than the ones Chu Xinran had made for Carlo. Seeing this, Chu Xinran resolved to create another pair of grass shoes for Carlo, as the ones he currently wore seemed somewhat inferior in comparison to those made by the tribe's females. She felt it would be inappropriate for Carlo to continue wearing them so conspicuously. Chu Xinran removed her outer garment, cutting a piece of thick cloth from it to use as a sole, ensuring it would be more comfortable to wear. Upon noticing Carlo still standing there, she urged him to assist the hunters in processing their game, explaining that her task would require more time. Hesitating for a moment, Carlo eventually nodded and departed. Chu Xinran, wishing to surprise Carlo, dedicated much care to crafting the new pair of grass shoes, which turned out to be warm and comfortable inside, likely to be quite pleasant to wear. Once she completed the shoes for Carlo, she looked at the remaining scraps of her outer garment and decided to make pairs for Karun, the chieftain, and the priest as well. She had heard from Amy that the chieftain's mate, the mother of Carlo and Karun, had perished during a beast tide, leaving only the three of them, while the priest had remained a solitary figure without a female to care for him. Now, having completed their own grass shoes, the surrounding females had begun crafting pairs for their children and beastmen. Soon, every member of the tribe would have grass shoes, and if Karun and the others were left without, they would surely feel disheartened. Thus, Chu Xinran resolved to make pairs for them all. Turning to the inquisitive Karun, standing beside her, she affectionately ruffled his hair and then retrieved a pen and several sheets of paper from her bag, handing them to him. "Karun, could you do me a favor?" Sure. Karun eagerly nodded in response. "Take this paper and measure the feet of the chieftain and grandpa priest. It's simple. Just have them step on the paper and trace around their feet with this pen." Saying this, Chu Xinran casually sketched a few lines on the paper that Karun's eyes widened in wonder at this novel item, and with a group of little friends following him, he cautiously made his way toward his father and the priest, clutching the paper and pen. When Karun returned, Chu Xinran took the 2 sheets of paper back, measured Karun's feet as well, and then handed the remaining paper and pen to him and a few other children, allowing them to play with it. With the experience gained from making shoes for Carlo, the grass shoes for Karun, the chieftain, and the priest were completed swiftly. Noticing that Amy had been eyeing the remaining fabric strips in her hands, Chu Xinran, with a smile, handed the strips to her. "Amy, here, take these and make some grass shoes." "Really? You're giving them to me? Thank you for this precious gift. You are so wonderful, little Ran," Amy exclaimed, giving Chu Xinran an enthusiastic hug, leaving her both amused and bemused. In truth, Chu Xinran considered her clothing to be of limited use. Until she could find materials suitable for making garments such as cotton or linen, she needed to adapt quickly to wearing the beast hides like the others. Thus, trading one outer garment for several pairs of sturdy and soft grass shoes seemed quite worthwhile. Upon receiving the grass shoes from Chu Xinran, both the chieftain and the priest were taken aback, never expecting her to craft shoes for them as well. After expressing their gratitude, they donned the shoes with joy. Chu Xinran then called Karun, who had been playing outside, back to her and presented him with the grass shoes, instructing him to put them on. Karun, overjoyed, bounced around, proclaiming his fondness for little Ran, before dashing off to show off his new shoes to his friends. As dusk approached, every member of the Lion-Tiger tribe had donned their grass shoes. Chu Xinran's generosity in providing for them was deeply appreciated, fostering a greater sense of trust in her among the tribe. When it came time for dinner, Chu Xinran sought out Carlo. "Carlo, could you please ask the chieftain and grandpa priest if I could prepare dinner tonight?" Carlo nodded in acknowledgement. He was well aware of Chu Xinan's exceptional culinary skills. If she were willing to impart her knowledge to the tribe, he would, of course, welcome it. Carlo sought out the chieftain and the shaman. The shaman readily agreed, while the chieftain hesitated briefly before also giving his consent. Chapter 15. Preparing dinner. The responsibility for cooking in the lion-tiger tribe fell to Dianyang, a vivacious female who, upon hearing the chieftain's request, immediately acquiesced without hesitation. When word spread that Chu Sinan would be preparing dinner that evening, many females from the tribe gathered to watch, curious to see what culinary prowess she would display, given that she had taught them so many impressive skills. Yet they wondered, was cooking merely about roasting meat with a sprinkle of salt? Did Chu Sinan possess some unique approach? Carlo had already helped Chu Sinan prepare several stone pots. She retrieved the horsetail, orchid, and mustard greens they had foraged on their way back to the tribe. The sight of her actions piqued the curiosity of the females. Chu Sinan began by placing the fatty meat of a tusked beast into the stone pot to render fat. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, instantly captivating the attention of everyone in the lion-tiger tribe, particularly Karen and a group of children. "Little sister, what are you making? It smells wonderful. I've never encountered such a delightful scent," Karen exclaimed, his nose twitching with curiosity. "This is called rendering fat, made from the fatty meat of the tusked beast. The oil we extract will be used to create delicious dishes, and the rendered meat scraps are equally tasty," Chu Sinan explained while stirring the meat in the pot. During the rendering process, she took the beast's entrails and wild vegetables to wash by the riverbank. After standing by for a while, Dianyang could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Can these entrails be eaten?" "Indeed, they can. Later, we will stir-fry them with the wild vegetables. They're quite delectable. I specifically asked Carlo to save these entrails when he processed the prey," Chu Sinan replied. Hearing this, the members of the lion-tiger tribe were delighted, for if the entrails were edible, it meant an additional source of food for them. They regretted not knowing this sooner, as they had wasted so many entrails in the past. In truth, the blood of beasts is also consumable, but requires a substantial amount of salt, which we currently lack. Thus, we cannot prepare dishes like pig's blood just yet, Chu Sinan explained, aware that the tribe's salt reserves were dwindling. "Really? We only knew that the meat of beasts was edible. It's astonishing to learn that entrails and blood can also be consumed." "What a waste," the shaman interjected. "Henceforth, all beastmen must ensure to keep the entrails when processing prey." "Understood?" The chieftain instructed the surrounding beastmen. "Rest assured, chieftain, as long as it's edible, we will never discard it again," the beastmen responded in unison. "Now, observe how I wash these entrails. This method will suffice for future preparations," Chu Sinan demonstrated, explaining the best techniques to clean each type of entrail meticulously. Once the entrails were cleaned and the fat adequately rendered, Chu Sinan placed the meat scraps into a wooden bowl and handed it to Karen and a few of the children. They eagerly stuffed the morsels into their mouths, their eyes widening in disbelief at the unexpected deliciousness. Witnessing the children's reactions heightened the anticipation of the lion-tiger tribe for what Chu Sinan would create next. Although they had not tasted the meat scraps, the sight of the children scrambling for more indicated that it must be extraordinarily delightful. Chu Sinan poured the rendered oil into a clean stone pot. Once heated, she first sought scallions, then added the liver of the tusked beast. The aroma soon permeated the entire lion-tiger tribe, entrancing everyone who watched the pot intently, some even drooling in anticipation. After adding salt and briefly stir-frying the wild vegetables, a vibrant and fragrant dish of sought-ed tusked beast liver was ready. Chu Sinan first served it to the chieftain and the shaman, and then the dish circulated among all the tribe members. Though each person received only a small portion, the exquisite flavor left them yearning for more, savoring the taste long after. Following this dish, Chu Sinan prepared a hearty wild vegetable meat soup, ensuring there was enough for everyone in the tribe to receive a small bowl. The warm soup rejuvenated the beastmen and females, alleviating the fatigue of the day and leaving them feeling refreshed. Finally, Chu Sinan stir-fried several other dishes of wild vegetables with meat and entrails, all of which were devoured ravenously by the lion-tiger tribe. Despite the simplicity of the seasoning, merely salt and scallions, the flavors astonished the tribe. "Jianyang, did you understand everything I made just now? Why not come forward and try your hand at a few dishes?" Chu Sinan suggested. Upon hearing this, Jianyang approached without hesitation, having observed intently and now eager to give a try. She called upon several other females who often cooked with her to join in. Under Chu Sinan's guidance, these females gradually prepared several dishes, though some struggled with timing and burnt a few. Nevertheless, they steadily improved, allowing Chu Sinan to breathe a sigh of relief. With so many beastmen and females in the lion-tiger tribe, it would have been exhausting for her to cook alone. Fortunately, these capable women quickly learned the techniques. Thanks to Carlo's military knife, the hunting party had an abundant haul that day. Given the high temperatures of the warm season, preserving the meat was challenging, so the females collaborated to transform all the meat into stir-fries and soups, along with roasted dishes. The atmosphere within the lion-tiger tribe was jubilant, with beastmen feasting heartily while the females enjoyed the wild vegetables they favored. Previously, the lion-tiger tribe had only consumed roasted meat. While the beastmen could tolerate this daily fare, the females and children found it unbearable, often resorting to eating red fruits due to insufficient roasted meat. Now, with a new method of cooking and wild vegetables suited to their palates, they would no longer be limited to only roasted meat. Moreover, the warm meat soup was particularly cherished by the females and children, although its benefits might not be evident in the warm season. During the cold season, this comforting soup would provide essential warmth. After dinner, the beastmen and females of the lion-tiger tribe lingered in the square, reluctant to depart. The surprises Chu Sinan had brought them that day were overwhelming. They had savored such delicious food, and the realization that they could now utilize the entrails of beasts was a notion they had never dared to imagine before. Chapter 16. Joining the foraging team in the square of the lion-tiger tribe. A fire still flickered, with beastmen and females gathered around joyfully conversing, while children frolicked nearby. Under the warm glow of the yellow flames, Chu Sinan felt as though she were immersed in a joyful bonfire gathering. Carlo surveyed the scene before him with increasing gratitude towards Chu Sinan, quietly clasping her hand. When she turned to look at him, she offered a gentle smile that radiated brilliantly in the firelight, momentarily leaving Carlo spellbound, unable to articulate the fluttering excitement he felt in that instant. Noticing the children engaged in simple games of chase and frolic, Chu Sinan suddenly recalled the pile of toys in her backpack. Originally intended for the children at the orphanage, it seemed more fitting to share them with the little beastmen and females now that she could not deliver them elsewhere. Together with Carlo, Chu Sinan returned to the cave and retrieved all the toys from her backpack. She first presented a toy car to Karen and a few young beastmen, demonstrating how to play with it. Their eyes lit up in wonder at this newfound marvel. For the young females, she offered several exquisitely crafted fabric dolls, which captivated their hearts. The children quickly became enchanted by the plethora of novel toys. Chu Sinan patiently taught them how to play, and the other tribe members observed this scene with a mixture of joy and pride. The well-being of these children was paramount to the lion-tiger tribe. They represented the future, and the tribe was determined to protect them at all costs. With her newfound role, Chu Sinan had effectively become the beloved big sister among the children of the lion-tiger tribe, cherished by both the young beastmen and females alike. Particularly, Karen had heard from the other mothers that little sister could very well become his sister-in-law in the future. Karen cast a furtive glance at the companions surrounding Chuck Sinran, silently vowing to himself that he must protect his beloved sister-in-law at all costs, ensuring that no one else could take her away. After a while, the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe returned to their caves with their younglings. Chuck Sinran and Carlo also made their way back to their own cave, but the shaman and Manda also accompanied them. Grandfather Shaman, Manda, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chuck Sinran inquired with a hint of curiosity. Sharan, we were wondering if you could join our tribe's foraging team. Until today, we had no idea that those two types of wild vegetables were edible. Our foraging team had only been able to gather red fruits in the past. If you could accompany us, it would surely help our lion-tiger tribe discover more food sources. Manda looked at Chuck Sinran with hopeful eyes, asking earnestly that, of course, I would be delighted to. Chuck Sinran replied without hesitation. Even if Manda hadn't approached me, I would have sought her out, as I had already intended to join the foraging team. That is wonderful news. Then we shall set out together tomorrow, Manda exclaimed, excitedly patting Chuck Sinran on the shoulder. Chuck Sinran nodded. The current food supply for the lion-tiger tribe was woefully insufficient, and merely subsisting on these wild vegetables and meat was far from adequate. She needed to venture into the wild to find more sustenance. Upon hearing Manda's proposal, Shaman Victor, holding a plant known as thistle, Interjected Shaoran, I heard from Carlo that you mentioned this thistle can stop bleeding, is that correct? Indeed, if it is crushed and applied to a wound. It will staunch the bleeding, Chuk-Sin-Ran confirmed. Without waiting for her to fully comprehend the situation, the shaman swiftly drew his stone knife and made a cut on his arm. Grandfather Shaman. What are you doing? Chuk-Sin-Ran exclaimed, hurriedly smashing the thistle and applying it to the wound on the shaman's arm. The suddenness of his action startled the three witnesses. The stone knife was quite dull. She couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the pain he must have felt. Yet, the shaman appeared unfazed by his injury, observing his bleeding arm with exhilaration as the thistle began to work its magic that it truly can stop the bleeding. Remarkable! Absolutely remarkable! He cried out, trembling with excitement. The significance of the thistle for their lion-tiger tribe was monumental. He had only the black earth for staunching wounds, but it was scarce, and he could only find a small amount each time. Many brave warriors had lost their lives due to the inability to halt their bleeding. With the thistle, at least he would no longer have to helplessly watch them suffer. Grandfather Shaman, there are other plants that can also stop bleeding. Rest assured, I will find them all, Chuk-Sin-Ran reassured him. Moreover, I am familiar with several medicinal plants, and I will gather them for you as well. Observing the shaman's fervor for the tribe's welfare tugged at her heartstrings. Perhaps what seemed trivial in the modern world could be fatal here, where no remedies existed. The shaman must have witnessed many orcs die helplessly, which explained his fervent desire to find plants that could staunch bleeding. Upon hearing her words, a glimmer of hope shone in the shaman's cloudy eyes. Shaoran, on behalf of all the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe, I thank you. After the shaman and Manda departed, Carlo retrieved the pelts they had acquired in the Abyss Forest. Having been cured by the tribe's women, the pelts are now exquisitely soft to the touch. Carlo had prepared another stone bed within the cave. Since the previous one was well placed, he insisted that Chuk-Sin-Ran sleep on it, while he would take the newly prepared bed. Seeing Carlo layer the pelts on her bed, Chuk-Sin-Ran reached out to stop him. Carlo, that's enough. You've covered my bed with all the pelts. Where will you sleep? Use the remaining pelts for your bed. I still have my down jacket. It will suffice that I am robust and can withstand the cold. So give them all to you, Carlo insisted, shaking his head stubbornly. However, Chuk-Sin-Ran remained firm and no, you must not sleep directly on the stone bed. It is not good for your health. Please, listen to me and lay the pelts on your bed. Eventually, after much persuasion from Chuk-Sin-Ran, half of the pelts were laid on Carlo's stone bed. Chapter 17. Crafting Weapons. Carlo, how does our tribe acquire salt? Why is it so scarce? After settling the beds, Chuk-Sin-Ran suddenly recalled this question. Only the Sea Beast tribe knows how to produce salt in the Orc continent. Thus, we usually trade our game or pelts with them. 2 boars or 5 pelts for a jar of salt. It's quite costly. Before the snow season arrives, we send someone with our game to trade for salt, but the Sea Beast tribe's location is far from here, making the journey lengthy, Carlo explained. The Sea Beast tribe? Do the orcs their take on the forms of sea creatures? Chuk-Sin-Ran asked, intrigued. Carlo nodded. The Sea Beast tribe resides by the ocean, and their hunting skills are rather poor, so they rely on salt to trade for game and pelts. They likely know how to extract salt from seawater, which allows them to thrive through trade. Chuk-Sin-Ran was aware of the simple method of extracting salt from seawater, yet with the ocean so distant, it was clear that the salt issue remained pressing. Currently, during the warm season, the salt available in the lion-tiger tribe might suffice until the rainy season, so Chuk-Sin-Ran could not afford to use it recklessly. However, many dishes require salt, and faced with this dilemma, she found herself at a loss, resolving to take it one step at a time. By the way, Kevin came to see me today, asking how you crafted that military knife. Chuk-Sin-Ran recalled, chuckling at the memory of Kevin's pleading expression when he learned there were no spare knives available. She found Kevin to be rather amusing. Conversing with him always brought a smile to her face. Yes, the military knife is quite handy. It helped immensely during today's hunt, Carlo replied, his tone laced with excitement. Hearing this and recalling that Kevin and Dal wielded stone weapons, Chuk-Sin-Ran now understood why Kevin had been so envious. She wondered what other tribes on the Orc continent were like. In the lion-tiger tribe, most orcs wielded stone weapons. Although they had honed these tools to be quite sharp, they were still far inferior to Carlo's military knife. Moreover, hunting with stone weapons required considerable strength to pierce through the hides of wild beasts, making the task significantly more challenging. Carlo, The material of your military knife is rather complex, and I cannot replicate it. However, relying solely on stone weapons is not viable. Would it be possible for your hunting team to delay your departure tomorrow? I will see if I can devise better weapons than stone ones. Chuckson Rand suggested thoughtfully. Carlo nodded without hesitation. He trusted Chuckson Rand entirely, believing that whatever she proposed would surely come to fruition, even if he had never encountered or considered such possibilities before. The following morning, all members of the Lion-Tiger tribe gathered in the square, eager to see what kind of weapons Chuckson Rand would create. She first instructed Carlo to bring over several pieces of wood, then directed him to shape them into spear forms using his military knife. She also sharpened the pointed fangs of the boars, affixing them to the tips of the wooden spears. The orcs and females of the Lion-Tiger tribe marveled at the newly crafted wooden spears. Kevin could hardly contain his excitement as he snatched a spear from Carlo's hands and thrust it into a nearby tree, burying it deep within the trunk, surpassing the effectiveness of their stone knives. If the spear were thrust into a wild beast, it would undoubtedly be a fatal blow, and it was much lighter than a stone knife, making it far easier to carry while hunting. Kevin gazed at the spear with exhilaration, pondering why they had never thought to create such a weapon before. Seeing the eager orcs around her, Chuckson Rand decided to lend her military knife to Kevin, allowing him and Carlo to craft more wooden spears together. The process was straightforward, and before long, they had produced dozens of wooden spears, enough for nearly every orc in the tribe to wield one. The crafted wooden spears were distributed amongst the orcs, each one brimming with excitement as they swung their spears repeatedly. After the completion of the spears, Chu Shinran described the appearance of bows and arrows to Carlo. In truth, Chu Shinran lacked the skill to create bows and arrows herself. She could only provide Carlo with a rough outline of their composition. Upon hearing her words, Carlo fashioned a bow shape out of wood under her guidance, and then held it over the fire to prevent it from straightening out. The bowstring was made from beast tendons, which were abundant in the tribe. It was only upon arriving at the tribe that Chu Shinran realized the intelligence of its members. They had long since learned to craft bone needles and sew hides using beast tendons. The reason for their current primitive lifestyle was merely a limitation in their thinking. They had yet to conceive of such innovations. However, once their mindset was shifted, they adapted swiftly and even drew connections beyond what was presented to them. Although Chu Shinran possessed knowledge far exceeding theirs, it was the accumulated wisdom of humanity over millennia. Even eons, after binding the beast tendons to the bow, the arrows were fashioned from trees, sharpened meticulously with a military knife, resulting in a complete bow and arrow set. Carlo tested the bow and arrow, but the results were disappointing. The arrows consistently veered off course. Observing the lack of success, Chu Shinran felt a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that merely imitating the design without grasping the underlying principles was inadequate. Perhaps her methods were flawed, yet Carlo was undeterred by disappointment. He furrowed his brow, examining the bow and arrow further, and adjusted the tension of the beast tendons. After altering his stance, he took aim once more, and this time the arrow flew true, embedding itself deeply into a tree ahead. With Carlo's success, the orcs and females of the Lion-Tiger tribe erupted into cheers, eager to test the power of the bow and arrow. However, unlike the wooden spears, the bows required a degree of skill that many orcs lacked. Nevertheless, the orcs were exhilarated. These weapons were a significant improvement over their previous tools. Chapter 18. Foraging beyond the tribe in addition to crafting wooden spears and bows. Chu Shinran devised a simple device for capturing prey. She drilled a hole through a stone, threaded a vine through it, and instructed an individual to hold the other end of the vine while throwing the stone at a tree, which would ensnare it. When thrown with sufficient force, the stone would entangle the legs of a beast, tightening the vine around it. As she demonstrated to the trees ahead, her lack of strength and precision resulted in repeated failures. Observing this, Carlo stepped forward, took the stone and vine from her hands, gauged the distance to the tree, and accurately hurled the stone, ensnaring it. Witnessing this, Chu Shinran discreetly stuck out her tongue in frustration. It was not her forte, and thus she struggled. But Carlo looked remarkably impressive, truly the mightiest warrior of the Lion-Tiger tribe. After this, Chu Shinran produced the previously crafted vine net, which could also ensnare prey. The orc females immediately recognized its potential, prompting Chu Shinran to collaborate with them to produce several more nets. The hunting party set out with enthusiasm, armed with their new weapons, confident that this venture would yield a bountiful harvest. "Be cautious today. Do not stray from the sight of your protecting orc," Carlo admonished Chu Shinran before their departure. As it was her first time foraging outside, Carlo remained somewhat uneasy, despite the presence of protective orcs. Chu Shinran nodded obediently. She was well aware of the dangers lurking in the wilderness of the orc continent and would exercise caution. While conversing with Carlo, Chu Shinran failed to notice the complex gaze of Abel watching her from a distance. Originally, Abel had assumed that the little female Carlo brought back was no different from the others in the tribe, weak and dependent on the orcs for protection, lacking any self-sufficiency. However, he was taken aback by the plethora of novel ideas swirling in Chu Shinran's mind, setting her apart from all the other females, even surpassing the orcs in ingenuity. Meanwhile, Lilith, standing at the back of the crowd, seethed with anger. Who was this female to overshadow her upon her arrival at the Lion-Tiger tribe? Now, all eyes in the tribe were focused on Chu Shinran, and Lilith wished nothing more than for her to vanish from existence. After the hunting party departed, Chu Shinran joined the foraging team headed into the wilderness. Before setting out, Chu Shinran cut some ula grass by the river, crafting a hat to shield her from the sun. The other females, upon witnessing her actions, followed suit and fashioned their own grass hats. "Xiaoran, will this truly shield us from the sun? You are so clever!" exclaimed Amy, tugging at Nina's sleeve as they stood beside Chu Shinran. "Indeed, it should provide some relief," Chu Shinran replied, observing Amy happily adjusting her hat. She then plucked a few red flowers from the riverbank, adorning Amy and Nina's hats with them. Amy, admiring her reflection in the water, beamed with joy, while Nina appeared pleasantly surprised by the flowers adorning her hat. The other females, inspired, began to embellish their own hats with various flowers, and by the time the foraging team set off, all the females sported grass hats adorned with an array of colorful blooms. For a long while afterward, the mere recollection of that scene brought laughter to Chu Shinran's lips. She understood that the desire for beauty was universal, and these females were no exception. "Xiaoran, you are truly the smartest person I have ever met. How do you know so much? Are these ideas from your former tribe? Your tribe must be incredibly powerful," Amy remarked, reflecting on a series of changes Chu Shinran had brought to the Lion-Tiger tribe since her arrival. Chu Shinran averted her gaze, striving to suppress a smile at Amy's enthusiasm. Initially, she had only placed a single large red flower atop Amy's head, but somehow Amy had adorned herself with an array of vibrant blossoms, transforming her appearance into a veritable rainbow. These ideas were conceived by many great minds in our tribe. I merely grasped the basics. Thus, it is not my intelligence, but rather the brilliance of those in my tribe," Chu Shinran humbly asserted, unwilling to claim all the credit for herself, acknowledging that her knowledge was a collective achievement of humanity. Upon reaching the wilderness, the other females resumed their usual task of foraging for red fruits. However, Chu Shinran had taught them to identify wild vegetables such as mustard and lamb's quarters, prompting some females to begin gathering these as well. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran, under the watchful protection of an orc, observed the surrounding flora, hoping to discover additional edible plants. As she surveyed her surroundings, Chu Shinran suddenly spotted a round, dark object. When she moved closer, Amy hurriedly called out to her, "Xiaoran, don't go near that. It's poisonous. Poisonous!" Upon hearing Amy's warning, Chu Shinran paused in her tracks. "Yes, those dark objects are generally toxic in our orc continent. Black signifies misfortune and death, so we never approach such things." Chu Shinran, hearing Amy's explanation, felt unfazed. She had assumed that such objects had indeed caused harm in the past. As Chu Shinran continued to approach, Amy grew anxious, and an orc nearby seemed ready to intervene. "Xiaoran, please don't go closer. It really is poisonous." Chu Shinran unsheathed her military knife, shaking her head in response. "Don't worry, Amy. I won't touch it with my hands. I'll use my knife to cut it open and see what it is. It might be edible." With cautious steps, Chu Shinran approached the round object and carefully sliced it open. Upon revealing its interior, she instantly recognized it. Her expression transformed into one of excitement, prompting Amy to curiously lean closer. Chapter 19. Discovery of medicinal herbs. Amy, this is not poisonous. It's an edible fruit in our homeland, Chu Shinran exclaimed. Indeed, the so-called toxic dark object, once cut open, revealed the luscious, red flesh of a watermelon. Really? Can we actually eat this? What is it called? Amy eagerly inquired. Contemplating the naming conventions of this land, Chu Shinran hesitated before responding. We call it black fruit. It's quite sweet and extremely refreshing in this heat. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's words, Amy hurriedly summoned Amanda and the other females. Chu Shinran reiterated her previous statements to Amanda, who listened with great excitement. Taking a military knife, Chu Shinran first sampled the freshly cut black fruit and confirmed its taste. It was indeed reminiscent of watermelon, particularly sweet. She then sliced the black fruit and distributed it among the surrounding females, their eyes lighting up with delight upon tasting it. This black fruit was juicier than the red fruit, perfectly suited for the warm season, quenching thirst and alleviating hunger. Although the Orc continent held a cultural aversion to the color black, the necessity of survival took precedence over such superstitions, leading everyone to disregard the ominous connotations associated with it. Amanda promptly organized several females to gather the black fruit, which grew abundantly on the ground, making it easy to harvest. However, Chu Shinran cautioned the females to be gentle when placing the fruit into their baskets. Seeing the discovery of yet another edible food item, the priest's face was filled with satisfaction that he had accompanied Chu Shinran today to gather some bleeding-stop prickly plants, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon this bounty. As the other females busily collected black fruit, Chu Shinran advanced a few steps and noticed a small slope behind the red fruit trees, obscured by their abundant presence. Passing through the red fruit trees, she reached the slope and looked down, only to find a familiar vegetable that a vast expanse of pristine white cabbage was neatly growing in the soil, bearing numerous signs of nibbling by small animals. While a few birds perched atop the cabbage, contentedly pecking at it that moment, Chu Shinran's excitement surpassed her earlier joy upon discovering the black fruit. This was cabbage. Memories of the sweet and sour cabbage and cabbage dumplings flooded her mind. Causing her mouth to water, she quickly beckoned Amanda over. Amanda, this vegetable is called cabbage, and it is exceptionally delicious, with excellent storage potential. Upon hearing this, Amanda rushed over. Chu Shinran plucked a cabbage leaf and offered it to Amanda, who tasted it and found it crisp and delectable. Is this edible as is? Amanda inquired. Chu Shinran nodded, affirming that it could indeed be eaten raw, although stir-frying would enhance its flavor. Amanda then called over several females to gather cabbage, her smile unwavering, as the day's harvest had been remarkable, yielding so many edible delights. Before Chu Shinran's arrival, their gathering team could only collect red fruits, but today they had added several new food sources, truly a blessing from the beast god. Chu Shinran scanned the area carefully, finding no other familiar plants, and then proceeded with the priest to gather prickly plants. The area where the gathering team was located lacked prickly plants, so Chu Shinran. The priest and another orc ventured further afield. After a short distance, they discovered a substantial patch of prickly plants. Grandpa Priest, these are prickly plants. They're easy to cultivate and often grow in large clusters in the wild. The priest nodded, eagerly rushing towards the prickly plants, examining them closely before beginning to harvest and place them into his basket. The basket that Chu Shinran had taught the females to make proved to be incredibly practical, accommodating the numerous red fruits, wild vegetables, black fruits, and cabbage they had gathered. Previously, they could hardly carry so many items on their outings, but with the basket, it was much more convenient as Chu Shinran accompanied the priest in gathering prickly plants. Amy approached, holding something in her hands. Xiaoran, look at this. Is it edible? Amy held out a fruit, clustered with numerous small red seeds. Knowing that Chu Shinran was familiar with many plants, the females often brought her any seemingly edible specimens for identification. Upon seeing what Amy held, Chu Shinran's expression changed dramatically, and she urgently asked, "Where did you find this? Quickly, lead me to it." Amy, startled by Chu Shinran's serious demeanor, replied, "I found it in the corner of the cabbage patch." The priest, hearing the commotion, quickly followed as Chu Shinran and Amy rushed to the location. Upon arriving, Chu Shinran carefully unearthed the root of the plant, her excitement palpable as she patted Amy on the shoulder. Amy, you have made a significant discovery. This fruit is inedible, but it has far greater uses. The plant Amy discovered was mugwort, known in legend as wild ginseng, which had become increasingly rare in the modern world. To her astonishment, it thrived here. Chu Shinran presented the mugwort to the priest, exclaiming, "Grandpa Priest, this mugwort can not only heal external wounds, but can also treat many internal ailments. Simply crush the roots and apply them to the wounds, and they will heal swiftly. It can also be taken internally to remedy numerous illnesses." Hearing this, the priest's wrinkled face radiated excitement as he trembled and stroked the mugwort, eagerly inquiring about its benefits. Chu Shinran meticulously explained all the properties of mugwort to the priest. Although the priest was unfamiliar with the concept of internal injuries, he recalled instances of orcs appearing uninjured yet gradually weakening until death. Likely the internal injuries Chu Shinran spoke of. Amy, realizing she had not caused trouble, but rather made a significant contribution, felt equally exhilarated, as long as there was no mishap. Seeing Chu Shinran and the priest so pleased indicated that this mugwort must be of great importance. Later, while exploring, Chu Shinran stumbled upon another vital find, ginger. She had not anticipated such a wealth of plants thriving in the wilds of the Orc continent, and intriguingly, their growth patterns and seasonal cycles differed from those in her own time. Upon learning that ginger could be used for cooking as well as for medicinal purposes, the priest beamed with joy. Was also the first time he had encountered so many previously unknown remedies, such as understanding why orcs and females sometimes experience fevers. In the past, the Orc continent frequently witnessed orcs and females suffering from fever, a situation the priest felt powerless to address, merely watching as fever claimed lives. They believed fevers were punishment from the beast god, with survival dependent on endurance. However, from Chu Shinran, the priest learned that fevers could arise from cold exposure or injuries, and that ginger could treat fevers and prevent various minor ailments. The gathering team had experienced tremendous success, not only finding food, but also discovering medicinal herbs. They returned. Each person's face radiated joy. However, just before reaching the tribe, Chu Shinran suddenly instructed the team to halt. "Xiaoran, what is the matter?" the priest asked, puzzled. "Grandpa Priest, typically only orcs hunt to capture prey, but I have devised a method that females can also employ. It's quite simple." Hearing this, the priest and the females became intrigued and gathered around. Chu Shinran first instructed the females to dig a large pit. The orcs, who usually protected the females, wished to assist but were firmly declined. Chu Shinran explained that this was a method the females could execute themselves, and they wished to try it independently. After the pit was dug, Chu Shinran and Amy used their knives to cut a thinner piece of wood, sharpening it into numerous pointed stakes, which they densely inserted into the pit. Together with the other females, they then covered the trap with nearby leaves. This is called a trap. Once we set it up, we can leave it and check back tomorrow to see if any animals have fallen in. Chu Shinran explained, clapping her hands. "Xiaoran, you are brilliant!" Amy exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, and the other females nodded in agreement. This method was indeed ingenious. It required no confrontation with the prey. Merely setting the trap in advance would suffice. Subsequently, Chu Shinran and several females constructed additional traps. Once all the traps were ready, Chu Shinran paused, feeling something was amiss. Since the traps were not far from the tribe, what if someone from the tribe accidentally fell in? She scanned the surroundings for a round stone, placing it atop the trap, and then began arranging several sticks. "Xiaoran, what are you doing?" Amy asked curiously, her companions equally puzzled. "I'm making a marker," as she spoke. Chu Shinran completed her marker and pointed to it, asking, "Doesn't this look like a person?" Chu Shinran utilized stones as a head and wooden sticks to form the body and limbs, thus creating a remarkably lifelike figure of a small person. "It does resemble one," exclaimed Amy with excitement. "From now on, this mark will signify the presence of traps. Priest, when you return, please inform the others in the tribe about this symbol. Just avoid it whenever you see it." Chu Shinran instructed the priest. The priest nodded in agreement, unaware that this mark would eventually become the emblem of the lion and tiger tribe, aiding them in many ways. Upon returning to the tribe, those who remained were delighted to see the bountiful harvest of the foraging team. while the priest hurried off with mugwort and ginger to find the chieftain, just as the atmosphere in the lion and tiger tribe was filled with joy. The hunters returned in a state of panic. Chu Shinran observed closely and noticed that Carlo was carrying someone on his back, his expression grave. "Chieftain, priest, it's terrible. Darl has been injured by a tusked beast." Kevin shouted upon entering the tribe. Hearing Kevin's voice, the tribe members gathered around, and Carlo laid Darl down on the ground as the priest rushed to examine the wound. Darl's abdomen was soaked in blood, with a large gash covered by some spiny plants. "I've temporarily applied the spiny plant, but the wound is too severe, and the bleeding won't stop," Carlo said gravely. That moment, Chu Shinran dashed to retrieve mugwort, crushing the roots before the priest hastily applied it to the wound. Before long, the bleeding ceased. The tribe members exhaled in relief upon seeing the blood finally stop. Afterward, Chu Shinran tore a piece of her clothing into strips and bandaged Darl's wound. With everyone holding their breath as they watched her actions, "What shall we do next?" the priest asked, his voice trembling. They had faced similar situations in the past, where although the bleeding stopped, the individual succumbed to fever. "Priest, chieftain, please do not grieve for Darl. That today's incident is entirely my fault. I became overconfident seeing the new weapon's power and, disregarding Carlo's warnings, recklessly charged at the tusked beast, resulting in this injury. If I were to perish today, it would be the beast god's punishment." Upon hearing Darl's words, many in the tribe began to weep. They had witnessed too many such scenes and had seen many of their kin depart this world. "Darl, do not speak like that. I know you did this to catch more prey. You did it for the tribe." The chieftain consoled through his sorrow. "You will be fine. The beast god will not hold you accountable. He will protect you." Carlo stood silently for a long moment before solemnly admitting, "It is my fault. I, as the captain, am to blame." Chapter 21. Escaping danger. Chu Shinran observed Darla's condition, despite his pale countenance and cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured. "He will be fine. Darl will not falter, I assure you," Chu Shinran stated calmly. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, she continued, "Carlo, please place him on the bed, wrapping him tightly in animal skins. Remember, the stone bed underneath also needs to be covered with skins. Keep him as warm as possible. Dia, I will provide you with a towel. Please soak it in hot water and place it on Darl's forehead. If it cools down, reheat it and apply it again. Rest assured, this task is in my hands." Dia nodded in agreement. As Carlo carried Darl into the cave, Chu Shinran hurriedly sought assistance to start a fire for hot water. Once the water was ready, she brought a basin into the cave and began preparing ginger soup with a freshly harvested ginger and a medicinal broth with mugwort. Watching Darl consume both the ginger and medicinal soups, she finally felt a sense of relief. She had done all that she could. Now it was up to Darl's fate. However, Chu Shinran believed the bleeding had stopped in time, and, as long as his fever could be managed, he would be all right. Get tended to Darl while the tribe members held their breath, waiting for news. Observing the somber atmosphere, Chu Shinran sighed deeply. Here, even a slight fever could take a person's life, and each individual endured their struggles with resilience, as expected. Not long after, Darl developed a high fever. Dia, following Chu Shinran's instructions, continuously replaced the towel on Darl's forehead while tightly wrapping him in animal skins, causing him to sweat profusely. Noticing Carlo standing motionless, fixated on Darl, Chu Shinran quietly approached and gently tapped his hand. Carlo seemed to awaken from his trance and looked at her. "You haven't rested since you returned. Please take a moment to rest. I will keep an eye on things here," Chu Shinran whispered. Carlo silently shook his head. Observing Carlo's stubbornness, Chu Shinran sighed. Though their time together had been brief, she recognized Carlo as a profoundly responsible individual. Darl's misfortune had occurred under his watch, and he must bear all the blame. Moreover, Darl had grown up alongside him, making Carlo's guilt even heavier. Beside them, Karen wore a distressed expression, following Carlo closely. Chu Shinran comfortingly patted Karen's head before stepping out to prepare some meat soup, serving bowls to Carlo, the priest, the chieftain, and diameter. Fortunately, after some time, Darl's temperature began to decrease. Chu Shinran checked his forehead and the abdominal wound, sighing in relief. All is well. He will recover. He just needs to rest and have his dressings changed regularly. The tension lifted from everyone present. Darl, who had been feverish and disoriented, began to wake up, appearing considerably more alert than before. Observing Darl's improvement, the tribe members finally believed he was genuinely recovering. Previously, anyone from their tribe who had fallen ill would often fall into an endless slumber. The entire lion and tiger tribe erupted in cheers, casting astonished glances at Chu Shinran, astonished by her ability to save even an injured, feverish individual. Darl's survival was indeed fortunate. His injuries were not fatal, and he had not suffered from fever for an extended period, allowing for timely intervention. Chu Shinran explained, wanting to ensure the tribe did not see her as infallible. This time was merely serendipity, and she might not be so lucky next time. Hearing her words, Carlo turned to the hunters, speaking sternly. In the future, you must follow orders while hunting. Do not act independently. Never confront prey alone. Is that understood? The orc hunters nodded in agreement, including Abel, who typically opposed Carlo. Remaining silent this time, as night fell. With Darl out of danger, the tribe members breathed a sigh of relief and began to prepare for dinner. Despite the new weapons resulting in a less bountiful harvest due to the heat season, they still had a substantial yield. Were it not for Darl's predicament, the hunting team would have returned joyously with their spoils. Chu Shinran continued to teach several females how to stir-fry, preparing stir-fried cabbage with meat. They could not yet make sweet and sour cabbage, as she had yet to find a substitute for vinegar. However, with the addition of ginger, this stir-fry was far more flavorful than the previous days, that as soon as the freshly prepared dishes were presented, they were snatched up immediately. Fortunately, the ample catch ensured that the females cooked enough for everyone in the tribe to eat their fill. The black fruits harvested that day were also shared among the tribe members. Upon returning to the tribe, Chu Shinran had instructed several orcs to place some black fruits in the river. So now, when they were served, they were refreshingly chilled, an entirely new experience for everyone. The tribe members were captivated by the sweet and icy flavor of the fruit, with Darl's recovery and the bountiful harvest from both the hunting and foraging teams. The orcs and females of the tribe appeared particularly jubilant. Surrounded by this atmosphere of excitement and joy, Chu Shinran found herself inexplicably happy. She enjoyed her time with the tribe members. They had just mourned for Darl's injury. And now, with his recovery, they celebrated joyfully. A simple and hearty meal is sufficient to leave them thoroughly satisfied. Their pursuits are remarkably pure and uncomplicated. Furthermore, they are aware that Chu Shinran has yet to fully grasp their language. So each of them makes a conscious effort to slow their speech when conversing with her, ensuring she understands. Carlo was indeed correct. After spending time with these individuals, she has genuinely grown fond of this place. Chapter 22. The tug-of-war over toys. Initially, everyone was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. But suddenly, the sounds of several children arguing and crying echoed nearby, escalating into a scuffle. Karen, what is going on? Carlo asked with a troubled expression as he approached upon witnessing Karen and a few of his companions fighting. Brother, this is my toy. It's my turn to play, but he insists on taking it from me. Karen pointed at his best friend, Kenny, lamenting his grievances. Chu Shinran knew Kenny, a lively little tiger who shared a close bond with Karen and often played together. Carlo, it's clearly my turn to play. Karen is being unreasonable, Kenny retorted, unyielding, while other small beast folk clamored that it was their turn to play with the toys as well, upon hearing that this group of little beast folk was quarreling over toys. Carlo's expression darkened further. He collected the toys and sternly addressed the group. Is it really worth fighting over a toy? Karen, Kenny, you all have been quite out of line these past few days. Typically, the adults in the tribe do not intervene in children's squabbles, particularly among the small beast folk, as playful tussles are commonplace. However, it is inexcusable for these little ones to brawl over toys that if you are fighting over this toy now. Will you also bicker over prey when you go hunting in the future? What have I told you before? You are the hope of the lion-tiger tribe. The females and elders will rely on you for sustenance. Are you all truly so lax and disunited? As Carlo's reprimand sank in, Karen and the other children grew timid, standing silently without retort. How many times have you quarreled over these toys today? Karen, did you assist your little sister, Ran, in any way today? Kenny, did you help your parents at all? No, you did nothing but play with toys. Carlo's words filled the children with shame, their faces flushing red as they realized they had been so consumed by their toys that they had contributed nothing to the tribe, spending the entire day in reckless play. "Brother, I understand my mistake, that I won't be so thoughtless again," Karen sobbed, stammering through his apology. The other children echoed their contrition, genuinely acknowledging their errors. In truth, Carlo did not expect these children to perform tasks for the tribe, given their tender ages. However, they must learn to foster a mindset of helping others, rather than taking the tribe's provisions for granted, which others have fought hard to procure. The other beast folk and females observed Carlo's chastisement of the children, remaining silent. Had Carlo not stepped in to guide them, the parents would soon be out to punish their offspring. Seeing Karen's face flushed with tears, Chu Shinran approached and gently patted the heads of the children in consolation. "Carlo, these toys were given by me to the children that if blame is to be assigned, it falls to me. They have already recognized their mistakes. Please do not scold them any longer. Yet this is unrelated to you or the toys. It is they who fail to recognize their responsibilities," Carlo quickly clarified, not wanting Chu Shinran to feel guilty. Hearing Carlo's words, Chu Shinran was torn between feeling sympathy for the children and for Carlo himself. She felt for the children because, in this beast folk continent, childhood is virtually non-existent. From birth, they must contend with the struggle for sustenance and bear heavy responsibilities. Her heart also ached for Carlo, as he undoubtedly had endured a similar upbringing, perhaps even more arduous than now. Thanks to Chu Shinran's intercession and seeing the children genuinely remorseful, Carlo returned the toys to them. "Here, take these to play with, but remember, playing is fine, yet do not resort to fighting over toys. You must remain united." The children nodded in unison. Chu Shinran believed the root of the issue lay in the scarcity of toys. Otherwise, the children would not have fought over them. The small beast folks' toys were electronic, and one day the batteries would run out. What would they do then? Contemplating this, Chu Shinran resolved to create more toys for the children. While children in her era played with toy cars, airplanes, and computers, Chu Shinran had played with handcrafted toys made by the orphanage's matron, who often engaged them in games. Chu Shinran first wove sturdy vines and enlisted Carlo's assistance to craft a wooden plank. After drilling 2 holes, she threaded the vines through and tied them to 2 nearby trees, fashioning a simple swing. She invited a small female to test it, pushing the swing gently. Initially, the little one was apprehensive, but soon joy erupted from her. Seeing this, the other children gathered around, taking turns on the swing. After constructing the swing, Chu Shinran described the concept of a seesaw to Carlo. He, along with Kevin, promptly gathered materials to create a rudimentary seesaw. Though it appeared simplistic, the children delighted in their play. Chu Shinran also tied various lengths of beast tendons together to create a rubber band, teaching the little females to jump with it. Additionally, she sewed a sandbag using animal hides, filling it with dirt, and instructing the young ones on how to toss it. Finding these games enjoyable, several females of similar age joined in the fun of jumping and tossing, filling the lion-tiger tribe with laughter and joy. Observing Chu Shinran play so exuberantly with the little beast folk and females, the elders watching felt a sense of contentment. It had been ages since their tribe had witnessed such merriment. "Perhaps Ran truly is a blessing sent by the beast god to assist our lion-tiger tribe," the shaman remarked to the chief, expressing gratitude for the abundant food and for healing Dar's wounds. Declaring her a fortunate star for their tribe, the chief nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the shaman's words held truth, Chu Shinran had indeed aided them significantly, becoming a benefactor to the lion-tiger tribe. Listening to the chief and shaman's conversation, Carlo remained silent, his gaze fervently fixed upon Chu Shinran. Chapter 23. Capturing prey. Upon returning to the cave that night, Chu Shinran was engaged in a discussion with Carlo about the traps they had set that day when he suddenly embraced her. Startled, she stood frozen, unsure of how to react. Carlo held Chu Shinran close, gently stroking her head as he spoke softly. "Ran, thank you for saving Dard. I am truly grateful. If something had happened to him, I would never forgive myself." Realizing that this was the matter at hand, hearing Carlo express such sentiments caused Chu Shinran to relax, extending her hand to pat Carlo's shoulder. "It was the least I could do. Truthfully, I hardly did anything. Dar is simply fortunate. I have witnessed many tribe members leave this world before my eyes, including my mother. When I saw Dar in such a state, I feared I might lose my dear brother in the same manner. Yet this time, because of you, a miracle occurred. Carlo's voice trembled. Upon hearing Carlo mention his mother, Chu Shinran felt a pang of sorrow and gently patted him in an attempt to offer comfort. Your mother. Chu Shinran hesitated to inquire about Carlo's mother, fearing it would reopen old wounds. After a moment of silence, Carlo spoke solemnly. My mother perished during a beast tide. A wild beast tore open her abdomen, and I watched helplessly as she bled to death. That beast tide was the largest and most sudden our lion-tiger tribe has ever faced. That my mother died, as did Kevin's parents, and many of our tribe's beast folk perished in that calamity. Even without seeing Carlo's expression at that moment, Chu Shinran could imagine how he felt. Not knowing what to say, she tightened her embrace around Carlo, wishing to lend him strength. They held each other for a long time. And when they finally released one another, Chu Shinran felt nervous and avoided meeting Carlo's gaze. All right, let's get some rest. With her head lowered, Chu Shinran spoke softly, while Carlo felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Neither of them dared to steal a glance at the other, silently preparing the bedding. The next morning, Chu Shinran, accompanied by Amy and Nina, hurried toward a few traps not far from the tribe. Upon opening one of the traps, they discovered 2 chickens ensnared within. Could it be the Gugu beasts? Amy exclaimed in delight. This is what they call chickens here. Chu Shinran mused, reaching in to retrieve the 2 Gugu beasts. Perhaps due to the proximity to the tribe, they had only caught 2. If the traps were set further away, the outcome might have been more fruitful. However, before Carlo departed that morning, Chu Shinran had already shared with him how to construct traps, and she believed he would surely catch more prey with them. Meanwhile, Carlo had indeed set several traps in the areas where they frequently hunted, marking them with the signs that Chu Shinran had taught him. The other orcs were astonished to see him doing this, and they all agreed that it was an excellent method to effortlessly capture prey. Chu Shinran, Amy, and Nina returned to the tribe with the 2 Gugu beasts, much to the delight of Manda, who realized that the traps were indeed capable of catching small game. This meant that even they, the females, could contribute to the hunting of smaller prey in the future. After returning the Gugu beasts to the tribe, Chu Shinran rejoined the gathering team and ventured once more into the wilderness. Manda instructed one group to return to the location they had visited yesterday to continue picking black fruits and cabbages, while she led another group, including Chu Shinran, to a different area. Chu Shinran truly felt that the wilderness of the Beastman continent was like a treasure trove, always revealing unexpected delights. She had not wandered far when she spotted a familiar leaf. Chu Shinran was well acquainted with this leaf. It was something she had relished in the past, even cultivating a large patch in the backyard of the orphanage. She crouched down to begin digging at the soil beneath the leaves, and before long, she unearthed a plump sweet potato. Upon confirming it was indeed a sweet potato, her joy was so overwhelming that she nearly leapt up in excitement. Her favorite food had always been roasted sweet potatoes, which could also be used to make various staples, ground into flour for buns and noodles. Now that she had discovered sweet potatoes, the tribe's food supply had significantly increased. Noticing Chu Shinran's exuberance, Manda could easily deduce that she had found something edible. Shaoran, what is this? The ever-curious Amy was the first to inquire. This is called sweet potato. It is very filling, and most importantly, it can be stored for a long time, lasting through the snow season. Manda's face lit up with excitement upon hearing that it could last until the snow season. Due to the high temperatures of the hot season, all food would spoil after a while, making it impossible to keep until the snow season. However, now that Chu Shinran claimed this food could last, it was simply marvelous. Chu Shinran dug up several more sweet potatoes, discovering that they were large and plump, looking quite delectable. She stood up, surveying the vast field of sweet potatoes, realizing it extended far beyond her sight. Given that sweet potatoes had a long shelf life, it would be best to harvest them all. Manda, sweet potatoes are very durable. With so many harvests here, we lack enough hands. Should we call everyone from the tribe to come over? We could also bring more baskets and vine nets. After pondering for a moment, Manda agreed. Trusting Chu Shinran's judgment about their longevity, she sent Amy back to summon the others, and before long, the chief and shaman arrived with the tribe's elders, children, and remaining orcs, all carrying baskets and vine nets. Upon hearing that sweet potatoes could last a long time and were very filling, the tribe erupted with excitement, gazing at the sprawling field of sweet potatoes. They eagerly prepared to begin the harvest. All members of the lion-tiger tribe joined in the task of digging up sweet potatoes, including the chief and shaman. Everyone worked fervently. As soon as a basket was filled, the orcs would carry it back to the tribe before returning for more. They dug for quite some time, and just as they were finishing, the hunting team returned and joined in to help. With their assistance, all the sweet potatoes were finally harvested and transported back to the tribe. But on the way back, Chu Shinran also discovered spices like chili and star anise, in contrast to Chu Shinran's excitement. The attention of the other tribe members was primarily focused on the sweet potatoes, as they appeared far more substantial than the spices. Unfazed by their lack of appreciation, Chu Shinran thought to herself that once she prepared delicious dishes with those spices, they would come to understand their value. Observing the square overflowing with sweet potatoes, Chu Shinran estimated there were at least several hundred pounds, and the tribespeople looked on in profound satisfaction at the sight of such ample provisions. Chapter 24. Roasted Sweet Potatoes. Chu Shinran had long pondered an idea for preserving sweet potatoes. She envisioned digging a cellar. Although she had never seen one in person, she understood the basic principle. Carlo, could you help me dig a hole underground? It needs to be quite large with only a square opening at the top, but the space below should be ample enough to store all the sweet potatoes. Upon hearing this, Carlo nodded in agreement. Together with Kevin and a few other orcs, they set to work, and before long, a cellar was excavated. Chu Shinran descended to inspect it and found the space quite ample. Allowing Carlo and the orcs to assist in transporting the sweet potatoes down, this cellar can store a plethora of items. Even food for the snow season can be kept here for a long time. Chu Shinran explained. The chief, who had also come down to see the cellar, was quite pleased. If food could be hidden here, then they need not fear wild beasts or rival tribes raiding their supplies during the snow season. If this cellar could indeed preserve food for an extended period, it would be prudent to excavate a few more for future needs. After the cellar was completed, Chu Shinran began to prepare a meal. She first washed several sweet potatoes and tossed them into the fire, which elicited gasps of surprise from the onlookers. Shaoran, didn't you say sweet potatoes were edible? Why are you throwing them into the fire? Isn't that a waste of food? Amy questioned, puzzled. Chu Shinran smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, the sweet potatoes will be roasted perfectly. I assure you, you will all love this. The game caught by the hunting team was entrusted to the other females to prepare, while she focused on the 2 Gugu beasts caught in the trap that morning. After processing the Gugu beasts, Chu Shinran ground the star anise into powder and sprinkled it over them. The chili had not yet dried, so she chopped it finely and added it as well. Just as she was about to wrap the Gugu beasts in a large, thick leaf and place them in the fire, she suddenly remembered the sweet potatoes. Deciding to peel and stuff them into the Gugu beast bellies, she then wrapped them in leaves, encased them in a thick layer of mud, and finally placed them in the fire. At that moment, the roasted sweet potatoes were likely ready as well. Chu Shinran used a stick to retrieve the sweet potatoes she had previously placed in the fire, intending to split one open. However, the heat was so intense that she reflexively dropped it. Noticing her struggle, Carlo approached to assist her in opening the roasted sweet potato. Hot! No! Chu Shinran's warning was cut short as Carlo effortlessly split the sweet potato open. The exterior was charred while the interior was soft and golden, exuding an irresistible aroma that captivated everyone in the square. Are you not burned? Chu Shinran could not help but inquire. Carlo shook his head. Observing the thick calluses on his hands, she realized her question was futile. Sister Shaoran, what is this? Karen was drawn over by the enticing scent, gazing hungrily at the roasted sweet potato in Carlo's hand. This is called roasted sweet potato. It is warm, soft, and sweet, absolutely delicious. Chu Shinran gestured for Carlo to pass the sweet potato to Karen and then continued retrieving the others from the fire. Everyone come and try. The roasted sweet potato is delightful and easy to make. If you need more, just toss them in the fire like I did, but be careful not to overdo it. Chu Shinran encouraged everyone in the tribe to come and sample the new delicacy. Since it was her first attempt at roasting, she had not prepared many, merely enough for each member of the tribe to have a taste. Yet, even a single bite of the fragrant, sticky sweetness astonished them. They had never encountered such a delectable flavor before. Sister Shaoran. This roasted sweet potato is amazing. I have never tasted such a marvelous flavor. I think it's even better than meat. Karen and Kenny's children were immediately captivated by the aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes. The adults of the tribe, noticing the children's delight, decided to set aside the roasted sweet potatoes for them, knowing they could prepare more later. Observing that Carlo had not taken a bite, Chuckson thoughtfully reserved a piece for him. Carlo, here, why aren't you eating? Do try it, she urged, extending the roasted sweet potato towards him. You barely had any earlier, so this piece is for you. Carlo waved his hand in refusal. I already tasted it. You Haven Tea had a single bite, and there will be plenty more roasted sweet potatoes coming out soon. Eventually, Carlo could not withstand Chuckson's insistence and accepted the sweet potato she had saved for him. Before long, the second batch of roasted sweet potatoes was ready, and everyone in the tribe received a whole one. The shaman and the chief, savoring the warm delicacy, suddenly recognized the significance of sweet potatoes. Shaoran, you were right. Sweet potatoes indeed provide a sense of fullness. If the snow season arrives, these sweet potatoes will be sufficient to sustain our tribe for a while. Furthermore, consuming roasted sweet potatoes during the snowy season will keep us warmer. The chief remarked excitedly as he gazed at Chuckson, as the leader of the lion and tiger tribe. His primary concern was food, and the availability of sweet potatoes suggested that no one would starve during the upcoming winter. Aside from roasting, there are numerous ways to prepare sweet potatoes. If we sun-dry them and grind them in a flour, they can serve as a staple food. Staple foods are essential for survival, Chuckson explained. What do you mean by staple food? The shaman inquired curiously from the side. Chuckson pondered for a moment, unsure how to answer such a straightforward question. It seemed the York continent had always relied heavily on meat for sustenance, leading them to believe that it was the most important. However, she recognized that for females, a diet solely consisting of meat would not be beneficial for their health. Staple food is crucial. Our tribe used to depend on it for survival. Meat and vegetables were merely supplementary. Only staple foods can truly fill one's belly. Moreover, a balanced diet of staple foods, meat and vegetables promotes better health and reduces the likelihood of illness. Her words left a profound impact on every member of the lion and tiger tribe. They had never heard such notions before, and it felt as though Chuckson had opened a door to a new era for them. Sister Shaoran, is staple food delicious? Karen asked dreamily that if roasted sweet potatoes are this tasty, the staple food you mentioned must be even better. Of course, it's delicious. It can be prepared in various ways, and besides sweet potatoes, there are many types of staple foods that, don't worry, Sister Shaoran will come up with a way to make some for you to taste in the coming days. Chuckson's words planted a seed of anticipation in everyone's hearts, as they eagerly awaited this legendary staple food. Chapter 25. The delicious Beggar's chicken, while the tribe was immersed in the delightful flavor of the roasted sweet potatoes. Chuckson had just finished preparing 2 Beggar's chickens using the Goo beast. She carefully removed the Goo beast from the fire with a wooden stick, gently cracking open the mud that encased it. Once the leaves were peeled back, the enticing aroma of the Beggar's chicken wafted through the air, capturing the attention of everyone in the tribe. What is that smell? It's so fragrant, since there were only 2 Goo beasts. Each person received only a small portion of the Beggar's chicken, yet almost everyone in the tribe instantly fell in love with the tender, juicy, and uniquely flavored dish. It seems we need to catch more Goo beasts in the future. I thought they had very little meat and wouldn't taste good, but I was pleasantly surprised, Kevin exclaimed, his mouth and hands covered in grease. Not only was the meat tender, but the sweet potato wrapped inside the Goo beast was also incredibly soft and sticky. Moreover, the chili that Chuckson had mentioned was indeed delicious, making people crave more with each bite. Previously, Kevin and the others believed that Goo beasts were too small and meager in meat, so they rarely bothered to hunt them, opting for larger prey instead. They never anticipated that such a small creature could be so delectable. While the females were busy cooking, Chuckson also provided them with some chili and steamed a few sweet potatoes. The main course for the lion and tiger tribe's dinner that evening consisted of sweet potatoes, stir-fried cabbage with meat slices, and a meat soup, leaving everyone fully satisfied. The taste of the chili was well received, with some individuals even returning to request more from Chuckson. Additionally, Dar's condition had improved significantly. He was carried outside and placed in the square, while Ran carefully monitored his diet, preventing him from consuming greasy meats and spicy chili. Watching the others enjoy the chili, their mouths reddened with delight, left Dar feeling envious. Noticing the tribe's insatiable appetite for Gugu beasts, Ran brought up an idea she had been contemplating to the chief and the shaman. Earlier, when she found the black fruits and cabbage, it had been a stroke of luck that those items were edible and non-toxic. However, after spending some time in this new environment, she realized that many plants were different from those on Earth. It was possible that some edible plants back home could be toxic here on the Orc continent. Thus, Ran sought to instill a habit of cultivation among the lion and tiger tribe. She proposed that they attempt to raise Gugu beasts, which would not only provide food, but also allow her to test new edible plants on the Gugu beasts beforehand to determine their safety. Chief, shaman, we should try raising some Gugu beasts. That way, when food becomes scarce, we will have a source of sustenance. Additionally, since I don't recognize all the plants, we could have the Gugu beasts sample unknown plants first. Ran's idea garnered unanimous support from everyone present, as they found her suggestion to be remarkably clever. They had never considered the possibility of capturing wild beasts for domestication before. Shaoran, your idea is truly brilliant. Besides Gugu beasts, we could also consider raising small prey like long-eared beasts, the chief praised. Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, aside from these small creatures, we could potentially raise sharp-horned beasts and even tusked beasts in the future. The females shivered at the thought of raising sharp-horned beasts and tusked beasts, deeming them too fierce and dangerous, capable of inflicting serious harm. After finalizing their plans, the next day, when Carlo led the hunting team, he paid special attention to Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts, intending to capture some for Ran to raise. Meanwhile, Ran did not join the harvesting team, as the previous day's sweet potato harvest had been abundant, and she needed to process them promptly. Ran enlisted a few orcs to help her create stone tools for mashing. They used a military knife to carve a groove into a long stone, then found a suitable long stone handle that fit into the groove. Ran and the females who stayed in the tribe washed the sweet potatoes and placed them into the stone grooves, using the stone handles to mash them. This process was labor-intensive and required considerable strength, especially with a large quantity of sweet potatoes, and Ran and the females worked for a long time without finishing. At that moment, the hunting team returned, and Carlo brought back 3 Gugu beasts and 2 long-eared beasts. Upon seeing the Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts, Ran was overjoyed, but as she attempted to stand, she suddenly winced and sat back down. What happened? Are you all right? Carlo hurried over to inquire. Ran's expression twisted in pain. She had been sitting and mashing sweet potatoes for too long and realized her back was nearly breaking when she stood up too quickly, leaving her unsure of what expression to wear. Carlo gently helped her up, rubbing her lower back for a moment, with a tone that was both caring and reproachful. Why didn't you take a break? You shouldn't be doing such heavy work. Just wait for me to return to do it, that I'm fine. I just haven't done physical labor in a long time and suddenly felt a bit unaccustomed. Besides, as a member of the tribe, it is my duty to assist with these tasks. How could Ran not contribute? It was not just the females. Even the elders, the chief, and the shaman were helping. So she could not simply stand by idly. Carlo settled into Ran's spot and continued to mash the sweet potatoes on her behalf. Ran took a moment to rest, and as her back gradually improved, she slowly straightened up. Just sit there and rest a bit longer. Don't rush to get up, Carlo urged anxiously as he saw Ran trying to stand again. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything strenuous. I just want to check on those Gugu beasts and long-eared beasts. Carlo successfully captured the living cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts, and knowing that Shinan intended to nurture them, he ensured they were unharmed during the capture, using a vine net to ensnare them without inflicting any injuries. Shinan enlisted the help of 2 beastmen to construct a simple enclosure. She found a suitable patch of land not far from the square and directed the 2 beastmen to carve some longer wooden stakes, creating a fence in which she planned to temporarily house the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts. Chapter 26. Making sweet potato flour after placing the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts inside. Shinan called over Colin, Kenny, and a few other children. Colin, Kenny, how was the cuckoo beast we had yesterday? Shinan inquired with a smile. Colin and Kenny nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "It was delicious! Sister Shaoran, we have never tasted anything so exquisite. Would you like to have more? Chu Shinan asked, and the children eagerly nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with desire as they looked at her. You see, your brother Carlo has brought back these cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts. As long as we raise them, when they produce little cuckoo beasts and little long-eared beasts in the future, we will have even more meat to enjoy. However, the adults in the tribe are all busy with their own tasks. So I plan to entrust the responsibility of raising the cuckoo beasts to you. What do you think? Chu Shinan continued to coax them with a gentle smile. Upon hearing her question, the children were filled with determination and assured her they would not let her down. They wished to assist the tribe, but the adults had said they were too weak to help with the sweet potatoes. Now that Chu Shinan had assigned them such an important task, they were resolute in not betraying her trust. Don't worry, Sister Shaoran. We will take good care of the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts. We promise they won't starve. The children vowed. Good children, you are wonderful. Chu Shinan praised, patting their heads. She then reminded them, just find some vegetable leaves for the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts to eat every day. You can also catch some small insect for the cuckoo beasts, so they will grow plump and healthy. After entrusting this task to the children, Chu Shinan returned to observe the tribe members as they mashed sweet potatoes. Unfortunately, Carlo wouldn't allow her to assist. Although the females in the tribe were weaker than the beastmen, they worked tirelessly and were far more capable than Chu Shinan. After a while of mashing sweet potatoes, her hands were chafed, and her back ached, prompting Carlo to insist she stop. Lilith, while mashing her own sweet potatoes, privately grumbled, blaming Chu Shinan for making someone so delicate perform such laborious tasks. Yet, she dared not voice her complaints, as she understood that food was of utmost importance to the tribe. While she could afford to be frivolous in other matters, any mishaps regarding food would earn her the ire of all the tribe members. Seeing Lilith's unwilling demeanor brought Amy immense joy. Previously, Lilith had always slacked off while helping the tribe, but now, in front of so many people, she could no longer afford to be lazy, with the collective efforts of everyone in the lion-tiger tribe. By the time darkness fell, the sweet potatoes had finally been thoroughly mashed, but of course, Chu Shinan had set aside a portion of sweet potatoes, not converting them all into sweet potato flour. Chu Shinan then led everyone to separate the mashed sweet potato residue from the liquid, placing the liquid into pre-prepared wooden barrels to let it settle, marking the conclusion of their day's labor. T.O. reward the tribe members for their hard work. Dinner was bountiful, in addition to the live cuckoo beasts and long-eared beast Carlo had brought back. Several more had been caught in traps he had previously set, though they were already dead. Chu Shinan prepared a stew of these cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts, complemented by a horned beast they had hunted that day. Everyone feasted to their heart's content. Though the day had been exhausting, they were laboring for their own sustenance. Just the thought of it filled the tribe members with vigor, especially since they would enjoy a hearty meal afterwards, a luxury they had once scarcely dared to imagine. As the sweet potato liquid needed to settle for an entire day, the following day, Chu Shinan joined the foraging team once more. This time, no new food sources were discovered, but she did find some mushrooms beneath a sturdy tree. They appeared non-toxic, yet Chu Shinan could not be certain, so she gathered some to take back for the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts to sample. Upon returning, she learned from the children that the long-eared beasts would eat anything they were offered, while the cuckoo beasts seemed hesitant and had not eaten anything, merely calling out incessantly. However, after a full day of hunger, the cuckoo beast began to nibble on a few morsels. Chu Shinan tossed in the mushrooms she had collected, and without hesitation, the long-eared beasts rushed over to devour them. The cuckoo beasts watched from a distance, and once assured of their safety, approached cautiously to peck at the food, after observing the cuckoo beasts and long-eared beasts for a while. Chu Shinan noted no adverse reactions, suggesting the mushrooms were indeed safe to eat. However, she chose not to disclose this discovery to the tribe, fearing someone might mistakenly harvest toxic mushrooms as dusk approached. The sweet potato had settled sufficiently. Chu Shinan guided the tribe members to drain the water and laid the settled sweet potatoes out to dry. Once they are dried, we will have sweet potato flour. With the current high temperatures, it won't take long for them to dry, and soon we will be able to eat. Upon hearing this, the tribe erupted in cheers. After dinner that evening, Carlo was summoned by the chief, leaving Chu Shinan alone in the cave. When Carlo returned, she noticed a solemn expression on his face. What's wrong? Is there something amiss? What did the chief say? Chu Shinan inquired anxiously. Well, the tribe's salt supply is running low. My father wants me to take a few beastmen to the sea beast tribe to trade for salt. Although the lion-tiger tribe has had an abundance of food lately, the consumption of salt has increased correspondingly. The chief and the shaman have estimated that the remaining salt may not last through the hot season, so I must set out promptly, Carlo explained. Will you be gone long? Chu Shinan asked with concern. Carlo nodded. The sea beast tribe is quite far. The round trip will likely take about 2 months. Hearing this made Chu Shinan uneasy. She struggled to articulate her feelings since arriving on the Beastman continent. She had lived alongside Carlo, and the thought of him leaving for such an extended period was difficult to bear. When will you leave? Tomorrow. I need to prepare the game for the salt exchange. So I might stay in the tribe for a few more days until I have enough to set out. Don't worry. After I leave, Abel will continue to lead the beastmen on hunts. Chu Shinan fell silent, unsure of what to say. After learning of this situation, she spent a restless night, tossing and turning, filled with unease. Chapter 27. The salt exchange the next day, after hearing Amy and Nina's words. Chu Shinan's worries deepened. Previously, our tribe would exchange salt during the rainy season, as the game was plentiful then. Even with a long journey, the wild beasts along the way would be less aggressive due to the abundance of food. However, if we go now to exchange salt, Carlo and the others, laden with game, will surely attract the attention of wild beasts. During the hot season, these beasts are hungry and irritable, making them far more dangerous. Noticing the increasing distress on Chu Shinan's face, Amy attempted to comfort her, saying, You needn't worry so much. Carlo is incredibly capable. He is the strongest warrior in our lion-tiger tribe, and the beast god will surely protect him on his return. Indeed, Shaoran, you shouldn't fret so. Carlo will be just fine, Nina chimed in, now more familiar with Chu Shinan and speaking in soft reassurance. Chu Shinan understood their sentiments. She knew Carlo was formidable, yet even the strongest could have moments of carelessness. What if something happened during the journey? Ever since she learned of this, she had been troubled. She sought out the shaman to check the remaining salt supply and found it truly was dwindling. The shaman was aware of her concerns for Carlo, but reiterated that there was little that could be done. The entire tribe is reliant on salt. Thus, they can only send Carlo out for a single venture. A decision the chieftain made with great reluctance. Chu Shinran had initially proposed to Carlo that she accompany him to the sea beast tribe, which resides by the coast, knowing the method of extracting salt from seawater. She believed that they could travel lighter without the need to carry an abundance of game, thereby reducing the perils of their journey. However, Carlo dismissed her suggestion without a second thought. Carlo, why not? I truly know how to extract salt from seawater. If you take me along, we won't need to barter for salt with our catch, thus minimizing the dangers we face on the road. Please, Carlo, take me with you. I promise I will obediently follow your instructions the entire way. No, Carlo replied firmly. He gazed intently into Chu Shinran's eyes and resolutely stated, Ran, I cannot allow you to take such risks. You must remain here in the tribe and wait for my return. Frustrated by Carlo's stubbornness, Chu Shinran felt powerless, as Carlo had always indulged her whims, but once he had made up his mind, she found herself unable to sway him. Left in a state of vexation, she sought alternative means. Besides seawater, salt could also be sourced from salt mines and salt deposits. Yet, having only seen salt mines on television, Chu Shinran was unaware of the geological conditions necessary for their formation, making her quest akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, she diligently examined the stones and soil surrounding the tribe, hoping to uncover any trace of salt deposits. Yet, even on the eve of Carlo's departure, she had found nothing. Ran, after I leave, do not venture outside the tribe without the company of a beast man. The tribe is safe, but the outside world is fraught with dangers, so you must exercise caution, Carlo advised, his concern palpable. Chu Shinran nodded. Carlo had been reiterating these words for days. Understanding his worry, she found no annoyance in his insistence, dutifully agreeing time and again that if you need anything, seek out Dar. Stay away from Abel, Carlo added. He planned to take Kevin with him, and since Dar had only just recovered, Carlo decided against bringing him along on this journey. Hearing Carlo's words, Chu Shinran looked at him quizzically, unsure of his reasoning. Although she had little impression of Abel, having exchanged only a few words with him, she wondered why Carlo had made such a statement. Did Abel pose a problem? Carlo shook his head. Just keep your distance from him. He had noticed Abel's gaze towards Chu Shinran, and although he had never expressed his displeasure before, he could no longer contain it as the time to leave approached. Chu Shinran nodded in agreement. With Carlo's departure imminent, she asked him to help move her stone bed against the wall, as she felt a tinge of fear sleeping alone in the cave without him. Before Carlo shifted the bed, she requested that he drill a few holes into the wall. She intended to insert wooden sticks into the holes and bind animal hides to the wall to mitigate the chill when she touched it. However, as Carlo used his knife to carve the holes, Chu Shinran suddenly sensed something amiss with the falling earth. "Carlo, wait," she called, crouching to touch the powder that had fallen from the holes. Why was the earth white? A disbelieving thought crossed her mind as she sampled a bit of the white powder. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "What is it?" Carlo asked urgently, noticing her reaction. "Carlo," Chu Shinran's voice trembled, "you needn't barter for salt tomorrow." "I found salt. I found salt." She leapt excitedly towards Carlo to caught her, though still puzzled by her exclamation. "Ran? You mean you found salt?" "Yes," Chu Shinran exclaimed, detaching herself from Carlo and scooping up the powder from the ground. "If I'm not mistaken, this cave must be the legendary salt rock. Use your knife to extract more." Following her instructions, Carlo struck the wall several times with his knife, and the fallen powder was indeed mixed with white particles. Chu Shinran scrutinized it closely, and with absolute certainty, she declared that it was salt. She could hardly believe their fortune. The very substance she had been searching for was right before her eyes. Salt rock is formed from the sedimentation of seawater or lake water, suggesting that this place might have once been a vast ocean that dried up eons ago, leaving behind salt deposits. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's speculation about the cave potentially being rich in salt, Carlo was equally astounded. He hurried to inform the chieftain and the shaman, who rushed over upon learning of the discovery. "Shaoran, is what you say true? Is there really salt behind this cave?" the chieftain asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Chu Shinran enthusiastically nodded. While Carlo went to summon others, she took a knife and dug a bit more soil, revealing large expanses of white behind the wall, albeit mixed with much black soil that would require purification. Chapter 28. Salt rock extraction. The chieftain and the shaman sampled the white powder, finding it salty and somewhat bitter. Indeed, it had the taste of salt. The chieftain summoned all the beastmen and females of the tribe to gather. Together with Carlo, Chu Shinran ventured into another cave. Discovering that its walls also contained salt rock, it seemed the entire mountain adjacent to the lion-tiger tribe was replete with salt. "Carlo, how long have you lived here?" Chu Shinran inquired. "Over a decade. A catastrophic beast tide destroyed our previous tribe, and under my father's leadership, we trekked far and wide to find this place. The caves were already here when we arrived, and my father deemed it a suitable place to settle. So we made our home here," Carlo explained. Initially puzzled as to why the salt had gone unnoticed during the excavation of the caves, Chu Shinran now understood. She pondered how long these caves had existed and whether those who had dug them had known about the white substance. The lion-tiger tribe had fortuitously settled here, never considering what lay behind the cave walls. The tribe erupted in excitement upon hearing the chieftain and shaman's announcement. In the beastman continent, aside from food, salt was paramount. The sea beast tribe thrived due to their knowledge of salt extraction, relying on it instead of hunting to sustain their people, while the lion-tiger tribe expended a significant amount of food annually in exchange for salt. The discovery of such abundant salt rock truly felt like a blessing from the beast god. Yet, the salt tasted bitter and contained much black soil, far inferior to that of the sea beast tribe. The shaman suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Shaoran, you are correct. However, this salt rock still requires purification that I will teach everyone how to extract salt tomorrow." Though the chieftain was eager to learn the method of salt extraction, he recognized that night had fallen and the tribe had exhausted themselves throughout the day. Therefore, he decided to quell his excitement for the moment, instructing the tribe's beastmen and females to return home and rest, postponing the salt extraction discussion until the following day. That night, none in the lion-tiger tribe slept soundly, all eagerly awaiting the dawn, impatient to commence salt production at the break of day. The chieftain and shaman sought out Chu Shinran. Aware of their urgency, she refrained from lengthy explanations and immediately led them into action. Chu Shinran selected an abandoned cave, instructing the beastmen to extract as much salt rock as possible, while the females fetched water from the river in wooden basins. They then placed the chunks of salt rock into the water, waiting for them to dissolve. "All right, you may all return to your tasks. Just await the salt rock's dissolution," Chu Shinran declared, brushing the dust from her hands. "Is it that simple? But the salt isn't ready yet," Kevin questioned, puzzled. With a smile, Chu Shinran replied, "It's not over yet. This is merely the first step, but it will take time for the salt rock to dissolve. So, everyone, please tend to your tasks, and we will proceed with the next step once the salt rock has melted." Upon hearing her words, the chieftain instructed the hunting team to venture out to hunt. While the gathering team went to collect food, still concerned about the salt rocks, he assigned several individuals to guard them. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran checked on the sweet potato powder she had left to dry a few days prior. It still needed several more days of sun exposure. Then Chu Shinran went to check on the creatures cared for by the children, the gugu beasts and the long-eared beast, in recent days. Carlo had captured several live ones and placed them in the enclosure. The gugu beasts and long-eared beasts gradually adapted to their life within the confines, perhaps sensing that they were being fed. These creatures settled down, abandoning any thoughts of escape. After some time, when all the salt rocks had melted, Chu Shinran took several female companions and used her clothing as a filtering cloth to strain the melted salt water repeatedly. Then set the filtered salt water out in the sun to continue evaporating. After several days of drying, a white crystalline layer formed on the surface of the wooden basin. The members of the tribe, both orcs and females, were moved to tears upon witnessing these crystals, astonished that their lion-tiger tribe could produce salt. When the water had evaporated, what remained in the basin was a generous amount of white salt. Since it was their first attempt at salt production, Chu Shinran did not yield a large quantity. But now that they knew the method, future production would be considerably easier. The chief and the shaman tasted the salt they had produced, their joy palpable as they exclaimed that it was purer than that from the sea beast tribe. Having seen the salt made by the sea beast tribe, Chu Shinran believed they must have known that drying seawater would yield salt. But they lacked the knowledge of filtration, resulting in a product filled with impurities that, in contrast, Chu Shinran's salt was refined and pure due to the filtering process, employing her delicate clothing as the filter. Once the salt was produced, the chief and the shaman gathered all the tribe members together to prevent any future betrayal of the tribe's secrets. The chief required all orcs and females to swear an oath by the beast god, vowing never to reveal the method of salt production, lest they face the beast god's wrath. Having spent considerable time in this place, Chu Shinran understood that the beast god held a sacred place in the hearts of the orcs and females of the continent. Their faith in the beast god was unwavering, making such oaths a serious commitment. Chu Shinran comprehended the chief's intentions. Salt was of utmost importance to every tribe, and carelessness could ignite conflict. Thus, exercising caution was always prudent. Following the successful production of basin of salt, the chief and the shaman appointed several orcs specifically to oversee salt production and store the harvested salt in the cellar. With the salt issue resolved, Carlo no longer needed to venture out into danger, and Chu Shinran finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 29. Making steam buns with an ample supply of salt, Chu Shinran could finally prepare many dishes she had previously hesitated to attempt. Many wild animal entrails required salt for proper cleansing, and she even used salt to create a type of blood dish, which intrigued the tribe members as they tasted this viscous concoction for the first time. Besides preparing entrails, Chu Shinran also taught the females how to make cured meat, which could be preserved for an extended period by turning excess meat into cured products. They could ensure supplies lasted through the snowy season. Chu Shinran led the females in cutting the meat into long strips, puncturing the pieces, and rubbing in spices like star anise and salt before placing the strips into a wooden barrel. Pressing them down with a heavy weight and remembering to turn the meat daily for about 4 to 5 days. During the curing process, Chu Shinran also made some jerky. She sliced the meat into strips, placed them in a stone pot with spices, boiled them, and then laid the strips out to sun-dry. Due to the high temperatures, the meat quickly transformed into jerky. This jerky was highly favored by the tribe, and after tasting it, the chief requested that the females make more, as it could be stored through the snowy season. The previously dried sweet potato flour was nearly ready, and Chu Xinran planned to try steaming it into buns the next morning. Having only steamed buns made from wheat flour before, she was uncertain if sweet potato flour would yield similar results. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to try, especially since she was concerned about Carlo's breakfast. Carlo left early in the morning and previously had to make do with leftover roasted meat from the day before, which was cold and hard to digest. Now, he could at least enjoy some roasted sweet potatoes and jerky. However, Chu Xinran believed breakfast could be improved. Carlo faced dangerous hunts, and a hearty meal was essential for his strength in battling wild beasts. At the crack of dawn, Chu Xinran rose early, having kneaded the sweet potato flour in a dough the night before and allowed it to rest overnight. After kneading it again, she shaped the dough into individual buns and placed them in a pot to steam. The steamer was a simple contraption she had crafted from ula grass woven with vine strips. As the buns steamed, Chu Xinran prepared a large pot of steaming noodle soup using the sweet potato flour. Once the buns were ready, she removed the steamer lid, releasing a wave of steam and revealing perfectly yellow buns standing upright. Incredibly tempting. After tasting one, Chu Xinran found the flavor delightful, soft and sweet. Overjoyed to have a staple food once more after such a long time, she felt tears of excitement welling in her eyes. After steaming the buns, Chu Xinran stir-fried the jerky and stuffed several buns with the meat, then poured the noodle soup into a wooden container, sealing it tightly with a lid. She carefully placed all of breakfast into a specially woven insulated bag made of several layers of animal hides, with soft fur both inside and out. While it may not provide perfect insulation, it would still offer some warmth. During the hunt, when Carlo retrieved the breakfast Chu Xinran had prepared for him, the other orcs could hardly contain their envy. How could Carlo be so fortunate? How had he found such an excellent little female, while they were left to gnaw on sweet potatoes and dry jerky? Carlo enjoyed hot soup and a delectable bun filled with meat. Carlo, share some with your brothers, Kevin boldly approached, asking for a taste. No way, this was specially prepared for me by Ran, Carlo replied without hesitation, unwilling to part with the breakfast that Chu Xinran had so lovingly made. Carlo, you're truly lacking in brotherly spirit. What harm is there in sharing with a good friend? Do you want to watch me suffer while gnawing on jerky? Kevin pleaded for quite some time until Carlo, unable to endure Kevin's persistence, finally relented and handed him one bun filled with meat. Kevin seized it and devoured it ravenously, disregarding all decorum. What is this? It's so delicious. I've never eaten anything like this before. This is made from sweet potato flour. Sweet potato flour? Kevin was incredulous. Wasn't that just powder? How could it be transformed into something so chewy and delicious? The other orcs listened to Carlo and Kevin's exchange, filled with envy but too shy to ask Carlo directly for a taste, instead casting longing glances at the remaining buns in Carlo's hands. Noticing the other orc stares, Carlo quickly consumed the bun filled with meat, fully aware that they might attempt to snatch it away at any moment. The other orcs lamented Carlo's lack of camaraderie, having left them with nothing. Yet, since it was made from sweet potato flour, they hoped to enjoy some themselves upon returning from the hunt. Chu Xinran passed the remaining buns filled with meat to Karun, the chief and the shaman, who had come to inquire what this delightful dish was. Chu Xinran felt a bit embarrassed, unsure if her bun making would be successful, leading her to prepare only a small amount, insufficient for the entire tribe. Fortunately, the dough had risen adequately overnight. This is made from sweet potato flour, and I'll teach you how to make it shortly. After tidying up the cave, Chu Xinran emerged to instruct the other females on how to work with sweet potato flour. She demonstrated how to steam the buns, and the watching females were captivated, marveling at how the shapeless powder could transform into round buns. The buns steamed this time were distributed among the tribe, and everyone who tasted them was astonished by the delightful texture they had never experienced before. Not only can we make buns, but we can also make noodles. Now let me show you how to prepare sweet potato flour for rising. If we start now, we can make it by evening. Chu Xinran poured a generous amount of sweet potato flour into the basin, then added a splash of water and began kneading the dough. The other members of the tribe watched in awe as the flour gradually transformed into a cohesive dough. In Chapter 30, the discovery of the soap pod tree. After Chu Xinran had successfully kneaded a ball of dough, she invited Dian Yang to give it a try, and soon the other females began to follow suit, learning to knead the dough themselves. Once the dough was prepared, they placed it outside to rise. Should anyone suddenly enter the lion-tiger tribe, they would surely be taken aback by the sight of neatly arranged bowls of dough in the square. This orderly scene had been a constant in the tribe for some time now. Initially, it had been buckets of sweet potato flour drying in the sun, followed by bowls of salt water being sun-dried, and now was cured meat alongside the rising dough. After perfecting the dough, Chu Xinran checked on the progress of the curing meat, discovering it was nearly ready. She punctured the meat, tied it with vines, and hung it on a framework made of wood. Due to the fierce sun and high temperatures, by afternoon, the meat had dried to a semi-cured state. Chu Xinran, along with Jia Niang and Amy, took the meat down and placed it in a large pot over a roaring fire to smoke. Once the meat turned a golden hue and the moisture had been removed, it was ready. This cured meat had a long shelf life. When it was time to eat, it merely needed to be steamed in a pot. The tribe's leader, the shaman, and the elders beamed with hopeful smiles as they observed the newly prepared jerky and cured meat. In the past, as the snow season approached, the faces of the elders were often clouded with despair, with some even choosing to leave the tribe in solitude, wishing to pass away quietly and leave the food for the younger generations. Now, with such an abundance of provisions to sustain them through the snow season, it seemed to signify newfound hope for these elders. Upon returning from the hunt, the orc hunters and the gathering females were greeted with the sight of the prepared cured meat, their faces alight with joy. When it came time for dinner, several females set about making steamed buns while Chu Xinran taught others how to prepare noodles. After kneading the dough, she rolled it out with a wooden pin and cut it into noodle shapes, with the other females closely following her lead. Once the pot of water reached a boil, Chu Xinran added the noodles, and after cooking, she served them in bowls, topping them with stir-fried cabbage and slices of cured meat, resulting in a fragrant bowl of noodles. In addition to the dry noodles, Chu Xinran also made several bowls of soup noodles, and at that moment, every member of the tribe devoured their bowls of noodles heartily. The orcs discovered that not only were these noodles delicious, but they were also quite filling. Previously, they would need to consume copious amounts of roasted meat to feel satisfied, but now, 2 or 3 bowls of noodles left them feeling pleasantly full, a feat that was previously unthinkable. The females, with smaller appetites, found 1 bowl sufficient to satiate their hunger. The leader conveyed this revelation to Chu Xinran, who smiled in response, recognizing the advantages of grains. While orcs typically consumed a large quantity of meat, grains offered a different experience, both satiating and storable. It was at this moment that the lion-tiger tribe truly grasped the profound significance of the grains that Chu Xinran had spoken of. With grains, their future days would indeed improve gradually, rather than the relentless cycle of hunting that had been fraught with danger and hardship. Chu Xinran observed that while orcs generally favored dry noodles, the females preferred soup noodles, relishing their warmth. In addition to noodles, many orcs enjoyed steamed buns paired with vegetables. From that day forward, the staple food of the tribe began to transition towards grains, moving away from the sole reliance on roasted meat. While the food situation progressed smoothly, Chu Xinran found herself increasingly troubled as she realized that her personal supplies were nearly depleted. Her towels had become threadbare, some repurposed for other uses, but she could substitute with animal hides, which, thanks to ample salt, were now exquisitely soft and suitable for use as towels. The toothpaste was also finished, yet she could chew on mint grass found by the river, which posed little issue. However, the most pressing concern was the depletion of soap. Without anything to wash her hair or bathe, her frustration was mounting. Originally, there had been no designated bathing area in the lion-tiger tribe, but it was Chu Xinran who proposed the construction of a sheltered space upstream by the river for the females to bathe. Now, during the hot season, with soaring temperatures, a mere task would leave one sweating, prompting Chu Xinran to visit this makeshift bathing area daily. Influenced by her example, Carlo also began to take daily showers. However, without shampoo or soap, Chu Xinran felt perpetually unclean, leading her to search for soap pod trees daily. Though she found none, only gathering various vegetables and seasonings along the way. One day, Carlo returned from the hunt bearing good news. "Look, is this the soap pod you were searching for?" Carlo presented a pod-like plant to Chu Xinran. She eagerly took it, inhaling its scent, and exclaimed, "Carlo, you are simply amazing. This is indeed the soap pod. Where did you find it? Is there more?" Carlo, with a shy smile, replied, "I found it deep in the forest, from a large tree with plenty of soap pods." Knowing how troubled Chu Shinran had been over the past few days, he had made a point to venture further during his hunts in search of the tree she described. And to his delight, he had succeeded. "Is it far from the tribe? Can you take me there now?" Chu Shinran asked eagerly. "It's a bit far and quite dangerous. I can gather more for you tomorrow when I go hunting." "Please be careful. If it's too risky, don't push it," she cautioned. Carlo nodded in agreement. The next day, upon Carlo's return, he brought several baskets of soap pods for Chu Shinran, who used them to clean the soiled animal hides. Discovering they cleaned remarkably well, she washed her hair with the soap pods by the river. She attracted the attention of other females. "Shaoran, what are you using to wash your hair?" Amy inquired curiously. "Soap pods. They leave my hair fragrant after washing, and you can also apply it to your skin while bathing. It's delightful, and it cleans animal hides very effectively." Just then, having finished washing her hair, Chu Shinran invited Amy and the others to come closer and smell her hair, which indeed exuded a refreshing aroma. "It smells wonderful. I want to try it too." "Shaoran, where did you get these soap pods?" Amy continued to question. Chu Shinran explained that Carlo had gathered them for her, prompting the other females to seek out their orc partners or fathers, asking them to collect soap pods during their hunts. The orcs found this request rather perplexing, leading many to ask Carlo where the soap pod trees were located. Shortly thereafter, nearly every female in the tribe had acquired soap pods, which quickly became quite popular. Later, Chu Shinran heard from Amy that Lilith had also approached Carlo for soap pods, but he had ignored her, leading her to run off in tears. Ultimately, her father provided her with the soap pods instead. Many moons later, a curious custom developed within the lion-tiger tribe. Whenever an orc sought to court a female, they would gather soap pods to present to her. In Chapter 31, Trouble Befalls Abel. Life continued peacefully until one fateful day when a hunting team hurriedly returned, carrying an injured orc. "What happened? What's wrong with Abel?" the leader inquired urgently upon spotting Abel lying on the ground. "Leader, Abel was injured while battling a ferocious beast. It seems his arm is broken," Kevin replied, his voice tinged with gloom. Though he held no affection for Abel, he did not wish to see him suffer such a fate. In the orc continent, losing an arm rendered an orc nearly useless, a ferocious beast. "How did you encounter one?" The leader was taken aback, sternly addressing Carlo. "Carlo, how could you lead the team into such danger? Have I not instructed you to steer clear of ferocious beasts? Are you satisfied with Abel's condition now?" Carlo hung his head in silence, unable to respond. Kevin, witnessing the leader's reprimand, quickly interjected, "Leader, this is not Carlo's fault. When we encountered the beast, he ordered an immediate retreat, but Abel refused to listen and insisted on charging forward, resulting in this predicament. The ferocious beast was widely recognized across the orc continent as the most brutal of predators. Even a group of several orcs stood little chance against it, which is why orcs typically avoided confrontation whenever possible. Indeed, it is entirely my fault. It has nothing to do with anyone else. I brought this upon myself." Upon observing the ritual, Abel glanced at his arm and then shook his head, realizing that his last flicker of hope had extinguished. With a somber expression, he remarked, "Abel, do not utter such words. Let us devise a plan to save you." The chieftain hastily consoled him, turning to the shaman and inquiring, "Shaman, what do you think? Is there still a chance?" The shaman approached and gently examined Abel's arm, which hung limply, devoid of strength. He gravely shook his head, stating, "It appears to be broken, and I am at a loss for remedies." Upon hearing this, the expressions of many present turned sorrowful. Chu Shinran, having remained silent for quite some time, caught the chieftain's eye, prompting him to urgently ask, "Shaoran, do you possess any solutions? Last time, you healed Dar. Surely you can mend Abel." Chu Shinran glanced at Abel, whose eyes reflected hope, then at the chieftain, and finally at the silent Carlo nearby, sensing something amiss. Noticing Chu Shinran's prolonged silence, Carlo stepped forward and spoke, "Father, do not press Shaoran. She has already stated that her success with Dar was merely fortuitous." "Silence! I entrusted the entire hunting party to you. It is your duty to safeguard every member of our tribe. Now that Abel is in peril, you cannot evade responsibility. The chieftain chastised Carlo before turning back to Chu Shinran. Pleading, Xiao ran, is there truly no remedy? Abel's arm cannot remain broken. How will he live thereafter? Seeing the chieftain's relentless reprimand of Carlo, Chu Shinran felt discomfort. Chieftain, uncle, Kevin just mentioned that this is not Carlo's fault. He requested a retreat at the first opportunity, yet Abel disregarded orders. How can blame be placed on Carlo? Chu Shinran then addressed Abel. I recall stating when I treated Dar that his recovery was a stroke of luck, and such fortune may not strike again. Moreover, Carlo warned you to heed commands and refrain from acting recklessly. You agreed then, so why rush into danger now? Abel, upon hearing her words, let out a cold laugh. Remaining silent, why did he charge forth? Was it not due to Carlo's rising esteem within the tribe, compelling him to confront the assailant alone to prove himself the mightiest warrior of the lion-tiger tribe? Yet, he had failed, resulting in his current plight. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering, no one daring to speak for an extended period. Finally, Chu Shinran sighed and approached Abel. She understood the struggles each person faced to survive and recognized the sacrifices Carlo made for the tribe. Thus, witnessing Abel's disregard for his own life ignited her ire, yet she could not bear to watch a life slip away. As she gently touched Abel's arm, relief washed over her. It seemed not to be broken, but rather dislocated. Although her knowledge on the matter was limited, she recalled a time when her mother had broken a bone and the extensive research she had conducted to care for her. Upon witnessing Chu Shinran's actions, the others felt a glimmer of hope, and Abel fixated on her, awaiting her next move. Chu Shinran instructed Carlo to hold Abel steady. As she assessed his arm, she seized the moment when Abel was unprepared and forcefully lifted his arm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by her sigh of relief. This was her first attempt at such a maneuver, but she felt compelled to try. Otherwise, Abel's arm would be irreparably damaged. That it was a desperate gamble, akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. After another examination, she discovered that the bone had indeed returned to its proper place. She was astonished by her unexpected success. Remarkably, Abel remained composed, not even flinching at the pain. A sensation returned to his arm. Abel's face lit up with excitement, eagerly gesturing, only to be halted by Chu Shinran's urgent plea. Do not move. Your arm is not yet healed. If you continue to thrash about, I cannot be held accountable for any further damage. Abel obediently ceased his movements, his gaze fixed on Chu Shinran. Carlo, observing Abel's demeanor, felt a twinge of unease, yet he could not interrupt as Chu Shinran tended to Abel's injury. Chu Shinran then instructed the other beastmen to fetch cool water from the river, using it to dampen animal skins for a cold compress on the swollen area of Abel's shoulder. Subsequently, she secured his shoulder and arm with the skins. For the time being, refrain from using your arm and rest in bed. Otherwise, it may truly become irreparable, she warned, eliciting only a nod from Abel in response. Witnessing Chu Shinran's successful treatment of Abel, the others regarded her with newfound respect. How was it that this young female possessed such remarkable abilities, even mending broken limbs? Chapter 32. The proposal for housing in light of their gazes. Chu Shinran felt compelled to reiterate. This was merely a stroke of luck. I happen to know what to do, did I assure you. Should there be another incident, I may be powerless. Fear not, Xiao ran. We understand that Carlo acts in our best interests. Kevin chimed in. The chieftain, feeling slightly awkward from Chu Shinran's earlier discontent regarding his reprimand of Carlo, approached her with a query. Is Abel's arm truly in good condition? Are there any precautions we should take? Simply avoid using the arm for now. From tomorrow onward, soak the animal skins in warm water, applying them to the swollen area daily. Additionally, ensure he consumes ample bone broth. She instructed. To this point, Carlo had moved to stand beside Chu Shinran. Grasping her hand, she comfortingly squeezed his hand before responding. As Abel had no family, it was Jia's mother who took on the responsibility of caring for him. Chu Shinran reiterated the care instructions to Jia's mother and shared the method for preparing the bone broth. However, considering that Abel needed to recuperate, and given the damp, cold environment of the cave was unsuitable for recovery, she pondered and proposed, Chieftain, Uncle, shaman, Carlo, I have long believed that residing in the cave is unsustainable. The cave cold environment is detrimental to our health. Elderly members of our tribe suffer from the chill, and some may even become immobile. Furthermore, given Abel's injury, it is inadvisable for him to recuperate in such conditions. While it is tolerable during the warm season, the snow season will be even more unbearable. But where shall we live if not in the cave? The chieftain inquired, visibly troubled. We can inhabit houses. All members of our tribe dwell in houses. They are constructed of wood and clay, providing shelter from the wind and rain, as well as protection from the cold. With adequate insulation, the houses can remain warm even during the snow season. Is it true, Sister Xiao Ran? Will it really be warm during the snow season? Carlo asked curiously, recalling how arduous the snow seasons were, marked by cold and hunger. He struggled to envision a warm winter. Indeed, as long as we can construct the houses. However, building them will require considerable manpower, and tribe affairs may need to be paused, Chu Xinran continued. The tribe members listened with rapt attention to her vision for housing, captivated by the benefits she described. After some discussion, the chieftain and shaman remained undecided about whether to pursue the construction. Carlo, what is your perspective? The shaman inquired. Carlo contemplated and responded, houses should be built, but not at this moment. The heat of the current season is too intense. No one can endure the heat during the day. The best time for construction would be during the rainy season. Upon hearing Carlo's words, Chu Xinran recognized her impatience. He was indeed correct. Building in the heat of summer would pose significant challenges as the females of the tribe engaged in their daily labor. They invariably sought refuge beneath the shade of trees. When the heat became unbearable, they would retreat to cool caves for a respite. It was virtually impossible for anyone to remain outdoors throughout the sweltering day. Even mealtimes were reserved for after sunset, when they would venture out to prepare dinner. Constructing a dwelling would necessitate spending the entire day outside, a feat no one could endure. Both the chieftain and the shaman concurred with Carlo's perspective, and the others in the tribe voiced no dissent. Regarding Abel's injury, Su Xinran could only advise that he spend more time basking in the sunlight during the day, avoiding the perpetually damp environment. After concluding their discussions, the assembly dispersed, and Abel gazed at Carlo, who was holding Su Xinran's hand, his eyes lingering on them, lost in contemplation. Upon returning to the cave, Su Xinran hesitated, her thoughts unvoiced, when she first arrived in the tribe. She felt little amiss, but as time passed, she became increasingly aware of the chieftain's peculiar demeanor towards Carlo. Why did he seem so harsh with Carlo? His sternness had long surpassed the bounds of what a father should display. Furthermore, Karen still resided with the chieftain. Why then had Carlo chosen to move out alone? Yet, observing Carlo diligently engaged in his tasks, Su Xinran found herself reluctant to inquire further. What if this was a scar etched deep within Carlo's heart? Would her questioning merely serve to cruelly reopen old wounds? Perhaps it was best to wait until he felt ready to share. The following day, due to the emergence of ferocious beasts in the wilderness, Carlo granted the hunting team a reprieve, allowing them to rest for a few days before resuming their pursuits. The tribe's meat supply was still adequate, so there was no urgency to hunt. Seizing the rare opportunity to take a break, Carlo took Su Xinran and Karen to explore the vicinity of the tribe. Along their journey, Karen spotted a bird's nest atop a tree and implored Carlo to revert to his original form, allowing him to ascend the great tree. Karen gleefully emptied the nest of its eggs, and upon descending, he proudly presented the precious eggs to Su Xinran. Since her arrival, Su Xinran had yet to taste chicken eggs and had hoped that the clucking beast would eventually lay some. However, those creatures spent their days consuming rather than producing, leaving her with little hope. Just as she contemplated how to prepare the eggs, she was taken aback to see Karen smash one and consume it. "Karen, what are you doing?" Su Xinran exclaimed, incredulous. "Eating bird eggs?" He replied cheerfully, offering her another egg. "Sister Xiaoran, you should try it too. Although the taste isn't exceptional, it's still worth having occasionally." Su Xinran shook her head. She could not stomach raw chicken eggs, let alone raw bird eggs, as the strong odor repulsed her. "How about I cook these eggs for you?" she suggested. "I promise it will taste far better than eating them raw." Karen nodded enthusiastically, saying, "Sister Xiaoran, everything you make is delicious. The bird eggs will undoubtedly be delectable as well." Having decided to prepare the bird eggs, Su Shinran, Carlo, and Karen scoured the area for nests, returning with a bounty of eggs. Upon their return to the tribe, Su Shinran cracked the eggs into bowls, preparing a portion as a savory custard and another as scrambled eggs. These dishes ignited a frenzy among the children, who clamored for the delectable treats. All the children relished the custard and scrambled eggs, and Su Shinran managed to reserve a few for the elders of the tribe. That night, perhaps influenced by the newfound abundance of bird eggs, the clucking beasts finally laid eggs, and Su Shinran was overjoyed to discover 5 eggs in the enclosure the following morning. From that day forth, the clucking beasts laid eggs daily, and the greatest joy for the tribe's children became their morning ritual of rushing to the enclosure to see if any new eggs had been laid. Su Shinran prepared nearly all the eggs for the children and the elderly in the tribe. Sister Shaoran, perhaps we should share these eggs with the children and the hunters who are out in the wild. We old folks have lived long enough. It would be a waste for us to eat these, the elders remarked. Uncles and aunties, you mustn't say that. You have contributed so much to the tribe in the past. Now that you are older, it is your time to enjoy the fruits of your labor, Su Shinran urged. Upon hearing her words, the elders were deeply touched. They had anticipated sacrificing themselves for the tribe as winter approached. But with Su Shinran's arrival, they witnessed a transformation that rekindled their will to live. Chapter 33. Crafting walking sticks. Su Shinran's kindness towards the elders stemmed from tales shared by Amy and Nina about how some elders had chosen death to conserve food for the younger generation. We fear that the uncles and aunties might make such a foolish decision again, disappearing from us without a word. Sister Shaoran, thank goodness you came. You have truly changed our tribe for the better. Amy's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke. Su Shinran felt a great sorrow upon hearing these stories. She could not fathom the emotions that compelled the elders to depart, sacrificing themselves for the tribe's future, choosing to starve or freeze alone outside, and some even falling prey to wild beasts. What kind of spirit was this? They had given so much in their youth, yet in their later years, they chose to end their own lives for the tribe. It was an unimaginable cruelty. Su Shinran observed that many elders of the lion-tiger tribe, once vigorous in their youth, now suffered broken limbs or lay bedridden, awaiting death. After contemplating their plight, Su Shinran enlisted Carlo to craft several walking sticks from wood, enabling those with minor ailments to move about more freely for the bedridden elders, lacking the means to create wheelchairs. She enlisted Carlo, Kevin, and Dar to frequently carry them outside to bask in the sun, preventing them from languishing in the dark cave, concerned that the elders might feel superfluous to the tribe. Su Shinran also sought simple tasks for them to undertake. After implementing these changes, the elders in the tribe visibly regained their vitality, each one eagerly awaiting Su Shinran to assign them tasks. Eager to demonstrate their continued usefulness and contribution to the tribe, in addition to these efforts, Su Shinran discovered a vital food source: radishes. Radishes and cabbages were essential vegetables for winter, and she had successfully located both. Radishes offered a myriad of culinary possibilities, and their consumption boasted numerous health benefits. On the day Su Shinran unearthed the radishes, she sent word back to the tribe, summoning additional villagers to assist in transporting the harvest, filling baskets, and storing them in the cellar to celebrate the bountiful harvest. Su Shinran decided to prepare a dish she had never attempted before: dumplings. She first allowed the sweet potato dough to rest, then diced copious amounts of boar meat along with cabbage and radishes, with Carlo helping to chop the meat, his strength making him far more efficient than her as Carlo prepared the filling. Su Shinran rolled out the dumpling skins beside him. Though working with sweet potato flour posed challenges, she endeavored to shape them properly, careful not to roll them too thin lest they burst in the pot. The dumpling-making process became a lively affair, with children eagerly joining in, resulting in their faces dusted with flour. Yet none successfully formed a single dumpling. Su Shinran's own knowledge of dumpling making was limited, as she only knew the simplest technique for making money bags. The other females, inexperienced, appeared somewhat clumsy in their attempts, failing to match Su Shinran's skill. Eventually, she ceased worrying about their aesthetics. As long as they could be sealed tightly to prevent spillage, she was content. When the first batch of dumplings was placed in the pot to boil, the entire tribe watched in anticipation. These dumplings were the collective effort of everyone. The dumplings were met with resounding acclaim, with Kevin, the most voracious eater, consuming nearly 200 in one sitting, leaving Su Shinran astounded at his voracity. She had never encountered anyone quite so gluttonous. The feast brought immense joy to the tribe, which had previously toiled tirelessly to survive through hunting and foraging. They never imagined they could one day enjoy such an easygoing lifestyle. Life in the tribe had improved significantly. In addition to meat, they could now enjoy sweet potatoes, flour, and a variety of vegetables, all previously unimaginable. Formerly, they had subsisted on a single meal a day, with only those who ventured out to hunt or gather permitted 2 meals. Now, everyone could relish steaming hot meals, waking up to buns and sweet potatoes, a life they had never dared to dream of before. Nevertheless, Su Shinran felt that relying solely on sweet potatoes as a staple was insufficient. Sweet potato flour had its limitations in creating various dishes, and only wheat and rice were truly suitable as staples. However, Chu Shinran had already scoured the surroundings of the tribe, yet she still could not find any wheat or rice, nor corn. Thus, she was compelled to continue her search for more food outside. After finishing the dumplings, Chu Shinran took several children to play with the toys they had previously made. Suddenly, an idea struck her for another toy that could be crafted. She enlisted Carlo's assistance to find some sturdier trees and then fashioned a wooden slide in the shape of a slide, ensuring that the surface was smooth to avoid injuring the children's delicate skin. The supporting structure behind the slide was a hefty, uneven stone standing firmly in place, allowing the children to climb up and then slide down. The new toy sent the children of the tribe into a frenzy of joy. However, this time they did not squabble, but rather lined up obediently, taking turns to slide down. Observing this, Chu Shinran felt that Carlo's teachings were indeed effective. In truth, these children would be considered quite sensible on Earth. But on the Orc continent, the expectations were far more stringent. The wild beasts in the wilderness were no trifling matter. If one failed to subdue them, they would turn and devour you. Survival of the fittest. Moreover, these children represented the future of the lion-tiger tribe, so Chu Shinran fully understood Carlo's strictness. It was all for their own good, to ensure they could thrive in the Orc continent in the future. Chapter 34. The herbivore tribe Sikhs helped the lion-tiger tribe have been basking in joy when suddenly an unexpected visitor arrived. Chief Reese, Priest Victor, please, we implore you to save our herbivore tribe. We are truly at our wits' end, wept Butte, the chief of the herbivore tribe, tears streaming down his face. What has happened? Please take a seat and share your troubles, Chief Reese urged, helping Butte to sit down while also instructing Jia to prepare some food for the orcs of the herbivore tribe. This year's hunting season has yielded far too few prey. Our tribe's orcs can hardly catch anything. Now, both our orcs and females can only subsist on red fruits, but subsisting solely on red fruits is unsustainable. If this continues, members of our tribe will starve. Upon hearing Butte's plight, Chief Reese empathized, recalling the hardships they had endured before Chu Shinran's arrival. Chu Shinran stood observing the orcs, noting that they were from the herbivore tribe, and deducing that their beast forms must resemble herbivores, short and frail in stature. Butte had brought along 3 or 4 orcs, one of whom had a shifty expression, constantly eyeing the belongings of the lion-tiger tribe. Jia soon returned with steamed sweet potatoes and roasted meat, which the orcs from the herbivore tribe devoured hungrily. Chief Reese, where did you procure such delectable food? Inquired the shifty-eyed orc, his mouth full. This is my son, Andrew, Butte introduced, gesturing towards the orc. Andrew merely nodded in acknowledgement towards Chief Reese and the priest before returning to his meal. After finishing, Andrew continued to demand more, prompting Jia to fetch additional sweet potatoes and roasted meat. Ensuring that the orcs were finally satiated, Chief Reese, you have always extended help to our herbivore tribe, and we have not forgotten your kindness. However, we find ourselves in another dire situation, and I hope you can once again lend us a helping hand. On behalf of all the orcs and females in our tribe, I express our gratitude. After they had eaten their fill, Butte reiterated the purpose of their visit. Of course, that is not a problem. Chief Reese was known for his benevolence and had already aided the herbivore tribe numerous times, so upon hearing Butte's request, he readily agreed without hesitation. Chu Shinran, observing the chief's response, furrowed her brow slightly but refrained from voicing her concerns. Chief Reese had 10 baskets of sweet potatoes and 2 carcasses of sharp-horned beasts brought forth. Bute's face lit up with joy upon seeing such an abundance of food, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. However, Andrew appeared disgruntled. Chief Reese, it seems your lion-tiger tribe is thriving. Everyone looks so rosy and healthy. Look at us in the herbivore tribe. We are all emaciated. This meager amount of food is hardly sufficient for us. I implore you, Chief Reese, to provide us with more. Andrew insisted, his tone presumptuous. Chief Reese hesitated at this. What? Are you reluctant to part with it? Our herbivore tribe cannot compare to your lion-tiger tribe. Our beast forms are so small that we cannot catch prey at all, whereas your tribe is agile and finds hunting much easier. Andrew continued, unabashed. Upon hearing Andrew's words, Chu Shinran's expression darkened. Seeing Chief Reese nearly ready to acquiesce, she could not restrain herself any longer. Andrew, you cannot speak so. The prey of the lion-tiger tribe is captured at great risk by our orcs. They toil daily, facing wild beasts just to catch enough food to survive, Chu Shinran stated coldly. Chief Reese, reflecting on Chu Shinran's words, recognized the truth in her statement. Capturing prey was indeed a formidable challenge for the tribe, and without Chu Shinran's assistance in developing new weapons, they would not have secured such a bounty. Who do you think you are? I'm speaking with your chief. Andrew retorted angrily, his face reddening at being chastised by a mere female. His outburst. Many members of the lion-tiger tribe glared at him with disapproval. Carlo stepped protectively in front of Chu Shinran, glaring at Andrew, his warning unmistakable. Andrew took a few steps back, intimidated. Chief Reese was also furious. Andrew, Shaoran is one of our tribe's females. It is not your place to speak to her. Chief Reese, not oblivious, understood the importance of keeping Chu Shinran's contributions discreet. Seeing Chief Reese angered, the expressions of the priest and Carlo also turned sour, prompting Butte to intervene. Andrew, be quiet. Chief Reese, please forgive him. He meant no harm. Reluctantly, Andrew fell silent. Chief Reese, the food you have provided for our herbivore tribe is sufficient. Please disregard Andrew's presumptuous remarks. I express heartfelt gratitude on behalf of our tribe for your generosity. Butte continued. Hearing Butte's words, Chief Reese's demeanor softened slightly. These are called sweet potatoes. Once you return, simply roast them over the fire, and they will be ready to eat, Chief Reese instructed, pointing to the sweet potatoes. Butte nodded appreciatively, glancing around at the flourishing state of the lion-tiger tribe, exclaiming, it is evident that life in the lion-tiger tribe has markedly improved. I have never seen many of these things before, and I am genuinely happy for you all. Chief Reese nodded in agreement, adding, as long as you strive to live well, you too shall prosper. Although he consented to provide food to the herbivore tribe, Chief Reese understood that many things should remain unspoken. After accepting the food, Chu Shinran assumed the herbivore tribe would take their leave. However, Butte continued to engage the chief in trivial matters, seemingly reluctant to depart. Did they wish for even more food? In truth, Chu Shinran was not opposed to providing food to the herbivore tribe, but Andrew's entitled demeanor infuriated her. From Butte's words, it was clear that the lion-tiger tribe had previously assisted the herbivore tribe on numerous occasions. Yet Andrew's lack of gratitude was exasperating. Observing the other orcs from the herbivore tribe nodding in agreement with Andrew's remarks, it became evident that they viewed the lion-tiger tribe as a source of easy charity. Chapter 35. The Departure of the Herbivore Tribe. Butte, do you have any further matters to discuss? Please feel free to speak plainly. Chief Reese inquired, his patience waning as he was drawn into yet another trivial conversation. After a moment's hesitation, Butte replied, since you have asked, I shall be forthright. Although you have generously provided our herbivore tribe with an abundance of food, it would be unseemly for us to continue requesting more. However, we find ourselves in a dire predicament. You are aware of how vital salt is for a tribe's survival. Without it, we cannot endure. Therefore, Chief Reese, I humbly request, if it is not too much trouble, that you send us some salt. And what of the salt you exchanged for last year? The nearby shaman suddenly spoke up and inquired. Typically, the tribes of the Beastman continent exchange sufficient salt for an entire year during the rainy season, returning the following year to replenish their supplies. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, salt is generally adequate. Upon hearing the shaman's question, Butte hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Alas, we have not procured enough salt, so it has run short now. Chief Reese, I implore you to assist us once more. The chief, moved by Butte's plea, contemplated lending a small portion of salt, given that their tribe had recently begun salt production. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Chusanan. Chief Butte, to be candid, our lion-tiger tribe is also facing a salt shortage. We have only recently discovered sweet potatoes, yet to preserve them, we require a considerable amount of salt. Hence, we too are considering borrowing some. I wonder how much salt the herbivorous tribe has left. Chusanan directed her gaze at Butte. Upon hearing her words, Butte appeared visibly flustered. He feared that the lion-tiger tribe might request salt from them. In a state of agitation, he excused himself with his food, initially intending to inquire about the source of the sweet potatoes, but ultimately abandoning the thought upon realizing the necessity of salt for preservation. After the herbivorous tribe departed, the chief looked at Chusanan with confusion and asked, Xiao Ran, why did you deceive the herbivorous tribe about our salt shortage? Before Chusanan could respond, the shaman interjected. Reese, it is not my intention to criticize you, but while you may help others, it must be within the bounds of your capability. Moreover, those from the herbivorous tribe clearly harbor ulterior motives. Their salt supply cannot possibly be insufficient. I know Butte well. He would not engage in such an unreliable endeavor as failing to procure enough salt. His request for salt from our tribe evidently stems from his desire to probe our resources. To ascertain the extent of our provisions, why readily lending out our salt, he will undoubtedly conclude that we possess not only ample food, but also sufficient salt to sustain it. Have you not considered this? The shaman's frustration was palpable. While Reese was commendable in his dedication to the tribe, his propensity for compassion often led him to sympathize with the weak, a sympathy that came at the expense of his own people. Reese recalled the times when our tribe was struggling. Whenever the herbivorous tribe approached you, lamenting, you would unhesitatingly provide them with food. Have you considered the well-being of our own tribe? The shaman continued, admonishing him. The chief found himself at a loss for words. You have not considered. You have given no thought to the fact that the food within our tribe was earned at the cost of lives by Carlo and others. As chief, do you truly possess the right to distribute this food at will? Reese, I refrained from criticizing you before, believing you would eventually awaken to this reality. Yet now, as our tribe begins to flourish, you remain unchanged. You wish to witness our tribe's downfall at the hands of the herbivorous tribe. The shaman's words struck the chief like a blow to the head, awakening him to the foolishness of his past actions. How can you still question why Xiao Ran deceived Butte? Consider how Butte reacted when Xiao Ran expressed our salt difficulties. He departed without a word, fearing we might ask him for salt. After all the time you have spent aiding the herbivorous tribe, this is the outcome you have achieved. The chief stood in silence, overwhelmed by shame, pondering how he could face the members of the lion-tiger tribe. The shaman was correct. His compassion had indeed been built upon the suffering of others. How had he been so blind before? As if bewitched. Shaman, you are right. I have been exceedingly foolish. I can no longer face the position of chief. Please find someone more capable than I to take my place to that moment. The chief was filled with regret, believing himself unworthy of the chieftaincy that in the cave. Only Chusanan, Carlo, the chief, and the shaman remained. Upon the chief's declaration, a profound silence enveloped the group. Chusanan surveyed the scene, uncertain of what to say. After a long pause, the shaman sighed and continued, Reese, my intent in addressing you is not dissatisfaction with your leadership. Aside from this flaw, you have been a diligent chief, making significant efforts to ensure that the members of our tribe do not go hungry, often sacrificing your own sustenance to save food for others. The entire tribe respects you and believes you are an excellent chief. I am sharing this with you so that you understand. While your compassion is admirable, you must learn to discern right from wrong, good from bad, especially in our tribe's current upward trajectory. Some individuals are deserving of aid, while others are not. How can you be certain that assisting someone like the chief of the herbivorous tribe will not lead to your own betrayal? Our tribe has worked hard to improve its condition. Can you bear to see your misjudgment cause them to lose this hard-won way of life? The shaman's probing questions resonated deeply within the chief, who finally recognized the extent of his previous folly. Chapter 36. The arrival of the rainy season. Carlo supported the deeply affected chief as they exited the cave, leaving the shaman and Chu Sinan behind. Chu Sinan approached the shaman, gently patting his back. "Grandpa Shaman, please do not be upset. Take care of your health." The shaman sighed. "Xiao Ran, I know you are astute. You recognized the herbivorous tribe's ulterior motives early on, which is why you spoke as you did. However, do not harbor ill thoughts toward your uncle chief. He is merely confused in this matter." Chu Sinan shook her head. "Grandpa Shaman, I hold no ill will towards Uncle Chief. Xiao Ran, there is a reason for Reese's actions. When our lion-tiger tribe sought refuge from the beast tide, the herbivorous tribe extended their aid. Reese has kept this kindness in mind, which is why he readily agreed to assist them when they sought help. However, Reese has since crossed the boundaries of assistance, leading Butte to take it for granted. Furthermore, Reese has indeed aided many in need, such as Abel, who wandered into our tribe as a young beast man. Reese took him in, and now Abel is an adept hunter. Then there is Kevin, whose parents perished in the beast tide. Reese also sheltered him, allowing him to grow up healthy. Thus, Reese has accomplished many commendable deeds." Chu Sinan nodded. "Grandpa Shaman, I understand. You need not worry. Following your words today, I believe Uncle Chief will come to terms with it. I know his nature is simply a bit too kind-hearted." Chu Sinan understood the shaman's intentions in speaking so extensively. He feared that today's events might sow discord between her and the chief. She fully grasped the shaman's good intentions, but truly held no ill feelings towards the chief in the aftermath of these events. The chief fell into a period of despondency. Eventually, the shaman sought him out for a deeper conversation, after which the chief began to regain his spirit, becoming more attentive to tribal matters and considering issues more thoroughly. Before long, the scorching season on the Beastman continent came to an end, ushering in the rainy season, a time of abundant prey, but also heightened danger. During the rainy season, many wild animals are particularly vigorous and active, making beast tides more likely. However, the rainy season also presents an excellent opportunity for storing provisions. From this day forth, our hunting party will extend their time spent outdoors, remaining longer than during the hot season. Carlo quietly explained the nuances of the rainy season to Chu Sinan. "Make sure to exercise caution while hunting. Do not be overly greedy, and certainly do not put yourself in danger for the sake of capturing prey." Chu Sinan advised earnestly. Carlo nodded, taking the breakfast she had prepared for him, and departed with the hunting party. Not long after, Chu Sinan quickly understood why this season is referred to as the rainy season. Shortly after Carlo's departure, a torrential downpour commenced. "Does it often rain like this during the rainy season?" Chu Sinan inquired of Amy, who was nearby. "Indeed, that's how the rainy season is. It frequently rains unexpectedly." "Often for an entire day," Amy replied, looking up from her game of kicking a sandbag with a young female beastman. Fortunately, they had completed the preparations of sweet potato flour, cured meat, jerky, and salt before the onset of the rainy season. Had they delayed until now, they might have accomplished nothing at all. At long last, Chu Shinran understands why Carlo had urged them to hastily complete their task some time ago. However, as she observes the rain pouring down with increasing intensity, concern for Carlo, who is out hunting, surfaces in her mind. With such heavy rain, what if he falls ill from being drenched? Had she known earlier, she would have crafted raincoats or umbrellas for them. What are raincoats and umbrellas? Each time something new is mentioned by Chu Shinran, it is Amy who expresses the most curiosity that a raincoat is an item worn to shield oneself from rain, while an umbrella is held above to provide cover. Xiao Ran, I truly believe your tribe is remarkably clever, able to conceive of everything, Amy remarks. Yet, she adds, if Carlo and Doll were to wear that raincoat while hunting, wouldn't it hinder their movements? It might impede their ability to act swiftly during the hunt. Chu Shinran lets out a long sigh, uncertain whether her feelings of boredom stem from the rain or the sudden lull in activity. However, upon Amy's mention of hunting, an idea strikes her. Ta-da! "Amy, you've reminded me. If we were to create a green raincoat, Carlo and the others could use it as camouflage while hunting, making it less likely for their prey to notice them. And it would keep them dry as well. A perfect twofold benefit." Upon hearing this, both Amy and Nina express interest and gather around Chu Shinran to discuss how to create this item. They begin by weaving a rough outline from vines. then tightly stuffing the gaps with ula grass. As the ula grass has turned somewhat yellow, Chu Shinran and her companions brave the rain to gather fresh green grass from the riverbank to fill the top of the raincoat. Chu Shinran then slips beneath the green raincoat, demonstrating its efficacy to Amy and Nina. Indeed, it conceals her completely, and from a distance, she resembles a patch of green grass. Witnessing their success, the other females become intrigued and follow suit, successfully crafting several raincoats of their own. Chu Shinran prepares a green raincoat for Carlo, a smaller one for Karen, and finally, a light, airy one for herself. After Nina finishes making one for her father and brother, she begins to fashion another from the vines. Nina, who are you making that for? Chu Shinran inquires curiously, noting that the dimensions hardly seem suitable for herself or her mother. Amy, eager to join in, rushes over to inspect the raincoat in Nina's hands and exclaims excitedly, I know for whom she is making it. I know. It must be for Kevin. Upon hearing this, Nina's face flushes crimson, and she retorts quietly, Amy, stop making wild claims. I'm just doing it for fun. Despite Nina's denial, the blush on her cheeks reveals everything. Could it be that she harbors feelings for Kevin, considering Kevin's vivacious nature juxtaposed with the shy and reserved Nina? Chu Shinran suddenly realizes they might actually be quite compatible. One active, one serene, one extroverted, one introverted. Chapter 37. Capturing the Mai beast with the raincoats completed, venturing out of the cave becomes significantly easier. Chu Shinran hands the finished raincoat to Karen, and they both rush toward the enclosure. Inside, the number of cooing beasts and long-eared creatures has been steadily increasing. Prior to the onset of the rainy season, Chu Shinran had specifically arranged for a shelter to be constructed within the enclosure to protect the creatures from the rain. The earliest batch of cooing beasts and long-eared creatures has now produced offspring. And when the younglings were first born, the entire tribe had paid them great attention, as this marked the first successful breeding of animals in their lion and tiger tribe. Observing the positive results from raising the cooing beasts and long-eared creatures, the chief and the shaman have agreed to attempt raising larger beasts. However, despite having enlisted the help of the beastmen to construct the shelter, Carlo and his companions have yet to capture a suitable larger beast to bring back. Either they accidentally kill them during capture, or the living ones prove too fierce for domestication. The underground storage has been built up considerably, designed to hold more prey captured during the rainy season in preparation for the upcoming snowy season. As dusk approaches and the rain finally ceases, Carlo and his companions return from their hunt. Chu Shinran promptly rushes to greet Carlo, noticing that his pelt is completely soaked, which stirs unease within her. Nevertheless, Carlo appears quite pleased, having had a successful day with plenty of game. Tea that moment, Chu Shinran spots a familiar creature behind Carlo and excitedly rushes over. What is this? Did you catch it too? Indeed, Carlo replies, approaching her. This is a Mai beast. Its meat is rather unpalatable, but since we came across it, I thought it prudent to bring it back. Carlo has previously captured numerous Mai beasts, yet at a time when food was scarce. They had no choice but to catch them despite their unappetizing meat. Today, after a moment of hesitation, Carlo decided to capture it, reasoning that even though food is now more abundant, it would be unwise to waste any opportunity to gather sustenance. Hearing Carlo's disdain for the Mai beast, Chu Shinran can't help but feel he lacks appreciation for its value. After all, the Mai beast is akin to sheep on earth, which are quite delectable. It simply seems they do not know how to eliminate the gamey flavor of lamb. The meat of the Mai beast is truly delicious. If you don't believe me, I'll prepare it for you today, and I assure you it will astonish you, Chu Shinran asserts with determination. Upon hearing this, Kevin's eyes sparkle with excitement. Anything Chu Shinran claims to be delicious must indeed be so. I believe. Xiaoran, we shall eagerly await a feast. With Kevin so eagerly anticipating the meal, Chu Shinran instructs him to begin processing the Mai beast's entrails by the river. Make sure to clean the meat thoroughly. Chu Shinran reminds him, rest assured, for the sake of tasting the finest Mai beast meat, I will ensure it is impeccably cleaned, Kevin promises confidently. While Kevin tends to the Mai beast, Chu Shinran presents the raincoat she made earlier to Carlo. Try it on. See if it fits well. What is this? Carlo asks, examining the peculiar item draped over him. This is called a raincoat, a creation I devised alongside Amy and Nina today. When you go hunting in the future, you can wear this. It's lightweight, provides protection from the rain, and also conceals your figure, making it difficult for prey to spot you. After listening to Chu Shinran's explanation, Carlo chuckles as he touches the raincoat. Thank you so much. Your ingenuity is truly commendable. Although prey has become more plentiful, they have also grown increasingly wary, so this raincoat will indeed serve a purpose. Flushed with pride at Carlo's praise, Chu Shinran shyly smiles before turning to prepare dinner. Once Kevin has finished cleaning the my beast, Chu Shinran slices the meat thinly, planning to make hot pot. She has gathered numerous cooking ingredients and has ground many spices into powder, which she mixes with scallions and garlic to create a variety of sauces, distributing them among everyone. After heating the bone broth previously prepared in the pot, she briefly cooks the thin slices of my beast meat before serving them with the dipping sauces, resulting in a truly exquisite flavor. Kevin gives Chu Shinran a thumbs up while devouring the hot pot with great enthusiasm. Besides the my beast meat, other game can also be cooked in the pot, yielding decent flavors, though none can compare to that of the my beast. In addition to the meat, she adds plenty of cabbage, radishes, and sweet potatoes to the pot, making for a delightful meal. Chu Shinran also prepares a stir-fried lamb dish, which is devoured within moments, leaving nothing behind. Now, everyone is well aware of just how delectable the my beast truly is. As Kevin jostles with the surrounding beastmen for more meat, he silently vows to capture a large number of my beast the next day. Indeed, when the hunting team returns the following day, they have captured numerous my beasts, most of which are still alive. Chu Shinran instructs them to place the living my beasts into the shelter they had constructed earlier. This time, the children are not assigned to feed them, as the horns of the my beasts are quite formidable, and since they have just been captured, their tempers remain volatile. Thus, the beastmen will feed them with grass for now. Additionally, they have captured a sharp-horned beast, a species that the hunting team has not caught for some time, and upon seeing it, Chu Shinran feels a surge of joy, due to the previous preparation of jerky using the fang beast. The children had developed a fondness for it. If authentic beef jerky were to be made, the children would undoubtedly adore it even more. When the skies cleared, Chu Shinran utilized the meat of the horned beast to create a considerable quantity of beef jerky, which, as expected, was met with the children's delight. Now, beef jerky had become their second favorite snack, right after eggs. Perhaps it was due to the rainy season that wild beasts had begun to roam about, as Carlo and others soon captured several live horned beasts, which Chu Shinran decided to raise, anticipating their use as sustenance during the snowy season. Regrettably, both the bleeding beast and the horned beast did not belong to the dairy-producing varieties, thus yielding little milk, which left Chu Shinran somewhat disheartened. Chapter 38. Dining separately. As Chu Shinran was cutting grass for the horned and bleeding beasts, Amy stormed in, dragging Nina along. I am utterly infuriated, Amy exclaimed, plopping down in a huff, prompting Chu Shinran to cease her work. What is the matter? Chu Shinran inquired, perplexed. It's all because of Lilith. She is part of the foraging team with me. But since Mandala Mother has been occupied, she has been slacking off in the wild, doing nothing and merely loitering about. When I confronted her, she dismissed me, saying it was none of my business. Everyone in the tribe is laboring, so why should she indulge in so much food while contributing nothing? Amy's voice wavered with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chu Shinran furrowed her brows. Such situations were bound to arise in a communal setting. Some clever individuals would take advantage of others' efforts, choosing to be lazy, believing they could still partake in the rewards without contributing. When Carlo returned that evening, Chu Shinran relayed the matter to him, and his expression grew increasingly grave. If others observe Lilith enjoying such ease while receiving food without any labor, inevitably, some will follow suit. This is certainly not a favorable trend, Carlo analyzed, frowning. Chu Shinran nodded in agreement. Let us consult with elder, uncle, and grandfather priest about this issue. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's account, both the chief and the priest appeared troubled. Father, grandfather priest, if we do not find a solution to this problem, there will be an increasing number of individuals like Lilith, Carlo stated solemnly. The priest nodded thoughtfully. You are correct. Lilith is the first to act in such a manner, and no one else has yet adopted such laziness. Thus, before others follow suit, we must devise a solution. Should I convene a gathering to reprimand Lilith's behavior tomorrow? The chief suggested. Reprimanding Lilith is a minor issue, but her actions reveal the deeper problem of our current system of equal distribution within the tribe. Even without Lilith, if this continues, others will inevitably become like her. This inherent laziness that exists in every individual is unavoidable. And no matter how diligent a person has been, once they realize that others are doing less yet receiving the same rewards, they will certainly succumb to laziness. But we have always lived this way. If we truly change, will it be for the better? The chief appeared uncertain. Elder uncle, previously, we were all focused on working for the tribe due to scarcity. But as living standards have improved, desires have grown, leading to a shift in the overall atmosphere. Most will inevitably adopt Lilith's current mindset, Chu Shinran explained succinctly. Currently, the tribe remains quite innocent, aside from Lilith. No one else contemplates laziness. However, the emergence of individuals like Lilith is an inevitable consequence of evenly distributing resources. Therefore, Chu Shinran wished to prevent the pure, kind-hearted individuals within the tribe from becoming corrupted and repugnant, making this the opportune moment to mitigate losses. After reflecting on Chu Shinran's words, the chief recognized their validity. He turned to her, asking, "So, Xiaoran, how do you propose we resolve this issue? I have an idea for your consideration. The elderly and children in our tribe should remain unchanged. But the youth will need to earn their food through labor. For instance, an orc who hunts a certain amount should receive a corresponding share of food. Likewise, a female who gathers a specific quantity should be allocated an appropriate amount. The standards for these distributions can be determined by Grandfather Priest, who is highly respected in the tribe, ensuring compliance with his regulations. Additionally, it would be best if meals were consumed separately. Each household should prepare their own food, coming together only for significant events. For the elderly and children without families, several females should be designated to prepare their meals, with compensation for their efforts. Chu Shinran presented her preliminary thoughts, recognizing that there were several flaws in her proposal, but believing they could be addressed later. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's suggestions, the chief, the priest, and Carlo were taken aback by this method of distribution, as they had never considered such an approach before. However, upon closer examination, it indeed appeared to be the fairest solution. "Could you please reiterate that for me?" the priest asked, trembling with anticipation. Chu Shinran nodded and carefully explained her plan to Carlo and the others again. The four of them deliberated throughout the night and finally established a preliminary set of standards and regulations. At dawn, the chief summoned everyone for a meeting. He began by reprimanding Lilith for her laziness. Having previously inquired among the other females in the foraging team, confirming that Lilith had indeed been slacking off, as the chief's accusations were voiced, the crowd erupted into whispers, pointing fingers at Lilith. They had thought her merely temperamental, but they were shocked to discover her selfishness. Overwhelmed with shame, Lilith could not meet anyone's gaze, and her parents felt equally humiliated. "I never imagined our tribe would have someone who revels in idleness. Bringing such a negative influence to change this atmosphere. I, along with the priest, Carlo, and Xiao Ran, had devised a plan." The chief detailed each aspect of the plan, eliciting a profound shock among the tribe's members. "Chief, couldn't we continue as we have before? None of us wish to be selfish and lazy like Lilith." An orc called out, unwilling to accept change. The chief shook his head, advising, "This is indeed a good system. Consider this. The more you work, the more food you will receive. The less you contribute, the less you will be allotted. How fair is that?" After much discussion, the tribe's orcs and females agreed that this proposal seemed reasonable. Nodding in affirmation. "Very well. Since everyone has agreed, I will further clarify the regulations shortly. Remember, Lilith must face consequences for her actions and will be required to work without compensation for the tribe for a month. Henceforth, all transgressions will also result in penalties," the chief declared sternly. Lilith now regretted her earlier decision to be lazy, realizing she had become the tribe's laughingstock, mocked wherever she went. That moment, Chu Shinran remained unaware of how fortunate she would feel in the future for having eliminated the factors of instability within the tribe at its inception. Ensuring the survival of the Lion-Tiger tribe. Chapter 39. Harboring resentment. Lilith, if you dare to slack off again today, just try me. Do what the other females are doing. If you continue to be idle, You will see how I discipline you upon your return, Lilith's father warned her angrily as she prepared to join the foraging team. Father, how can you speak to me that way? I haven't been lazy. It's that Chu Shinran who wrongfully accused me. Lilith shouted in outrage. Do you not try to deceive me? I asked Amy and Nina. You have done nothing while in the wild. Lilith, do you not realize how you have embarrassed both me and your mother? Our lion-tiger tribe has never harbored those who are idle, and your actions make it impossible for us to hold our heads high among our kin. Her father lamented, filled with disappointment. Lilith clenched her teeth, unsure of how to respond. She was seething with resentment towards Chu Shinran and Amy. Seeing her daughter in distress, Lilith's mother felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged, Enough. Lilith has acknowledged her mistake. Let us not speak of it any further. Turning to Lilith, he earnestly implored, Lilith, heed your father's words. Both your father and I are acting in your best interest. If you continue down this path, no orc will wish to associate with you in the future. Please be obedient. Lilith, her expression grim, followed the gathering team out of the tribe. Previously, a few females would engage her in conversation, but since the chieftain's reprimand yesterday, no female dared to approach her anymore. Amy, observing Lilith standing alone, let out a cold huff, thinking it served her right. Lilith had always relied on her status as the most beautiful in the lion-tiger tribe, commanding others with an air of superiority, particularly targeting Amy and Nina as her favorite victims. Now, facing this downfall, she had it coming. Amy, isn't this a bit unkind of us? Nina, glancing at the solitary Lilith, spoke with a hint of sympathy. Nina, she brought this upon herself. Have you forgotten how she used to bully you? Besides, she is indeed erred and must face the consequences. Yet, Nina hesitated, but what if she changes? We'll see if she changes. Amy, knowing Nina's kind-heartedness, refrained from pressing further, skeptical that someone like Lilith would ever amend her ways. For the past few days, Lilith had been diligently foraging with the team. Each day upon returning to the tribe, while other females received their rightful rewards, Lilith, due to her punishment, received nothing. Surprisingly, she bore her fate without complaint, quietly fulfilling her duties without slacking off. This newfound diligence gradually improved her standing among the other females. And slowly, some began to converse with her again. Shaoran, Amy, see, I was right. Not everyone is so cruel. Lilith has truly begun to change, hasn't she? Nina shared her delight with Chu Xinyan and Amy regarding Lilith's transformation. I don't believe a person's true nature can change so swiftly. Just wait and see. Lilith won't hold out for long. Amy remained skeptical. Chu Xinyan, silent yet sharing Amy's sentiments, believed it impossible for someone to change so abruptly unless they had ulterior motives. Lilith, of course, was not capable of such rapid transformation, but if you were to ask whom she despised most at that moment, it would undoubtedly be Chu Xinyan. Before Chu Xinyan's arrival, she was the undisputed beauty of the lion-tiger tribe, adored by every orc, and other females dared not oppose her. However, everything shifted once Chu Xinyan entered the picture. The once promised first warrior of the lion-tiger tribe, Carlo, now trailed after Chu Xinyan, while the other orcs spoke of her with admiration. Empowered by Chu Xinyan's backing, Amy and Nina began to stand up to her as well. All of this was Chu Xinyan's doing, and Lilith's loathing for her intensified, seeing other females start to converse with her again. Lilith began to subtly speak ill of Chu Xinyan. Look how comfortable Chu Xinyan's life is now. She doesn't have to lift a finger, merely staying in the tribe all day, she whispered to the females nearby. They quickly retorted, Lilith, how can you say that? Hasn't Shaoran done enough for our tribe? Much of the food we eat now is thanks to her efforts, and all those things you use were taught to us by her. With the strong backlash from the other females, Lilith laughed awkwardly. I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. However, within a few days, she feigned ignorance again, lamenting, the atmosphere in our tribe used to be so vibrant, with everyone hunting and dining together, but now we must eat separately that it's no longer as lively as before. Why do you think Chu Xinyan insists on this? Lilith, have you forgotten why Shaoran and the chieftain implemented this arrangement? It was because of your earlier laziness. How can you still blame Shaoran? Some females replied indignantly. Lilith found herself at a loss for words, momentarily forgetting that her predicament was of her own making. As Lilith repeatedly disparaged Chu Xinyan, The other females gradually discerned her true intentions. That it became clear that Lilith had not changed at all, and they became increasingly reluctant to associate with her. Nina, upon learning of Lilith's remarks, felt a pang of shame and sought out Chu Xinyan to apologize. Shaoran, Amy was right. Lilith has no intention of repenting. That I once felt pity for her and defended her. But I can't believe she would speak of you in such a way. I nearly made a grave mistake. Nina, this is not your fault. You need not apologize to me. It is Lilith who has betrayed the trust you placed in her. The fault lies with her, not you. Chu Xinyan understood that Nina was kind-hearted, often taking blame upon herself, and gently encouraged her, realizing that such a disposition could lead to future troubles. Chapter 40. Strike first. Watching Lilith continually spread ill words about Chu Xinyan throughout the tribe. Abel let out a cold snort, silently cursing her foolishness. With such despicable tactics, Lilith would never succeed in undermining Chu Xinyan. However, considering Carlo's rising reputation within the tribe, Abel's expression grew increasingly grave. That Abel's parents were wandering orcs who had both tragically perished in an accident. When he found refuge in the lion-tiger tribe, Chieftain Reese took him in. Abel was grateful to Chieftain Reese and the tribe that embraced him, yet his sentiments towards Carlo were anything but amicable. Perhaps due to the shadows cast by his childhood of wandering, Abel held an intense obsession with controlling all matters. He believed that only by grasping everything in his hands could he avoid eventual loss. In Abel's eyes, the best way to secure his place in the lion-tiger tribe was to become its chieftain, ensuring that everyone relied on him, thereby preventing abandonment. However, Carlo stood as his greatest competitor in the tribe. Carlo possessed remarkable skills and was the chieftain's son, destined to inherit the tribe. Although the chieftain had stated that he would select a successor based solely on contributions and abilities, Abel remained skeptical. Thus, for many years, he tirelessly worked for the tribe. Initially, he and Carlo were evenly matched, but ever since Carlo brought Chu Xinyan into the fold, Carlo's standing in the tribe had soared. If this continued, Abel's chances of succeeding the chieftain would dwindle. Chu Xinyan was no ordinary female. Her mind brimmed with ideas they had never conceived. Standing by Carlo's side, her contributions to the tribe were shared by him. As this realization sank in, Abel's eyes narrowed. If Chu Xinyan was so pivotal in the struggle for the chieftaincy, he would have to take action. While Chu Xinyan was in a secluded corner of the tribe preparing to craft a bench from wood, Abel approached her, taking the materials from her hands. "Let me handle it." Startled by Abel's sudden appearance, Chu Xinyan could only watch in astonishment as he awkwardly began to whittle the wood with a stone knife. "I can do it. You needn't trouble yourself," she quickly replied. Yet, Abel merely shook his head, wordlessly continuing his task. After observing for a moment, Chu Xinyan offered him her military knife. "Use this, it's sharper." Abel accepted the knife, intrigued by its quality, and began to carve the wood. "I've never seen such a sharp blade," he remarked. In response, Chu Xinyan smiled but remained silent. "Can you make more of these?" Abel asked, his curiosity piqued. He understood the knife's sharpness, but this was his first time holding one, and it explained Carlo's prowess in using it without fear against any prey. Chu Xinyan shook her head. "I cannot make this. It was crafted by a skilled member of our tribe. I lack the ability." Abel, not particularly disappointed, had suspected as much. That if she could create such a knife, she would have taught others long ago and not waited until now. While Abel continued to inquire about the knife, Carlo stood a short distance away, watching the two converse with growing tension, clenching his fists as he remained silent for quite some time. In the following days, Chu Xinyan frequently noticed Abel appearing by her side, offering assistance whenever she was engaged in her tasks. Initially, Chu Xinran and Yabo were not well acquainted and had exchanged only a few words. However, after engaging in several conversations, she discovered that Yabo possessed a remarkably mature mindset, distinctly differing from the typical thoughts and perspectives one might expect from an orc. "Are you suggesting that all behaviors warranting punishment should be predetermined?" Chu Xinran reiterated, inquiring further. "Precisely. If we do not establish these punishments in advance, the legitimacy of the penalties will be undermined, leading to questions within the tribe as to why my actions are penalized while others are not. Only by clearly defining these punishments beforehand can we ensure that those who are punished accept their fates willingly," Yabo elucidated. Chu Xinran found Yabo's insights unexpectedly profound, especially since she had recently been discussing this very issue with Carlo and the tribal leader. Though it had yet to be announced publicly, she was taken aback that Yabo had anticipated this matter ahead of time. Carlo silently listened to the exchange between Chu Shinran and Yabo without voicing any opinions. However, after one hunting expedition, he obstructed Yabo's path home. Observing Carlo's displeased expression, Yabo nonchalantly remarked, "If you have something to say, just say it. If not, step aside. Keep your distance," Carlo warned in a measured tone. In response, Yabo let out a cold laugh and provocatively countered, "What's wrong? Is Xiao Ran your mate? You two are not bonded yet, so on what grounds do you think you can control me?" In the Orc continent, orcs and females only truly become a family after undergoing the bonding ceremony. Put away your ulterior motives. If you dare to harm her in any way, I will not let you off lightly. Carlo retorted sternly, fully aware of Yabo's intentions. Throughout their lives, whatever Carlo possessed, Yabo would invariably scheme to take. Unfazed, Yabo regarded Carlo with a smirk. "You accuse me of having ulterior motives? What about yours? Xiao Ran probably remains oblivious to your feelings. Until she decides on a mate, everyone has the right to pursue her." Carlo, having always triumphed over Yabo, declared, "However, this time, I will not allow you to win." Unable to contain himself, Carlo lunged at Yabo, who without fear, eagerly engaged in the scuffle that Yabo had long desired to fight Carlo. But previously, no matter how he provoked Carlo, he would remain indifferent. Unexpectedly, Carlo lost his composure this time. Ultimately, it was Kevin and Dar who arrived just in time to separate the two combatants. "Enough, Carlo and Yabo. Calm yourselves. No more fighting. The tribal leader and priest are coming." Kevin and Dar each grasped one of them, pulling them apart. The tribal leader and priest, alerted by the commotion, rushed over in a furious state. "Carlo, Yabo, what is the meaning of this? At a time when our lion-tiger tribe should be united, how can you two engage in infighting? What on earth is happening?" The tribal leader glared at Carlo and Yabo with palpable anger. After being separated, they exchanged furious glares. "Carlo, is this how you conduct yourself as the hunting team leader? You have always been so composed, yet now you behave in such a manner. You have truly disappointed me. What is going on?" The tribal leader addressed Carlo with stern seriousness. Carlo remained silent, his face darkened. As Chu Shinran and Amy arrived on the scene, Yabo, "What is happening?" Seeing Carlo's silence, the tribal leader, infuriated, turned to Yabo. "Tribal leader, it's nothing serious. We were merely sparring." Yabo, wishing to downplay the incident, explained with a smile, "You are being utterly ridiculous." The tribal leader, upon hearing Yabo's words, angrily waved his hand and left with the priest. He could see that moment. Chu Shinran noticed the wounds on Carlo's face and hurried over, gently touching the blood at the corner of his mouth. Concern etched on her features. "Are you all right? Does it hurt? Come, I'll take you back to apply some medicine." Carlo shook his head. "I'm fine." However, despite his words, Chu Shinran felt a pang of sorrow, seeing Carlo's injuries, and shot a reproachful glare at Yabo. "You said it was just sparring? Why did you go so hard?" Carlo's eyes swollen. Yabo, sensing Chu Shinran's accusatory gaze, felt a sense of helplessness. Carlo was indeed devious. He bore wounds far worse than Carlo's, as Carlo had targeted areas that were less visible, leaving no external marks, but inflicting internal damage. Observing that Chu Shinran did not even glance at him, but was solely focused on helping Carlo, Yabo could only watch as Carlo, satisfied with the outcome, left with Chu Shinran's assistance. Returning to the cave, Chu Shinran prepared a gugu beast egg and rolled it gently against the corner of Carlo's eye, admonishing him, "Carlo, you must never act so impulsively again." Carlo's spirits lifted at her words, and he smiled in agreement. With the onset of the rainy season, the matter of constructing houses for the lion-tiger tribe was officially set in motion. Chu Shinran contemplated for a prolonged period what type of house to build. After much consideration, she resolved to construct adobe houses. Wooden houses might be too cold, while adobe houses would provide more warmth and allow for the possibility of a heated bed. During the snowy season, having a heated bed would ensure they would not suffer from the cold. To this end, Chu Shinran and Carlo experimented with various types of soil, but all their attempts were in vain, as the soils were too loose and soft to cohere. Ultimately, it was Carlo who devised a method to excavate the silt from the riverbed, combining it with regular soil and dried ula grass to create a suitable mixture for building. Having relayed all the necessary materials for the construction to Carlo, they now needed to fell trees to serve as the beams for the house. Carlo, besides building the house, I also want to try making heated bed. But I'm unsure if I can succeed. What is a heated bed? Carlo inquired. The heated bed is a type of bed made of earth within the house, with channels underneath. Point one end connects to a stove, while the other leads to a flue. When we light a fire at the stove, the heat will travel through the channels and warm the bed, which will remain cozy, while the excess smoke escapes through the flue. In truth, Chu Shinran had never slept on a heated bed herself. All this knowledge was gleaned from books, and she only understood the concept vaguely, leaving her uncertain of its feasibility. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's idea, Carlo became instantly excited that if they could successfully create a heated bed, the lion-tiger tribe would undoubtedly weather the harsh, snowy season without any casualties from the cold. Carlo eagerly relayed this development to the tribal leader and priest, and the group enthusiastically discussed how to perfect the construction of the heated bed. Despite extensive discussions, they failed to reach a conclusive plan. It was best to begin the work and address any challenges as they arose. Thus, Carlo, along with Kevin and Dar, commenced the construction of the first house. Chu Shinran envisioned that the first house would comprise 2 rooms, with the outer room designated for cooking and storage, while the inner room would serve as a sleeping area. The stove for the heated bed would be placed in the outer room, allowing it to warm the inner room automatically while cooking, eliminating the need for additional effort to heat the stove. Carlo and his team began by laying the foundation with stones, then placed appropriately sized timber atop, filling the walls with earth, gradually constructing the exterior of the house. As they built, the entire lion-tiger tribe remained vigilant, keenly observing the proceedings, for this was to be their inaugural dwelling. Once the exterior was completed, every tribe member came to admire it repeatedly, some excitedly touching the structure with care. After finishing the exterior, Carlo and his team partitioned the house into inner and outer rooms using earth, and the next step was to construct the heated bed. The stove and flue for the heated bed were relatively straightforward, but the critical aspect was the channels beneath the bed. Digging the channels was inherently challenging, and even after multiple attempts, heat failed to circulate through. After several unsuccessful trials with various configurations, Carlo grew anxious over the matter. Chu Shinran, equally concerned, deliberated with Carlo for an extended time before they resolved to complicate the channel design. This time, Carlo employed a densely packed S-shaped channel layout, ensuring that every part of the heated bed was connected. He then covered the earth bed with smooth, large stones and sealed it with more earth. When they lit the stove this time, the heated bed finally warmed up. The warmth enveloped her. Chu Shinran leapt with excitement, rushing outside to summon the tribe members to witness this marvel. Chapter 42. The house is completed. Upon hearing this delightful news, the villagers hurried over, gathering around the small dwelling that was now brimming with people. "Wow, it truly is warm," Amy exclaimed, incredulous as she touched the cozy fire. It was utterly magical. Lying on this bed during the snowy season would surely be a delight. The chieftain was equally thrilled, recognizing that this was an invaluable asset for their lion-tiger tribe to endure the winter. With the fire bed constructed, the house was nearly complete. The door was crafted from wood, with 2 wooden pegs inserted into the joints, creating a functional wooden door. For the windows, Chu Shinran temporarily used animal skins, tightly covering them to shield against the wind. Once the house was finished, the entire lion-tiger tribe erupted in jubilation, hosting a bonfire party where everyone danced and feasted on the fruits of their labor, their faces adorned with enduring smiles. "Xiaoran, you are our tribe's benefactor, so this first house belongs to you. You should move in tomorrow," the chieftain joyfully declared, gazing at Chu Shinran. Chu Shinran shook her head, saying, "Chieftain, it is only fitting that you and Elder Shaman reside here first, or perhaps the elders and children of the tribe. That I am indifferent. I can move in at any time." Relenting to her insistence, the chieftain and the shaman, along with Karen, took up residence in the house. With the success of their first endeavor, the subsequent construction of houses proceeded with ease. Most of the tribe's beastmen, under Carlo's leadership, worked on building, while a smaller group, led by Abel, continued hunting in the wild. For convenience, all the houses in the tribe were interconnected, and once completed, the rows of houses appeared quite impressive. By the time all the tribe members moved in, the rainy season had passed significantly. Thanks to their new weapons, even with a reduced hunting party, they managed to capture an abundance of game. Coupled with sweet potatoes, radishes, cabbages, and cured meats, the food supplies of the lion-tiger tribe were now several times greater than during the previous snowy season. Consequently, the chieftain publicly praised Abel in front of the tribe. Acknowledging his exceptional leadership of the hunting team, Chu Shinran continued to share a room with Carlo. After transferring their belongings from the cave into the house, she observed the sparsity of furniture and felt it was inadequate. She enlisted Carlo's help to fell numerous trees, crafting a table, several stools, wooden bowls, spoons, chopsticks, and various containers. Essentially, she made everything that could be fashioned from wood. Other females in the tribe, inspired by Chu Shinran's initiative, also began to furnish their homes with small furniture. Once the houses were built, Carlo resumed hunting with the team, while Chu Shinran sought various ways to prepare nourishing meals for him, aiming to replenish his strength and ease his fatigue. The chieftain, shaman, and Karen now joined Chu Shinran and Carlo for meals, with Karen eagerly following Chu Shinran around, assisting her in everything, his admiration for her evident, even causing Carlo to take a step back. The tribe's affairs were now meticulously organized, with females engaged in foraging and food preparation, while males participated in hunting, patrolling, and farming. The chieftain and shaman, witnessing the tribe's flourishing state, felt grateful for their decision to take in Chu Shinran. They understood that without her, their lion-tiger tribe could not have attained such a prosperous existence. Xiao Ran, are we having meat soup again today? Karen asked, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he saw Chu Shinran cooking meat in the pot. Chu Shinran found his expression amusing, gently pinching his pouting lips as she replied, "What's wrong? Don't you like meat soup? But we've been having stir-fried dishes for several days now. You know, we're using meat oil for our stir-frying, but too much of it isn't good for you. Once we find bean oil, it will be healthier that I promise to prepare more stir-fried dishes for you then." "What is bean oil?" Karen inquired. Bean oil is made from beans, along with peanut oil and rapeseed oil, all of which are healthier than meat oil, she explained. However, even if they found beans and peanuts, she was unsure how to extract the oil, so she could only reassure Karen for now. "All right, since you don't want meat soup, how about I make you a steamed egg instead?" "Isn't that your favorite?" Chu Shinran coaxed. "That I don't dislike meat soup," Karen retorted, his cheeks flushed as he felt guilty for being ungrateful towards Xiao Ran's hard work. Chu Shinran chuckled, pinching Karen's cheek. His reaction was indeed that of a typical child. Previously, he had been overly obedient, which had tugged at her heartstrings. That evening, as she prepared dinner, Chu Shinran made a special steamed egg for Karen, who relished it with delight, causing the adults to smile at his joyful demeanor. After the chieftain, shaman, and Karen departed, Chu Shinran and Carlo busied themselves with their respective tasks. Since it was not yet the snowy season, she had not lit the fire bed, opting instead to lay a thick layer of animal skins on the bed. She and Carlo each took one side, using wood to fashion a pillow. "Carlo, has hunting been smooth these past few days?" "No incidents?" Chu Shinran asked while arranging the bedding. "Nothing major," but Carlo hesitated, his expression growing serious. Noticing his reluctance, Chu Shinran paused, turning to him with concern. "What is it? Is something wrong? I can't shake the feeling that the beasts in the Beastman continent have been acting strangely lately." Strangely? Chu Shinran sat beside Carlo. Puzzled, the game Carlo had brought back recently seemed consistent in quantity. What was amiss? Chapter 43. Beastly Anomalies. "Carlo, has something happened?" Chu Shinran pressed anxiously. "Indeed, in the past few days, the game we've encountered has exhibited unusual behavior, becoming aggressive and irritable. The Mew beasts, typically the gentlest of creatures, would never attack unless provoked, yet the ones we encountered recently charged at us without hesitation," Carlo explained slowly, standing at the front of the hunting party. Carlo had been taken aback by the unexpected assault of a Mew beast, and had he not reacted swiftly, its sharp horn could have pierced him. Initially, he dismissed the incident, but similar occurrences had transpired repeatedly over the past few days, compelling him to take notice. "However, if I'm not mistaken, a beast tide may be approaching," Carlo remarked, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. After observing the beast for an extended period, he noted that smaller creatures had become increasingly scarce. fleeing at the sight of them, while only larger beasts roamed the forests, exhibiting erratic behavior. The beast tide. Chu Shinran gasped, her eyes widening in shock. She had heard tales of the terror a beast tide could wreak. And if it were indeed true, preparations must be made in advance. Chu Shinran and Carlo promptly sought out the chieftain and shaman. Upon hearing their concerns, the chieftain asked uncertainly, "Is a beast tide truly imminent?" It has been many years since we last experienced one, and in the past, there were no warnings. They simply occurred. Could the recent disturbances be unrelated to a beast tide? The chieftain's reasoning held merit. Beast tides did not occur annually, often emerging unexpectedly after several years, catching all beastmen and females off guard. Father, regardless of whether it is true or not, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Carlo insisted. The shaman concurred with Carlo's perspective, saying, "Reese, Carlo is correct. It is better to be cautious. You know how terrifying a beast tide can be. If we fail to prepare, it would be a devastating blow to our lion-tiger tribe." Taking their words to heart, the chieftain gathered the entire tribe, and upon relaying the news, panic swept through the beastmen and females alike. "Chieftain, what shall we do? We had just built our houses and moved in. What if a beast tide truly comes?" As Jia's mother spoke these words, a flicker of terror danced in her eyes, vividly recalling the beast tide that had claimed countless lives of their kin many years ago. Indeed, after enduring such hardship to finally attain a semblance of peace, how could they be confronted with another beast tide? A forlorn orc remarked, "Fear not, for we cannot yet ascertain if this truly is a beast tide. Moreover, even if it is, we have foreseen it in advance, have we not? As long as we prepare adequately, we shall surely weather this storm." The shaman stepped forth to calm the murmurs among the orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe. Upon hearing the shaman's words, the assembly gradually quieted, turning their gazes toward the chief and the shaman standing at the center. Clearing his throat, the chief spoke in a commanding voice. "We have deliberated, and given the uncertainty of when the beast tide may strike, it is imperative that we commence preparations immediately. All provisions in the square and outside the dwellings must be moved to the cellar. We shall all take refuge in the caves, and the beasts we have raised must also be brought inside." Once the tasks were assigned to the tribe, the entire lion-tiger tribe sprang into action. The orcs transported heavy items to the cellar, while others scoured the wilderness for large stones to barricade the cave entrances. Meanwhile, the females busied themselves organizing the scattered belongings, securing the doors of their rooms, tidying the caves, and preparing a bounty of steamed buns and noodles made from sweet potato flour to serve as sustenance during their seclusion. As the organization of the tribe reached its conclusion, all orcs and females sought refuge in 3 expansive caves. The first cave was overseen by the chief and Abe, the second by the shaman and Dao, and the third by Carlo and Kevin. Each cave also having females responsible for cooking. Once everyone was safely inside, Carlo led a few nimble orcs to patrol the exterior. Should the beast tide indeed manifest, they would be able to return swiftly to the sanctuary of the caves. Huddled within the cave, although several torches had been lit, darkness still prevailed. They had drilled holes into the heavy stone slab, blocking the entrance to allow for ventilation. Chu Shinran lay against the stone slab, peering through the aperture at the outside world, her heart fluttering with unease. She was uncertain when the beast tide would arrive or how long they would be confined to this cave. As night fell, Carlo and his patrol returned. Upon Carlo's removal of the stone slab to enter the cave, Chu Shinran hurriedly offered him a few steamed buns and some roasted meat. "You must be famished. Please eat something to replenish your strength." Carlo and his companions had been on constant patrol, keeping vigil for any disturbances in the surroundings, and, as a result, had hardly eaten throughout the day. Seeing him toil so hard tugged at Chu Shinran's heartstrings, Carlo nodded, accepting the buns and devouring them, while the other females quickly provided food for the returning orcs. Once Carlo had finished eating, Chu Shinran inquired about the day's patrol. "What was the situation outside today?" "Today, the sharp-horned and tusked beasts lunged at us the moment they spotted us. Their combat prowess stronger than ever. We did our utmost to avoid confrontation. And we have barely seen the goo-goo and long-eared beasts today." "How about you? Was everything all right here?" Carlo replied. Chu Shinran nodded. "We encountered no significant issues today, but the beasts confined in the cave have been quite restless. continuously making noise. The beasts that had previously been cared for in the tribe had all been moved into the cave, yet they appeared agitated, desperately attempting to break free from their bindings. Once darkness enveloped the cave, the torches extinguished, and Chu Shinran lay beside Carlo, listening to the rhythmic breaths of those around her, struggling to find sleep. Uncertainty gnawed at her as she contemplated how much longer they would remain confined within the cave. Their basic needs were being met in this cramped space, with a makeshift toilet set up at the furthest point of the cave, yet an indefinable odor lingered in the air. Gazing around at the damp, confined quarters, her unease deepened. Days passed in this manner, yet the beast tide failed to materialize. Observing the stillness outside, the tribe members began to murmur among themselves. Xiaoran, could it be that we are overreacting? Perhaps the beast tide will not come after all? A female queried. Chu Shinran peered through the small opening once more, shaking her head as she replied, "Let us wait a few more days and observe." The beasts in the cave remained agitated, and a sense of anxiety gnawed at her. She felt that matters were far from simple and that something was amiss. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps echoed, as if an army were charging toward them. Carlo and his patrol, who had been outside, rushed back to the cave. "Quickly, move the stone slab," Chu Shinran shouted, directing several orcs to ensure Carlo and the others could enter promptly. "They're here. The beast tide has arrived," Carlo gasped, urging everyone to prepare. "Kevin, you and your group come help me block the entrance." No sooner had Carlo spoken than the air was filled with the thunderous roars of the beasts outside, a cacophony that threatened to shake the very ground beneath them. The cave's children erupted into tears, and the females fell into a state of panic. Chu Shinran held tightly to the trembling Karun, striving to reassure those around her. "Do not panic. We are safe here." Though she could not see the chaos outside, the thunderous sounds of countless beasts echoed in her ears. It felt as if they were stampeding through the square, and the beasts kept in the cave had fallen silent, trembling in fear. Perhaps sensing the scent wafting from the cave, the frenzied beasts turned their attention toward them, battering against the stone slab at the entrance. The heavy impacts reverberated through the hearts of every member of the lion-tiger tribe. Carlo and his fellow orcs exerted every ounce of strength to hold the stone slab in place, while the females and children within the cave stared wide-eyed at the entrance, scarcely daring to breathe. As the relentless pounding intensified, Carlo realized that they could not hold out much longer. The force of the beast's assault was growing stronger. "Everyone, shift into your beast forms and use them to block the entrance," he commanded. Without hesitation, Carlo transformed into a majestic lion, and the other orcs followed suit, assuming their formidable beast forms to shield the entrance. With a resounding roar, Carlo's voice echoed through the cave, prompting the orcs in the other caves to transform as well. The frenzied beasts outside, upon hearing Carlo's roar, became even more agitated, their eyes ablaze with rage as they continued to batter the stone slab, desperate to breach the entrance and seize the enticing aroma of food wafting from within. However, once in their beast forms, the orcs found themselves endowed with newfound strength, despite the furious assaults of the beasts. The slab remained steadfast, firmly anchored in place. The frenzied beasts continued their assault for what felt like an eternity, until eventually they realized they could not break through and dispersed, seeking havoc elsewhere. At last, the occupants of the cave breathed a collective sigh of relief. Carlo stood at the entrance for a moment longer, surveying the situation before signaling to the others that they could temporarily relax. Chu Shinran gently patted Curran's back, encouraging him to sit and calm his racing heart. It was only when Carlo approached her, brushing a hand across her forehead, that she realized she had been sweating profusely without even noticing. "Are you all right? The beast should not return here for a while. Do not be afraid," Carlo reassured her, clasping her icy hand in his. Chu Shinran nodded, her previously restless heart finally finding solace. With Carlo's permission, she leaned against the stone slab, cautiously peering outside. The sight that greeted her was one she would never forget, a scene of utter devastation. A pack of ferocious beasts she had never encountered before thundered through their territory. Their eyes glowing red with primal fury, devoid of reason, they lunged at anything in their path, their sharp teeth gnashing. The toy she had made for the children lay trampled and ruined in the square. Moreover, she witnessed these beasts crashing into their homes, the doors reduced to splinters, as many creatures surged inside. Wherever the beast tide passed, nothing remained intact. The wild, chaotic destruction left in its wake was absolute. Seeing the shock etched on Chu Shinran's face, Carlo stepped forward, gently pulling her back. Do not look any longer. It is of no consequence. The belongings can be replaced, but our safety is paramount. How long is the beast tide likely to last? Chu Shinran inquired. Carlo shook his head, uncertain, stating that the timing of each beast tide varied. As night fell, the inhabitants of the cave refrained from sleeping, their eyes wide open, listening intently to the sounds outside. Fearful of another impending beast tide, Carlo stood vigil at the cave entrance, ever watchful for disturbances. Despite her inability to sleep, the day's anxieties weighed heavily on Chu Shinran, and she gradually succumbed to slumber. She was abruptly awakened by a cacophony of violent impacts. Springing to her feet in alarm, she discovered that the frenzied beasts were once again battering the stone entrance of the cave. Carlo and the others were bracing themselves against the opening, perhaps unwilling to relinquish the tantalizing morsels so near at hand, as the beasts persistently continued their assault. As before, after a time, the beasts dispersed to other areas. The occupants of the cave, no longer concerned with preparing meals, resorted to consuming some dry rations. Although panic initially swept through everyone at the onset of the beast tide, under Carlo's leadership and reassurance, the orcs and females gradually regained their composure. The atmosphere within the cave was not as suffused with despair as Chu Shinran had imagined. Each individual endeavored to steady themselves, united in their resolve to weather this arduous ordeal together. Thus, the beast tide endured for several days. When the dawn arrived without the return of the beasts to batter the cave entrance, a wave of joy washed over everyone. Could it be that the beast tide had truly come to an end? Carlo urged everyone to remain in the cave and refrain from rash actions, while he and Kevin cautiously ventured outside. The tribe lay in ruins, yet the previously rampaging beasts were nowhere to be seen. Carlo, still harboring trepidation, accompanied Kevin to scout the area further afield, confirming that the beast tide seemed to have indeed departed from their vicinity. Chapter 45. Rebuilding the tribe, once assured of their safety. Carlo and Kevin finally allowed Chu Shinran and the other tribespeople within the cave to emerge, subsequently notifying the occupants of the other two caves as the members of the Lion Tiger tribe emerged from the cave. Gazing upon their once meticulously crafted settlement now reduced to such a state of disrepair, sorrow gripped their hearts. These beasts were utterly savage. We painstakingly built this, Amy exclaimed in frustration. Chu Shinran placed a comforting hand on Amy's shoulder, reassuring her, "It's all right. As long as we are safe, we can rebuild what has been lost. Fortunately, our food supplies remain intact. Truly, the beast god has blessed us." The nearby priest murmured, casting a wary glance skyward. The primary destruction within the tribe occurred in the square, with the doors of the houses also damaged. Upon entering one of the homes, Chu Shinran discovered that the furniture had been trampled and lay in disarray. Carlo took a few individuals to patrol the borders of the tribe, ensuring that the beasts would not return unexpectedly, while those left in the tribe began to clear away the debris. Items that were beyond repair were discarded, and essential supplies from the cave and cellar were retrieved. Under Chu Shinran's guidance, several orcs chopped down trees to craft new furniture and restore the square. "Sister Shaoran, our slide and swing are gone. Those dreadful beasts destroyed them." Karen and the little tiger Kenny lamented, their faces contorted with dismay as they approached Chu Shinran. She comfortingly patted the heads of the two children, assuring them, "Don't worry, Sister Shaoran will make new ones for you. Everything will be all right." Chu Shinran summoned an orc to construct the slide and swing anew. Once the children's toys were completed, the previously frightened children began to smile once more. With their parents' permission, they rushed off to play. Hearing the joyful laughter of the children invigorated the orcs and females engaged in their tasks. They were filled with a renewed sense of purpose. For surviving the beast tide felt like a stroke of extraordinary fortune. After a day of diligent effort, the tribe barely resembled its former self to celebrate. That evening, a communal meal was held in the square. Chu Shinran personally prepared several dishes, and the members of the lion-tiger tribe savored warm meat soup, fragrant stir-fried dishes, and steamed buns, all feeling contented. Upon returning to her home, Chu Shinran retrieved the animal hides and laid them upon her bed anew, grateful that she had stored them safely in the cellar. Had these hides been ripped apart by the beasts, she would have been utterly distraught. These hides were crafted by Carlo from the game he had hunted, and since she lacked the skill to make them herself, he had gifted them all to her. The thought of them being damaged was unbearable. Fortunately, I had the foresight. If they were destroyed, I would be utterly heartbroken. Carlo, overhearing Chu Shinran's adorable mutterings, smiled gently. If they were ruined, it would be no trouble. I could always make more. That is not the same. These were gifts from you, and even if you made more, they wouldn't carry the same sentiment, she replied, emphasizing that they were memories. However, Carlo, unable to grasp the nuances of the girl's sentiments, shook his head in confusion. Oh dear, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Chu Shinran redirected the conversation. By the way, after this beast tied, I suddenly realized something. Our tribe's defenses seem rather weak, don't you think? Those beasts simply barged in. Should we not devise some means to deter them? What do you propose? Carlo inquired, intrigued. Consider that our current homes are enclosed areas. We could similarly fortify the tribe, that we could delineate a boundary for the tribe and set traps along it to prevent other orcs and beasts from intruding. We would only need to establish one entrance and exit, which could be monitored by a few orcs on rotation. Carlo found Chu Shinran's proposition compelling, and after much discussion and inquiry, he resolved to implement her plan at the break of dawn. Although the lion-tiger tribe was open in nature, it had always maintained a rough boundary, one they had never previously contemplated fortifying. Thus, Carlo and Kevin set to work establishing traps along the designated perimeter. Following their discussions, Carlo and his team dug a wide, deep circular trench around the boundary, effectively encircling the tribe. They fashioned numerous long, sharp stakes from trees and densely inserted them into the trench, leaving only one entrance. Consequently, any beast attempting to breach the lion-tiger tribe without using the designated entrance would find themselves thwarted. The trench was extensive, ensuring that most beasts couldn't leap over it. Even if they did, they would fall into the pit and become impaled on the myriad sharp stakes, i.e. the entrance. Carlo devised a large wooden door, assigning orcs to guard it daily. The chieftain and priest coordinated the daily shifts of the guards, and upon witnessing the completion of the traps, the tribe members eagerly gathered to observe. These stakes are so sharp, one misstep could be fatal, Nina remarked nervously upon seeing the traps. However, her words served as a reminder to Carlo and Chu Shinran. They exchanged glances, and Carlo promptly sought additional help to fell trees for crafting wooden posts, which they then positioned around the traps to prevent any tribe members, particularly the mischievous young orcs, from falling in. Remember, you may play within the tribe, but you must never approach the borders, especially at night. If Sister Shaoran finds out, she won't prepare any treats for you. Chu Shinran sternly advised a group of little ones that we will remember, Sister Shaoran. Don't worry. The children chorused, eager to prove their obedience to her. Chapter 46. A request for help again. A few days after the beast tide had passed, the lion-tiger tribe returned to its usual tranquil existence. Carlo continued leading hunting expeditions, while Chu Shinran joined the foraging team, hoping to gather more edible provisions. However, on this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at the lion-tiger tribe. Chieftain Butte, accompanied by Andrew and several orcs, stood before the gate, gazing in astonishment at the lion-tiger tribe's altered appearance. "Do you require assistance?" One of the orcs stationed at the entrance dutifully inquired, refraining from opening the gate. "I am Butte, the chieftain of the herbivore tribe. I have urgent matters to discuss with your chieftain." "May we enter?" Butte explained. The orc scrutinized Butte and his companions before apologetically responding, "I'm sorry, but I cannot permit you entry directly. Please wait a moment while I inform our chieftain." An orc guard rushed in to report to Chief Reese. Upon hearing that it was a member of the herbivore tribe, Reese waved his hand, granting them entry. "Chief Reese, our herbivore tribe is truly doomed this time." The moment Chief Butte saw Reese, tears streamed down his face, and he appeared utterly despondent, as if he had suffered a grievous blow. The previously arrogant Andrew, who had come last time, now stood silently by, his countenance bleak. "What has happened, Chief Buter? Has something befallen the herbivore tribe?" Reese inquired with concern. Despite the unpleasantness of their last encounter, Reese, at heart a kind-hearted orc, could not bear to see the herbivore tribe in such distress. "You are aware of the beast tide that occurred a few days ago. I presume this tide has claimed the lives of many of our tribe members. The game we hunted has been devoured by those savage beasts. Now, our tribe's numbers have dwindled to half, and we are on the brink of extinction." Buter lamented, still haunted by the memory of those frenzied beasts. Upon hearing Buter's words, Chushin Ron, who stood nearby, was also taken aback. She realized that the beast tide was no trivial matter. Their lion-tiger tribe had been fortunate to suffer only minor losses, while the herbivore tribe had endured such catastrophic casualties. It was truly horrifying. "Dear heavens, may the beast god protect you." Chief Reese was equally shaken by the tragedy. Rendered momentarily speechless, before Buter could gather his thoughts to speak again, Reese instructed several orcs to bring forth food. The herbivore tribe was indeed in dire straits. If he did not extend a helping hand, they would face annihilation. "Chief Reese, every member of our herbivore tribe will forever remember the aid provided by your lion-tiger tribe. If the opportunity arises in the future, we shall certainly repay your kindness." Buter expressed his profound gratitude at this moment. Andrew, who had remained silent for a considerable time, finally spoke up. "Chief Reese, I observe that your guards and equipment are quite formidable. Is it possible that you were aware of the beast tide in advance and established these defenses beforehand?" "Certainly not. These defenses were established only after the beast tide occurred," Reese replied, feeling a tinge of irritation at Andrew's insinuation, yet he remained patient in his response. "Our herbivore tribe is weaker, and thus we suffered such heavy losses during this beast tide. I wonder how the lion-tiger tribe fared. Surely you must have fared better than us?" Andrew continued to press, showing no signs of yielding. "What do you mean by that, Andrew?" Reese finally could no longer contain his anger. "Chief Reese, I see your lion-tiger tribe appearing completely unscathed. It seems that no one died during the beast tide. You certainly weren't in such a fortunate position during the last beast tide. Were you? Speak the truth. Did you know in advance that the beast tide would strike? If you did, why did you not warn us in the herbivore tribe? How can you be so selfish?" Andrew challenged further. Reflecting on the herbivore tribe's current plight, while witnessing the lion-tiger tribe's apparent safety, Andrew could no longer suppress his jealousy. Why had the lion-tiger tribe escaped unscathed? He recalled that many years ago. It was the assistance of the herbivore tribe that had enabled the lion-tiger tribe to survive a previous beast tide. Otherwise, they would have perished. "Andrew, your words are utterly outrageous. How could we possibly have known in advance that a beast tide would occur?" Yes, Carlos sensed something was amiss, but he could not confirm it was indeed a beast tide. Nonetheless, in case of an emergency, we made preparations. Furthermore, any experienced hunter would have been able to discern the anomalies. "We had no knowledge that your herbivore tribe had overlooked these signs," the shaman interjected loudly. In truth, the shaman's words held merit. The signs preceding the beast tide had been rather evident. Many orcs from tribes other than the lion-tiger and herbivore tribes had noticed these irregularities and had taken measures to prepare, thus avoiding the catastrophic losses faced by the herbivore tribe. Only the orcs of the herbivore tribe, negligent in their hunting and believing themselves too weak, had relied on the charity of neighboring tribes, putting forth no effort of their own. Do you truly expect us to believe your words now? Let us not forget that it was the herbivore tribe that saved you during that beast tide many years ago. Without our intervention, how could your lion-tiger tribe enjoy the prosperous life you lead today? Yet now, you stand idly by as we perish, fully aware of the oncoming beast tide, but refuse to send Carlo to warn us. You simply watch as we lose so many lives." Andrew exclaimed in fury. He had now placed the blame for the many deaths squarely on the shoulders of the lion-tiger tribe. Human psychology can be peculiar. When the lion-tiger tribe had first relocated to this area, they had relied on the assistance of the herbivore tribe to settle down. Yet now, the lion-tiger tribe had grown powerful and prosperous. While Andrew found himself increasingly discontented with this reality. "How could we possibly warn you?" Chushin Ron, who had been listening intently, could no longer remain silent. Carlo merely noticed something unusual. He could not ascertain whether it was indeed a beast tide. If he had come to inform you, would you have believed him? If it turned out to be a false alarm, you would undoubtedly blame him for delivering misleading information that if it were true. No one can predict the exact day the beast tide would arrive. What if he had encountered the tide on his way to your herbivore tribe? Chapter 47. Greed, and the serpent that swallowed the elephant Andrew was truly the most selfish orc that Chu Shinran had ever encountered. Moreover, the most frightening aspect was that the majority of the herbivore tribe shared Andrew's sentiments. Despite Chu Shinran's admonition, Andrew remained resolute. What you say is mere evasion. The fact remains that our herbivore tribe has suffered immense losses while your lion-tiger tribe has emerged unscathed. What do you wish to achieve? Chief Reese sighed, exasperated. Andrew scrutinized the dwellings and surroundings of the lion-tiger tribe, asserting with an air of entitlement, "Look at how well your lion-tiger tribe lives now. The guards outside are so formidable, and you reside in such splendid quarters, places we could scarcely have imagined before. Chief Reese, we have always aided each other. Shouldn't you now teach us how to achieve such prosperity?" Ultimately, Andrew's grievances stemmed from his realization of the lion-tiger tribe's flourishing existence since his arrival. He desired to attain such a life for the herbivore tribe as well, seeking to extract all the knowledge from the lion-tiger tribe. "Buter, do you share this sentiment?" Chief Reese asked, looking toward Chief Buter. Last time, when Buter had accompanied Andrew, he had reprimanded him for his excessive words. Yet this time, Buter stood silently by, saying nothing, upon hearing Reese's inquiry. He cast a glance at Andrew, but chose not to speak, seemingly in agreement with Andrew's assertions. Seeing Buter's demeanor, Reese closed his eyes in resignation. How had Buter become this way? He was not like this before. Had Andrew not made such excessive remarks today, Reese might have persuaded Shaoran and Carlo to impart some knowledge to the herbivore tribe, considering their dire situation. Any assistance would be welcome. However, Andrew's words were simply too outrageous, focused solely on their own tribe's welfare without regard for Carlo's safety. Shinran was correct. What if Carlo encountered the beast tide on his journey to the herbivore tribe? Moreover, Andrew and his followers were exceedingly greedy, desiring not just food, but everything the lion-tiger tribe possessed. If this continued, the lion-tiger tribe would eventually be dragged down by them. Buter, I'm grateful for the assistance your herbivore tribe provided to us in the past, which is why we have continued to supply you with food each year. Whenever you have requested something, I have endeavored to accommodate your needs. Yet, look at what you have become. The prosperous life we enjoy today is the result of hard work from every member of the lion-tiger tribe, not something you can whimsically demand with mere words," Reese said solemnly, gazing at Buter. Hearing Reese's words, Buter felt a pang of anxiety. Deep down, he knew that the assistance he had once rendered to the lion-tiger tribe had long been repaid. Yet he still clung to the hope of extracting more from them. Now, hearing Reese's statement, Buter feared that Reese might no longer offer support to the herbivore tribe, prompting him to hastily apologize. "Chief Reese, please do not say such things. I spoke in haste, overwhelmed by grief over the loss of so many tribe members that I simply did not react appropriately. Chief Reese, you must understand that I have always been immensely grateful for the assistance your lion-tiger tribe has extended to us, and I shall never forget it." But Butte, weary of the same old rhetoric, waved his hand dismissively, choosing silence. He would not be fooled again. "Are you truly willing to become such ungrateful beings, lion-tiger tribe? See, I was not mistaken. You are indeed selfish and indifferent to our herbivorous tribe, that if word of this spreads, who would dare to engage with your lion-tiger tribe again?" Andrew, still unconvinced that the lion-tiger tribe would abandon them, stubbornly retorted, "If your herbivorous tribe continues to be so insatiably greedy, swallowing more than it can handle, then no other tribes will wish to associate with you." Chu Shinran replied defiantly. Ultimately, Reese lost all desire to converse with the herbivorous tribe and instructed the other orcs to escort them out of the lion-tiger tribe. The food that had been delivered earlier was to be taken back as well. This was his final act of assistance. "Shaoran Carlo, I did still give them some food. You want tea, hold it against me. Will you?" Once the herbivorous tribe had departed, the chief nervously inquired. Both Chu Shinran and Carlo shook their heads, with Chu Shinran reassuringly saying, "So many lives were lost in their tribe. If it were me, I too would provide them with food." "Chief, you did nothing wrong this time. The expelled members of the herbivorous tribe stood incredulously at the entrance, unable to believe they had truly been cast out. Andrew, this is the dreadful idea you proposed. You said to provoke them into teaching us everything they know. Now look what you've done, angering them. How will we ever request anything from them again? Butte scolded Andrew in frustration. Father, how can you blame me now? You clearly agreed to my proposal before we came, and I don't believe Reese and the others will truly neglect us in the future. See, we still received food this time, did we not? Andrew defended himself. Hearing Andrew's words, Butte's anger subsided somewhat. In truth, Andrew was correct. He understood Reese's character well. Reese was easily softened, which is why he always feigned a pitiful demeanor when visiting the lion-tiger tribe. Even though life was difficult for the lion-tiger tribe, Reese would ultimately extend a helping hand. Furthermore, now that the lion-tiger tribe's fortunes had improved, Reese would be even more inclined to assist the herbivorous tribe. Once his anger dissipated, as long as Butte played the role of the underdog again, Reese would undoubtedly not turn a blind eye. After Butte and Andrew returned to the herbivorous tribe, they recounted the prosperous state of the lion-tiger tribe to their kin. Upon hearing that the lion-tiger tribe was unwilling to share their knowledge, many within the herbivorous tribe felt a deep sense of resentment, dissatisfied with the lion-tiger tribe's selfishness. Chapter 48. Nina's thoughts ever since Nina crafted a rain cloak for Kevin and Amy discovered it. Amy had frequently teased Nina, reddening her cheeks in embarrassment, while Chu Shinran watched with amusement. Amy, if you say another word, I truly will stop speaking to you, Nina exclaimed, her face flushed. All right, I won't mention it again. If I do, someone might just get all flustered. Amy joked with a laugh. However, Chu Shinran remained curious about one matter and asked Nina, Nina, have you given away that rain cloak you made last time? I've noticed Kevin hasn't been using it lately. Nina typically adorned her creations with a unique flower, yet Chu Shinran observed that the rain cloak Kevin had was devoid of such a mark. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's inquiry, Nina's expression dimmed, and she shook her head. I did not give it away. What? Why not? I thought you had already sent it, Amy exclaimed in surprise. Nina fell silent for a moment, then shook her head again, her tone tinged with disappointment. Even if I sent it, he might not accept it. It's probably best to let it be. How can that be? You haven't even tried. So how do you know he wouldn't accept it? Amy urged. Chu Shinran chimed in. Exactly, Nina. Since you worked so hard on it, you must give it to him. Otherwise, your efforts would be in vain. Besides, Kevin is quite amiable. He wouldn't treat you so coldly. Hearing the encouragement from Amy and Chu Shinran, Nina remained hesitant. She had painstakingly crafted that rain cloak over a long period, but when it was finally completed, she lacked the courage to present it. Nina, if you're unwilling to deliver it, I'll do it for you. How about that? Amy, seeing Nina's reluctance, proposed to take on the task herself. No, you mustn't. Nina quickly interjected. Then will you go yourself? Amy asked. Ultimately, Nina reluctantly nodded, deciding to personally gift the rain cloak to Kevin. Come on, Nina, we'll accompany you to find Kevin. That will cheer you on from a distance. You can do it, Amy said, pulling Nina and Chu Shinran along in preparation to seek out Kevin. In truth, the females of the Ore Continent were generally straightforward, rarely shy like Nina, which was why Amy persistently encouraged her to approach Kevin directly. Chu Shinran believed that since Nina harbored feelings for Kevin, she ought to strive for it. At the very least, Kevin should be made aware of her sentiments. When the trio finally located Kevin, they found him engaged in conversation with a strikingly beautiful female named Yuli. Kevin, this is the rain cloak I made for you. I hope you like it, Yuli said bashfully, handing him the item. Kevin accepted the rain cloak and replied, thank you, Yuli. Just in time, I ruined the one Dia's mother made for me. If she finds out, I'll be in trouble. Upon seeing Kevin accept her gift, Yuli's face lit up with joy. However, Chu Shinran and Amy noticed Nina trembling, sorrowfully gazing at the unfolding scene. Kevin, where are you off to now? Yuli asked, her voice laced with excitement. I'm going to pick some red fruits. It's been a while since I've had any. While it's not raining, I'll gather a good amount. Would you like some? I can pick some for you too, Kevin responded, elated at the thought of avoiding Dia's mother's scolding. Yuli, hearing Kevin's offer, beamed with delight and shyly replied, That sounds great. I'll be waiting for your red fruits." With that, she bashfully scampered away. I could see that moment. Kevin turned and finally spotted Chu Shinran, Amy, and Nina, happily approaching them. However, Nina could no longer contain her heartache, and, in despair, covered her face and fled. "Nina! Nina!" Amy called out, hastily chasing after her. Kevin, puzzled, watched Nina and Amy run away, bewildered, and asked, "What is wrong? What happened to them?" Chu Shinran looked at the oblivious Kevin, exasperated. "What do you think? It's all because of you." Unable to comprehend, Kevin set the matter aside and turned to Chu Shinran, asking Shaoran, "Do you want some red fruits?" "I'm going to pick some now. If you want them, I'll bring some back for you." "How many people are you picking red fruits for? Didn't you just say you're going to gather for Yuli?" Kevin's obliviousness was astonishing to Chu Shinran. "Yeah, besides Yuli, I'm also gathering for Karen, Kenny, Dia's mother, and Manda's mother that I've asked them all, and they all want me to bring back red fruits." Kevin replied with a grin. "Forget it, I don't want any red fruits. You can pick for them." Chu Shinran shook her head. "All right then," Kevin said, suddenly recalling the rain cloak in his hand that he pulled it out and said, "By the way, look, I have a new rain cloak. I ruined my previous one, and Dia's mother said she wouldn't make me another if I broke it again, that I was actually thinking of asking you to secretly make me one. But Yuli just happened to give me this one. It's perfect." Chu Shinran was at a loss for words, realizing Kevin likely had no idea why Yuli had gifted him something, and he had simply accepted it with naivety. Shaking her head in resignation, she left to find Nina. When she located Nina, she found her sitting there, hugging her knees and looking down, while Amy comforted her. "Nina, Kevin merely accepted Yuli's gift. It doesn't mean they are together. You still have a chance." Nina remained silent, her head bowed as she quietly wept. Upon seeing Chu Shinran, Amy regarded her as a savior, exclaiming, "Shaoran, come quickly and talk to Nina. I've said so much." But no matter what I say, she doesn't respond. Chu Shinran approached and gently grasped Nina's hand, softly saying, "Nina, you have misunderstood. Kevin knows nothing at all. He is completely oblivious to why Yuli gave him gifts. Moreover, he is not solely picking red fruits for Yuli. He intends to gather them for Karen and the others as well. Just a moment ago, he even asked me if I wanted to eat some. Had you and Amy not left, he would have inquired if you both needed him to gather red fruits too. His act of picking red fruits for Yuli carries no special significance whatsoever." Chapter 49. After the gift-giving Nina, "Did you hear what Shaoran said? Everything you just witnessed was a misunderstanding." Amy urgently interjected after hearing Chu Shinran's words. At this moment, Nina finally reacted. She lifted her head, revealing her swollen eyes, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "Even if it is a misunderstanding, what difference does it make? Kevin is very popular in the tribe. Aside from Yuli, there are many remarkable females who admire him. I'm the most inconspicuous among them. He will never like me or choose me, that I possess no talents. My personality is so introverted, and I have no courage. No one could possibly like me." "Nina, how could you think that way?" Chu Shinran initially believed Nina was merely shy, but now it seemed her demeanor bordered on self-deprecation. "You have so many shining qualities compared to others. You are kind, diligent, and exceptionally resourceful, always considering the needs of others. Both Amy and I are proud to have a wonderful friend like you. How can you belittle yourself like this?" Yes, Shaoran is right. Even if Kevin does not like you, surely there are other exceptional orcs who will appreciate you. Nina, please do not give up on yourself. You are truly wonderful, and you will undoubtedly find a remarkable orc in the future. Nina glanced gratefully at Chu Shinran and Amy, but knew they were merely trying to comfort her. In reality, she felt utterly unpopular within the tribe, with no one liking her. She wished to be alone for a while. Despite Chu Shinran and Amy's concern, they had no choice but to leave. "Amy, was Nina always like this?" Chu Shinran asked as they walked along the path. Amy nodded. Nina used to be very introverted in the tribe, reluctant to socialize with others, which led the villagers to keep their distance to avoid making her uncomfortable. Then there was Lilith, who despised Nina for being so unsociable and often sought ways to bully her. Over time, Nina's shyness intensified, and she became even more withdrawn. Eventually, I felt that this couldn't continue. So I insisted on befriending her. Gradually, she came to accept me. Since you arrived, Lilith has dared not bully Nina any longer. Nina has improved significantly. Beyond her interactions with you and me, she is beginning to socialize with others in the tribe. I never realized she viewed herself in such a negative light. A somber expression crossed Chu Shinran's face. Has Nina always been this introverted? Amy shook her head. Not always. I remember her being quite lively as a child. Her current demeanor likely relates to her parents. What happened to her parents? Chu Shinran inquired, puzzled. She had met Nina's parents, who seemed quite nice, and had never heard Nina mention any issues at home. Before her brother was born, Nina was quite happy, but once he arrived, her parents' focus shifted entirely to him. That time, Nina complained to me, yet she didn't seem to dwell on it. However, something significant occurred afterward. Do you remember the beast tide I mentioned from years ago? Chu Shinran nodded, recalling how that beast tide had devastated the lion-tiger tribe, resulting in many casualties and prompting their relocation. The beast tide struck unexpectedly. During that time, Nina's parents were preoccupied with escaping with her brother and forgot to take Nina with them. Fortunately, Nina found a place to hide. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. The tribe leader was furious when he learned they had left Nina behind and insisted on finding her, ultimately rescuing her. Ever since then, Nina's personality has completely changed, and she has spoken less. Chu Shinran listened in shock to Amy's recounting. That sounds incredibly tragic for Nina. She must have been terrified to face the ferocious beast tide alone. I never anticipated that even in the Ore continent, some parents would prioritize their sons over their daughters. Yet, Nina holds no resentment towards her parents. If Amy hadn't mentioned it, I would never have realized the gravity of what Nina has experienced with them. The next day, when Chu Shinran saw Nina again, she had returned to her usual self, as if nothing had happened. Both Chu Shinran and Amy dared not mention Kevin in her presence anymore. Chu Shinran regretted teasing Nina about Kevin, which had backfired and led to the current situation. Kevin seemed completely oblivious to the nuances of the matter, and Chu Shinran did not wish to inquire with Carlo about it. Even if Carlo and Kevin shared a close bond, it was unlikely they would discuss such matters, and it felt inappropriate to divulge Nina's privacy. Therefore, until she understood Kevin's perspective, Chu Shinran resolved to refrain from acting impulsively, fearing it might hurt Nina again. However, something fortunate occurred for Nina recently. Yuli, having seen Kevin willingly pick red fruits for her, perhaps assumed he had feelings for her. One day, she confronted Kevin and confessed her affections. Only after Yuli's confession did Kevin realize her interest, prompting him to hurriedly explain himself and return the rain cloak she had gifted him. Embarrassed and angry, Yuli punched Kevin, bringing the incident to a close. But from then on, Kevin would think twice before accepting gifts from others. Eventually, after receiving Nina's permission, Chu Shinran presented the rain cloak Nina had made to Kevin, who mistakenly believed it was crafted by Chu Shinran and joyfully accepted it, even boasting about it to Carlo. Carlo glanced at the emblem on the cloak with a bemused expression directed at Kevin, recognizing it was clearly made by Nina. Many in the tribe were aware of this. Yet Kevin remained blissfully unaware. Moreover, Chu Shinran would never craft anything for any orc aside from him, her father, the shaman, and Karen. It was baffling why Kevin was so proud about it. Chapter 50. Discovering the chestnuts one day. While Chu Shinran was preparing a meal in her home, she heard Karen's cries mingled with laughter outside. She hastily set down her items and rushed out, only to find Karen sobbing, his head adorned with a sharp object. Shaoranjia, quickly look at Karen's head. Kenny, one of Karen's little friends, pointed at Karen's head, laughing mischievously. Chu Shinran hurriedly approached and carefully removed the sharp object from Karen's head, gently patting him on the head. No blood, you're fine. Shaoranjia, today, Kevin Gidge is resting, so he took us to play outside the tribe. Suddenly, this strange thing fell on my head, and it hurt terribly. But Kevin Gidge and Kenny kept laughing at me. And no one helped me take it off? Karen complained, feeling wronged. Hearing Karen's words, Chu Shinran couldn't help but chuckle. Karen's appearance was indeed quite comical, and it was no wonder Kevin and Kenny found it so amusing. However, as Chu Shinran glanced at the irregular, spiky object she had tossed to the ground, a sense of curiosity washed over her. Kevin, can you get me a stone to break this thing open? Chu Shinran instructed Kevin, who was watching the spectacle nearby. Kevin fetched a stone and struck the object, but it was tougher than he had anticipated and did not break. With a bit more effort, he struck it forcefully again, and this time it shattered, revealing many round objects inside. Chu Shinran's eyes lit up as she gazed at the contents. Chestnuts. These are chestnuts. Seeing Chu Shinran's excitement, everyone deduced that this must be another edible treasure. For she would not be so animated otherwise. Shaoran, can these chestnuts be eaten? Are they delicious? Kevin inquired impatiently. Of course. Chestnuts are delicious, Chu Shinran exclaimed. Karen, where did you find them? Are there more? Before Karen could respond, Kevin eagerly interjected. I know. There are plenty more over there. Come on, I'll take you all. Chu Shinran once again gathered several females, including Amy and Nina, and, under the protection of Kevin and several orcs, they set off towards the outskirts of the tribe. Upon reaching the location Kevin had described, Chu Shinran discovered a vast expanse of chestnut trees, which were currently laden with spiky chestnuts, a clear sign that they were in season. The sight was both bountiful and intimidating, as the sharp spikes appeared rather menacing. Chu Shinran instructed everyone to spread out and avoid standing directly beneath the chestnut trees. Kevin, climb the tree and shake it vigorously to bring down as many chestnuts as possible. Everyone else, stand aside and be cautious not to be struck on the head by falling chestnuts. It can be quite painful. Once Kevin has shaken down all the chestnuts, we can gather them from the ground. As Kevin ascended the tree and began to shake it with fervor, the other children watched in delight as chestnuts cascaded to the ground, thudding heavily and eliciting joyful cheers. Sister Shaoran, I was the one who discovered the chestnuts first. Am I not impressive? Karen exclaimed, eager to take credit upon learning that chestnuts were edible. Chu Shinran affectionately ruffled Karen's hair, affirming, Indeed, Karen is truly remarkable. Thanks to you, we were able to find these chestnuts. Later, Sister Shaoran will prepare a delicious treat for you. Having returned from a hunt, Carlo and Dar heard of this endeavor and rushed over. Chu Shinran invited Carlo and Dar to join Kevin in shaking the trees. And before long, most of the chestnuts had been dislodged. Chu Shinran, along with Amy and several children, began to collect the fallen chestnuts. Eventually, Manda and her gathering team arrived to assist, and before sunset, they successfully transported all the chestnuts back to the tribe. Upon returning to the tribe, Chu Shinran commenced the process of cracking open some of the chestnuts. Once she had broken through the tough exterior, she found the round, plump chestnuts within. She placed several dozen in a pot to steam and proceeded to prepare a stew of chestnuts with a gugu beast. The steamed chestnuts were ready first, and Chu Shinran distributed them among the tribe's orcs and females. Upon tasting, they discovered a flavor unlike any they had encountered before, sweet, fragrant, and delightfully soft. The children particularly relished the chestnuts, and the pot was quickly emptied. Chu Shinran then cracked open more chestnuts for steaming, noting that they could be enjoyed both steamed and roasted. It was best to leave some uncracked for later consumption. When the gugu beef stew with chestnuts was finally ready, its rich aroma captivated the attention of everyone in the tribe. After serving a bowl to Karen, she encouraged the others to share. Karen, this is the delicious dish I promised to make for you. Today, we owe our good fortune to you for discovering such a delightful food. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's words, the others showered Karen with praise. Overwhelmed by the attention, Karen shyly hid her flushed face behind the bowl, feeling somewhat bashful. The gugu beef stew with chestnuts received unanimous acclaim from the tribe. Many females approached Chu Shinran to learn her cooking methods, eager to attempt it themselves. After briefly explaining the process, Chu Shinran allowed them to experiment freely. Several females in the tribe soon showed remarkable improvement in their culinary skills, and Chu Shinran found herself impressed, even believing that some of their dishes surpassed her own. The discovery of chestnuts brought another bountiful harvest to the lion-tiger tribe. Looking at the storerooms filled to the brim with chestnuts, each member of the tribe wore an uncontainable smile. With this abundance, they no longer feared starvation during the snowy season, and the warmth of their homes was a luxury they had never dared to dream of before. Since discovering the chestnuts, Karen's enthusiasm for exploring beyond the tribe had significantly increased. He often urged other orcs to accompany him outside the tribe, bringing back any peculiar items he found to show Chu Shinran, curious if they might be edible. However, as Karen's ventures outside became more frequent, Chu Shinran began to worry about his safety. Ultimately, it was Carlo who firmly reprimanded Karen, finally persuading him to settle down and cease his incessant requests to venture beyond the tribe. Chapter 51. The exchange festival time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the annual exchange festival of the Orc continent was upon them. What is the purpose of the exchange festival? Are there any rules? That night, hearing Carlo mention the festival, Chu Shinran inquired curiously from her bed. Carlo gestured for her to lie comfortably while he adjusted her covers, responding, "There aren't any strict rules. The exchange festival is typically held before the arrival of the snowy season. If any tribe lacks essential supplies for winter, they can trade at the festival. The specifics of what to exchange and how much is left to the discretion of the tribes involved. There are no formal regulations. Will our lion-tiger tribe attend this year?" Chu Shinran asked with anticipation. Carlo nodded. "Yes, we attend every year. It would seem peculiar if we did not go this time. And we must be aware of what other tribes have to offer for exchange. Can I go?" Chu Shinran asked excitedly, but in the past, Carlo had never permitted her to partake in anything that posed danger. But this exchange festival sounded intriguing and seemingly safe, and she genuinely wished to attend. Seeing the eager sparkle in Chu Shinran's eyes, Carlo hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. "You may go, but you must obey my instructions and refrain from acting impulsively. Rest assured, I will be obedient." Upon receiving Carlo's consent, Chu Shinran beamed with joy, ready to agree to any request he might make. In the end, after deliberation, it was decided that the delegation to the exchange festival would consist of Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and 7 orcs, accompanied by the 2 females, Chu Shinran and Amy. Nina had initially wished to join, but ultimately withdrew when her parents firmly opposed the idea. Seeing her parents' disapproval, Nina chose not to protest further. Chu Shinran contemplated persuading Nina's parents, but Nina stopped her, saying, "It's all right. I won't go. You and Amy must ensure your safety out there, that I will wait for your return in the tribe." Reluctantly, Chu Shinran accepted Nina's decision. The chief and the shaman remained in the tribe to guard it, while Dar was tasked with leading the hunting team. Thus, only 10 orcs and 2 females would attend the festival. In truth, the exchange festival was relatively safe. Otherwise, Carlo would not have agreed to let Chu Shinran join. Most tribes had reached a consensus to avoid trouble during the festival. Anyone who violated this agreement could easily become a target of scorn. Carlo and Chu Shinran packed their belongings and prepared for the journey, bringing minimal items to avoid drawing too much attention at the festival. Their primary aim was to assess the situation. Although Chu Shinran had spent considerable time on the Orc continent, she was still not very adept at navigation. In contrast, Carlo was exceptionally skilled. He surveyed the forest, catching scents on the breeze, and soon determined their path. Abel, noticing Chu Shinran gazing at Carlo in admiration, scoffed. Such trivial skills. Anyone could do that. Yet he insists on putting on a show. Carlo ignored Abel's comment, moving closer to Chu Shinran and instructing her in a low voice. "Stay close to me." Chu Shinran nodded, gripping Carlo's hand tightly and obediently following him. Witnessing this scene, Abel clenched his fists in frustration. No matter what he said in Chu Shinran's presence, her gaze would never stray from Carlo as long as he was around. "What's wrong? Do you like Shaoran? Give up. She will never like you." Amy, who had fallen behind, approached Abel and remarked, "What's it to you?" Abel retorted impatiently, facing Amy. "Why so aggressive? I'm merely stating the truth. Everyone in the tribe knows they will end up together." Amy boldly replied. Abel shot a cold glance at her, remaining silent as he continued walking ahead. "Hey, don't walk so fast. Wait for me. You still need to protect me." Amy hurriedly chased after him. Abel was indeed a peculiar individual. She had always thought him to be stoic and unexpressive, yet today he seemed unusually volatile and rather rude to the females, displaying a lack of courtesy. The more he acted this way, the more intrigued Amy became, and she clung to Abel throughout the journey, much to his annoyance. "What on earth do you want to follow me for? Go find someone else to protect you." Abel found himself ensnared by Amy's persistence. Unable to resist any longer, he turned his head and quietly exclaimed. Amy, with a playful smile, replied, "Carlo must protect Shaoran, and I cannot allow Kevin to guard me. The others are unfamiliar to me, so I had no choice but to seek you out, but we are not well acquainted either. Moreover, why can't Kevin protect you?" Abel furrowed his brow as he spoke. "We grew up together. How can you say we are not familiar? As for why Kevin cannot protect me, that is something I cannot disclose. Kevin is the one Nina has feelings for, and naturally." Amy would not pursue him. The other reasons of unfamiliarity are mere excuses. Amy has always been a vivacious spirit, effortlessly forming friendships with those around her, save for two individuals, Nina and Abel. After much effort, Nina finally opened her heart and became her dear friend. However, from the first moment Amy laid eyes on Abel, he bore an inscrutable expression, remaining unresponsive to her advances. Today marked the first time Nina witnessed Abel displaying such emotion, and she certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Her curiosity about him had long been piqued. Observing Amy's antics, Abel felt speechless and chose to say no more, resigning himself to her whims. "Amy, you and Abel, come here quickly. Be careful not to get separated." Chu Shinran, noticing Amy's delay, turned and called out urgently, "Go. We're coming, we'll catch up in no time." Amy cheerfully responded, then smiled as she tugged Abel forward. Chapter 52. Harvesting lotus roots. The journey to the exchange conference would take approximately 5 days. That on the second day, Carlo and Chu Shinran passed by a small pond. "Let us rest here for the night," Carlo suggested, having scanned the surroundings and deemed them safe as dusk approached. Once everyone agreed, Carlo instructed Chu Shinran to remain still, assigning Kevin to guard her while he and Abel, accompanied by a few others, ventured out to hunt for their evening meal. Upon hearing Carlo's invitation to join the hunt, Abel's expression darkened, yet he remained silent and rose to his feet. He had intended to foster a closer bond with Chu Shinran during this journey, but Carlo had kept a vigilant watch over him, denying him any opportunity to interact with her. Furthermore, Amy had inexplicably clung to him lately, leaving him little time to converse with Chu Shinran. Initially reluctant to join the hunt, Abel ultimately decided to go, seeking a temporary escape from Amy's incessant attention. The pond was adorned with withered flowers scattered across its surface. "Alas, we arrived too late. These flowers have already wilted. I've never seen flowers growing in water. They must be quite beautiful," Amy lamented as she gazed at the decaying petals and leaves. Hearing Amy's words, Chu Shinran lifted her head to inspect the pond, exclaiming, "Isn't that a lotus flower? I didn't know they grew here. I've seen these flowers back home. They are indeed stunning, each bloom large and magnificent. However, since we are aware of this place, we should return when they bloom again," she continued, only to suddenly recall the lotus roots she often enjoyed. She wondered if there were any beneath the pond. Unable to contain her excitement, Chu Shinran abruptly stood, startling Amy. "Shaoran, what's the matter?" Amy inquired. "You reminded me, Amy. The roots beneath these flowers are edible," Chu Shinran replied, rolling up her pants to wade into the pond. Kevin, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened. "You absolutely cannot go in there. If you do, Carlo will surely have my head. Just wait here. What does it look like? I will retrieve it. It's the roots of the flowers. The pond is likely muddy. Just feel around the base and pull them up," Chu Shinran instructed, following her guidance. Kevin entered the pond, which was only waist deep. After some searching, he indeed discovered a long, round object. This it. Kevin raised the find for Chu Shinran to see. She nodded vigorously. "Yes, that's it. Please find a few more." After Kevin successfully unearthed 7 or 8 lotus roots, Chu Shinran instructed him to stop. "Shaoran, why not let Kevin gather more lotus roots?" Amy asked, puzzled that as she washed the mud from the roots. Chu Shinran explained, "There are only 12 of us. We can't consume too many. Besides, overindulgence in such things is unwise, and they don't keep well. That if we don't eat them quickly, they'll discolor. Moreover, don't you wish to return to see the lotus flowers? If we harvest them all, there may be none left to bloom." Amy nodded in understanding, but as she saw Chu Shinran preparing to peel the lotus roots, she reached out to assist, only to be hastily stopped. "Oh, please don't touch," Chu Shinran exclaimed. Startled, Amy froze, unsure of what she had done wrong. Seeing Amy's anxious demeanor, Chu Shinran couldn't help but chuckle. "No need to be so tense. Peeling lotus roots with your hand will cause your skin to itch, which is why I asked you to stay still. I can manage. Just find a tea." That moment, Carlo returned from the hunt and overheard Chu Shinran's remarks. Approaching, he took the lotus roots from her hands, stating, "I'll handle this. You shouldn't touch them. That's fine. I can wrap them in animal skin," she protested. Yet Carlo remained adamant, and ultimately, Chu Shinran had no choice but to let him take over. He then sliced the lotus roots into thin pieces. After blanching the slices in hot water, and then cooling them in cold water. She drained the excess and added seasonings, completing a refreshing dish of cold lotus root salad. Chu Xinran had brought an abundance of seasonings, which finally proved useful. The salad was crisp and delightful, a welcome change for the group who had feasted on greasy grilled meat for several meals. Shaoran, this is so delicious. It's a pity we don't have ponds back in our tribe. We can't grow these, Kevin lamented while enjoying the salad. We're not far from our tribe. We can always return here if we wish to eat more. Chu Xinran reassured him. She tasted the salad herself and noted that, while it was delicious, it lacked some seasonings and would be even better when she had a complete set next time. After dinner, everyone settled down for the night. Chu Xinran and Amy shared their sleeping space, while the other beastmen kept watch nearby. After a long day of travel, Chu Xinran's legs ached and her feet throbbed. It had been ages since she had walked such a distance. Although Carlo had carried her part of the way in his beast form, she still felt utterly exhausted. Amy, what is going on between you and Abel? Chu Xinran asked, leaning in with a hint of curiosity. What do you mean? Amy feigned ignorance. Don't play coy. I saw you sticking to Abel all day. I've never seen you interact with him before. Chu Xinran pressed quietly. Oh, Abel, Kevin, Darl, and I all grew up together, so it's not surprising to talk to him, Amy replied softly, glancing at Abel in the distance. Hearing Amy mention Darl, Chu Xinran felt a pang of concern for him, that if her observations were correct, Darl seemed to harbor feelings for Amy, and now that Amy was so close to Abel, it would surely upset Darl if he found out. With a sigh, Chu Xinran lamented, Oh dear, why the sigh? Amy asked. Amy asked in confusion, sighing for a foolish lad and seeing that Amy did not comprehend her words. Chu Sinan let out another long sigh. She could only wish Dar good luck. Chapter 53. The Sea Beast Tribe's difficulty. Carlo, along with Chu Sinan and their group, traveled for several days and finally arrived just before the commencement of the exchange conference. Prior to this, other than the herbivorous tribe's beastmen, Chu Sinan had never encountered individuals from other tribes. Her unfavorable impression of the herbivorous tribe left her with both anticipation and trepidation towards the people of the other tribes. Upon reaching the vicinity of the exchange conference, Carlo first found a place to set up camp. Essentially, each tribe that arrived would delineate their own area, ensuring that the tribes did not disturb one another. Uncertain of the tribes that resided around them, Carlo and his companions refrained from recklessly visiting the other tribes. Only when the conference officially began did Carlo and Chu Sinan make their way to the venue. As soon as Chu Sinan approached, she observed numerous beastmen and females setting up stalls before them. Animal skins were laid upon the ground, adorned with various items, including stone tools, prey, and assorted trinkets. Look, over there are the beastmen from the Sea Beast tribe. Carlo pointed out to the area with the largest crowd, explaining that salt was of great importance to the beastman tribes, which is why the Sea Beast tribe had the most beastmen and females present. Wasn't it 5 animal skins for a jar of salt before? Why has it now changed to 7 skins? One beastman exclaimed in dissatisfaction upon hearing the Sea Beast tribe's pricing. The beastman from the Sea Beast tribe cast an impatient glance at the speaker, haughtily retorting, If you find it too expensive, then don't trade. There are plenty of beastmen willing to exchange. You. The beastman was utterly infuriated by the words of the Sea Beast tribe's representative. Yet, without trading salt with them, his tribe would not survive the winter. Only the Sea Beast tribe possessed salt. Reluctantly, he ultimately produced 14 animal skins in exchange for 2 jars of salt. Why couldn't you have done this sooner? What has to hold up? The Sea Beast tribe's beastman mocked, as the frustrated beastman departed with his 2 jars of salt, since only the Sea Beast tribe knew how to produce salt on the beastman continent. All tribes had to rely on trading with them for survival, which allowed the Sea Beast tribe's beastmen to maintain their arrogance, with other tribes too fearful to offend them. Noticing Chu Sinan's astonishment, Kevin explained from the side, Indeed, they have made things difficult for us in the past when we exchanged salt. Amy chimed in angrily, Yes, they've looked down upon our lion-tiger tribe at that moment. The previously speaking beastman from the Sea Beast tribe suddenly noticed Carlo and his group, smirking as he approached them with ill intentions. Well, who do we have here? ISNT this the illustrious lion-tiger tribe. Carlo, Abel, Kevin, long time no see. So, have you brought enough prey to trade for salt this year? Don't end up like last year when you couldn't even afford a jar? In the face of this beastman's provocation, Carlo remained expressionless, while Abel glared at him furiously, and Kevin could not help but retort. Joseph, last year you clearly targeted us. Other tribes exchanged with 5 skins, yet you insisted we use 10. How dare you speak? Ha! Joseph laughed heartily, boasting, so what if I did it on purpose? Who told you that salt belongs to our sea beast tribe? Let me tell you, if you want to trade for salt this year, you better bring at least 15 skins, otherwise you won't get a single grain. Carlo, you better hurry and go hunt, or you'll leave empty-handed this year. Witnessing Joseph's foul demeanor, Chu Sinan turned her face away in disgust, unable to bear the sight of such an odious person. I could see that moment. Joseph finally noticed Chu Sinan behind Carlo, and, with feigned interest, remarked, "Oh my, where did this little female come from? I've never seen you before. Little female, how did you end up in the impoverished lion-tiger tribe? Why not come to our sea beast tribe?" "I assure you, what are you doing, Carlo? Let me go!" Joseph exclaimed as Carlo suddenly seized his hand and pressed it to the ground, his face forcefully pushed down. "Carlo, let me go. Do you hear me?" Joseph struggled fiercely, shouting angrily. The other beastmen from the sea beast tribe, noticing the commotion, rushed over. However, Abel, Kevin, and several others stood in front of them, blocking their path. "Carlo, let me go. Do you hear? Do you still want to trade for salt?" Joseph continued to threaten that if you dare speak ill of her again, don't blame me for being rude. Carlo warned in a steady voice before finally releasing Joseph. Once freed, Joseph gasped as he ran back to the sea beast tribe's beastmen, pointing at Carlo, his rage rendering him speechless. "You, Carlo, are you insane? How dare you treat me this way? The lion-tiger tribe will never get salt again. Joseph, you defeated fool, stop spewing nonsense here. Have you forgotten how Carlo defeated you before? What if we don't trade with your sea beast tribe for salt?" Kevin taunted, relishing Joseph's humiliation. "You all wait." As the crowd gathered around increased, Joseph, covering his face, uttered a fierce threat before being assisted away by other beastmen. The beastman continent had only the sea beast tribe with salt. He would relish watching how long they could endure. He absolutely would not trade salt with the lion-tiger tribe again. Many beastmen were displeased with Joseph, and seeing someone teach him a lesson, many quietly cheered from the sidelines. Joseph had long abused his position as the son of the sea beast tribe's chief, offending countless beastmen in his arrogance. "Carlo, did you and Joseph have a past grievance?" Chu Sinan inquired once the crowd dispersed. Carlo nodded, while Kevin eagerly explained, "You don't know how detestable Joseph is. In the past, our lion-tiger tribe was quite renowned and lived comfortably. But then, as you know, that beast tide severely wounded our tribe, and we Haven Tea recovered for years. Each time we went to trade for salt, Joseph would bring this up, mocking our current state of decline. Initially, we tried to ignore him, but he escalated his provocations, even demanding a duel with Carlo to see who was stronger. If Carlo refused to duel him, he wouldn't trade salt with us. Eventually, Carlo had no choice but to fight him, defeating him soundly, which only fueled his resentment, leading to even more tricks during salt exchanges. Chapter 54. The exchange of clothes. Carlo, tell me honestly, the last time you wound tea let me accompany you to trade for salt. Was it just because of the danger, or was it also because of Joseph? Chu Sinan, having heard Kevin's words, turned to Carlo, asking earnestly. Carlo met Chu Sinan's gaze, remaining silent. Sighing at Carlo's demeanor, Chu Sinan lamented. He always bore everything alone. Fortunately, they had found a method to produce salt in time. Otherwise, if Carlo had gone to trade for salt again, who knew what Joseph would have put him through? After the incident with Joseph, the members of the lion-tiger tribe continued to explore the exchange conference. However, due to the earlier incident, all the other tribes were now casting glances their way, occasionally sneaking peeks at them. After wandering for a while, the group gradually dispersed. Amy remained with Abel, while Chu Sinan stayed with Carlo. In that moment, Chu Sinan suddenly discovered a stall selling silk garments, and she was astonished as she approached the stall. Silk clothing in the beastman continent. The stall was quite desolate, with hardly anyone stopping by, but the two females guarding the stall stood up excitedly upon seeing a customer. "Is this garment made from silkworm silk?" Chu Sinan asked, feeling the smooth texture of the silk. Though it was somewhat coarser compared to the silk she had previously encountered, it was already quite rare on the beastman continent. an elderly female nodded, explaining, "Yes, we hail from the insect tribe. This garment is crafted from silk that our beastmen produce when transformed into their beast forms, which we then weave together carefully. See how smooth it is." Upon hearing that they were from the insect tribe, Chu Sinan found it hard to believe. Was there truly an insect tribe? Did that mean their beastmen transformed into insects? The fact that this garment was indeed made from silk produced by silkworms in their beast form made her wonder how much silk was needed to create just one garment. She had initially thought it was made from silk produced by silkworms they raised. Upon noticing Chu Shinran's keen interest in the garment, Carlo inquired from the sidelines, "How shall we exchange?" Upon hearing that the orc before them and the female harbored genuine intentions of a trade, the two females exchanged delighted glances. The elder of the two then extended a finger, speaking carefully, "5 beasts. Very well. Let us reconvene here at this time tomorrow." Carlo readily agreed. The two females, witnessing Carlo's prompt acquiescence, were overwhelmed with excitement, showering both Carlo and Chu Shinran with heartfelt gratitude. Observing their exuberance, Chu Shinran felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to voice her initial reluctance, casting a discreet glare at Carlo instead. Once they departed, Chu Shinran confronted Carlo, questioning, "Why did you agree so readily? 5 seems excessively steep. That garment holds little significance for me. You have pledged to them, yet we must venture out to hunt afterward. What a laborious task." Having come with minimal provisions for trade, Carlo's commitment to exchange meant he might endure a strenuous night of hunting on the Orc continent. The most valuable item for trade was salt, with a jar costing merely 2 beasts. It struck Chu Shinran as utterly unbalanced to offer 5 beasts for a mere flimsy garment. Fear not, the craftsmanship of this silk garment demands considerable effort. 5 beasts are warranted. Besides, your previous attire is no longer wearable, and this silk garment suits you splendidly. The clothes Chu Shinran had brought were either tattered beyond recognition or repurposed by her for other uses, leaving her clad solely in animal hide. Carlo had intended to procure her a new garment even before the exchange fair commenced. Hearing Carlo's words stirred a blend of emotions within Chu Shinran, gratitude intertwined with a hint of bitterness. Why was Carlo so considerate toward her, always keeping her in mind? You are right. The creation of the silk garment is indeed labor-intensive, and the joy on those two females' faces was evident. Very well. 5 beasts it shall be. The orcs and females of the continent placed a premium on food, so luxuries like silk garments rarely caught their attention. The orcs of the insect tribe, when transformed into their beast forms, possessed little offensive capability, thus their hunting skills were lacking. They could only craft small trinkets like silk garments for trade. The two females had been stationed at their stall for quite some time without any visitors, assuming they would not find anyone willing to trade, until unexpectedly, a party willing to meet their exorbitant demands appeared. After a day of browsing, Chu Shinran and Carlo did not engage in further exchanges. Following dinner, Carlo armed himself with a military knife, preparing to venture out for hunting. Ensure your safety. If you fail to capture 5 beasts, it's no matter. We can always trade something else tomorrow. Do not be reckless, understand? Chu Shinran admonished before Carlo departed that he nodded and set off alone. Since the Fong beasts were intended as a gift for Chu Shinran, Carlo chose not to enlist the help of other orcs, wanting to accomplish this task independently. Once Carlo was gone, Chu Shinran and Amy began crafting grass shoes from ula grass. During their stroll at the exchange fair, many orcs and females had inquired about their footwear. Thus, Chu Shinran resolved to create several pairs to trade the following day. Kevin, Abel, and a few other orcs came to assist, but seeing their clumsy efforts, Chu Shinran reluctantly sent them away. She and Amy worked diligently, producing a dozen pairs of grass shoes. Later, as night deepened, Chu Shinran allowed Amy to retire for the night. Anxious about Carlo's absence, she opted to sit by the grass shoes, waiting for his return. In the early hours of the morning, Carlo finally returned, and upon seeing the bloodied 5 beast trailing behind him, Chu Shinran gasped in astonishment. She had not anticipated Carlo would capture them so swiftly. The next day, Carlo, Chu Shinran, and their companions made their way toward the insect tribe stall, passing by the sea beast tribe's booth along the way. Chapter 55. The bird tribe Joseph, upon spotting Carlo and the others approaching with the Fong beasts, arrogantly raised his chin and maliciously remarked, "What is this? Did you not claim you wouldn't come to our sea beast tribe for salt? Yet here you are, shamelessly showing up? Carlo, I'll tell you, if you kneel and apologize, I might consider bestowing a jar of salt upon you." Joseph, relishing his own arrogance, awaited Carlo's submission, but to his surprise, Carlo, with the fang beast slung over his back and holding Chu Shinran's hand, simply bypassed Joseph and continued forward. The orcs following Carlo did likewise, with Abel letting out a disdainful snort as he walked past. Delusional. The orcs surrounding this spectacle erupted in laughter, leaving Joseph red-faced and flustered. Enraged, he shouted towards Abel, "You wildling! Who are you referring to?" Abel detested being called a wildling. Thus, upon hearing Joseph's taunt, he turned without hesitation, ready to confront him. The bystanders quickly intervened to separate the two. Joseph had always relished provoking the lion-tiger tribe, and although Carlo typically ignored him, yesterday marked the first occasion he had become incensed. Kevin, on the other hand, enjoyed bantering with Joseph, regardless of what Joseph said. Kevin would retort in kind, while Abel, the most temperamental, would launch into a confrontation if Joseph dared to call him a wildling. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Carlo brought Chu Shinran to the insect tribe's stall. The two females from the previous day stood there with a group of over a dozen orcs, and upon spotting Carlo and Chu Shinran, they hurried over. "You truly came. This is splendid. Allow me to introduce you. This is the chief of our insect tribe." The elder female gestured toward a somewhat shorter orc standing behind her. "We sincerely appreciate your willingness to exchange 5 fang beasts with us. May the beast god bless you." The chief of the insect tribe expressed gratefully. Chu Shinran observed that the orcs of the insect tribe appeared slightly shorter compared to those of other tribes, with their chief being the tallest among them. Carlo handed over the 5 fang beasts to the insect tribe, and after the elder female passed the silk garment to Chu Shinran, the group hastily transported the fang beast away. "Where are they rushing off to?" Chu Shinran inquired curiously, watching their hurried retreat. "They fear being targeted by other orcs who might seize their spoils, so they wish to return to their tribe promptly," Carlo explained, glancing around at the surrounding orcs. "Is that so? I thought it was said that during the exchange fair, conflicts between tribes were prohibited." Chu Shinran queried in astonishment. "Not during the fair itself, but there are tribes that lie in ambush on the return routes of others, waiting to rob them clean." Hearing Carlo's words, Chu Shinran immediately grew concerned for the recently departed insect tribe. "This should be all right? Carrying 5 fang beasts makes them rather conspicuous." From Chu Shinran's observations, it was evident that during the exchange fair, orcs would generally prefer animal hides over actual prey, as the latter held paramount importance to them. Thus, the insect tribe's display of 5 fang beasts was indeed strikingly noticeable. They should be fine. Such robberies typically occur after the fair, and they are quite astute by securing their prey and leaving promptly. Even if other tribes wish to ambush them, they would be too late. Reassured by Carlo's explanation, Chu Shinran felt a sense of relief. She certainly did not wish for their exchange with the insect tribe to result in their misfortune. Stroking the silk garment that now belonged to her, she felt a surge of joy, knowing it was Carlo who had procured it for her through such considerable effort. After changing into her new attire, Chu Shinran and Amy set up their own stall, displaying the grass shoes. Many females, upon seeing the shoes, expressed keen interest, but hesitated upon learning they were to be exchanged for salt. This was a strategy devised by Chu Shinran and Carlo the previous night. They were unlikely to trade with Joseph for salt. Yet if they ultimately failed to acquire any, it might raise suspicions. Should word get out that the lion-tiger tribe had mastered salt production, it could lead to dire consequences. Hence, Chu Shinran and Amy planned to trade the grass shoes casually for some salt, merely to maintain appearances that, in reality, a single pair of grass shoes required only a small handful of salt for exchange. Yet salt was of immense importance to all orc tribes, and acquiring it from the sea beast tribe was no easy feat. Consequently, most females would take a look and then opt out. However, there are indeed some formidable individuals. A mere handful of salt means little to them. Thus, by the end of the day, Chu Shinran and Amy had surprisingly managed to trade several pairs of straw sandals. Upon learning of this, Joseph became infuriated, smashing several items in his rage. Unable to confront Carlo and his companions directly, he resorted to using the salt exchange as leverage against them. Yet now even that seemed ineffective. As night fell, Chu Shinran and Aimi wove a few more backpacks, continuing their exchanges the following day. The backpacks proved to be more popular than the straw sandals due to their practicality. With some orcs willing to trade a handful of salt for one nonetheless, Chu Shinran was indifferent. Her intention was merely to put on a show for the orcs of the sea beast tribe, and the quantity exchanged was inconsequential. Witnessing that Chu Shinran had indeed managed to procure some salt, Joseph's anger escalated, leading him to vent his frustrations on other orcs seeking to trade for salt. Deepening the resentment other tribes held towards the sea beast tribe, on the third day of the exchange fair, an unexpected group arrived at a strikingly fierce yet handsome young orc, accompanied by a band of orcs. Approached Joseph. The moment Joseph laid eyes on this orc, his face broke into a wide smile, and he bowed obsequiously, exclaiming, "Chief Jonathan, what a pleasure to see you." Jonathan glanced at Joseph and laughed heartily. "It has been a while, Joseph. How have you been? You have prepared the salt we need, I trust." Upon hearing Jonathan mention salt, Joseph's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he maintained a forced smile, replying, "Of course, it is ready. My father specifically instructed me to deliver it to you personally, so please rest assured." Chu Shinran, observing this scene, curiously inquired, "Who is that? Why does Joseph seem so subservient to him?" Moreover, since this orc's arrival, have you noticed Carlo's demeanor has also grown serious? That is Jonathan, the chief of the bird tribe, Aimi explained. The bird tribe is a powerful tribe on the Orc continent, but their reputation is rather notorious, as they have a penchant for raiding the food supplies of other tribes. While we, like many tribes, strive to stockpile food before the onset of the snow season, the bird tribe does not prepare at all. When their supplies dwindle during the snow season, they resort to pillaging from others, leading to the demise of many tribes. Aimi spoke through clenched teeth, her frustration evident. Chapter 56, proceeding with caution upon hearing about the bird tribe's brutal conduct. Chu Shinran was taken aback, asking in disbelief, "Is there truly no one to hold them accountable? Must they continue to bully the weaker tribes unchecked?" Aimi shook her head. The bird tribe is incredibly powerful. Their beast forms can fly and are massive, making them formidable in combat. Have you noticed how no orc dares to provoke them? The sea beast tribe's backing comes from the bird tribe, but at the cost of providing them with a substantial amount of salt. Judging by Joseph's distressed expression earlier, it seems the quantity of salt required by the bird tribe this time is considerable. As Chu Shinran conversed with Aimi, she suddenly noticed Joseph pointing towards their direction. Chu Shinran quickly pulled Aimi down to avoid being seen if the bird tribe is as formidable as Aimi described. Their lion-tiger tribe would undoubtedly be unable to contend with them, and thus Chu Shinran preferred to avoid any conflict with the bird tribe for the time being. She hoped that Joseph, being the coward he was, would refrain from reporting to Jonathan. Fortunately, due to her timely bowing, Jonathan did not spot Chu Shinran, focusing instead on Carlo, who stood unflinchingly, meeting Jonathan's gaze without a hint of fear. "Is that the orc who bullies you?" Jonathan inquired of Joseph. Joseph nodded, indignantly stating, "Indeed, that is Carlo, an orc from the lion-tiger tribe. He is quite insufferable. Just look at him, he clearly has no respect for you." Jonathan observed Carlo's fearless demeanor, stroking his chin with interest. It had been many years since he encountered anyone brave enough to meet his gaze so directly. After returning to their camp, Chu Shinran and Carlo's group began discussing their next course of action. "Carlo, I find Jonathan to be quite menacing. He certainly appears to be a formidable opponent. It would be wise for us to act discreetly in the coming days," Chu Shinran suggested. Aimi concurred with her assessment. And Kevin remained silent, but Abel scoffed. "What is there to fear? We can always settle it with a fight." "Abel, that is not a wise sentiment." Chu Shinran cautioned that Jonathan's fearsome reputation precedes him. He is not easily dealt with. And our primary purpose here is to gather intelligence, so it would be prudent to avoid provoking trouble. Seeing Abel's defiant attitude, she felt compelled to offer encouragement. "Indeed, Abel, Xiao Ran is right. Our numbers pale in comparison to theirs. Engaging in a fight would certainly put us at a disadvantage," Aimi chimed in. Noticing that both Chu Shinran and Aimi opposed his approach, Abel crossed his arms defiantly and fell silent, convinced that he was unafraid of Jonathan. Carlo refrained from voicing any objections, and Chu Shinran took this as tacit agreement. For the next few days, she and Amy refrained from wandering aimlessly, having already explored sufficiently in the preceding days without finding what they sought. After exchanging a silk garment, Chu Shinran was inspired to create her own clothing, as relying solely on animal skins was not a sustainable solution. However, she was certain she could not produce silk, as she had no knowledge of spinning it, let alone crafting silk garments. Chu Shinran hoped to find cotton, yet after several days of searching, she found nothing of value. The items exchanged at the fair were predominantly mundane, with few intriguing items available, as most participants were unfamiliar with them, rendering such items untradeable. Thus, aside from the silk garment, Chu Shinran did not uncover anything else of significant worth. After the exchange fair concluded, Carlo and the others prepared to return to the lion-tiger tribe. However, along the way, Carlo altered their route, opting for a longer path instead of their usual one. Carlo, aren't we taking the same route as before? Kevin asked, perplexed. It was only when Kevin pointed it out that Chu Shinran realized they were not following the same path as before, as she was not well acquainted with the area. That route is no longer safe. We should take another, Carlo explained succinctly, leading their group forward in silence. Meanwhile, in another section of the forest, a dozen or so orcs from the bird tribe lay in ambush at the roadside, awaiting the arrival of the lion-tiger tribe members. When will those lion-tiger tribe folks arrive? It's taking them an eternity, one orc murmured in annoyance. The chief instructed us to wait here, so we shall wait patiently. Once they appear, we will tear those hunters apart. I've heard there are 2 females among them as well. Another orc replied. At the mention of females, the others perked up, fixating their gazes on the path ahead, prepared to strike the moment the orcs from the lion-tiger tribe appeared, blissfully unaware that they would never encounter the individuals they awaited. After Joseph reported to Jonathan, the latter agreed to assist in dealing with Carlo and his companions, leaving Joseph in high spirits. Carlo, Abel, Kevin, you are all destined to meet the beast god. This is the fate of opposing Joseph. Carlo led Chu Shinran and the others at a noticeably quicker pace, as they had been away from the lion-tiger tribe for nearly 20 days, and everyone was eager to return home. Taking the longer route resulted in them spending nearly 10 days before finally reaching the lion-tiger tribe. Before their return, Chu Shinran made a point to pass by the pond where they had gathered lotus roots on their way in, collecting more to share with the tribe upon their return. Upon sighting the gates of the lion-tiger tribe, Chu Shinran felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had come to regard the lion-tiger tribe as her home. After such a prolonged absence, seeing the gates once more brought her a sense of security. There truly is no place like home. Chapter 57. The wandering orcs upon learning of Carlo and Chu Shinran's return. The entirety of the lion-tiger tribe rushed out to greet them. Sister Xiao ran. I miss you so much. Karen, filled with excitement, bounded over to Chu Shinran, and the other children, not wanting to be outdone, quickly followed suit. Before long, Chu Shinran found herself adorned with a multitude of small children, each unwilling to let go. Meanwhile, Dao, upon seeing Amy return, was equally elated and hurriedly inquired, Amy, did everything go smoothly outside? Did you encounter any danger? Amy nodded, preparing to respond when she suddenly noticed Abel silently preparing to leave. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed after him, calling out, Abel, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have things to discuss with you. Dao watched as Amy pursued Abel's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of foreboding settling in his heart, though he could not articulate precisely what that feeling was. Nina, relieved to see Kevin return safely, paused upon noticing the crowd surrounding him. As long as he was safe, that was all that mattered. After finally extricating herself from the throng of children, Chu Shinran was about to speak with the clan leader when she suddenly noticed an unfamiliar orc and a female standing behind him. Uncle Clan Leader, who are these 3? Chu Shinran inquired, puzzled. The clan leader smacked his forehead and exclaimed, how could I forget to introduce them? This is Luke and Lacey. Luke was previously a wandering orc. They both roamed the orc continent. When they passed by our tribe, Lacey fainted from hunger, and Luke had no choice but to bring her here seeking help, so I allowed them to stay with us. Hello, you must be Xiao Ran. My name is Lacey. The others in the tribe often speak of you, and I have long admired you. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Lacey appeared quite slender, indeed fitting the description of someone who might faint from hunger. Chu Shinran smiled and greeted her warmly. Upon returning home, after placing her belongings down, Chu Shinran began discussing the two newcomers with Carlo. Carlo, do you think Luke and Lacey can be trusted? Are they truly wanderers who found their way to us? At present, there are no apparent flaws, but we need to observe them further. Their timing of arrival is rather convenient. Carlo replied after a moment of contemplation. Chu Shinran vigorously nodded in agreement. Yes, I also find their timing suspicious. How is it that they arrived just as we were leaving? Had Chu Shinran been in the tribe at that time, she would not have easily allowed them stay unless their identities were fully verified. However, I just asked the elder priest, and they haven't been here long. Therefore, he hasn't assigned them any tasks yet. I mentioned to him that, until we ascertain their identities, they should not be allowed to engage with the tribe's affairs, Chu Shinran continued. After days of travel, they were all weary. Carlo suggested that Chu Shinran take a well-deserved rest, postponing further discussions until the following day. Agreeing, Chu Shinran stretched and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, upon waking, Chu Shinran noticed Carlo had already left, likely to hunt early. Reflecting on her own laziness, she climbed out of bed. Just as she was washing up, an unexpected visitor arrived. Xiaoran, are you just waking up? Lacey entered Chu Shinran's dwelling and, seeing her at the wash basin, kindly inquired. Chu Shinran invited Lacey to sit and quickly dried her face before joining her. Lacey, what brings you here? It's like this, Lacey spoke gently, a demeanor quite different from that of the typical females in the lion-tiger tribe. My orc partner Luke and I are incredibly grateful for the clan leader's kindness in allowing us to stay here. However, we have been here for several days now, without contributing in any way. Merely enjoying the hospitality of others. Continuing like this, we feel too ashamed to remain. Both Luke and I wish to do something to assist the tribe, but that isn't my decision to make. The allocation of tasks is determined by the elder priest, Chu Shinran replied, somewhat embarrassed to refuse. Seeing Chu Shinran's rejection, Lacey appeared quite disheartened. Xiaoran, we truly just want to help the tribe. The elder priest keeps saying we should familiarize ourselves with our surroundings first. But seeing others working for the tribe while we do nothing fills us with shame. Lacey, the elder priest is correct. You and Luke have only just arrived, and you're still recuperating. Your primary focus should be on regaining your health. Once you are well, you can certainly contribute to the tribe, Chu Shinran insisted, firm in her stance. Reluctantly, Lacey sighed. All right, I'll heed your advice and focus on my recovery. After Lacey departed, Chu Shinran's suspicions regarding their identities deepened. Their eagerness to engage with tribal matters only intensified her doubts. She shared her concerns with the clan leader and the elder priest, though the elder priest harbored his own reservations about the newcomers. The clan leader remained steadfast in his trust. Xiaoran, perhaps you are overthinking this. Their desire to assist the tribe indicates their industrious nature. I have previously taken in many wandering orcs, and they eventually became integral members of our tribe. I believe Luke and Lacey will also integrate into our community, the clan leader asserted. Upon hearing this, Chu Shinran refrained from arguing but remained resolute in her intent to observe them for a while longer. Until they passed her scrutiny, the tribe's methods for salt production and other food preparations would remain confidential. The clan leader reluctantly agreed to this stipulation. Deep down, Chu Shinran wished to express to the clan leader that previously, the lion-tiger tribe's circumstances had been dire, and new arrivals posed no threat. However, now that their situation was improving, it was essential to investigate newcomers thoroughly to prevent any ulterior motives. Yet, respecting the clan leader's seniority, she kept her thoughts to herself and refrained from elaborating further. Chapter 58. Malicious intent. Lacey, Luke's female partner, had recently caught Chu Shinran's attention for her overly cordial behavior towards other orcs in the lion-tiger tribe. Mingling with them while Luke seemed indifferent, oblivious to her actions. Kevin, could you do me a favor? I'm too weak to split the firewood. Could you help me? One day, while Kevin was conversing with Chu Shinran and Carlo, Lacey approached him once more seeking assistance. Where is Luke? Why not ask him for help? Even the oblivious Kevin sensed something amiss. Lacey frequently sought his aid for trivial tasks. Initially, he would oblige, but now he was quick to decline without a second thought. I never see Luke around. He seems busy outside. Kevin, please, just help me this once, Lacey persisted, her tone feeble and pleading. Chu Shinran stood nearby, silently critiquing Lacey's behavior while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Nina, not far off, wore a displeased expression, and Amy felt compelled to intervene, but Nina held her back. I'm sorry, but you should seek help from someone else. I have matters to discuss with Carlo. Kevin reiterated his refusal. With a sorrowful sigh, Lacey turned and left. Once Lacey departed, Amy could no longer contain herself and approached, exclaiming, "What is Lacey up to? She has her own orc, yet behaves so ambiguously with others, often feigning weakness to solicit their assistance." Chu Shinran had not anticipated Lacey's behavior. She was engaging with nearly every orc in the tribe, perhaps intimidated by Carlo's stern demeanor, and even more so by Abel's cold attitude, which deterred her from approaching him. The remaining young orcs in the tribe were not spared from her attention either, while Luke had begun hunting with a hunting party, leaving Chu Shinran to wonder if he was even aware of Lacey's conduct. At that moment, Dia and Manda approached the clan leader, voicing their grievances. "Clan leader, are you going to address Lacey's behavior? Do you even know what she has been doing in the tribe? Many females have come to us with complaints. Lacey is causing chaos within our community." The chieftain had been thoroughly vexed by the recent troubles concerning Lacey. After hearing Dia and Manda's words, his headache only intensified. As an orc, he found it difficult to directly confront a female. And although he had previously discussed this matter with Luke, Luke had insisted that Lacey meant no harm and simply enjoyed making friends. The chieftain lamented that if even Lacey's orc, Luke, was indifferent to the issue, what could he, an outsider, possibly do? "Chieftain, I refuse to remain passive. You consented to Lacey staying here, and now that she has stirred up such chaos in the tribe, you must address this matter." Dia, being significantly older than the chieftain and someone he deeply respected, left him no choice but to brace himself for a conversation with Lacey. Upon arriving, the chieftain found Lacey engaged in asking a tribesman to assist her in crafting some small items. "Wow, you are quite talented. Thank you for making this backpack for me. I have no idea how to do it, and none of the other females in the tribe are willing to teach me," Lacey said, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. The orc, clearly captivated by Lacey's playful demeanor, scratched his head and replied earnestly, "It's nothing. I can do it. I'll teach you how to make it next time." It was at this moment that the orc noticed the chieftain standing nearby with a grim expression and hurriedly handed the backpack to Lacey before scurrying away. "Chieftain, what brings you here?" Lacey asked with a bright smile. The chieftain cleared his throat before responding slowly. "Lacey, you have only recently joined our tribe. There is no need for you to be preoccupied with various tasks. Your primary focus should be on resting and recuperating. Everything else can wait until you have regained your strength." Feeling awkward about being so direct, the chieftain opted for a more subtle approach. However, Lacey feigned misunderstanding. "Chieftain, I've already rested for several days. I'm perfectly fine now. Besides, I find the tribe's members very kind, and I am eager to interact with them. It is only right that I contribute more." Sighing, the chieftain struggled to find the right words. "Lacey, in truth, many females have approached me recently with concerns. There are certain tasks you could delegate to Luke that if he is unavailable, then wait for his return to assist you. The orcs who are already paired have their own responsibilities and cannot revolve their lives around you. Do you understand my point?" As soon as the chieftain finished speaking, tears welled up in Lacey's eyes, and she replied, her voice tinged with sorrow, "Chieftain, Luke is always out hunting, and I rarely see him. There are some things that a frail female like me simply cannot accomplish alone. Who else should I turn to for help?" Seeing Lacey in tears made the chieftain feel the situation was becoming increasingly difficult. He regretted having so easily allowed Lacey and Luke to remain in the tribe. How could he resolve this predicament? Later that night, upon returning home, Chuckson mentioned Lacey to Carlo. "Carlo, what do you think Lacey's true intentions are?" "I'm utterly perplexed." Initially suspecting Lacey and Luke to be cunning spies sent by another tribe, Chuckson perspective shifted as she observed Lacey's recent behavior. Could it be that Lacey simply enjoyed interacting with the orcs? Was it merely the thrill of being pursued by them? Regardless of her motives, she could no longer remain in the tribe. Carlo, recalling the recent turmoil within the tribe, frowned and said, "You are correct. Several orcs have been utterly enchanted by Lacey that if she were not already paired, it would simply be a matter of choice. Pursuing a female is every orc's right. However, the critical point is that Lacey is already bonded with Luke. If this continues, it will undoubtedly lead to chaos. Chucks and Rand concurred with Carlo's assessment. They needed to devise a plan to expel Lacey from the tribe. Chapter 59. A flaw revealed, however, one peculiar matter arose. Just as Chucks and Rand was preparing for bed, Carlo's comment piqued her curiosity. What is so strange? Why does Luke seem to have no presence in this entire affair? He is Lacey's orc, yet few people mention him. Carlo thoughtfully analyzed. Indeed, Luke has not expressed any opinions regarding Lacey's situation. He merely follows the hunting party and is seldom seen. When discussing Lacey, it is rare for anyone to recall Luke's existence. Are you all together when you go hunting? Could it be that Luke's absence might go unnoticed? Chucks and Rand inquired urgently. That is a possibility, Carlo nodded. When hunting poses no significant threat, we can scatter and hunt individually. Luke is typically quiet, yet he works diligently during hunts, earning high regard from the tribe's orcs. Tomorrow, when you go hunting, pay special attention to Luke's actions and see if he does anything unusual. Chucks and Rand instructed after pondering for a moment. Although Lacey had caused considerable unrest within the tribe, she had not committed any truly heinous acts. Luke, appearing relatively honest, had ultimately gained the priest's approval to join the hunting party. Since joining, he had worked diligently and formed good relationships with many of the hunters. Should they suddenly propose expelling them, it would likely meet with opposition from numerous tribe members, many of whom had once been wandering orcs and harbored sympathy and tolerance towards Lacey and Luke. Therefore, they needed to gather evidence before raising the issue. The following day, as Carlo went hunting, he paid close attention to Luke. After several days of scrutiny, Carlo indeed uncovered Luke's hidden secret. While Chucks and Rand and Amy were organizing food in the square, they suddenly heard a commotion as the hunting party returned, clamoring into the tribe. The other tribespeople, alerted by the noise, rushed out to see what was happening. Carlo seized Luke and threw him into the center of the square, prompting Lacey to sprint towards him. What are you doing? What has Luke done to deserve this treatment? Is it because we are newcomers that you bully us like this? Lacey cried out, her voice laced with despair as she noticed the bruises on Luke's face. What is going on, Carlo? The chieftain and the priest rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Luke's condition, the chieftain's face darkened as he inquired, what has happened? Chieftain, this Luke is a spy, Kevin shouted, simultaneously tossing another orc, bound and battered, into the fray. The orc bore visible bruises. Having been thoroughly beaten, Lacey, who had been wailing moments before, fell silent and turned pale upon seeing the other orc. Today, while hunting, I noticed Luke sneaking into the depths of the forest, so I followed him and discovered him in secret meetings with this orc, Carlo explained slowly. After uncovering the truth, Carlo had apprehended both orcs. Hearing the disturbance, Kevin and the others quickly joined to subdue Luke and the other orc, with some of the more hot-tempered orcs delivering a beating to Luke upon learning he was a spy. As soon as Carlo's words were uttered, the entire lion-tiger tribe erupted in chaos. The chieftain's complexion turned ashen. These two were ones he had allowed to remain in the tribe, yet he had unwittingly permitted spies to infiltrate. Luke, Lacey, confess your true identities. Who is this orc you have been meeting? What is your purpose in infiltrating our lion-tiger tribe? If you refuse to speak, do not blame us for being unkind. Seeing the chieftain so visibly shaken, the priest stepped forward to conduct the questioning. Lacey had collapsed to the ground, speechless, while Luke remained silent, head bowed. Only the orc who had met with Luke broke down in tears. Unable to withstand the pressure, I'll talk. Please don't kill me, he cried. In the orc continent, spies face severe punishment. If discovered, many tribes executed them without hesitation. Fearing for his life, the orc hurriedly divulged everything that we belong to the herbivore tribe. Chief Butte and Andrew sent us here. His revelation sparked a wave of murmurs among the lion-tiger tribe's orcs and females. They had assisted the herbivore tribe immensely, yet the herbivore tribe had repaid their kindness with treachery. After our chieftain visited your tribe to request food, he returned and described the prosperous life of your lion-tiger tribe. Many tribe members became envious, leading our chieftain to send Luke and Lacey as pretenders, wandering orcs, to deceive your trust and steal the methods of your tribe's crafting. How much have you stolen now? Carlo suddenly inquired. The orc shook his head, stating that they had not acquired much, as they had initially prevented Luke and Lacey from interacting with the tribe's affairs, leaving them unable to learn anything. Later, Lacey devised a strategy. She befriended many orcs within the tribe, hoping to glean some knowledge from them to capture your attention, and then, while no one was watching, she would allow Luke to discreetly relay this information to me. However, what Luke provided was merely trivial gossip, yielding no substantial knowledge. Upon hearing this, Lacey incredulously retorted, "No, Luke, I distinctly gave you several crafting techniques. How could you have learned nothing?" Lacey glared at the silent Luke, exclaiming in frustration, "Luke, are you doing this on purpose? Why would you act this way?" After a prolonged silence, Luke finally spoke. "I've always maintained that this method is flawed. One should not steal from others." Luke was reluctant to partake in this endeavor, yet Beggar and Andrew coerced him into compliance, even threatening him with his mother. Thus, he had no choice but to agree to act as a spy. But he had divulged no information. Chapter 60. Expulsion from the tribe. "So, you are indeed a spy. No wonder you lack shame." Dia's mother, who had long disapproved of Lacey, could no longer contain her outrage and began to chastise her. What havoc has Lacey wrought upon the tribe these days? Lacey felt utterly humiliated, unable to lift her head in the face of such scorn. Internally seething, she dared not express her ire, knowing their lives were still in the hands of these individuals. "I was merely confused. Please spare me. I was compelled by our chieftain to undertake this task. As a fragile female, I am utterly incapable of opposing the chieftain's decisions. I beg for your mercy. I shall never act this way again." Seeing the tide turn against her, Lacey resorted to a pitiful display of tears, pleading for forgiveness. "I could see this point. Who are you trying to fool? The orcs you once enchanted?" Dia's mother's words carried an implication that left several orcs, who had previously been close to Lacey, feeling ashamed. They stepped forward to apologize to the entire tribe. "We are truly sorry. We nearly caused a great disaster. And we promise never to be so foolish again that we hope everyone can forgive us this once." The orcs had been momentarily captivated by the young and beautiful female, so the rest of the tribe chose not to hold it against them, wishing only for them to remember this lesson and avoid repeating their mistakes. Since Lacey had not truly learned anything of significance, having only grasped the crafting methods for straw sandals and woven baskets, Carlo and Sinan, along with the tribe, ultimately decided to expel the three of them from the lion-tiger tribe, as they had not committed any heinous acts. "Return and inform your chieftain that the lion-tiger tribe shall no longer have any dealings with the herbivore tribe. However, should they dare to encroach upon us again, we shall show no mercy," Carlo stated calmly as he regarded Luke. Luke nodded, murmuring an apology before turning away with Lacey and the ORC.I in truth. Sinan held a favorable impression of Luke. He was a principled orc. Unfortunately, being from the herbivore tribe meant he could never remain in the lion-tiger tribe. She could only wonder what punishment Luke would face from Beggar and Andrew upon his return. "Luke, just wait. I will certainly inform the chieftain and Andrew of everything that transpired," Lacey threatened with venom. Initially, her plans had progressed smoothly, and with time, she would have been able to learn even more. Now, however, everything had fallen apart, leading her to suspect that Luke had intentionally allowed Carlo to discover their scheme. "Lacey, what good is it to say such things now? You ought to be contemplating how to explain this to the chieftain and Andrew upon your return. Do not forget that you assured them you would successfully complete this task," another orc warned Lacey. "This failure has nothing to do with me. You and Lacey are to blame for being so easily caught." Lacey retorted, though deep down, she felt a twinge of fear. Knowing that Andrew was destined to become the next chieftain of the herbivore tribe, Lacey had always sought to align herself with him. However, Andrew held no interest in her, which prompted her to volunteer when the chieftain proposed this plan, hoping to leave a favorable impression on him. Now, however, with things having turned out this way, Andrew would surely be furious. And the prospect of him wanting to partner with her seemed utterly bleak. In the aftermath, Chief Reese offered a sincere apology before all the members of the lion-tiger tribe. "As a chieftain, I failed to recognize the character of those around me, allowing a spy from the herbivore tribe to infiltrate our ranks. This is a grave oversight on my part. Moreover, I have previously supported the herbivore tribe on multiple occasions, only to receive this outcome in return. This, too, is a failure of my leadership. Each of you has worked tirelessly for the lion-tiger tribe, while I, as your chieftain, have hindered your progress. I must apologize for my rashness in permitting 2 spies to remain among us." Upon hearing their chieftain apologize, many orcs and females were taken aback. "Chieftain, please do not say such things. You have done so much for us," a few orcs urged. Even Abel, who seldom participated in such matters, spoke up. "Uncle, this is not your fault. If you had not taken me in, I may not have survived to this day. I know your intentions were pure. You did not wish for those wandering orcs to perish outside. The blame lies with those with ulterior motives who exploited your kindness. You have done nothing wrong." Hearing Abel's words brought tears to the chieftain's eyes. Chu-Sinan was also astonished that Abel could articulate such sentiments. She had always thought him indifferent to these issues. Abel had long harbored gratitude for the chieftain's past kindness, silently cherishing it all these years. Observing Chu-Sinan's astonishment, Amy whispered to her, "Although the chieftain has apologized, many in the tribe do not blame him, particularly those who were once wanderers. Had it not been for the chieftain's benevolence, they would never have been able to join the lion-tiger tribe and enjoy the lives they lead now. The chieftain has consistently dedicated himself to the tribe, so they would not hold him responsible for this incident." Despite the tribe's assurances that they bore him no ill will, the chieftain felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. He believed he might truly be growing old, as his management of the tribe had fallen behind the times, and it was high time to consider new candidates for leadership. The chieftain and the priest had discussed this issue. Most of the tribe's members focused their discussions on the potential successors of Carlo and Abel. Carlo was undoubtedly the strongest warrior in the lion-tiger tribe, possessing a calm demeanor and a strong sense of responsibility. Should he become chieftain, he would surely excel. However, Abel's capabilities were also commendable. Though he did not frequently engage in tribal affairs, he had made significant contributions. The chieftain pondered this matter for an extended period. Yet no conclusion emerged, so he resolved to observe further before allowing the tribe to make a collective decision. Chapter 61. Finding cotton due to the wear and tear on the outer garments Chu-Sinan had previously worn. She was now clad in animal hides, with only her undergarments being her own clothing. However, as time passed, even her undergarments began to fray, prompting her to contemplate how to create new garments, while animal hides could serve as outerwear. They were uncomfortable for undergarments. The silk dress she had exchanged for at the trading event was something she cherished and could not bear to wear, let alone use for undergarments. Thus, she needed to find a method for creating clothing as swiftly as possible. Unfortunately, Chu-Sinan had not encountered cotton at the trading event, and while she had a general understanding of how cotton could be transformed into fabric, she doubted her ability to do so. Nevertheless, acquiring cotton would greatly aid in enduring the snowy season. Chu-Sinan had previously described the general appearance of cotton to Carlo, urging him to keep an eye out for it while hunting in the wilderness. However, many days had passed without any news from Carlo. "Alas, I found nothing. That I even ventured further afield today, yet still could not locate the white flowers you mentioned." Carlo returned from his hunt, shaking his head as he spoke to Chu-Sinan. Chu-Sinan felt puzzled. Could it be that cotton did not exist on the Orc continent, or perhaps it was simply not found in the vicinity of the lion-tiger tribe, but rather in more distant lands? "Carlo, how vast is the Orc continent?" Chu-Shinran suddenly asked with curiosity. "I don't know." Carlo was also uncertain about the question. No one knew the true expanse of the Orc continent, as no Orc had ever discovered its boundaries. Moreover, there existed numerous tribes on the Orc continent that remained unknown to them. Given the vastness of the Orc continent, it was likely home to many strange and peculiar species. Might the cotton here grow differently from that on Earth? "Carlo, could you take me with you when you go hunting in the next few days? I've explored all around the tribe and found nothing edible. Perhaps venturing further afield will yield new discoveries." Carlo nodded in agreement without hesitation. Early the next morning, Chu-Shinran rose early to prepare breakfast. She took out the dough she had kneaded the previous day and filled dozens of buns to steam. Once cooked, she packaged them up. After Carlo, Chu-Shinran, and the hunting team of orcs arrived in the wilderness, she distributed the buns to Kevin and Abel. "You all go hunting. I'll take Ran over there." Once Chu-Shinran finished distributing the buns, Carlo coolly addressed the other orcs before leading Chu Shinran in another direction. "Hey, slow down." Chu Shinran stumbled, struggling to keep pace with Carlo, and called out urgently. Carlo slowed his stride, still holding Chu Shinran's hand, but he walked ahead without turning back, remaining silent. At this moment, Chu Shinran noticed that Carlo seemed to be upset. Why? She pondered, as everything had been fine when they left. "Carlo! Carlo!" She called out several times, but Carlo did not look back. Seeing this, Chu Shinran halted, holding onto Carlo's hand, unwilling to proceed. Finally, Carlo turned his head to look at her, his expression sour. "Carlo, what's wrong?" Chu Shinran patiently inquired again. "It's nothing. Let's go." Carlo shook his head, refusing to say anything. Reflecting on when Carlo might have begun to feel upset, Chu Shinran arrived at an incredulous thought. She looked at Carlo in shock and asked, "Carlo, you weren't upset because I shared the buns with Kevin and Abel, were you?" Carlo's face stiffened, yet he refused to acknowledge it that of course not. "Let's go." Chu Shinran, both amused and exasperated, grasped Carlo's hand again and teasingly asked, "So you think I didn't save any buns for you and gave them all to others? Is that why you're unhappy?" Though Carlo continued to deny it, his awkward demeanor revealed the truth to Chu Shinran. She truly did not expect Carlo to be concerned about such trivialities. Despite his imposing stature, this side of him struck Chu Shinran as somewhat endearing. Chu Shinran retrieved a package from the backpack behind her and handed it to Carlo. "Here, this is your bun. How could I not save some for you? I specifically made this for you. The ones for Kevin and Abel were just extras. Are you happy now, you little grump?" Hearing Chu Shinran's playful banter, Carlo awkwardly rubbed his nose, accepted the bun, and continued walking with her, feigning composure as he said, "I'm not upset. All right, let's keep going." Chu Shinran found herself amused by this incident for quite some time. Laughing whenever she thought of it, as they wandered through the dense forest, they failed to encounter any plants familiar to Chu Shinran. Could it be that cotton truly could not be found? Just as she was about to give up and return to the tribe, she suddenly spotted a peculiar tree unlike any she had seen before. The tree was tall, with large fan-shaped leaves, and its fruits were round, large, and yellow. "What is that?" she exclaimed. Carlo shook his head. "I don't know, I've never seen anyone pick or eat these." Chu Shinran urged Carlo to climb the tree and retrieve a fruit. Observing the plump, spherical fruit, she tried tapping it, finding it quite dense. She then dropped the fruit to the ground, attempting to break it open, but it remained unscathed. Carlo took the spherical fruit, applied some force, and with his military knife, managed to slice it open. Reaching inside, he pried it apart, and finally, Chu Shinran glimpsed what lay within. Inside the fruit was a mass of fluffy, white cotton. Chu Shinran reached out to touch it, confirming that it indeed felt like cotton. "Carlo, this really seems to be cotton," she exclaimed, her voice trembling with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that cotton actually existed on the Orc continent. It looked so different from that on Earth. Chapter 62. Making cotton clothing and quilts. After discovering the cotton, Chu Shinran gathered the orcs in the tribe to help harvest the cotton balls, then smash them open in the square. Several young orcs and females, fascinated by the cotton they had never encountered before, found its texture delightful. Xiao ran, "This cotton feels so warm that if we wear it, we surely won't feel cold during the snow season." Jia Anyang remarked, stroking the cotton with delight. "Indeed, Jia Anyang, this cotton can be made into clothing and quilts. With this cotton, we won't be as cold during the snow season." After extracting all the cotton from the balls, Chu Shinran spread it out to dry in the square. The air in the lion-tiger tribe was filled with white fluff before she collected the cotton again, just before it started to rain. Once the cotton was dried, Chu Shinran, along with the females of the tribe, began crafting cotton clothing and quilts. Making quilts was straightforward. They simply needed to sew 2 pieces of animal hide together and fill them with cotton. After completing a thick quilt, many came to touch it, believing that such a warm blanket would surely keep them cozy during the snow season, especially with their heated Kong beds. However, making clothing proved to be more challenging. Lacking advanced equipment, the females relied solely on their hands. Chu Shinran struggled for quite some time, unable to produce a suitable outfit. Among the tribe, the most skilled after the mothers was Nina. Every time, Chu Shinran taught them to make something. Nina was always the fastest learner, often surpassing expectations and creating even finer pieces. Ultimately, it was Nina who successfully crafted a set of cotton clothing. She cleverly fashioned the clothing style from animal hide in advance and meticulously stuffed the cotton evenly during the sewing process. The final garment was warm and comfortable to wear. After Nina's success, the other females eagerly followed suit, quickly producing many sets of cotton clothing. Yes, the tribe operated on a labor distribution system. Each family had to make their own garments, meaning that both Carlo and Chu Shinran would need to create their own cotton clothing. Chu Shinran's hands were not particularly adept, and she sometimes found herself forcing through the process. While she could manage making grass shoes and backpacks, clothing was a different challenge altogether. Under Nina's guidance, after much toil, she finally succeeded in making Carlo's outfit, though she stubbornly refused to make another for herself, as she still had a down jacket that would suffice for a while. Carlo was delighted when he received the new clothing. Anyone nearby could see the joy on his face, and seeing him so happy made Chu Shinran feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. She discreetly hid her calloused fingers behind her back, not wanting Carlo to notice. However, by nightfall, Carlo did discover her injuries. Looking at the scars on her hands with regret, he gently said, "You shouldn't have worked so hard. I would rather go without new clothing than see you hurt." Chu Shinran withdrew her hands and cheerfully replied, "It's fine. Making just this one wasn't too hard, and I need to learn these skills eventually." "Did you not make one for yourself?" Carlo suddenly noticed that Chu Shinran had no new cotton clothing. "That I don't need one. I still have a down jacket, so there's no need for an extra cotton outfit." Chu Shinran was resolute in her decision not to make a second piece. Her hands still ached, and she had no desire to endure that pain again. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's words, Carlo fell into thought, but said nothing further. Carefully applying medicine to her hands, Chu Shinran initially believed that the matter would end there, but to her surprise, a few days later, Carlo presented her with a newly made cotton outfit. "Where did you get this?" "Did Jia Inyong make it for me?" Chu Shinran exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Carlo remained silent, merely handing over the padded jacket to her. Observing Carlo's demeanor, Chu Shinran tilted her head and, with a trace of skepticism, inquired, "Carlo, you didn't make this, did you?" She grasped Carlo's hand and, indeed, discovered numerous cuts scattered across it. In that moment, a myriad of emotions surged within her, gently caressing Carlo's swollen fingers. She spoke with a tinge of sorrow. "Why are you so foolish? Even if my hands are clumsy, they are still somewhat better than yours if I struggle to make a piece of clothing. How much more challenging must it be for you?" Unbeknownst to Chu Shinran, Carlo had been laboring secretly for an extended period. Yet, Carlo appeared unfazed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Chu Shinran, asking, "Do you like it, this garment?" As Chu Shinran unfolded the jacket and tried it on, she found it to fit perfectly and provide warmth. Although the stitching was somewhat uneven, it was sturdy and tightly sewn. "I adore it, truly, Carlo. Thank you so much," she expressed, carefully folding the jacket. Previously, her most treasured possession had been a silk garment, but now the most cherished item was this jacket, crafted by Carlo's own hands, the attire for Kalen. The chief and the priest was created with the assistance of Jia and Manda. Later, when Nina encountered Chu Shinran, she specifically inquired about the jacket. "Xiaoran, Carlo must have gifted you that garment. You have no idea." When he came to me asking for lessons on sewing, I was utterly taken aback. Nina, who was naturally shy, had always hesitated to approach Carlo, especially considering his sometimes stern appearance. Thus, when she unexpectedly saw him seeking her out, she was indeed startled. However, upon hearing Carlo's intentions, she found herself envious of Chu Shinran. Carlo truly cared for her, even going so far as to wish to create clothing for her by hand. Acknowledging Carlo's heartfelt effort, Nina diligently imparted all the essential sewing tips to him. "Did he really seek your guidance on how to sew?" Chu Shinran inquired, her heart buoyed by this newfound knowledge. Seeing her beam with joy, Amy and Nina teased her, and the three burst into laughter. Chapter 63. The females in distress. Once the padded jackets were completed, the Shirhu tribe returned to their bustling routine, preparing for the impending snowy season. During this time, a piece of joyous news spread throughout the tribe. Blake's female, Linda, was finally expecting cubs, a cause for celebration among the tribe's members since their relocation. Perhaps due to inadequate nutrition, The females had been struggling to feed themselves, resulting in a lack of new life in the tribe. Now, as conditions improved and the females regained their health, the arrival of a new life was finally announced. In the past, if Linda had conceived while in the Sherhu tribe, the timing might not have been optimal, making it difficult to ensure the cub's survival, especially with the harsh snow season approaching. Many adult beastmen struggled to endure the winter, let alone pregnant females. However, with ample food and all necessary measures in place, the tribe felt confident that this cub would arrive safely. After learning of Linda's pregnancy, Chu Shinran, along with Amy and Nina, made a special visit to see her. Blake was beside himself with excitement, while Linda's face radiated with happiness. Witnessing this scene filled Chu Shinran's heart with joy as well. However, a few days later, while Chu Shinran and several females were working in the square, an unexpected incident occurred. Linda, who had been crouched down organizing dried sweet potato flour, suddenly fainted as she stood. Chu Shinran and Amy were taken aback and rushed to support her. "Linda, what is wrong? Wake up!" Chu Shinran called out anxiously, attempting to stimulate Linda by pressing on her pressure points. "Xiaoran, look!" Amy exclaimed, her voice quivering with panic as she pointed at the ground beneath Linda. There's blood. A glaring pool of crimson flowed down Linda's legs. In a flurry, Chu Shinran and the other females lifted Linda and hurried her back inside. "Amy, quickly, go stoke the fire in the stove and warm the bed. And boil some hot water." At that moment, Dia and Manda rushed in upon hearing the commotion. They assessed Linda's condition and their faces paled. "Dia, Manda, what do we do?" "The bleeding one tea stop." Chu Shinran, gazing at Linda's pale figure lying on the bed, felt utterly helpless, lacking any knowledge to assist her. Dia and the others were equally anxious, although they had assisted many females in childbirth. The process relied heavily on the female's own strength that if complications arose, they were often powerless to intervene, leaving it to fate. Fortunately, after a brief period, Linda's bleeding subsided, but she remained unconscious. Blake was summoned back and, upon entering the room and seeing Linda in a state of unconsciousness, he nearly broke down. Kneeling before Dia and the others, he pleaded, "Please, I beg you, save my female. We've worked so hard for a better life. Linda cannot come to harm." Witnessing Blake's despair, many females present discreetly wiped away tears in the beastman realm. Childbirth was a perilous endeavor, and they could only pray to the beast god for the safety of the females and their cubs. By now, the bed had warmed, and Linda lay comfortably, her pallor improving. Chu Shinran continued to apply pressure to her points, and soon, Linda began to stir. "What happened? Is my cub all right?" Linda weakly opened her eyes, her first thought fixated on her unborn child. Blake, relieved to see her awake, rushed to her side. "Linda, you're awake. Are you all right? How do you feel? Is our cub safe?" Linda, fixated on Gia and the others, pressed for answers, her agitation rising when no one responded. "What about my cub? Is my cub all right? Why won't you answer me?" "Linda, please don't panic," Chu Shinran urged, stepping forward to soothe her, but Linda was beyond hearing her words. At that moment, the priest entered, quickly taking Linda's pulse and examining her belly. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath, fearing to disturb the priest's examination. After what felt like an eternity, the priest finally nodded. "The cub is safe. It hasn't been lost." Upon hearing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room, while Linda lay silently, tears streaming down her face. Blake rushed to comfort her, wrapping his arms around her. The priest may have been able to ascertain whether a female was expecting, yet he lacked knowledge on how to ensure a pregnancy continued successfully. In the beastman realm, the fate of a cub rested entirely on chance. However, since the priest confirmed that the cub had not been lost, there was reason to believe that all would be well. Chu Shinran urged Linda to rest and recuperate, assuring her that they would address everything once she regained her strength. Before departing, Chu Shinran turned back to Linda and asked, "What work have you been doing these past few days?" She recalled that Linda had always been healthy, so it was puzzling that her condition had suddenly deteriorated. "I've been busy working with animal hides and taking on any tasks around the tribe." Linda recounted her recent activities, prompting Chu Shinran to realize where the issue lay. "Linda, you are pregnant. You must avoid cold water and cannot overexert yourself. You can't continue working like you used to. Chu Shinran was astonished to learn that Linda had been engaging in strenuous tasks, just as she always had. But this is how we've always done things, Linda replied, perplexed. In the beastman realm, females continued to work throughout their pregnancies. It was unthinkable to simply cease all activity. This revelation made Chu Shinran understand that they lacked awareness regarding their condition. After deliberating, she decided to educate them thoroughly. Linda, in my previous tribe, there were many precautions for pregnant females. If not heeded, it could jeopardize the child's safety. For instance, they must avoid cold water and refrain from excessive labor. These factors could lead to miscarriage, and the same applies during a female's menstrual cycle. Cold water must be avoided, and hot water should be consumed frequently. Upon hearing Chu Shinran mention the possibility of miscarriage, the females present were filled with trepidation, for they had previously been unaware of such matters. It was no wonder that the females in the tribe often lost their young so easily. They had simply overlooked these crucial details. Later, Chu Shinran elaborated on various precautions to be taken during pregnancy and menstruation, and Jia Niang even insisted that all the females in the tribe gather to listen and commit this knowledge to memory, ensuring that incidents like Linda's today would never occur again. Chapter 64. Discovery of wheat. While Linda was resting in bed, Chu Shinran made several visits to deliver blood pudding from the tusked beast, hoping to help her regain her strength. Once Linda's health improved, Blake took the time to express his gratitude to Chu Shinran. Following Linda's ordeal, the approach of the snow season loomed ever closer. Although the cellar was already stocked with ample food, the members of the lion-tiger tribe diligently continued to store provisions just in case, despite the availability of sweet potato flour in the tribe. Chu Shinran's heart longed for wheat flour, as the flavors of dishes made from wheat flour were simply incomparable to those made from sweet potato flour. Chu Shinran had informed Carlo about the appearance of wheat long ago. But as time passed, no trace of it had emerged. Even during their journey to the exchange fair, they had not encountered any, leading Chu Shinran to nearly abandon hope. However, one day, Carlo burst into the house with an unusual excitement, holding something in his hands. "Look, what is this?" Upon recognizing the familiar golden item in Carlo's grasp, Chu Shinran felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly leaping from her spot. She rushed to Carlo's side and took the golden treasure from him. "Where did you find the wheat?" Seeing that Chu Shinran had confirmed it was indeed wheat, Carlo's excitement mirrored hers. "While hunting, I spotted a sharp-horned beast chewing on something that resembled the wheat you described. Following the direction for which the beast had come, I discovered a vast expanse of wheat." The news of a large field of wheat filled Chu Shinran with such elation that she felt as if she might float away. The thought of all the culinary delights that could be crafted from flour made her mouth water. It had been far too long since she had tasted white flour. Chu Shinran and Carlo gathered numerous beastmen and females, armed with tools, and made their way to the wheat field. Upon arrival, Chu Shinran was awestruck by the sight before her. A sweeping sea of golden wheat swaying in the breeze, each stalk brimming with plump grains. The beastmen of the lion-tiger tribe typically did not venture in this direction, which explained why this wheat field had remained undiscovered for so long. Moreover, the distance from the tribe was considerable. Had Carlo not fortuitously encountered the sharp-horned beast, this wheat field might have remained hidden indefinitely. Chu Shinran demonstrated to the others an effective method for harvesting wheat, and the members of the lion-tiger tribe eagerly engaged in the bountiful task. Given that the field was relatively remote, Chu Shinran decided to harvest all the wheat and transport it back to the tribe. With the wheat in abundance, Carlo organized a portion of the group to carry the harvested wheat back in baskets, while the remaining members stayed behind to continue the harvest. By the time all the wheat was transported back to the tribe, darkness had enveloped the land. The beastmen and females of the lion-tiger tribe gazed in awe at the mounds of wheat filling the square, their excitement palpable. "This is food," they exclaimed, lingering in the area, reluctant to depart. "Everyone should go eat first. After dinner, rest well. It is already late, and we shall attend to the wheat tomorrow. There are many tasks awaiting us. So let us take the night to recuperate." Chu Shinran stepped forward to calm their enthusiasm, for if left unchecked, they might have truly endeavored to work through the night. Though reluctant, the tribe members were inclined to follow. Chu Shinran's directives, gradually dispersing to attend to their individual affairs. The next day, Chu Shinran instructed the beastmen to manually rub the wheat, separating the chaff from the grains. Meanwhile, she and several females devised a method to weave winnowing baskets from ula grass. They placed the rubbed grains in the baskets and shook them to remove the chaff. Due to the wheat's considerable quantity, this task proved monumental. It took the entire lion-tiger tribe 3 full days to process the grains adequately. Once they had gathered the plump wheat grains, Chu Shinran cleared a sizable area and spread the wheat out to dry. If it doesn't rain, 3 days of sun will suffice, she declared. After 3 days of strenuous labor, the tribe members were finally afforded a moment of respite. However, Carlo assigned several beastmen to guard the drying wheat over the following days, partly to deter any birds from stealing it and partly to ensure that if rain threatened, the wheat could be retrieved promptly. While overseeing the drying of the wheat, Chu Shinran collaborated with Carlo to prepare several stone mills. Having read about the construction of stone mills in books, she retained only a vague recollection of the process. Chu Shinran first instructed Carlo to locate a large, sturdy stone slab, which they then shaped into a trough using a military knife, leaving an outlet for the ground product. The center of the slab was to remain as a circular plate, and they fashioned another plate of the same size. The joining surfaces of the 2 plates required intricate patterns, and Carlo and Chu Shinran expended considerable time crafting these, ultimately succeeding after countless attempts. The upper circular plate needed a round hole for the wheat to be fed through, with one side requiring a sturdy wooden rod to be inserted. Once the upper plate was aligned with the patterns of the lower plate, Carlo tested it by pushing the wooden rod, and remarkably, the stone mill began to turn. "Carlo, you are truly remarkable," Chu Shinran exclaimed, her joy propelling her to leap into Carlo's arms, who caught her with a bemused smile. Shaking his head, "No, it is your brilliance that deserves the praise." That moment, Kevin approached with some wheat to test the mill. After placing the grains through the round hole and pushing the wooden rod, flour began to trickle from the trough. "This is incredible. Shaoran, how did you conceive of this? You are truly brilliant." Kevin marveled at the spectacle, his disbelief evident. The other tribe members gathered around, astonished that the plump grains had been transformed into flour before their eyes. Chu Shinran stuck out her tongue and replied, "This was not my invention. It was devised by the people of my former tribe, that I merely learned their methods." Whenever Chu Shinran mentioned this, the beastmen and females of the lion-tiger tribe would reflect in awe on the strength of her previous tribe, marveling at their intelligence and the myriad useful creations they had devised. Chapter 65. Authentic wheat dishes. With the successful completion of the first stone mill, the subsequent mills were easier to construct, resulting in Carlo and his team producing a total of 5 stone mills. Once the wheat had dried adequately, Chu Shinran selected a portion of the plump grains to save as seeds for the following year. "These will serve as seeds for next year, that if we successfully cultivate wheat, we shall have an inexhaustible food supply, allowing us to harvest year after year." Is that true? "So, if we continue to plant, no one will ever go hungry again," the tribe leader exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, as long as we persist with planting, we will reap greater harvests. In fact, it's not just wheat. We can also cultivate sweet potatoes, cabbage, and radishes. Mastering the methods of cultivation means we will never face starvation. Additionally, with the beasts we raise, as long as they bear young, we can nurture those offspring, allowing the cycle to continue, providing us with an endless supply of meat. With these resources, reliance on hunting for sustenance would diminish, as hunting is fraught with danger and often yields little, particularly during the warm season when prey is scarce. In contrast, cultivation and animal husbandry are less susceptible to external factors, ensuring a sustainable future. Upon hearing the words of Chu Shinran, every member of the lion-tiger tribe was filled with anticipation and longing for the future. If only their living standards could indeed transform as Chu Shinran had described. After preserving the seeds, Chu Shinran divided the wheat into 2 portions. One she sent to the stone mill to be ground into flour, while the remainder was stored in the cellar, to be ground anew once the flour was consumed. Once the flour was ready, Chu Shinran utilized it to create a variety of steamed buns, dumplings, and pastries. Although she had previously used sweet potato flour, the taste had not been authentic. The flour-based delicacies possessed a delightful chewiness, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The other females, having already learned the technique for crafting these pastries, found themselves adept at using the flour, and soon the enticing aroma of baked goods wafted through the lion-tiger tribe, eliciting praise from the orcs as they feasted. With the flour at her disposal, Chu Shinran prepared to create a dish she had never attempted before. She kneaded the flour into a smooth dough, rolling it into a large circle, spreading oil atop, and sprinkling it with chopped scallions. Previously, she had foraged wild scallions, which she had transplanted into the tribe, allowing her to harvest them as needed. After seasoning the dough with salt and rolling it up, she sliced it into small rounds, which she then flattened into circular shapes before placing them in a pan to fry. The fragrant scallion pancakes emerged, captivating many onlookers, the most gluttonous among them. Karen and Kevin eagerly positioned themselves beside Chu Shinran, awaiting the delectable creation. Both clamored for the first pancake, yet amidst their bickering, it was Karen who ultimately received the first portion as he devoured the pancake. Kevin and Karen could only watch in silent frustration, eagerly anticipating Chu Shinran's next batch. Chu Shinran subsequently prepared numerous scallion pancakes, satisfying both Karen and Kevin's appetites, in addition to the scallion pancakes. She also sprinkled some vegetables over the dough to create vegetable pancakes, and when she added meat, the result was meat pancakes. The other females followed Chu Shinran's lead, and soon every member of the tribe had the opportunity to taste these delightful pancakes, all of them singing praises and feeling content. The simplicity of making scallion pancakes meant that in the mornings, the hunting orcs could easily take them along. As Chu Shinran cooked, she conversed with the other females. Gradually, the orcs of the lion-tiger tribe began to incorporate flour into their staple diet, as they discovered that dishes made from flour provided a sense of fullness that surpassed that of meat. While the females enjoyed the combination of the pastries with vegetables, the stone mill became increasingly popular within the tribe, as it not only ground wheat into flour, but also processed various other ingredients. Many of the females delighted in taking food to the stone mill, transforming it into flour to savor the unique flavors it produced. Not long after discovering the wheat, Chu Shinran joyfully stumbled upon a previously unnoticed treasure. While passing through the square, she inadvertently observed Karen and Kenny playing with long sticks in their mouths. Karen, Kenny, what are those things in your mouths? Chu Shinran inquired with curiosity. We're not sure what they are, but they taste sweet, so we often chew on them for fun, Karen replied, removing one from his mouth for her inspection. Isn't that sweet, Kane? Chu Shinran remarked, recalling her childhood days in the orphanage when she enjoyed biting into such canes. Where did you find them? She asked. There are plenty not far from the tribe. These were all brought back by Brother Darl, Karen answered obediently. Nodding, Chu Shinran prepared to seek out Darl, but suddenly hesitated, deciding to return to find Amy first. Amy, I'm going to gather some things outside the tribe. Would you like to accompany me? Chu Shinran asked. Amy eagerly nodded. Sure, I was just feeling bored with nothing to do. Chu Shinran led Amy to find Darl, who, upon seeing Amy, became somewhat flustered. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, Amy, Xiaoran, what brings you two here? Darl, I heard from Karen that you collected a lot of those long, thin grass sticks. Could you take us to where you found them? Chu Shinran inquired. Darl exchanged a glance with Amy and, filled with delight, readily agreed. Following Darl, Chu Shinran and Amy ventured beyond the tribe, locating the patch where the sweet canes grew. Help me gather some to take back. I'll prepare a delicious dish for you, she encouraged. Both Amy and Darl assisted in collecting the sweet canes. Darl, glancing at Amy, found himself several times wanting to strike up a conversation, yet ultimately lacked the courage, resigning to silence. Observing Darl's clueless demeanor, Chu Shinran sighed in exasperation, lamenting the squandered opportunity she had created for him. Chapter 66. The creation of cake. After returning with an abundance of sweet canes, Chu Shinran used a small stone to crush them into a pulp, extracting the sweet juice, dipping her finger into the liquid to taste. She found it exceedingly sweet, suitable for use as sugar. This time, Chu Shinran aimed to create a cake, recalling fond memories of enjoying sweet cakes in her childhood. She believed that the children, like Karen, would surely adore it. Chu Shinran procured a dozen eggs from the nest of the go-go beast, deciding to make several cakes so that everyone in the tribe could partake. She separated the egg whites from the yolks, mixing the yolks with the sweet cane juice. With Carlo still away hunting, she assigned the task of whipping the egg whites to Darl while she stirred the flour into the yolks. Ideally, she would have added some milk, but lacking it, she proceeded to experiment and see if it would turn out well. Though Darl appeared a bit clumsy, he possessed remarkable strength, and soon enough, he had whipped the egg whites to perfection. Chu Shinran combined the whipped egg whites and yolks, giving them a gentle stir before pouring the mixture into a steamer she had prepared as the cake steamed. Chu Shinran cautiously monitored the fire. Knowing how easily it could burn, she utilized a low flame, extinguishing it when the cake was nearly done. Carefully lifting the lid of the steamer, she was greeted by the sweet aroma of the cake, its fragrance wafting through the surrounding houses and drawing the attention of the children playing in the square. Sister Xiao ran. "What is that delightful smell? It's so fragrant," Karen exclaimed, inhaling deeply, utterly captivated by the enticing aroma. The other children widened their eyes, fixated on the stove, eager to discover what was producing such a delightful scent. Setting the steamer on the table, Chu Shinran was soon surrounded by eager children, their eyes fixed on the aromatic cake. "This is cake, specially made for you. Don't rush. I'll be sure everyone gets a piece." Chu Shinran used a large steamer, resulting in an especially sizable cake. She sliced generous portions for each child, and in an instant, half of the cake had vanished. As Karen and the others took their first bites, they were momentarily stunned by the sweetness and softness. Once they regained their senses, they quickly devoured the cake with astonishing speed. After finishing, the children looked at Chu Shinran with longing eyes, still desiring more, surprised by the children's ravenous pace and impressive appetites. Chu Shinran had initially thought the remaining half of the cake could be saved for Carlo's return. However, it disappeared before she could even consider it. Amy and Nina, who had been waiting patiently, had hesitated to snatch some from the children, thinking they would eat quickly and allow them to indulge afterward, but were now left astonished. I could see that moment. The orcs who had been out hunting returned. "What is that delightful aroma? What delicious treats have you been sneaking behind my back?" Kevin exclaimed upon catching a whiff of the sweet fragrance, a hint of indignation in his voice. "Brother Kevin, Sister Xiao Ran made us cake, and it's absolutely delicious. I've never tasted anything so delightful." Karen licked his lips, reminiscing about the flavor. Upon hearing Karen's words, Kevin's urgency heightened as he gazed longingly at Chu Shinran. "Xiao Ran, could you possibly make another batch? I haven't had a chance to try it yet. It would be incredibly cruel if you didn't let me have a taste." Carlo shot Kevin a glare before approaching Chu Shinran. "Are you tired? If you are, you don't have to keep making more. Don't mind that guy." Chu Shinran smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. How could I feel tired just staying in the tribe? It's you hunters who go out to hunt. They're truly weary. Just wait a moment. I will make another cake for you to try." It's quite delicious. Seeing Chu Shinran's insistence, Carlo could only nod in agreement. This time, while making the cake, Chu Shinran enlisted the help of several females to learn alongside her. After she completed it, she encouraged them to give it a try as well. However, due to their inability to control the heat, several of the cakes turned out burnt. Chu Shinran reassured them not to feel disheartened and suggested they continue practicing, as they would gradually find their rhythm. The moment her cake was placed on the table, it was quickly snatched away. Chu Shinran hurriedly saved a piece for Carlo before Kevin devoured it all. "How is it? Is it delicious?" she asked cautiously as she handed the cake to Carlo. "It's very tasty. You should try some too." Carlo took a piece of cake and fed it to Chu Shinran, who realized with surprise that despite her making the cake, she had not yet had a bite herself. In her childhood, she had indeed enjoyed cake, but as she grew older, her fondness waned. She found the texture overly rich and the sweetness lacking. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the piece Carlo fed her carried a long-lost sweetness. The cake quickly became a favorite delicacy within the tribe, especially among the children, the youngsters of the lion-tiger tribe, previously known for their mischievousness and playfulness, transformed into obedient little ones at the mere mention of cake as a reward. The elders of the tribe also took a liking to the cake, as its soft texture was ideal for those with weakened teeth due to age. Upon learning this, Chu Shinran specifically instructed the females who made the cake to reduce the sugar syrup when baking for the elders, as excessive sugar was not good for them. In truth, the cake's flavor fell slightly short due to the lack of milk. Observing the tribe's enthusiasm for cake, Chu Shinran resolved to create an authentic version once she could procure milk in the future. Chapter 67. A day of leisure. The snow season seemed to be approaching, as Chu Shinran distinctly felt the temperature dropping. The homes within the tribe had already begun to warm with heated floors, creating a cozy atmosphere indoors, but stepping outside revealed the biting chill of the wind. Recently, Carlo and the others have been spending longer hours hunting, often leaving at dawn and returning only as dusk fell. We have enough food stored already. They need not work so tirelessly every day, Chu Shinran remarked as she sat on the warm floor with Amy and Nina. Upon hearing her, Amy and Nina shook their heads. Xiao Ran, we have all experienced the pangs of hunger and know how terrifying that feeling is. Thus, regardless of how much food we have stored, we will not cease our efforts. We always desire to prepare more. We cannot predict what might happen during the snow season, so the more food we have, the better, Amy explained. Listening to Amy, Chu Shinran began to understand the mindset of the beastmen and females in the lion-tiger tribe. They were haunted by past experiences of starvation and the fear instilled by previous snow seasons, which made the practice of stockpiling food deeply ingrained in their minds. Yet, seeing Carlo toil so hard every day tugged at her heartstrings. She gently touched the fresh scars on Carlo's hand from his hunting efforts. How could you be so careless? Look at how many times you've been injured. Even while hunting, you must prioritize your safety. These little injuries are nothing, Carlo replied nonchalantly. Dismissing the minor wounds on his hands, he had endured far worse injuries during past hunts, with the advent of sharp military knives and new weapons. Hunting was already much easier than before. However, he did not wish to bring up his previous struggles and cause Chu Shinran distress. Carlo, is the snow season truly upon us? The hunting team has been out for extended periods, and some beastmen are busy chopping wood for the snow season, while the females are bustling about without pause. It won't be long now. The wild beasts have significantly dwindled, and it takes us much longer to encounter one. Once the snow season arrives, we may not see any beasts at all, he explained. Yet, Chu Shinran felt that the tribe's beastmen and females were exceedingly overworked, as if they were all strung tight. Too afraid to relax, she worried that if this continued, problems would inevitably arise. Carlo, I believe preparing for the snow season is prudent, but overexertion poses a real issue. If this persists, someone is bound to fall ill by the time the snow season arrives. Carlo, I think we should grant the tribe a day of rest, allowing them to recuperate and relax. After considering Chu Shinran's words, Carlo nodded in agreement. I have no objections, but I still need to discuss this with Father and the Elder. Chu Shinran later approached the chief and the Elder to voice her concerns. After deliberation, they concurred with her suggestion. You are right. If someone were to fall ill, it would be a loss. The entire lion-tiger tribe took a day off. Chu Shinran felt a surge of joy seeing Carlo remain indoors during the day, so she encouraged him to rest well, planning to prepare a nourishing meal to help him recover. Soon, Kevin, Abel, and Dar also arrived, staying inside to discuss matters with Carlo, while Amy and Nina joined Chu Shinran in the kitchen. Why is Abel here? Chu Shinran marveled, spotting the solitary beast man among the others. It was surprising, given his usual tendency to keep to himself. I practically dragged him over, Amy pouted, glancing at Abel. I don't know what he's thinking, always off on his own, completely unsociable. Once I learned Kevin and Dar were coming, I rushed to invite him, but he was reluctant to come until I exerted considerable effort. Recently, Amy had grown closer to Abel, a fact that had not gone unnoticed by many in the tribe. Amy, you, and Abel? Nina asked with curiosity. There's nothing between us. We're just from the same tribe. I noticed no one was playing with him, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Amy replied, her tone slightly evasive. Yes, that's so. Chu Shinran clearly did not believe her. She remembered the last exchange fair when Abel had received clothing from someone and had meals delivered to him. Teasingly, she remarked, who was it that made clothes for Abel, and who delivered food to him? Hearing Chu Shinran's playful banter, Amy lightly slapped her arm, feigning annoyance. Oh, Xiao Ran, why are you like this? I simply felt sorry for him for being neglected. So I made him some clothes. Chu Shinran and Nina exchanged glances, both unconvinced by Amy's excuse. The tribe's single beastmen typically receive clothing made by Jia S. and Manda's daughters, so Amy's reasoning was rather flimsy. However, Nina, observing Amy's flustered demeanor, perhaps saw a reflection of her own feelings and sighed. Amy, I envy you. You dare to express your feelings openly, while I cannot. Upon hearing Nina's admission, Chu Shinran and Amy ceased their playful antics and turned their attention to her. Nina, do you truly intend to continue like this without telling Kevin? Chu Shinran asked. Nina had secretly made many things for Kevin, all of which she had asked Chu Shinran to deliver without revealing her authorship. Nina shook her head. It's fine as it is that, if he finds out, it might make things awkward between us. For now, being friends is quite nice. Chu Shinran believed that Kevin was likely still oblivious to everything even now. He greeted everyone around him with laughter, treating Nina no differently than he did others, completely oblivious to any signs of her distress. Chu Shinran was at a loss as to how to advise Nina. Having never experienced love herself, she felt ill-equipped to offer any meaningful words or actions. Chapter 68. The arrival of snow season. Chu Shinran, along with Amy and Nina, prepared a sumptuous feast, and a group of them enjoyed a rare moment of leisure together. The orc males and females of the tribe also took a well-deserved day of rest, and the following day, they rallied their spirits to resume their labors, as the temperatures continued to drop. It suddenly struck Chu Shinran that she had forgotten to make several essential items for the snow season. Together with Amy and Nina, she sought out Jia's mother and shared the methods for crafting hats and gloves. With these warm accessories, they would surely feel cozier. During her time on Earth, Chu Shinran would bundle herself up tightly each winter, exposing only her eyes to the cold. Recently, as she ventured outdoors, she felt her hands and head numbed by the biting wind, which finally reminded her of her oversight in making hats and gloves. Crafting a hat was straightforward, but the process of making gloves proved to be somewhat intricate. It was best to tailor the gloves to fit snugly around the fingers, allowing for ease of movement while working. Though there were simpler designs that merely slipped over the hand, such options would be impractical for their tasks, prompting Chu Shinran to opt for fingered gloves instead. She first measured Carlo's hand size, and the other females did the same before they all reconvened to create the gloves. Chu Shinran crafted a simple pair of gloves first, and then watched as Nina worked on a more complex design. After hearing Chu Shinran's description, Nina quickly produced a pair of gloves that matched Chu Shinran's imagination perfectly. Nina, you are truly remarkable. I could never achieve such skill. Your hands are so deft, Chu Shinran exclaimed in admiration as she gazed at the finished gloves. Nina shyly smiled and replied, It's not that impressive. You should try them on and see if they fit. The gloves Nina made were tailored to Chu Shinran's measurements, and when she slipped them on, she found them to be incredibly warm and comfortable, crafted from animal hide with cotton filling. The other females, witnessing Nina's success, gathered around to praise her and inquire about her technique. Watching Nina bask in the attention of her peers brought a sense of relief to Chu Shinran. She had previously worried about Nina's sensitive and self-conscious nature, but her talent for sewing had granted her a sense of belonging within the tribe. Many females were eager to consult her and engage in conversation, perhaps contributing to Nina's newfound confidence and cheerfulness. In the end, with Nina's assistance, Chu Shinran crafted a hat and a pair of gloves for Carlo. Shortly after completing the garments, the snow season truly descended upon the Orc continent. Chu Shinran knew it would be cold during this season, but she had not anticipated the severity of the chill. She found it nearly impossible to step outside, even clad in a cotton coat and equipped with a hat and gloves. The biting cold was unbearable, penetrating her very bones and chilling her heart. In contrast to Chu Shinran's distress, the members of the lion-tiger tribe appeared remarkably composed. Their current dwelling was pleasantly warm, their beds cozy at night, and the entire house radiated comfort, a far cry from their previous hardships. The nights during the snow season were the most grueling, as temperatures plummeted further than during the day. In past winters, they had huddled in caves, shivering and hoping for the season to pass without loss of life to the cold. Seeing Chu Shinran struggle with the cold, Carlo decided to keep her indoors, saying, "Stay here. If you need anything, just let me know, and I will fetch it for you." Carlo was unfazed by the cold. He was reluctant to wear the cotton coat Chu Shinran had made for him, opting instead for his thin animal hide when he ventured outside. When Chu Shinran saw this, she became quite exasperated, pulling him back to don the cotton coat, hat, and gloves before allowing him to leave. "I must adapt," Chu Shinran insisted. Though she considered remaining indoors throughout the snow season, observing Amy and Nina moving about effortlessly made her realize she, too, needed to acclimate to the cold. Otherwise, what would she do in case of an emergency? Orcs were generally not averse to the cold. Their bodies produced ample warmth. It was the females and the elderly who found the snow season particularly challenging, but they did not fear the cold as Chu Xinran did. For she had never experienced such frigid weather, a chill that surpassed her imagination. Once the snow season commenced, the tribe's members found themselves with ample free time. Their sole amusement became visiting one another and engaging in conversation, a scene they had never dared to envision. They were astonished to find themselves living in warm houses and enjoying hot meals during the snow season. The members of the lion-tiger tribe felt an immense sense of gratitude for their current circumstances. When Amy and Nina came to visit Chu Xinran, she was hesitating about going outside. "Amy, Nina, don't you feel cold?" she asked, enviously observing how they moved about freely in the chill. "That's not too bad. We've grown accustomed to it. Before we had cotton coats, we had to search for food outside regardless of the cold, so we became used to it. Now, wearing cotton coats makes it much warmer than before," Amy replied. Hearing Amy's words, Chu Xinran sighed. She glanced out the window and saw that even the young orcs, like Kalu and Kenny, were playing joyfully in the square. Witnessing the children's indifference to the cold, she gritted her teeth, fully armored against the chill, and followed Amy and Nina outside. The moment she stepped out, she felt the cold wind piercing through her clothing, but she persevered, determined to acclimate to the harsh environment. Together with Amy and Nina, Chu Xinran gathered firewood from behind the house. Once they returned to the warmth of their dwelling, she finally regained sensation in her hands and feet. Previously, she had felt utterly numb, devoid of feeling in her limbs. Chapter 69. Falling ill in her effort to adapt to the cold of the snow season, Chu Xinran ventured outside periodically throughout the day to gather firewood or retrieve food from the cellar. After 2 or 3 days of this routine, she ultimately succumbed to illness due to her inability to cope with the harsh temperatures. One morning, Carlo awoke to find Chu Xinran still in bed. Thinking she might need more rest, he went to the outer room to prepare breakfast. However, when he returned with the meal, he found that she had still not risen, which struck him as odd. "Ran, wake up, it's time for breakfast," he called gently from beside the bed, but Chu Xinran remained unresponsive. Concerned, Carlo approached and pulled back the covers, revealing her flushed face, drenched in sweat. Ran, are you all right?" Carlo exclaimed anxiously, giving her a gentle shake, but she still did not respond. Touching her forehead, he felt an alarmingly high temperature, sending him into a panic. He dashed outside at breakneck speed, urgently summoning the shaman. Upon hearing that Chu Xinran was ill, the shaman hurriedly followed Carlo to assess her condition. After checking her forehead, he grew frantic, exclaiming, "Little Ran is burning up. Her temperature is dangerously high." Carlo was at a loss for words, feeling as though a knife had pierced his heart at the sight of Chu Xinran lying there. His breath caught in his throat, and his mind went blank. In the past, many orcs and females in the tribe had succumbed to fever, and now that Chu Xinran was afflicted, Carlo found it hard to accept. He tried to calm himself, but his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Let us try the method that little Ran taught us before." The shaman suddenly recalled how Chu Xinran had treated Darl's fever. He instructed Dia's mother to boil some water quickly. And Carlo, gradually regaining his composure, retrieved blankets to wrap tightly around Chu Xinran. Once the hot water was ready, Carlo soaked a cloth in it and placed it on her forehead, that he remained vigilantly by her side, re-soaking the cloth whenever it cooled, desperately hoping for her recovery. In the interim, Amy entered several times to bring meals to Carlo, yet Carlo remained untouched by the offerings. "Carlo, do partake in a bit. If you don't eat, Xiao Ran will surely be disheartened upon waking," Amy implored. She understood how much Chu Xinran valued Carlo's eating habits, and if Carlo continued to abstain, it would undoubtedly upset Chu Xinran. "Leave it here. I shall eat it later," Carlo replied in a hoarse whisper, not deigning to glance at Amy, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Xinran. Seeing Carlo's obstinacy, Amy sighed helplessly and set the food down before exiting. Since the onset of Chu Xinran's fever, Carlo had remained steadfastly by her side, not moving an inch. He observed her pale visage as she lay there, silently beseeching the beast god for her recovery. willing to pay any price for her well-being. Chu Shinran remained unconscious, occasionally stirring as if feeling the heat, attempting to push the quilt away, only to be gently restrained by Carlo, who ensured she remained snugly covered. Kalen stood outside, casting anxious glances into the room, his voice trembling with fear as he inquired, "What is wrong with Xiaoran? Is she ill? Will she leave me like Mama did?" Kalen, still too young to grasp the true meaning of death, only recalled how his mother had departed in a similar manner. Hearing Kalen mention his mother, the chieftain's face clouded with sorrow as he lifted Kalen into his arms, reassuring him, "Rest assured, with the beast god's protection, your Xiaoran will be just fine." Chu Shinran's fever persisted throughout the day, with the entire lion and tiger tribe silently praying for her recovery. Having done so much for them, they were profoundly grateful and hoped she would triumph over this ordeal. As night fell, Chu Shinran finally regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open, discomfort evident as she sensed a throbbing pain at her temples. "You're awake. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Carlo inquired urgently, his voice still raspy. "What has happened to me? In your throat?" Chu Shinran was startled by Carlo's hoarse tone, her gaze shifting to him, where she noted his drawn features and reddened eyes. "You had a fever, a full day of it. If you hadn't awakened, I truly would have lost my composure," Carlo said gently, placing her hand against his cheek as he spoke with heartfelt tenderness. Upon hearing Carlo's words and seeing his weary state, Chu Shinran managed a faint smile, offering reassurance. "But I am awake now. Everything is fine. Do not fret so." Despite her lingering headache, Carlo urged her to rest and brought over the ginger soup he had prepared earlier. Encouraging her to sip it slowly, "Is your head still aching?" he inquired, sitting beside her and holding her hand. Chu Shinran nodded slightly, the pulsating pain at her temples overwhelming her to the point of wishing she could strike her head with a hammer. Suddenly, she felt two hands pressing against her temples. "Sleep now. I shall massage your head for a while," Carlo murmured soothingly as he gently kneaded her temples. The pain gradually subsided, lulling her back into a drowsy slumber. Unaware of how long Carlo tended to her, when Chu Shinran awoke the following day, her headache had dissipated and her fever had subsided. "Drink some ginger soup first. Is there anything else you desire?" "I shall prepare it for you," Carlo said as he brought a bowl of ginger soup to her. Noticing the redness around Carlo's eyes, Chu Shinran realized he must have stayed up all night caring for her. Tiredness evident in his bloodshot gaze. "Carlo, did you not rest last night? I am feeling better now. You need not worry about me. Please, go get some sleep," she urged. Carlo, however, shook his head. "I am not weary. You are the one who is ill. Listen to me and drink the ginger soup. I want tea." Chu Shinran insisted stubbornly, repeatedly encouraging Carlo to rest. Ultimately, Carlo relented, waiting until she had finished her breakfast before lying down for a brief respite, which finally satisfied her. Chapter 70. Abel comes to visit. Once Chu Shinran's fever subsided, Carlo insisted she remain in bed for a few more days, to which she reluctantly acquiesced. She believed she was already well, her body no longer aching. The fever likely resulted from the recent fluctuations in temperature, compounded by the harsh cold. During her recovery, many came to visit, including Amy and Nina, with Amy specifically informing Carlo of Carlo's behavior. "Xiaoran, you have no idea. On the day you were unconscious, Carlo refused to eat a single morsel that I brought him food several times, but he insisted I leave it there, and even when it cooled, he wouldn't touch it." Hearing this, Chu Shinran cast a reproachful glance at Carlo, unaware of this incident. Had she known, she certainly would have been angry with him for neglecting his health. Carlo, sensing the attention shift towards him, quickly remarked, "You all continue your conversation. I must check the fire in the stove," and promptly exited. I never expected Carlo, usually so serious, to appear rather frightened. Amy jested upon witnessing Carlo's demeanor. Chu Shinran chuckled. "He is not afraid of me. He merely fears my nagging." Just as Chu Shinran was engaged in conversation with Amy and Nina, an unexpected visitor arrived. Abel, who entered alongside Carlo, whose expression was far from pleasant. Upon seeing Abel, Amy hurried over, her face lighting up with excitement. "What brings you here? You didn't come out when I saw you earlier." Abel ignored her, approaching Chu Shinran's bedside and placing a handful of red berries on the table beside her. "How are you? Are you feeling better? The berries were a rarity, and it was unclear where Abel had procured them, as fresh berries were nearly impossible to find, concealed beneath a blanket of snow. Thank you. I am feeling much improved, Chu Shinran replied, nodding in gratitude. If you cannot endure the cold outside, do not push yourself. Stay indoors and rest. Abel continued, to which Chu Shinran nodded, unsure of how to respond. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Amy's expression stiffening, while Carlo's displeasure was palpable, thickening the atmosphere in the room. Abel, where did you find these red berries? How biased of you to only bring them for Xiao Ran and not for us. Amy exclaimed, initially disheartened by Abel's lack of attention, but quickly regaining her composure to engage him in conversation again. Why should I bring you any? You're not ill, he retorted, reverting to his usual brusque manner. We're all part of the same tribe. What harm is there in sharing a few berries? Do not forget, I have brought you plenty of food. Amy protested, her frustration evident as she noted Abel's impatience while conversing with others. Yet his tone would soften when he spoke to Chu Shinran. I never wanted that food. You insisted on bringing it. Abel countered. You? Amy fumed, pointing an accusing finger at Abel. What is wrong with you? Why are you so insufferable? I've always been this way. What of it? Did you just realize it today? Abel scoffed. Abel, you ungrateful wretch. As their argument escalated, Carlo intervened, his face darkened with annoyance that if you wish to quarrel. Take it outside. Xiao Ran needs a rest, and visiting hours have concluded. Now leave. Nina quietly advised Chu Shinran to rest well before leading the still fuming Amy away. Abel and Carlo exchanged glances before departing without further words. Chu Shinran, left in bewilderment, could not comprehend how the situation had spiraled into chaos. Once everyone had vacated, Carlo picked up the red berries Abel had brought and headed toward the door. Wait, do not discard them. At least they are Abel's kind gesture, Chu Shinran called out urgently. Carlo paused, taking a moment before responding. I will not discard them. You cannot consume these as you recover. I shall take them to Father and the Elder. With that, he exited with the berries in hand. What had begun as a simple visit had devolved into this disarray, and Chu Shinran sighed in resignation, with Amy upset, Abel displeased, and even Carlo in a foul mood. The atmosphere was decidedly grim. Nina led Amy away from Chu Shinran's quarters, but Amy remained irate. That wretched Abel! How detestable he is! He refutes every word I say. I will never be kind to him again. I shall never bring him anything ever again. Amy, please calm down. Abel is simply that kind of person. He merely has a sharp tongue, but no ill intentions. Nina comforted, patting Amy gently on the chest. Then why doesn't he speak to Xiaoran like that? His tone with her is so gentle. Upon hearing Amy's words, a sudden silence enveloped the two, and after a moment, Amy sighed and said, I know he likes Xiaoran. But she is already with Carlo. He has no hope. Amy, do you really have feelings for Abel? Nina asked earnestly. Amy remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Amy, Xiaoran has nothing to do with this, so please don't let any rift form between you two because of Abel. Nina expressed her concern, as she regarded both Amy and Chestnuts as dear friends and wished to avoid any misunderstandings between them. Upon hearing Nina's words, Amy helplessly tapped Nina on the head. What do you take me for? How could I possibly blame Xiaoran for this? Though Xiaoran hasn't explicitly stated it, it is clear she likes Carlo. She has done nothing wrong. Affection is inherently unpredictable. Nina finally felt reassured, realizing she had been overly anxious, for Amy was not the type to harbor such sentiments. I'm sorry for overthinking. Nina apologized with a smile. Amy shrugged it off, stating her current ire was directed solely at Abel, unrelated to anyone else. That ungrateful fellow, I shall no longer pay him any mind. Let him wallow in his solitude, she declared, exasperated. Chapter 71. Lilith's thoughts later. When Chestnuts recovered from her illness, she discovered that Amy and Abel were still in a state of discord. Uncertain of how to intervene, she hesitated. However, Chestnuts found a silver lining in her misfortune, for after her recovery, her resilience against the cold had significantly improved, unlike before when the chill was nearly unbearable. Initially, Carlo was reluctant to let her venture outside, but upon witnessing her newfound tolerance to the cold, he eventually relented. As Chestnuts stepped outside, she finally had the leisure to appreciate the breathtaking scenery of the Beastman continent. The mountains behind the lion-tiger tribe were blanketed in snow, resembling majestic snow-capped peaks, while the dense forest in front of the tribe was transformed into a sea of white, the once vibrant greenery entirely concealed beneath a thick layer of pristine snow. Though Chucks and Ran had seen snow during her time on Earth, it paled in comparison to this grand spectacle, where the landscape was dominated by an endless expanse of white, inspired by the snow. Chucks and Ran recalled the joy of building snowmen with the children. She donned her gloves and hat and called out to Karen and Kenny. "How about we build a snowman?" she suggested cheerfully, touching the cold ground. "Sister Shaoran, what is a snowman?" "It's a little figure made of snow that looks just like us." "Come on, Sister Shaoran will teach you." Chucks and Ran guided the children in crafting a large, round body, then placed a head atop it. Using black fruit skins for eyes, a carrot for the nose, and red fruit skins for the mouth, a lively snowman stood proudly in the snow. The children, overjoyed by their creation, began to leap and bound in the snow. Besides snowmen, you can also shape beasts out of snow, Chucks and Ran encouraged. Inspired by her words, Karen and Kenny conjured various imaginative ideas, creating snow representations of bleating sheep and horned beasts, reveling in the snowy wonderland. Eventually, Carlo came to collect the children, ushering Chucks and Ran back into the warmth of their home. "Your hands are freezing," he remarked, soaking her hands in warm water, which were still reddened despite her gloves. As Chucks and Ran played outside, many beastmen and females stood at their doorways, watching the children with smiles and laughter. Lilith's father observed this scene and turned to the pensive Lilith, saying, "Lilith, just look at the remarkable changes Shaoran has brought to our lion-tiger tribe. You should stop opposing her. See, you are now able to enjoy the warmth of this home and eat hot meals, all thanks to Shaoran. So, don't go looking for trouble with her." Listening to her father's advice, Lilith remained silent. In recent days, she had felt invisible within the tribe, refraining from stirring up trouble and focusing on her own tasks without slacking off. Those around her noticed her change and believed she was genuinely repentant. Yet, only Lilith knew the extent of her hatred towards Chucks and Ran. Because of Chucks and Ran, she had become the tribe's laughingstock. Carlo no longer even glanced her way, and now, even the formerly timid Nina had become a lauded female alongside Chucks and Ran. Lilith scoffed, resolute not to concede so easily. The next leader of the lion-tiger tribe would undoubtedly be Carlo, and if she could manage to form a bond with him, her status within the tribe would be restored. Furthermore, if she could usurp Carlo from Chucks and Ran, it would surely cause her great sorrow. For this reason, Lilith had been biding her time, believing that Abel might serve as a catalyst for her plan. To that end, Lilith sought out Abel. "Abel, do you like Chucks and Ran? Coincidentally, I like Carlo. If you are willing to collaborate with me, I can assure you that Chucks and Ran will ultimately choose you. Are you out of your mind?" Abel replied, dismissing her ramblings with a laugh. He had no desire to partner with someone as foolish as Lilith, who would only hinder his progress. "Abel, I came to you with good intentions, and this is your attitude? Do you think you could defeat Carlo on your own? Let me tell you, you're still far from it," Lilith retorted, her frustration boiling over at Abel's dismissal. "Not my problem." Abel remained unfazed, having little regard for Lilith. "Who do you think you are? If it weren't for Carlo, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. Look around. Who in the tribe is paying you any attention? My coming to you is a privilege for you. Yet you act so aloof. What a joke." Lilith's fury escalated. She had already been feeling stifled, and now even Abel, a nobody without parents, dared to look down on her. Before Abel could respond, Amy, who had overheard their exchange, rushed out in defense of Abel. "Lilith, do you even know what you are? Have you forgotten how you were punished by the chief? You, a lazy female who shirks work, dare to criticize Abel, who diligently contributes to the tribe. Do you think you deserve to?" Amy took hold of Abel's arm, pointing at Lilith as she continued. "And who says no one pays him any mind? I am willing to talk to him, as are Shaoran and Carlo. The one no one wants to associate with is you." Caught off guard by Amy's vehement retort, Lilith was momentarily speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, Amy had already pulled Abel away. "Abel, let us go. Don't waste your breath on people like her." Chapter 72. A malicious curse. As Amy dragged Abel along for a considerable distance, she suddenly remembered that she was still upset with him and quickly withdrew her hand, releasing his arm. Warranty you the one who said you would never speak to me again? Abel remarked with amusement at her sudden shift. I just can't stand how Lilith bullies people. If it were anyone else, I would have intervened too. It has nothing to do with you, so don't get the wrong idea. Amy insisted stubbornly, attempting to distance herself, but was abruptly halted as Abel grasped her wrist. Thank you, he murmured softly. Upon hearing his words, Amy's face flushed, and she stammered, well, at least you have a bit of conscience. With that, she turned and ran away. Lilith, having been inexplicably berated by Amy, stood fuming in place, stamping her feet in frustration. They would pay for this. Just wait until she turned the tables on them. Lilith, finding her attempts with Abel futile, resolved to rely solely on herself. She retrieved the pair of gloves she had crafted earlier and intercepted Carlo as he was about to leave. Carlo, these are the gloves I made for you. Please accept them, she said, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she extended the gloves towards him. Upon recognizing Lilith, Carlo frowned, shaking his head impassively. No, thank you, did I have my own. Lilith glanced at the gloves Carlo wore, clearly made by the clumsy Chuckson Ran, and remarked, Carlo, those are quite unsightly. Look at how beautifully crafted mine are. I spent a considerable amount of time perfecting them. For the sake of our hard work, please accept them. Indeed, Lilith's craftsmanship surpassed Chuckson Ran's. I really don't need them. My pair is perfectly adequate. Carlo stubbornly refused, unwilling to accept her offering. Seeing Carlo's obstinacy, Lilith's temper flared. With a hint of indignation, she confronted him. Carlo, what has come over you? You were never like this before. Why have you changed since Chuckson Ran arrived? Everyone in the tribe used to say we were a match made in heaven. What has caused this transformation? Carlo had intended to turn away, but upon hearing Lilith, he warned in a steady voice, Lilith, you previously spread rumors about us throughout the tribe, and I overlooked it considering your gender. However, I must now make it abundantly clear. My future mate will only be Ran. I desire no one else. If you continue to spread falsehoods, I will not be lenient with the truth laid bare. Lilith felt as if her facade had been stripped away. Tears welled in her eyes as she glared at Carlo, exclaiming, Carlo, you are being utterly unreasonable. Carlo's assertion was indeed correct. All the rumors regarding their relationship had originated from Lilith herself. She had told others that Carlo pursued and liked her, when in reality, he had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with her, while she had unilaterally pursued him. Carlo, must you truly be so heartless? What is it about Chuckson Ran that has captivated you so thoroughly? If she had not appeared, it would undoubtedly have been me by your side. Just the other day, why did the beast god not take her when she was ill? I curse her in the name of the beast god. May she meet an untimely demise. Before Lilith could finish her spiteful words, Carlo struck her, rendering her momentarily stunned. She had never witnessed such a terrifying glare from Carlo. His eyes icy as he fixed them upon her. In a fit of rage, he declared, Lilith, if you dare to continue speaking, I will ensure you can never speak again. You believe me. Carlo's fury escalated upon hearing Lilith's audacity to curse Chuckson Ran in the name of the beast god. He clenched his fists tightly, struggling to maintain control. The veins on Carlo's forehead bulged with anger, and Lilith, terrified by his ferocity, felt as if he would shatter her in an instant. Carlo was not inclined to let Lilith off easily. He seized her and marched towards the chief and the priest. Along the way, many tribe members witnessed the scene, seeing Lilith in disarray as she was dragged by Carlo, her face a mask of panic as she cried, Help me! Save me! Carlo is going to kill me! Carlo, what is happening? Let us speak calmly. Do not treat a female so roughly, the chief's wife rushed forward to intervene. Indeed, Carlo, let us discuss this rationally. Do not act impulsively. Echoed other beastmen. Yet, Carlo remained silent, his expression grim as he continued to drag Lilith forward, ignoring their pleas. Seeing Carlo's demeanor, a female rushed to find Chuckson Ran. Carlo unceremoniously tossed Lilith before the chief and the priest, shocking them with his actions. Carlo, what is the meaning of this? What are you trying to accomplish? The chief demanded that Lilith's parents and Chuckson Ran soon arrived, and upon seeing their daughter in such distress, her mother cried out, Lilith, what has happened? Are you all right? Carlo, why would you treat her this way? How could you be so cruel? Lilith, spotting her parents, began to wail, Mother, save me. Carlo wants to kill me. He intends to kill me. What on earth is going on? The chief fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at Carlo. Chuckson approached, gently grasping Carlo's hand, whispering, "What has transpired? Why are you so upset?" Carlo comfortingly squeezed her hand, then turned to the chief, slowly recounting the events. Lilith has cursed Ran in the name of the beast god. At this revelation, the crowd, save for Chuckson, turned pale. Lilith, how could you be so malicious? What has Ran done to deserve such a curse? Amy exclaimed, her anger boiling over as she pointed at Lilith. Indeed, Lilith, how can you treat Ran this way? She has done so much for us. Is this how you repay her? Dia, who had been advocating for calm, also stepped forward to chastise Lilith. Lilith's parents wore expressions of horror, unable to comprehend their daughter's actions. They had believed her assurances that she had changed and would not err again. Among those present, only Chuckson remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Lilith had merely cursed her once. Was it truly such a dire matter? Back on Earth, many had casually invoked the heavens in their speech without consequence. However, Chuckson was unaware that the beast god was revered above all by the beastmen and females. In times of hardship, they prayed to the beast god for guidance, and when someone passed away, it was said they had merely gone to meet the beast god. Thus, the beast god held a sacred place in their hearts. And invoking his name for a curse was an unfathomable act. Promises made to the beast god were to be honored. Lilith's curse was indeed horrifying to them. Lilith, how dare you commit such an act? The chief glared at her, while the usually composed priest also expressed his outrage. To curse in the name of the beast god was no trivial matter. Lilith's audacity was appalling. Father, grandpa priest, Lilith cannot remain in the tribe. She must be expelled, Carlo asserted resolutely, revealing his intent in bringing Lilith before the chief and priest. Lilith could no longer stay in the lion-tiger tribe. If this continued, she would undoubtedly find ways to harm Chuckson. Yes, expel her. Many agitated beastmen and females echoed Carlo's suggestion that Lilith's actions were unforgivable, especially considering how much Ran had done for them. Hearing the proposal for her expulsion, Lilith collapsed to the ground in despair. How could this be? It was freezing outside. If she were cast out, she would surely freeze to death, or at the very least, starve. But Lilith's mother could not accept such an outcome, pleading with the chief and priest through tears. You cannot do this. If Lilith is expelled, she will surely perish. How can a female survive the winter alone? Chief, priest, I implore you, spare her this time. I promise she will never repeat this mistake. Witnessing Lilith's mother's anguish, many in the tribe felt compassion, yet they knew Lilith had gravely erred, and her mistakes were inexcusable. It is not cruelty on my part, but how many times has Lilith erred? If this were her first offense, I could consider forgiveness, but this is not the case. She has repeatedly transgressed, each time claiming to understand her wrongdoing, yet she continues to repeat her mistakes. How can I overlook this? I trust you all understand how vital Ran is to our tribe. If anything were to happen to her, could you bear the consequences? Upon hearing the chief's words, despair enveloped Lilith. Was she truly to be cast out? Crawling before the chief, she cried, I truly understand my mistake this time. I will never dare to do so again. Please, spare me this once. I assure you, it will be the last time. I can guarantee it. In that moment, Lilith was provoked by Carlo's demeanor and momentarily lost her reason, which led her to utter those words impulsively. Had she known that her words would result in such severe consequences, she would undoubtedly have refrained from speaking so rashly. Although Lilith's father felt that his child had brought shame upon him, she was nonetheless his only offspring. The thought of sending her to her demise was unbearable. He stepped forward and addressed the chieftain and the priest, saying, Chieftain, priest, I humbly plead for your mercy, regardless of the punishment you deem fit for Lilith. I have no objections. However, I implore you not to expel her from the tribe. If she's cast out, she will surely not survive this winter, having contributed much to the tribe and being regarded as a benefactor. The chieftain found himself in a difficult position upon hearing these words that he turned to Chuckson and asked Shaoran, What do you think? Lilith's mother hurriedly knelt before Chuckson. Weeping, Shaoran, I know you have a kind heart. Lilith has wronged you, but I beg you to grant her another chance. If she's cast out now, she will undoubtedly perish. Please, I implore you. Chucks and Ran quickly assisted Lilith's mother to her feet, saying in a flustered tone, "Mother, please stand up." After being helped up, Lilith's mother pulled Lilith before Chucks and Ran, urging Lilith quickly apologize to Shauran. Hurry. At that moment, Lilith felt a pang of regret. Tearfully, she apologized. Shauran, I recognize my mistake now. I truly understand my wrongdoing. I will never again intentionally target you. Observing that everyone was looking at her, Chucks and Ran sighed and said to the chieftain, "Let it go. I have not suffered any harm, so it is best not to expel her from the tribe." Upon hearing Chucks and Ran's words, Lilith and her parents beamed with joy, hastily expressing their gratitude. "Thank you so much. We will never forget your immense kindness." However, Carlo was visibly displeased, disagreeing with Chucks and Ran's decision. Noticing Carlo's dark expression, Chucks and Ran comfortingly squeezed his hand, whispering, "It's all right. I'm fine with letting her off this time." Chucks and Ran did not perceive the situation as particularly grave, perhaps due to her disbelief in the existence of any beast deity. Yet, she felt a sense of happiness at Carlo's concern for her. Hearing Chucks and Ran's words, the chieftain turned to Lilith and declared, "Since Shauran has spoken, we shall spare you this time and not cast you out. But remember, this is your final warning that if you err again, no one will be able to save you, regardless of who pleads for you. From now on, you are to chop firewood for the tribe for a month as your punishment, and you are not to seek assistance from anyone." Realizing she would not be expelled from the tribe, Lilith eagerly nodded, assuring, "Chieftain, rest assured, I will never err again. I will diligently contribute to the tribe henceforth." Once the matter was resolved, the onlookers from the tribe dispersed, and Lilith's parents led her back to their home. Observing Lilith's disheveled state, her father sighed in disappointment. "Lilith, just look at yourself. Everything you are suffering is of your own making. Now that Shauran is willing to give you another chance, if you do not seize it properly, whether you live or die from now on is no longer my concern." Chapter 74. Kevin and Nina Shauran. Please do not let Lilith's words upset you. She is truly vile. The beast deity will never fulfill her words. When Chucks and Ran, Amy, and Nina gathered together, Amy, fearing that Chucks and Ran was still troubled by the incident, offered her consolation. Chucks and Ran nodded, responding, "Do not worry. I understand. If the beast deity truly exists, it will undoubtedly assist the good and not the wicked." Upon hearing this, Amy quickly covered Chucks and Ran's mouth in terror, while Nina looked on. Surprised, Shauran, "You must not question the existence of the beast deity. The beast deity has always protected our beastman continent. Whatever you say will be heard." Seeing the grave expressions on Amy and Nina's faces, Chucks and Ran ceased her jesting and replied earnestly, "I misspoke. I apologize." Although Chucks and Ran did not believe in the beast deity, she respected Amy and Nina's beliefs. Moreover, since she had inexplicably arrived in this beastman continent, it indicated that there existed some unexplainable force in this world that by the way. "Nina, how have things been with Kevin lately?" Chucks and Ran inquired, looking at Nina. Nina shook her head, same as usual. What change could there be? However, I am already quite happy to see him every day. "Nina, are you truly content with this?" Amy asked, observing Nina's demeanor with a hint of frustration. "You have silently delivered so many gifts to Kevin, yet you do not let him know they are from you. How will you cultivate your relationship this way?" Nina hesitated at Amy's words, but recalling the scene where she had seen Yuli present a gift to Kevin, she felt a wave of trepidation. "Nina, are you still hung up on that incident? It ultimately proved to be a misunderstanding that Kevin's still single. If you truly like him, you should make an effort. With your kindness and diligence, he will surely come to like you in the end. Nina, if you do not make an effort now, when Kevin potentially ends up with another female, you will undoubtedly feel regret. If you have tried your best, even if you do not end up together, at least you can face the reality of your fated separation with peace." Listening to Amy's words, Nina fell into deep contemplation. Amy and Nina had starkly different personalities. Nina tended to consider the worst possible outcomes before acting and would deliberate for long periods, while Amy acted impulsively, disregarding potential consequences, even if she failed. She believed that as long as she had made an effort, it was worthwhile. Chucks and Ran and Amy conversed with Nina for quite some time, and eventually, Nina mustered the courage to at least deliver the gifts she had made with her own hands, even if she did not confess her feelings to Kevin. Nina brought the meticulously prepared food she had made to Kevin, who was pleasantly surprised to receive it. Having no parents, Kevin usually subsisted on the communal meals prepared by the tribe's women, occasionally enjoying a meal at Chuck's and Rand and Carlo's home. Observing how Chuck's and Rand would personally prepare delicious meals for Carlo, Kevin felt a pang of envy. Kevin relished a variety of foods, yet the meals prepared by the tribe's women were mostly limited to a few standard dishes, which was a hardship for a culinary enthusiast like him. Now, seeing the diverse array of food Nina had prepared, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Nina, thank you so much for making me all these delicious dishes. Is there anything you need me to do for you? Just say the word, and I will make it happen." Kevin, nearly drooling, stared at the food in Nina's hands. "Go ahead and eat. I do not need anything from you." Nina shyly shook her head, placing the food into Kevin's hands before turning to leave. Although Nina had stated that she did not require Kevin's assistance after savoring the food she had made, Kevin went out and chopped a large amount of firewood, placing it at Nina's doorstep. Upon seeing the firewood at her door, Nina felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. She was saddened that Kevin had indeed failed to perceive her feelings. Assuming it was merely a case of mutual assistance among tribe members, unwilling to take advantage of her kindness. Yet, she felt reassured that she had finally established a connection with Kevin, no longer wallowing in self-pity alone. From that day forward, Nina frequently delivered various items to Kevin, and in return, Kevin would help Nina with many tasks to express his gratitude. Chuck and Rand and Amy felt relieved upon witnessing the budding rapport between Nina and Kevin. At least now, Nina could converse with Kevin, a significant improvement from the past when she lacked the courage to speak with him. Kevin remained blissfully unaware, boasting to Carlo about how he could finally enjoy delicious food every day. Observing Kevin's obliviousness, Carlo, having received Chuck and Rand's admonition, merely shot him a bemused glance, gaining a new understanding of the extent of Kevin's obliviousness. If Nina were not fond of him, what female would endure the effort of cooking for him daily? Amy continues to relentlessly pursue and annoy Abel as always. After hearing the various rumors circulating within the tribe, both the priest and the chief burst into hearty laughter. It has been a long time since any orc has paired with a female. And given the current circumstances, it seems that in the near future, the tribe may celebrate several joyous occasions. Although the winter season remains bitterly cold, the lively demeanor of the orcs and females surrounding Chu Shinran makes her feel considerably less cold. However, upon seeing Karen return with a frozen, rosy face and hands after frolicking in the snow, Chu Shinran hurriedly prepared hot water for Karen to soak in to prevent her from suffering frostbite. Despite her frozen state, it was evident to Chu Shinran that Karen's face was still brimming with joy, adorned with a radiant smile. Chapter 75. Carlo's heartache. How can you be so happy when your hands are nearly frostbitten? Chu Shinran asked with a hint of amusement at Karen's cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing her question, Karen giggled a few times before responding slowly. "Yes, I am very happy. Sister Shaoran, you don't understand, and my previous impression of winter was of trembling in a cave every day, starving and feeling as though I might perish from hunger. Yet now, I can live in a warm house, enjoy delicious food, and play in the snow. This is actually my first experience with snow. I never even dared to dream of it before." Pausing her actions, Chu Shinran continued to massage Karen's hands submerged in hot water, smiling as she said, "Rest assured, your life will always be like this from now on. You will never have to suffer from the cold or hunger again. Sister Shaoran will not stop you from playing in the snow, but you must promise to wear gloves next time." "All right," Karen obediently nodded. That night, as they prepared for sleep, Chu Shinran recounted her conversation with Karen to Carlo. Carlo fell silent for a long while before suddenly pulling Chu Shinran into a warm embrace. Startled by his sudden action, she hesitated to push him away, but feeling the warmth of his breath on her head softened her heart, and she gradually wrapped her arms around his waist. "What is wrong?" Chu Shinran asked softly. "Oh, you know. I used to be very afraid of winter, but now you have brought me a completely different winter," Carlo said in a low, somber tone, unsure of how to respond. Chu Shinran recognized that life had been quite difficult for the lion-tiger tribe during winter, and Carlo's memories of the season must be filled with sorrow. "Did you ever find it strange that my father's attitude towards me fluctuates so much?" Carlo suddenly brought up the topic. "The truth is, I do not resent my father. If I were him, I would also be unable to forgive myself. Chu Shinran sensed that Carlo was about to reveal something significant. She gently patted his trembling back, wishing to offer him some comfort. My mother died because of me. She sacrificed her life to save me. It's all my fault. Carlo's words left Chu Shinran in shock. Her eyes wide, and no wonder the chief's demeanor towards Carlo was so peculiar. Losing his mate because of their offspring must have weighed heavily on him. Years ago, during the beast tide that struck the lion-tiger tribe in the midst of winter, the orcs had been too weak from hunger to defend themselves against the onslaught at that time. As Carlo's mother fled with him and Karen, a beast had slipped past the rear guards and lunged at Carlo. Without hesitation, Carlo's mother stood in front of him to protect him. By the time the chief turned back to confront the beast, it was already too late. The beast's sharp claws had inflicted a deep wound on Carlo's mother's abdomen. In a fit of rage, the chief tore the beast in half, collapsing as he held Carlo's mother, who lay on the ground. Raise Carlo and Karen well. I can no longer stay with you. Forgive me. Carlo's mother gasped out her final words, then ceased to breathe, her eyes closing forever. Hearing his father's anguished cries, the young Carlo was frozen in shock, staring at his mother, who would never move again. His mind numbed as he met his father's gaze, which was filled with indescribable sorrow. Years have passed since that day, yet Carlo has never forgotten the scene, the sky heavy with snowflakes, the white ground soaked in bright red blood, a stark contrast as his mother lay silently, lifeless in the snow. Not only can my father not forgive me, but I cannot forgive myself either. My mother died because of me. Carlo's voice trembled. Carlo, please don't say that. Your mother would never blame you. Chu Shinran replied, her heart aching as she listened to him. She must have chosen to save you out of love. And she wouldn't want to see you burdened by guilt. She wanted you to grow up safely and healthily that time. Karen was too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation, having been raised by Carlo all these years without harboring any ill feelings towards him. However, ever since that incident, the relationship between Carlo and the chief had become strained. The chief understood that Carlo was not to blame. He often reminded himself of this. Yet each time he looked at Carlo, he was reminded of the female who died because of him. This thorn remained embedded in his heart, impossible to remove. As Carlo grew up and matured, he often berated himself for standing there foolishly as his mother lost her life. If only he had reacted more swiftly, she might have survived. Carlo, this is not your fault. Truly, it is not. Please do not be so hard on yourself. A mother's love is the most profound force in the world. Your mother willingly sacrificed her life to save you. She must have loved you deeply. Your life was saved by her own, and thus you should live well, allowing her spirit to rest in peace. Chu Shinran spoke softly to Carlo, hoping to alleviate his sorrow and encourage him to embrace life again, freeing him from the chains of guilt that bound him. In truth, no one was at fault. Neither Carlo, nor his mother, nor his father could be blamed. Only fate had played a cruel hand. However, if my mother had met you, she would surely have liked you. Though she had never met his mother, Chu Shinran believed that she must have been a gentle and resilient woman, raising such wonderful orcs as Carlo and Karen. That night, Chu Shinran conversed extensively with Carlo, uncertain if he could let go of this burden. Yet she hoped he would not remain trapped by this incident, but rather face it with renewed courage, as it was truly not his fault. Chapter 76. The sudden avalanche winter had settled in for some time, and Chu Shinran spent most of her days in the warmth of her home, occasionally stepping outside for a brief stroll. One night, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in her ears, startling her awake as she scrambled from her bed, while Carlo had already dashed out the moment the sound was heard. Dressing swiftly, Chu Shinran grabbed a torch and hurried outside, where she found many orcs and females of the tribe gathered at a distance from the mountain's base, animatedly discussing something. As she approached, she realized that countless snow blocks were cascading down the very mountain that provided shelter to the lion-tiger tribe, creating a daunting sight filled with oppressive white. It's an avalanche, Carlos said gravely, joining her after assessing the situation. Fortunately, during the construction of their home, they had chosen a location set back from the irregular ground at the mountain's foot. Had they built their house at the base, the avalanche would have wrought unimaginable devastation upon the tribe, As the avalanche's intensity increased, Carlo, alongside the chief and the priest, decided to relocate the entire tribe to a safer distance to protect them from the impending disaster. This was the first time Chu Shinran had spent such an extended period outside in the frigid elements, and despite Carlo wrapping her tightly, she still shivered uncontrollably from the cold. Now she understood what Amy and Nina had meant when they described how they often felt frozen stiff during winter. Seeing her in such a state, Carlo could do nothing but hold her even tighter, his heart aching for her discomfort. After all, the momentum of the avalanche is increasingly formidable. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before the snow buries the houses. Thus, in order to take precautionary measures, we are left with no choice but to resort to this desperate strategy. Fortunately, when dawn broke, the avalanche finally ceased, and the falling snow had yet to envelop the houses of the lion-tiger tribe. At this moment, Chu Shinran felt completely numb from the cold. Prompting Carlo to hurriedly wrap her tightly and carry her to the bed inside the house, he then rushed to the stove to kindle a fire, hoping to warm the Kong. Once the Kong warmed up, Chu Shinran began to feel significantly better, finally regaining some warmth, just as Carlo brought over a bowl of ginger soup he had prepared. After sipping the steaming ginger soup, Chu Shinran finally let out a sigh of relief. "Have you had some? You should drink a bit too, and make sure the others in the tribe have some as well to prevent them from catching a chill." She handed the bowl to Carlo for him to take a sip. "Rest assured, I have already informed them. They should have all had their share by now. What shall we do next, Carlo?" Chu Shinran pondered. Recalling the sudden avalanche from the previous night, a hint of worry creeping in her voice. Their tribe was now covered in vast expanses of snow, obscuring many belongings. "You should rest here. The females, the elderly, and the children will stay indoors while I take the orcs to clear away the snow outside. That tea will be much harder to remove once it freezes." Chu Shinran initially intended to offer her assistance, but upon remembering the bone-chilling cold from last night, she hesitated. "I'll rest a bit longer, just a little while, and then I'll come help you." Carlo, noticing her demeanor, smiled and gently ruffled her hair. "There's no need for that. You should rest well here. We orcs are quite resilient to the cold. It's no trouble for us." Carlo, along with Kevin and several orcs, commenced the task of clearing the snow from around the tribe. Most of the snow remained soft and easy to shovel, though some had already frozen solid. Nevertheless, the orcs, endowed with immense strength, were unfazed by this minor inconvenience. The entrance to the tribe cellar was buried beneath the snow, and some of the animal shelters had collapsed under the weight. As Carlo cleared the snow from the shelters, he discovered that the animals within were either crushed to death or already frozen stiff. Fortunately, only a portion of the shelters had collapsed. The others, located on the opposite side of the tribe, had suffered no damage. Upon learning of this, Chu Shinran decided to join the females of the tribe in preparing the animals as food for everyone. Since the onset of the snow season, their diet had primarily consisted of smoked meats and jerky, and fresh meat had become a rarity. Seizing this opportunity, they resolved to nourish the entire tribe. By the time night fell, the orcs had nearly cleared the accumulated snow from the tribe, leaving only the deeper, thicker snow at the cave entrance untouched. This section posed the greatest challenge for removal, as it contained only trivial items, but given that salt rock was stored within, Carlo planned to clear it the following morning. "Xiaoran, thank goodness you suggested we build houses. Otherwise, we would be the ones buried beneath the snow now," the shaman remarked with a hint of relief during dinner. "Indeed, we have resided in this cave for quite some time without encountering an avalanche. We never anticipated such an occurrence. Had anything happened, it would have been too late," the chieftain added with a touch of melancholy. The other tribe members, listening to the shaman and the chieftain, felt grateful they had heeded Xiaoran's advice. Otherwise, they certainly would not be sitting here peacefully for dinner. Chu Shinran herself had not anticipated narrowly escaping an avalanche, aware of its terrifying nature. Last night, while the lion-tiger tribe members slumbered, the avalanche struck in an instant, had they still been residing in the cave. Once the snow blocked the entrance, escape would have been nearly impossible. The following morning, Carlo led the orcs in clearing the snow from the cave entrance, temporarily piling the removed snow around the tribe, intending to relocate it further away when time allowed. Carlo, feeling uneasy, accompanied Kevin up the mountain for an inspection. The avalanche had dislodged many snow blocks from the summit, and it would likely be some time before another avalanche occurred. allowing Carlo to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 77. The crisis of food. While the avalanche issue was temporarily resolved, a troubling matter had arisen within the tribe, causing the chieftain distress. He convened the shaman, Carlo, Chu Shinran, and able to discuss the issue at hand. The rate of food consumption within the tribe is surpassing our expectations that, if this continues, we may run out of provisions before the snow season concludes. The chieftain disclosed with concern, "Is there a shortage of food? I recall performing an inventory previously, and we should have enough reserves to last through the snow season, possibly even some surplus," Carlo remarked softly. The colder temperatures during the snow season may necessitate a greater caloric intake, Chu Shinran suggested. Perhaps we should revert to our previous routine of 2 meals a day and simply forego lunch. The chieftain proposed. Historically, the Lion-Tiger tribe had only consumed breakfast and dinner until Chu Shinran suggested the 3-meal system. Chu Shinran shook her head. 3 meals a day is preferable. Having only 2 meals creates too long a gap, which is detrimental to our health. Then what should we do? The chieftain turned to Abel, who had been silent until now, seeking his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Abel replied, "The females expend less energy due to their lighter workload. Perhaps we could reduce their rations by half. Abel's suggestion. Carlo's brows furrowed in disapproval. Seeing the chieftain actually consider Abel's proposal, Chu Shinran, her emotions stirred, exclaimed, "No, chieftain, both the females and the orcs are dedicated to this tribe. Why should the females be the ones to suffer? This has always been our approach. But if we do not do this, what will happen if the orcs do not have enough to eat when danger arises? For the safety of the tribe, this is the best course of action." Abel and Chu Shinran argued back and forth, neither willing to yield. Abel, our tribe is currently facing a food crisis. Our priority should be to devise a solution rather than immediately seeking to cut the females' rations. How do you think those who have tirelessly contributed to the tribe would feel? Chu Shinran stood her ground, articulating her reasoning that if they knew of this, they would willingly make this sacrifice for the tribe. Abel persisted. "Even if they were willing, we cannot proceed with this. That I, for one, would not agree to it," Chu Shinran retorted, her expression cold with anger. As the debate between Chu Shinran and Abel escalated, Carlo intervened to halt their dispute. He turned to the chieftain and asked calmly, "Father, I have verified the quantity of stored food. It should not be possible for us to be in this situation. Have you conducted any private investigations into how our food has been consumed over the past days?" The chieftain shook his head. Eventually, at Carlo's suggestion, the chieftain dispatched someone to investigate the recent food consumption, uncovering several issues. With the Lion-Tiger tribe enjoying improved conditions, each orc and female had developed preferences for specific foods. Some, thinking there was an abundance, began to selectively consume only their favorites. Consequently, when certain individuals did not wish to eat their allocated food, they would request additional rations from the person responsible for distribution, resulting in significant waste over time. The tribe's food supplies dwindled as a result. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, the assembled individuals were at a loss for words. The shaman sighed deeply and remarked, "With a slight improvement in our circumstances, some of these orcs and females have begun to waste food. Have they forgotten the hardships of hunger and cold? With their current eating habits, no amount of food can withstand their consumption." The chieftain exclaimed in frustration, "This cannot continue. We must hold a meeting to address this matter with everyone in the tribe. If we allow this to persist, we may invite even greater troubles." The chieftain summoned all members of the tribe, his expression grim as he relayed the situation. After hearing the chieftain's words, many orcs and females were incensed. "Who are these individuals? Chieftain, tell us who is responsible for this. We must teach them a lesson they shall not forget. How dare they so recklessly waste food?" Though the chieftain is indeed furious, he still retains a semblance of rationality. "I shall not reveal the names of those few individuals. My sole desire is for those responsible to reflect on the nature of our past existence, to ponder the immense effort we expended to procure these provisions. Consider whether their actions are worthy of the dedication shown by the diligent Shan for the benefit of our tribe." Upon hearing her name mentioned by the chieftain, Chu Xinyan stepped forward to voice her sentiments. "I understand the desire to indulge in one's favorite foods is not inherently wrong. Yet such indulgence can only be contemplated after we have established a life of abundance within our lion and tiger tribe. Do you truly believe that our current circumstances represent the pinnacle of existence? We are merely managing to stave off hunger. We have yet to reach a point where we can afford to be picky about our sustenance. Once our tribe's living standards genuinely ascend to a higher echelon, I assure you that everyone will be free to choose whatever they wish to eat, without the worry of scarcity or distaste. Moreover, beyond nourishment, there will be a plethora of delightful activities to enjoy. Upon hearing Chu Xinyan's words, the members of the lion and tiger tribe were filled with hope for the future, for they knew that she speaks only the truth and has always followed through on her promises. Although the chieftain did not disclose the names of the offenders, after listening to both him and Chu Xinyan, those individuals felt a wave of shame and stepped forward to express their sincere apologies to the tribe. They recognized their error, having momentarily lost themselves in arrogance, and vowed never to repeat such behavior again. Chapter 78. A sudden revelation. After uncovering the source of the issue, Carlo and Chu Xinyan recalibrated the distribution of food, temporarily alleviating the food crisis within the lion and tiger tribe. Subsequently, Abel sought out Chu Xinyan to apologize, admitting that his previous remarks were born out of concern for the tribe's predicament. After some contemplation, Chu Xinyan decided to forgive him. Meanwhile, the lion and tiger tribe remained unaware that they had caught the attention of a scheming rival tribe. "Are you certain that you are speaking the truth?" Jonathan glared ominously at Butte and Andrew, who stood before him. Although intimidated by Jonathan's piercing gaze, Butte and Andrew summoned their courage and nodded. "Chieftain Jonathan, how could we dare deceive you? We have witnessed with our own eyes the affluence of the lion and tiger tribe. They possess an abundance of food previously unseen by us, such as the sweet potatoes in your hand." Butte continued, "When we last visited the lion and tiger tribe, every member appeared robust and well-fed, showing no signs of hunger." Andrew added, flattering Jonathan, "Indeed, when we sought their assistance, their chieftain graciously offered us a bounty of provisions, a clear indication of their prosperity. Chieftain Jonathan, should your bird tribe venture to the lion and tiger tribe, you will undoubtedly return with a wealth of exquisite food." Butte chimed in, embellishing his words. Listening to Butte and Andrew's assertions, Jonathan fell into deep contemplation. The lion and tiger tribe. He recalled hearing the name in his youth, yet by the time he assumed leadership of the bird tribe, the lion and tiger tribe had long since declined on the Beastman continent. During the last exchange conference, he had been struck by the fearless gaze of a young beastman from the lion and tiger tribe. But after ordering his subordinates to ambush them, he paid little heed to the matter. Little did he know, his subordinates had failed to carry out the ambush, and Jonathan felt inexplicably that it was linked to that young beastman. Now, upon hearing the name of the lion and tiger tribe once more, his interest was piqued. Last time at the exchange conference, I saw that the leader of the lion and tiger tribe was a silver-haired beastman. "Who is he?" Jonathan inquired with keen curiosity. "The silver-haired beastman you mentioned must be Carlo. He is the child of the chieftain of the lion and tiger tribe and is likely to become the next chieftain." Butte eagerly responded, "Carlo?" Jonathan smiled darkly. "In that case, I shall engage with the lion and tiger tribe in a game of my own." "Butte, should I discover that you have deceived me, the fate of your herbivorous tribe will be apparent to you without my need to elaborate. Rest assured, Chieftain Jonathan, we would never dare deceive you. The herbivorous tribe has always been loyal to you." Without requiring Jonathan's direct intervention, the herbivorous tribe dispatched Butte and Andrew to lead them to the lion and tiger tribe, while Jonathan braced himself for the good news he expected from his subordinates, confident that the lion and tiger tribe could not escape this time. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the lion and tiger tribe remained cheerful, with Chu Xinyan preparing delicious food for Karen and Kenny, the young beastmen. "Sister Sean, when can we eat?" Karen gazed eagerly at the pot of simmering food, yearning for a response that "Tea will be ready shortly. Please be patient a moment longer," Chu Xinyan gently reassured them. Just as they were chatting, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Hearing the noise, Chu Xinyan stepped out to investigate. Upon exiting, she immediately spotted Carlo and Kevin, each carrying something on their backs, accompanied by several beastmen. "What has happened? What is going on?" Chu Xinyan approached and discovered that Carlo was carrying a beastman, while Kevin bore an elderly woman. Both individuals appeared gravely affected. their bodies covered in white frost, as if they had been frozen for an extended period. Carlo and Kevin carefully brought the two inside, laying them on the warm hearth and wrapping them in thick blankets. "I see this, Luke?" Chu Xinyan exclaimed upon returning with hot water, recognizing the familiar figure from the herbivorous tribe. "Indeed, it is Luke. Kevin and I discovered them collapsed at the entrance of our tribe during our patrol. They had been frozen to the point of losing consciousness," Carlo replied, furrowing his brow. After a while in the warmth of the house, Luke gradually regained his senses and opened his eyes. "Mother!" Luke exclaimed, anxiously scanning his surroundings until he spotted his mother lying beside him, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. "Oh, not worry. Your mother has merely fainted temporarily. She should awaken shortly," Chu Xinyan hastily clarified. "Thank you," Luke expressed sincerely as he accepted the hot water from Chu Xinyan. "Luke, how did you and your mother end up unconscious at our tribe's entrance?" Carlo asked, his tone laced with caution. Luke cast a glance at his mother, sighed deeply, and began, "I understand your distrust. I am a beast man from the herbivorous tribe, and I have deceived you in the past, so it is only natural you do not trust me. However, what I am about to share is the truth. Please believe me. During the rainy season, when hunting and storing food should have commenced, the beastmen in our tribe were reluctant to toil, preferring instead to wait for the chieftain to seek assistance from other tribes. Unable to bear this any longer, I ventured out alone to hunt wild beasts. Yet, as a solitary beastman, my abilities are limited, and once the snow season arrived, the scant provisions I had stored were quickly exhausted by the tribe. At this juncture, the chieftain and Andrew proposed seeking aid from the bird tribe. As you are aware, the bird tribe has always been domineering and unreasonable. They would never willingly assist the herbivorous tribe. Nevertheless, the chieftain and Andrew believed they could exchange information about the lion and tiger tribe for food, aiming to inform the bird tribe of your tribe's abundance and entice them to raid the lion and tiger tribe, thus reaping the benefits. Upon hearing Luke's revelation, all present were taken aback, including the chieftain and the shaman, who had hurried in upon hearing the news that I tried to dissuade the chieftain and Andrew for a long time after learning of this plan. But they refused to heed my warnings. Ultimately, I had no choice. Once they departed, I seized the opportunity to escape the herbivorous tribe with my mother, intending to inform you of this scheme, but why now? The chieftain and Andrew should have reached the bird tribe. Luke coughed a few times before continuing. Chapter 79. Strategic discussion. Luke, you and your mother have endured much hardship to reach here. Please rest assured, we are grateful for your willingness to share this information with us. The lion and tiger tribe will not forget your kindness. Chu Xinyan comforted Luke, urging him and his mother to rest before she and the others stepped out to discuss their countermeasures. That Butte is truly malevolent. I was blind to his treachery. How could he betray us? The chieftain expressed his fury, lamenting his past naivety. Enough lamenting. Such reflections are futile now that we must earnestly strategize on how to confront the bird tribe. The priest, busy with the rituals, interrupted the chieftain's words and inquired, "Is the bird tribe truly formidable? Do they really engage in plundering other tribes?" Chu Xinran was not well acquainted with the bird tribe, but she recalled that the last time she saw their chieftain, he certainly did not seem like a benevolent individual. The bird tribe has a notorious reputation in the northern part of our continent. Their ability to take flight in their beast forms grants them a significant advantage in battle. They often seize the opportunity during the snow season to raid other tribes for food, circling the air until they find the right moment to swoop down and attack, making them quite difficult to contend with. Kevin, standing nearby, expressed his indignation. Indeed, many tribes have faced extinction after being robbed of their food during the snow season. Are they so audacious that other tribes have not banded together to resist? Allowing other tribes to face annihilation is utterly atrocious. Chu Xinran asked incredulously, perhaps due to her prolonged stay on the Orc continent. The most pressing issue Chu Xinran encountered was how to meet basic needs and survive against nature. She had never anticipated that conflicts between Orc tribes could be so severe. Upon hearing Chu Xinran's question, Carlo shook his head, perhaps in the past, but ever since Jonathan became the chieftain of the bird tribe, it has become exceedingly difficult. Regardless of the challenges, if the bird tribe intends to seize our food, we should confront them head-on. That I refuse to believe we cannot defeat them, Abel declared, clenching his fists in anger. However, after hearing so much about the bird tribe, Chushinran felt that a direct confrontation would be unwise. The bird tribe must possess formidable strength to have maintained dominance over this land for so long that a brutal clash would only lead to mutual destruction, with the lion-tiger tribe likely to suffer the more severe losses. I disagree. I believe we should temporarily avoid them, Chushinran asserted, shaking her head. How do we hide? We have no idea when the bird tribe will come. Are we to remain hidden indefinitely? That would be utterly humiliating. Abel countered, rejecting Chushinran's perspective that it is not merely a question of pride, that if we engage them directly, we cannot assume victory. Even if we do win, the lion-tiger tribe will be significantly weakened. Why must we take such risks? Chushinran explained. Chieftain, what do you think? Abel asked, turning to the chieftain and the priest as their debate continued. The chieftain, feeling somewhat torn, was angered by the actions of Butcher and Andrew in a fit of rage. He contemplated a direct confrontation, but he recognized the validity of Chushinran's arguments. Carlo, what is your perspective? The chieftain finally turned to Carlo for his opinion. That I concur with Shinran's viewpoint, Carlo replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing Carlo's agreement, Abel's expression darkened. It is the snow season, and if we engage the bird tribe in battle, regardless of the outcome, our tribe will undoubtedly incur losses. The snow season is already arduous. Any additional strife would severely impact the lives of the females and the elderly in our tribe, Carlo articulated slowly. Indeed, Carlo makes a valid point. Given the snow season, we cannot afford such risks. Chushinran added in agreement. Shall we simply hide indefinitely? Will we be forced to hide every time the bird tribe approaches? If this continues, our lion-tiger tribe will be the subject of mockery from other tribes. Abel still felt unwilling to yield, asserting that he feared nothing, and if the bird tribe dared to come, he would confront them. The primary issue is that it is the snow season, and we are unprepared. Engaging the bird tribe now would not yield any advantages. Our current hiding is merely a temporary measure. When the time is right, we may confront them directly. Chushinran understood Abel's sentiments, but felt that direct confrontation was too reckless. The lion-tiger tribe had only just begun to develop and could not afford such impulsive actions. Ultimately, the chieftain and the priest agreed with Carlo and Chushinran's proposal, observing Abel's lingering dissatisfaction. The chieftain advised, Abel, I know you are a good child, wholeheartedly dedicated to the tribe, but this is merely a temporary strategy to protect our females and the elderly. Please do not act rashly. Abel reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. After resolving to temporarily evade the bird tribe, Carlo checked with Luke about Butcher and Andrew's departure time. Given the current circumstances, it was likely that the bird tribe had already learned of their decision and would attack within a day or two. Luke, upon hearing that the lion-tiger tribe had resolved to retreat for the time being, wholeheartedly supported this proposal. In his view, the bird tribe was currently too powerful. A head-on clash was not a viable option. It was wiser to retreat temporarily and wait until they were stronger to retaliate. Once Luke's mother awakened, the chieftain and the priest invited Luke and his mother to join the lion-tiger tribe. A proposition Luke accepted with pleasure that, in truth, this was his intention from the start. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to bring his mother on such a long journey. Luke had long disapproved of the ways of many of the herbivorous tribes, where the orcs and females relied on others for sustenance rather than striving for it through their own efforts. Truth be told, the lion-tiger tribe had already provided significant assistance to the herbivorous tribes. Yet they remained perpetually unsatisfied, even betraying the lion-tiger tribe in return for kindness. After extensive persuasion, Luke's mother finally agreed to leave the herbivorous tribe. As they departed, she felt a deep sense of reluctance, having lived in the herbivorous tribe for nearly a lifetime. However, upon arriving at the lion-tiger tribe, she quickly realized how different this place was. All the orcs and females here were kind and industrious, welcoming her and Luke with open arms. Chapter 8. A temporary retreat. After devising a temporary strategy, Carlo led the orcs and females of the tribe into action. Their first task was to secure their food supplies. Carlo guided the group as they concealed the majority of their food in the cellar, fortifying the entrance to prevent the bird tribe from discovering their hidden stores. Meanwhile, Chushinran gathered a few females to prepare the supplies they would need for their temporary retreat. including food and warm bedding. Given the frigid conditions outside, it was imperative to ensure proper insulation, or they risked freezing to death. It was impossible to move houses or furniture, and as Chu Shinran gazed at their possessions, she sighed inwardly, hoping that, once this ordeal passed, they would still be able to preserve their belongings. Uncertain of when the bird tribe would strike, they hastily prepared to depart once the tribe was organized. Just before leaving, Carlo glanced back at the empty tribe and felt a sense of unease. The bird tribe will not come empty-handed this time. If we leave no food behind, they will not simply let it go. If they decide to remain here, things will become complicated, Carlo warned. After considering Carlo's words, the others agreed he had a point. After some deliberation, Kevin and Darl tossed some meat into the houses. Once this task was completed, everyone exited the lion-tiger tribe together. Their temporary refuge would be on the other side of the mountain behind them, where there were several caves. However, the caves where the lion-tiger tribe currently resided faced a forest, which harbored more wild beasts, prompting the chieftain and the priest to choose to dwell in the caves on this side. The caves they settled into had been uninhabited for quite some time and were dusty. Upon arriving, the first order of business for the entire lion-tiger tribe was to clean the place thoroughly and accommodate the sheep and goose beasts they had brought along. Having cared for these beasts for some time, Chu Shinran could not bear to leave them behind in the tribe to fall prey to the bird tribe, so she took it upon herself to bring them along. Listening to the cacophony of the beasts and observing the bewildered expressions of her fellow tribespeople, Chu Shinran felt a sense of panic and disarray. When the chieftain first informed the tribe about their circumstances, the orcs and females became alarmed, bewildered as to why their lives, which had been peaceful, were now resembling a desperate flight. Not only were the orcs and females confused, but Chu Shinran herself felt somewhat lost. Life on the orc continent was far more arduous than she had anticipated. In addition to meeting basic needs, they had to remain vigilant against raids and theft from other tribes. This situation also made Chu Shinran realize that beyond improving the living standards of the lion-tiger tribe, it was imperative to enhance their combat capabilities. After all, as their quality of life improved, they would inevitably attract more envy and covetousness from others. This evasion is merely a temporary measure. It cannot persist indefinitely. The enhancement of the tribe's own strength is of paramount importance. However, you and Jianyang should first tidy up here. Kevin, Dar, and Abel accompany me to inspect the surrounding environment and eliminate potential dangers as much as possible. Just as Chu Sinan was lost in thought, the calm voice of Carlo suddenly resonated in her ear. Carlo, unhurried, organized everything, ensuring that each individual had a task. Upon hearing Carlo's instructions, everyone began to take action. Carlo approached Chu Sinan, clasped her hand briefly, nodded at her, and then led Kevin, Abel, and the others out to patrol. Though Carlo and the others had already ventured far, Chu Sinan still felt the lingering warmth from their handshake. Unconsciously, she moved her fingers, recalling Carlo's expression while he spoke, and a smile suddenly graced her lips. She couldn't quite fathom why. Despite her earlier confusion and panic, Carlo's words had dispelled her turmoil, replacing it with a profound sense of safety. Shaking off her errant thoughts, Chu Sinan focused on tidying up the caves. Although the number of caves was limited, each was quite spacious, allowing for at least 20 individuals to be allocated to each one. Once the caves were organized, Chu Sinan hurriedly gathered everyone to start a fire for cooking. Given the frigid weather, the fire needed to burn continuously within the cave. Yet, even with the fire, Chu Sinan still felt the biting cold. The icy wind seeping in from outside made her acutely aware of the sharpness of the chill. When Carlo and the others returned from their patrol, they had found several large stone slabs to block the entrance. Although the cave remained cold, it was considerably better than before. The provisions brought by the tribe were quite ample, as they were uncertain when the bird tribe would arrive. Thus, they needed to remain here for the time being. Chu Sinan, along with several females, prepared noodles and roasted meat, and the tribe's orcs and females gathered together to share the meal. As night fell, Carlo organized the night watch, allowing the others to rest, while the few chosen for guard duty took turns to ensure everyone's safety. Since the onset of the snow season, everyone in the lion-tiger tribe had been living comfortably, nestled on warm Kong beds in cozy dwellings. Now, however, they had reverted to their former way of life. Fortunately, compared to before, They now had cotton blankets and clothing to keep warm, and most of the tribe members had grown accustomed to the cold. Nevertheless, while Chu Sinan had somewhat adapted to the winter chill of the Beastman continent, she had not experienced the hardships endured by the others in the tribe. Thus, even as Amy and Nina embraced her in an attempt to provide warmth, it was still insufficient. Chu Sinan's lips trembled from the cold. Ultimately, it was Carlo, transforming into his beast form, who sheltered her beneath his thick, lion-like fur, allowing her to feel a modicum of warmth. However, the following day, Carlo had to return to the tribe to keep watch for the arrival of the bird tribe. As the most agile among the tribe, this task was uniquely his. Yet, as he departed, Carlo could not shake his concern for Chu Sinan. "Are you all right during the night? Your constitution may not withstand such low temperatures." Carlo hesitated, troubled by worries for Chu Sinan, knowing he had to fulfill this duty. "That I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Last night was merely my first experience, so I wasn't accustomed to it. Today should be better." Chu Sinan reassured him, not wishing to burden Carlo further. "The safety of so many in the tribe relies on you. So go without concern for me." With the night temperatures on the Beastman continent always lower than during the day, Chu Sinan felt considerably better now, not as cold as the previous night. She would feel guilty if Carlo delayed his duties for her sake. Hearing her words, Carlo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself to leave. He had instructed Karen to keep Chu Sinan company that night. Hoping all would be well, Carlo concealed himself not far from the tribe, simultaneously worrying about Chu Sinan and remaining vigilant for any signs of the bird tribe. After his departure, Chu Sinan managed better during the day, helping with cooking and tending the fire. As long as she kept moving, she could endure the cold. But at night, the biting chill returned. Without Carlo, Karen transformed into a comically adorable little lion to keep her company. The warmth of the little lion pressed against her side made Chu Sinan feel less cold. Carlo remained on watch near the tribe for 3 days, and finally, one day, he heard a commotion. He concealed himself within the thicket and gazed skyward at a group of various beasts soared through the air, their backs adorned with wings. These were the orcs of the bird tribe, hovering above the lion-tiger tribe for a while. The bird tribe orcs sensed something amiss. The leading orc transformed into human form and stood in the center of the lion-tiger tribe square, followed by the others who also shifted into human form. "Sir, how strange. There are no orcs or females to be seen in the lion-tiger tribe." One orc inquired of the leader. The leader furrowed his brow at the scene before him, perplexed. What trickery was the lion-tiger tribe playing? How could there be not a soul in sight? Had they received word of their approach and fled? If they have indeed escaped, what shall we do? Another orc lamented, recalling their previous failure to ambush the lion-tiger tribe. "If we fail again this time, Chief Jonathan will not let us off lightly." Several orcs wore worried expressions. Though they had previously evaded the lion-tiger tribe, they were acutely aware that Jonathan allowed only one mistake. A second would not be tolerated. This is their territory. Even if they run, they will eventually return, and I refuse to believe we cannot catch them. The leader commanded, "Let us search the premises for anything suspicious." Understood. A throng of orcs surged into the houses, their curiosity piqued by these unfamiliar structures. Upon reaching the houses, unsure of how to enter, they kicked the doors open and rushed inside. Upon entering, the furniture inside astounded them, and they discovered some meat, though not abundant. It was sufficient to satisfy Chief Jonathan's expectations. "Sir, although we did not capture anyone, taking this food and these unfamiliar items back should suffice to appease Chief Jonathan." "Right?" The leader shared this sentiment, gesturing for the others to begin hauling out the food and furniture while he conducted a final inspection of the house. As he approached the outer room, he noticed the stove and the heated calm. But due to the lack of fire, the interior remained icy cold. Consequently, these orcs failed to recognize the value of these items, missing their opportunity. Carlo, anxiously observing from a distance, watched as the orcs prepared to leave with the food and furniture, breathing a sigh of relief that the remaining items had distracted them. However, just as the orcs were about to depart, they suddenly halted. Carlo's heart raced. Had they discovered something? "Sir, what's the matter?" the orcs asked. Noticing their leader had stopped, the leader glanced back at the lion-tiger tribe with a malicious grin, saying, "Let these items be left for those useless beings of the lion-tiger tribe. I can't bear the thought of it. Let us destroy everything here before we leave." Carlo clenched his fists. Watching the orcs commence their destruction of the lion-tiger tribe's possessions, he understood he could not rush in now, lest all his careful planning be in vain. Yet he vowed to remember this grudge against the bird tribe. The orcs smashed the furniture they could not carry, demolished structures built outside, and finally departed the lion-tiger tribe with their spoils, feeling satisfied despite their failure to capture any inhabitants. Once the bird tribe orcs had left, Carlo waited for a considerable time to ensure they would not return before making his way back to where Chu-Sinan and the others were. "Carlo, how did it go? Did you encounter the bird tribe orcs?" Upon seeing Carlo's return, everyone hurriedly approached him, with the clan leader anxiously inquiring. Carlo nodded and glanced at Chu-Shin-Ran, who stood before him unscathed. Before responding to the clan leader, the orcs from the aviary tribe have departed, taking with them the food and some furniture. Upon hearing Carlo's words, all the members of the lion-tiger tribe realized that they could finally return to their home. The days spent in this cave had been far from pleasant, and they were eager to return to their tribe, to that warm place. However, upon their return, many hearts sank at the sight of the devastation before them. Chapter 82. Strengthening our forces. The actions of the aviary tribe were truly heinous. They could have merely taken our food, but why did they have to destroy our tribe? Such a lack of conscience. Jia, looking at the ravaged state of the tribe, spoke sorrowfully. "Well, it is what it is. As long as we are safe, let us not dwell on our sadness too much. Although these things have been destroyed, we can always make more." The shaman sighed and comforted everyone. Carlo and Kevin had already inspected the cellar, finding it undamaged. The orcs from the aviary tribe had not discovered its existence, and the food remained well protected. Indeed, as long as the food is safe, there is no need for sorrow. "Come, let's tidy up our tribe." The clan leader instructed everyone to begin restoring the disordered settlement. The orcs discarded the damaged furniture from their homes and set about crafting new pieces, while the females began organizing the food in the cellar. After several days of bustling activity, the lion-tiger tribe had returned to their former way of life, with the entire settlement having been restored. "Carlo, what do you think our chances would be if we were to engage in battle with the aviary tribe?" That night, as Chu-Shin-Ran lay in bed, she curiously asked. The orcs from the aviary tribe possessed the advantage of flight, making aerial assaults significantly favorable for them. Our lion-tiger tribe excels in ground combat, and if a conflict were to arise, we would likely suffer losses. Carlo pondered for a moment before responding cautiously. Previously, the lion-tiger tribe had struggled with food shortages, which diminished the orc strength. However, now that their livelihoods had stabilized, their physical condition had improved. Additionally, most of the orcs in the lion-tiger tribe were large beasts. So in ground combat against other tribes, they would certainly hold their own. Nonetheless, the aviary tribe's forms were also formidable, and their proficiency in aerial warfare was precisely the lion-tiger tribe's Achilles heel. Thus, unless a strategy to counter the aviary tribe's aerial capabilities was devised, engaging them in battle would yield little advantage. Upon hearing Carlo's analysis, Chu-Shin-Ran fell into contemplation that he was indeed correct. Addressing the issue of the aviary tribe's flight was crucial, and they needed to find a way to shield against their attacks. "I believe that using bows and arrows to strike at them could prove effective, provided we can establish adequate defenses," Carlo added. "Bows and arrows are ideally suited for engaging the aviary tribe. As long as we can aim accurately, we can bring them down from the sky. However, we must ensure our defenses are in place against their intermittent assaults." Chu-Shin-Ran busily recalled all the weapons that could serve as protection, and suddenly thought of a useful armament. She looked at Carlo with excitement and exclaimed, "Carlo, we can make spears and shields." "Spear? Shield?" "Yes, a shield can provide immediate protection, whether worn on the arm or gripped by the handle. It serves as a broad form of armor, and we can craft it from wood or stone. If the aviary tribe attacks us from the air, we can encircle ourselves with shields for protection, rendering their assaults ineffective. A spear, being an offensive weapon, will work in tandem with the shield, greatly enhancing our combat effectiveness." Ignoring the encroaching darkness, Carlo ventured outside to gather suitable stones, wood, and bones. Following Chu-Shin-Ran's description, he eagerly set to work crafting the spear and shield. Carlo had a natural talent for weapon making. With just a few brief instructions from Chu-Shin-Ran, he grasped her intent and even made adjustments to some of her less precise ideas. In no time, a pair of spears and shield were completed. Carlo tested the spear and shield in his hands, and his eyes lit up You were right. These indeed provide excellent protection, although the shields were made of stone, making them somewhat cumbersome. The orcs found them easy to wield due to their inherent strength. The spearheads were crafted from the sharp fangs of beasts, rendering them extremely lethal. However, Carlo, even with weapons in hand, I believe we should further train the orcs in combat. Chu Shinran recalled a set of punches she had learned back in her tribe, though it had been a long time, and her memory was somewhat faded. Now, let me demonstrate this set of punches to you. During her university's military training, Chu Shinran had practiced military boxing, but her lack of interest had led to her not mastering it. She had observed that the orcs on the Beastman continent relied heavily on brute force during their matches. Lacking finesse, she thought perhaps she might hold her own against them. Upon hearing that Chu Shinran wanted to spar, Carlo raised an eyebrow. Amused by her confidence, he chuckled softly, glancing at her petite frame and wondering where her assurance stemmed from. Yet he affectionately nodded. Chu Shinran took her stance and charged at Carlo with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, while her punches were technically correct, they lacked power, and Carlo easily caught her soft fist with his hand. Care for another round? Carlo asked with a grin. Feeling underestimated, Chu Shinran retracted her fist and attempted her next move. However, regardless of the technique she employed, Carlo's strength effortlessly neutralized them. Watching Carlo's calm demeanor, Chu Shinran bit her lip and, feeling exasperated, declared, "All right, enough. I can't win against you anyway." Carlo was amused by her frustrated expression and gently patted her head, reassuring her, "I think your punches are quite impressive. And the techniques are formidable, but it's merely that your strength is too slight, preventing you from fully unleashing their potential. But I believe you're already quite remarkable." Hearing Carlo's praise, Chu Shinran's annoyance dissipated. And with a hint of pride, she said, "These techniques are indeed powerful. Come, let me teach you how to execute them." Chu Shinran demonstrated the movements once more, and Carlo picked them up quickly, memorizing the actions in no time. Chapter 83. Tribe Training. Show me the movements now that you've learned them. Upon seeing Carlo had grasped the techniques, Chu Shinran urged. Carlo nodded and assumed the stance, executing the set of punches. His movements were precise and powerful, each strike imbued with grandeur, leaving Chu Shinran in awe. The contrast between Carlo's vigorous actions and her earlier feeble attempts was stark. However, after a few moves, Carlo paused. "What's wrong?" Carlo reflected on the previous techniques and shook his head. "It's nothing. The set of punches you taught me is excellent, with many movements I had never considered before. However, in a real combat scenario, some techniques may need to be adjusted." Chu Shinran immediately understood Carlo's implication. The set of punches she had learned from her military instructor was not designed for real combat, as it was tailored for students, lacking the necessary ferocity that if the tribe's orcs were to learn it, some modifications were essential, as they would be facing ferocious beasts and true enemies, where mercy could not be afforded. Tomorrow, I will discuss this further with Kevin and the others. And if we can adjust a few movements, this set of punches will undoubtedly yield significant results, Carlo added. Chu Shinran nodded in agreement. By the way, aside from his set of punches, we could also encourage the tribe's orcs and females to engage in running exercises during their free time. In my previous tribe, many enjoyed using running as a means to build their stamina. Carlo once again engaged in extensive discussions with Chuxinran regarding the methods of training the orc's physical prowess. Early the next morning, he sought out the chieftain and the shaman to report on the matter. Both the chieftain and the shaman expressed their strong agreement with Chuxinran's proposal, ultimately entrusting Carlo with the responsibility of training the orcs in martial combat. Carlo first gathered Kevin, Abel, and Darl to craft spears and shields, ensuring that every orc in the tribe was equipped with these essentials. Subsequently, Carlo called Abel forward for a friendly duel. Acknowledged as the foremost warrior of the Lion-Tiger tribe, Carlo possessed unparalleled skill, yet Abel stood his ground, showcasing remarkable prowess. Carlo was eager to assess the effectiveness of the combat techniques imparted by Chuxinran as the two engaged in close combat. Abel quickly discerned that Carlo's techniques had evolved significantly. They were far more ferocious and intricate than before. It did not take long for Abel to be bested. "Carlo, what was that peculiar technique you employed just now?" Kevin and Darl, who had been observing, also noticed Carlo's unusual style and inquired with curiosity. Abel, intrigued, awaited Carlo's explanation, recognizing that although Carlo was indeed superior, it was unusual for him to be defeated so swiftly. This is a set of techniques taught to me by Chucksinran. Their power is indeed formidable, although some movements could use refinement, Carlo responded. Upon hearing that these techniques were from Chucksinran, Kevin expressed great interest and insisted that Carlo teach him as well. Carlo demonstrated the techniques several times, ensuring that they were comprehended before discussing how to best modify the movements. The four of them engaged in multiple sparring sessions, ultimately devising a set of techniques best suited for the orc tribe. Once the techniques were established, Carlo gathered all the orcs, dividing them into 4 groups, with him, Abel, Kevin, and Darl each leading a group to teach them the movements and enhance their physical conditioning as the 4 engage with their respective groups. A crowd of onlookers from the tribe began to gather, including some elder orcs who, despite their age, were keen to learn the techniques. Although they could no longer fight for the tribe, they found value in acquiring new skills. Even the younger orcs, like Karen and Kenny, secretly observed and mimicked the movements. Following the incident with the aviary tribe, the entire tribe recognized the importance of martial strength, thus alongside addressing their food needs. They endeavored to bolster their tribal capabilities to prevent being subjugated by rival tribes. Carlo took Chucksinran's advice to heart, often leading the orcs in laps around the tribe, while Chucksinran encouraged the females to join in the running exercises. A running fervor swept through the lion-tiger tribe. However, after a few sessions, Chucksinran realized that she was the least physically fit among them, while other females could run several laps without breaking a sweat. Even the older Jia and Manda managed to complete their laps with ease. Chucksinran found herself gasping for breath after just one shower. It seems you truly need to work on your fitness. Amy chuckled, grinning at Chucksinran, with Nina also joining in the laughter. Unwilling to concede, Chucksinran wrinkled her nose defiantly, declaring, "Just wait. One day, I will run as many laps as you do." Chucksinran had initially believed that her time spent on the Orc continent, coupled with her daily labor, would have greatly improved her stamina. Yet, she now understood that while her endurance had indeed increased compared to her previous self, it still paled in comparison to the females of the Orc continent. After all, these females had spent their lives engaging in strenuous labor, honing their physical capabilities, not to mention the orcs themselves. Nonetheless, the methods devised by Chucksinran and Carlo proved effective. The orcs and females of the tribe exhibited considerable improvement in their stamina after the training regimen. The orcs trained diligently with their spears and shields, rehearsing strategies for defending against and defeating the aviary tribe. The combat techniques taught by Chucksinran, after refinement by Carlo and the others, were now mastered by nearly every member of the tribe. Including the females, this ensured that in the face of danger, the females would be able to defend themselves, even if only for a short while. However, the rigorous training came at a cost. Food consumption escalated beyond Carlo's expectations. In past winters, the orcs and females typically remained sedentary, expending little energy and consuming minimal food. Now, with the intensity of daily training, their appetites surged, leading to a rapid depletion of their food reserves. Chapter 84. The Food Crisis due to the accelerated rate of food consumption and the portion previously allocated for the aviary tribe, the food supplies of the lion-tiger tribe dwindled alarmingly. If this trend continued, they risked exhausting their provisions before the end of winter. After conferring, the chieftain, the shaman, and Carlo began to consciously monitor the rate of food consumption, opting not to disclose the situation to the tribe for fear of inciting panic. Initially, Chucksinran was unaware of this predicament. However, noticing that Carlo's food intake had diminished significantly, she sensed something was amiss and felt an unsettling premonition. "Carlo, why have you eaten so little today? You still have to train with the others. You won't have enough energy. You should eat more," Chucksinran remarked with concern upon observing Carlo consume only a few buns before stopping. Carlo had been eating very little for several days, and while Chucksinran initially assumed it was due to a temporary lack of appetite, she soon grew suspicious as his portions continued to shrink. Carlo shook his head, insisting, "I am not hungry. I am satisfied. You should eat more." He pushed the stir-fried vegetables and buns closer to her, encouraging her to continue eating. Chucksinran looked at Carlo in confusion, pressing several more buns into his hands. "Carlo, what is going on with you? Your appetite has never been this small. Please be honest with me. Are the tribe's food supplies running low?" Upon hearing her question, Carlo remained silent, stubbornly placing the food in front of Chuckson-Ran, refusing to take another bite. "Carlo," Chuckson-Ran exclaimed, feeling a mix of concern and anger. "If you continue to neglect your meals, I will truly be upset. Speak the truth. Has something happened to our food supply? If so, you should tell me, so we can find a solution together." Chuckson-Ran's resolute demeanor compelled Carlo, who had initially wished to spare her from worry, to finally divulge the food crisis facing the tribe. "Are you saying that our food supplies are insufficient?" Chuckson-Ran pressed. Carlo nodded, explaining that with 2 months still left in winter, the tribe's provisions could only last for a little over a month. With the frigid landscape outside yielding no game, they needed to devise a strategy to conserve their resources, or they risk starvation. "That I have grown accustomed to hunger in the past, so I can endure it for a while," Carlo reassured her. "You eat so little, it matters not how much you consumed, we simply need to endure the next 2 months. Once winter passes, we shall have food again." Chuckson-Ran felt a pang of sorrow and grief at Carlo's words. She grasped his hand, saying, "Carlo, please don't say that. Prolonged hunger is detrimental to your health. We must devise a plan to address this issue. We need not suffer from hunger." Not wanting to further burden Chuckson-Ran, Carlo nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, I will heed your words." Although he spoke thus, Carlo continued to eat sparingly when Chuckson-Ran was not looking. The chieftain and the shaman, aware of the situation, also reduced their own food intake. And even Chuckson-Ran began to prepare smaller meals than usual. As time passed, their unusual behavior drew the attention of others in the tribe. While they did not voice their concerns openly, the orcs and females became aware, to varying degrees, that the tribe's food supplies seemed insufficient, prompting them to quietly reduce their own portions. Since learning of the crisis, Chuckson-Ran had been contemplating ways to resolve the matter. Yet, each time she accompanied Carlo outside the tribe, the icy wasteland revealed no signs of wildlife or vegetation. The meat reserves previously stored had been exhausted, leaving only flour and sweet potatoes in the cellar, as she observed the dwindling supplies. Chuckson-Ran's heart sank further. If things continued this way, the entire tribe would face starvation. "Carlo, did you all struggle to find food during winter in the past? If the food supply is insufficient, must we merely wait for the snow season pass?" Once again in the wilderness, having found nothing, Chu-Shin-Ran inquired with a hint of discouragement. They had ventured further today, specifically, yet still encountered nothing. All the trees appeared desolate at this time, devoid of any hint of green, completely shrouded by the heavy snow. Such is the nature of the snow season, when food is elusive, necessitating the foresight to store provisions during the rainy season. That it is truly my fault. If only I had captured more wild beasts during the rainy season, things would be different, Carlo lamented, observing Chu-Shin-Ran's persistent worry over the matter in recent days. "Carlo, do not speak that way." Chu-Shin-Ran hurriedly grasped Carlo's hand in comfort. "You have done exceedingly well. No one could have foreseen such unforeseen circumstances. The food we had was initially sufficient." The two continued their search outdoors for a while longer, and this time they managed to find some mushrooms and wood ears beneath a few withered branches. Unsure of the mushroom's toxicity, Chu-Shin-Ran decided to first offer them to the Gugu beasts and the long-eared beasts. Currently, the only remaining meat in the tribe consisted of the domesticated Gugu, long-eared, and Mie-Mie beasts. Should they fail to find food soon, these domesticated animals might become their next meal. After verifying the mushrooms were safe, Chu-Shin-Ran prepared a dinner of radish stir-fried with mushrooms and a large pot of noodle soup. The noodle soup had become the staple food for most tribe members, requiring little flour and providing substantial sustenance, making it ideal for their current predicament. As Carlo ate, Chu-Shin-Ran attentively monitored his portion, neither insisting he eat to fullness nor allowing him to consume too little. Should Carlo attempt to secretly save food for her, Chu-Shin-Ran would become displeased, prompting Carlo to ensure he ate enough to avoid inciting her anger. Chapter 85. Fishing on the river. As Chu-Shin-Ran descended into the cellar to retrieve food, she gazed at the dwindling supplies with a sigh. What would happen if they ran out? "Shaoran, do not fret excessively. Our situation is far better than before. Although food is scarce now, if we ration wisely, we shall endure this snow season, and once it passes, things will improve," Amy reassured her from the side. Chu-Shin-Ran nodded in understanding, saying little more as she returned to the house with provisions to prepare a meal. While she grasped the essence of Amy's words, Chu Shinran silently wished for the lion-tiger tribe's life to not revert to its former hardships. The orcs and females of the lion-tiger tribe had previously endured great suffering. Now, having achieved a semblance of stability, Chu Shinran hoped their improved existence could be sustained. After preparing the meal, she was soon joined by Carlo, who returned, his figure dusted with snow. Chu Shinran hurried to brush the snow off him, though Carlo's silver hair blended seamlessly with the white, rendering him strikingly beautiful and aloof. Yet, Chu Shinran's thoughts were consumed by the sight of Carlo's frostbitten hands. "How did your hands become like this? Did I not remind you to wear gloves before you left?" She scolded with a mix of concern and irritation that I did wear them, but when I visited the sweet potato field, I thought I might uncover some tubers, and it was cumbersome to wear gloves, Carlo replied. "Tea this time of year, sweet potatoes do not grow. Why must you be so foolish?" Chu Shinran lamented, a loss for words. Of course, Carlo knew sweet potatoes would not be available during the snow season, yet he was compelled to try regardless of how slim the chance of success seemed to be. By the way, I noticed the river has frozen over and the ice is quite thick. Did not Kalen mention wanting to play on the ice once it froze? To divert Chu Shinran's melancholy, Carlo changed the subject. "I will speak with Kalen shortly," she responded, but upon hearing Carlo mention the river, she suddenly recalled something. "Carlo, are there fish in the river in front of our tribe?" "Fish? What are fish?" Carlo asked, slightly puzzled, having never heard of such a thing. "They are small creatures that swim back and forth in the water." Chu Shinran explained eagerly. "Are you referring to the spiny beasts?" "Spiny beasts?" Chu Shinran's excitement grew. She knew of a method for fishing during winter, and if fish truly inhabited this river, it could spell salvation for the lion-tiger tribe. "There are no spiny beasts in the river before our tribe, but I have tasted them before. They are quite bitter and possess many spines. In times of extreme hunger, we would catch them for sustenance. But now, with the river frozen, we cannot catch any spiny beasts," Carlo said, his brow furrowing as he recalled the bitter taste of the spiny beasts. Generally, they only resorted to eating them when absolutely necessary. "Are you certain there are none in the river before us?" Chu Shinran sighed in disappointment. "Spiny beasts aren't inherently bad. It's just that you've not prepared them correctly. There are none in the river before us. But beyond the mountains lies a larger river teeming with spiny beasts. However, it is quite distant from our tribe, which is why we seldom venture there. Moreover, with the river frozen, how can we catch any spiny beasts?" Carlo questioned, puzzled. "It is precisely because the river is frozen that they can be caught." "Where is that river? Take me there," Chu Shinran exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she grasped Carlo's hand. Carlo's spirits lifted at her enthusiasm, and he led her, calling upon Kalen, Abel, and several other orcs to prepare for their journey to the riverbank. "Remember to bring several vine nets. I believe we can catch many spiny beasts this time," Chu Shinran urged, recalling how she had watched a simple winter fishing method on television back on Earth, one which promised ample catches. "Rest assured, I have brought plenty of vine nets, even if we run short. I, Kalen, will ensure that we find a way to haul back as many spiny beasts as you can catch," Kalen shouted with glee. The others in the tribe, hearing the news, watched eagerly as Carlo and Chu Shinran departed, fervently hoping for their triumphant return. The external conditions were frigid and treacherous, making travel difficult. Carlo, Kalen, and Abel managed better due to their strength and accustomed resilience, while Chu Shinran struggled to maintain her balance as she walked. Eventually, Carlo insisted she ride on his back, enabling their group to travel more swiftly. Upon reaching their destination, Carlo gently set Chu Shinran down. In awe, she gazed at the expansive river before her, exclaiming, "It is truly magnificent." This river was vastly different from the small stream in front of their tribe. It was several times larger. Chu Shinran stepped onto the frozen river surface, testing the ice with her weight. It held firm, thick enough not to melt underfoot. "What shall we do next? Are we to smash the ice and wade in to catch spiny beasts?" Kalen asked, eager to proceed. "What nonsense! Entering the water in this weather would surely lead to frostbite," Chu Shinran replied, rolling her eyes at Kalen's suggestion. Leading the group to the center of the river, she assessed the thickness of the ice and instructed Carlo, "In a moment, we shall stand back at a distance, and you will take your knife to carve a hole in the center of the river. Remember, The hole must not be too large. Be cautious while cutting, and if the ice begins to crack, flee swiftly. The water is far too cold now. Falling in would certainly make you ill. Carlo nodded. Do not worry. I will heed your words. Chapter 86. A bountiful harvest of spiny beasts. Chushinran, along with Kalin and Abel, positioned themselves at the riverbank. Although the ice was thick, she remained concerned that it might not support the weight of so many, preferring the safety of the bank. With Chushinran's instructions in mind, Carlo carefully began to carve a small hole. Gradually, making an opening, he noticed dark shapes writhing beneath the hole he had created. A sense of bewilderment lingered in his heart. After mastering the force, Carlo's subordinates gradually quickened their pace. When Carlo finally chiseled out a hole of considerable size, the sight before him astonished both Carlo and the crowd gathered by the riverbank. One after another, plump, spiny beasts leaped eagerly from the aperture, their white underbellies wriggling and flopping on the icy surface. In no time, the ice was strewn with a multitude of spiny creatures. Initially taken aback by this spectacle, Carlo quickly regained his composure and stepped aside, observing as the number of spiny beasts emerging continued to swell. The onlookers by the river stood with mouths agape, unable to grasp the reality before them. Am I seeing things? Dar, pinch me, Kevin exclaimed incredulously. Upon hearing Kevin's words, Dar promptly pinched Kevin's arm fiercely, causing him to nearly leap from the shock. Ouch! You fool! I didn't mean pinch me that hard. Weren't you the one who told me to pinch you? Dar replied with a simple smile, scratching his head. Faced with Dar's foolish demeanor, Kevin found himself at a loss for words. Turning to Chushinran, he exclaimed with excitement, Xiaoran, you are truly remarkable. What on earth is happening? How are these spiny beasts jumping out on their own? With this, we want to even have to catch them. Indeed, Xiaoran. How did you come up with this idea? Abraham added, equally astonished. Having lived for so many years, he had never witnessed such a scene. Not only were Kevin and Abraham astonished, but Chushinran was also taken aback, albeit for a different reason. The sheer size of the spiny beasts. She initially thought Carlo would only need to create a small hole for the creatures to emerge, yet it was only after he made a significantly larger opening that they began to appear. These spiny beasts were several times larger than the fish on Earth. To be honest, I had never seen such a sight before. I had only heard about it. The principle should be that when the river water freezes, the air beneath the ice becomes quite thin. Thus, once an opening is made, the spiny beasts would scramble to leap out for air, or so I surmise. This was Chushinran's conjecture, and she was uncertain of its correctness. Carlo and Chushinran initially planned to wait until the spiny beasts had finished emerging before transporting them back to the tribe. But after a prolonged wait without signs of cessation, they were left wondering just how many spiny beasts inhabited the river. The icy surface was now densely populated with the creatures, and the central hole continued to yield a relentless stream of beasts. Eventually, Carlo had no choice but to block the hole with some materials, temporarily halting the creatures' exodus. Let's first bring these spiny beasts back to the tribe, and then we can return with more people. Carlo called out toward the riverbank. The crowd nodded in agreement and made their way into the water with their woven nets. Everyone, be careful. Watch out while catching the spiny beasts. Do not let the ice crack. And certainly do not fall into the river. Kevin and Abraham did not allow Chushinran to assist, so she could only stand by the riverbank, calling out instructions. Though the spiny beasts had leaped from the river, they continued to bounce around on the ice. And since Carlo and the others were vigilant about preventing the ice from breaking, capturing the creatures was not as straightforward as it had been before when they had to wade into the water. However, it was certainly much easier than their previous attempts. After some effort, the beastmen managed to capture most of the spiny creatures jumping on the ice. The dozen or so nets they had brought were all filled to capacity. Chushinran estimated that they had caught at least over 100 pounds of spiny beasts on the way back. Every individual wore an expression of sheer joy, firmly believing in Chushinran's assertion that spiny beasts were delicious. If they truly were tasty, coupled with the significant haul, their tribe would surely endure the winter in safety. All the members of the tribe awaited the return of Carlo and his group. And upon seeing the nets brimming with spiny beasts, cheers erupted. Chieftain, shaman, Xiaoran, they have truly caught an abundance of spiny beasts, Amy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she rushed toward them. Xiaoran, Abraham, You are incredible. After exchanging a few words with Chu Shinran, Amy followed closely behind Abraham, chattering animatedly, while Dar, observing Amy's enthusiasm, lowered his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Kevin excitedly shared the marvels of the earlier spectacle with the tribe. You won't believe it. The spiny beasts just jumped out by themselves. We didn't even have to catch them. This is the first time I've witnessed something so miraculous, hearing Kevin's words. The tribe members were incredulous, but faced with the multitude of spiny beasts before them, they understood that Kevin's account must hold some truth, for they would not have captured so many in such a short time otherwise. Chu Shinran instructed Carlo and the others to place the fish in the tribe square, while Carlo asked Chu Shinran to remain at the tribe. Besides bringing Kevin and Abraham, he selected many beastmen to venture back to the river. Meanwhile, Chu Shinran began teaching the females and some beastmen how to process the spiny beasts. Look, these are the scales of the spiny beasts. You must remove them all. Otherwise, the taste will undoubtedly be bitter. And as for the heads, Chu Shinran demonstrated how to handle the spiny beasts to those present, and soon others began mimicking her actions. When Chu Shinran lived in the orphanage, there was a river nearby where the director's husband often went fishing. If he caught fish, it would be a rare treat for the orphanage. At that time, Chu Shinran was older than her younger siblings, so she helped the director with many tasks, learning how to process fish during that time. When Carlo's group returned, Chu Shinran and the others had not yet finished processing all the spiny beasts. With more beastmen accompanying Carlo, he brought back an even larger quantity of spiny beasts. Chapter 87. A turn in circumstances. Are there still spiny beasts in the river? We must not catch them all. Chu Shinran asked anxiously, gazing at the staggering number of spiny beasts before her. Rest assured, we haven't caught them all. I recall you once telling me that whether capturing or gathering, one must never wipe out an entire population to ensure there are some left for the future. Carlo replied. Chu Shinran felt a wave of fear that the tribe members lacked the awareness of conservation, as they had endured hardship in the past, and would instinctively try to take everything back to the tribe upon seeing food. Hearing Carlo's words, she finally felt relieved. The lion-tiger tribe had captured several hundred pounds of spiny beasts this time, and witnessing the mountains of spiny creatures pile before them, every member of the tribe was filled with exhilaration. They never anticipated being able to acquire such an abundance of food during the winter season. Due to the sheer volume of spiny beasts, it would take time to process them all. After preparing enough for that evening's dinner, Chu Shinran instructed the females to pause their efforts for now. The multitude of spiny beasts could not simply be stored in the cellar, so Carlo decided to stack them all on the snow in the square, where the cold would preserve them and prevent spoilage. They would simply need to dig them out when it was time to eat. Chu Shinran, accompanied by a few females, began preparing dinner, besides making a large pot of porridge. The primary dish for that evening would be spiny beasts. Chu Shinran started with the simplest method of cooking fish, skewering the spiny beasts onto appropriate sticks, seasoning them, and placing them over the fire to roast. The aroma of roasted fish soon wafted through the air above the lion-tiger tribe, causing many tribe members to involuntarily swallow hard, their eyes fixated on the roasting fish. Once the first roasted fish was ready, Chu Shinran shared it among the tribe members, cautioning them, "Be careful of the spines while you eat. Do not get pricked." Fortunately, as the spiny beasts were all quite large, their spines were also substantial and generally wouldn't become lodged. Although the tribe members only had a small taste of the roasted spiny beasts, they were utterly captivated by the flavor. "This is delicious. We never knew spiny beasts could be this tasty. We used to avoid eating such things," Amy exclaimed, wiping her mouth with glee. Meanwhile, Kevin, having tasted the roasted spiny beast, dashed over to start roasting some himself. The steps for roasting spiny beasts were simple, so many tribe members quickly learned the process. Chu Shinran then prepared to make a stew with the spiny beasts. However, making the stew was not as straightforward, as the available seasonings were limited, making it easy for the dish to develop a fishy odor. Chu Shinran was meticulous in her efforts to eliminate any unpleasant smells. In the end, the soup turned out quite flavorful, with minimal fishiness, and everyone praised it enthusiastically. However, several female companions who often assisted Chu Shinran in the kitchen also attempted to make the dish, resulting in a broth with a pronounced fishy odor. The hint of fishiness is to be expected, as the seasonings are still incomplete, and it is your first attempt at cooking, so there is no need for concern. With practice, the fishy smell will gradually dissipate. Chu Shinran comforted the females for a while and then carried some of the broth to the homes of the clan leader, the priest, and Karen, before returning with a bowl of soup for herself and Carlo. Carlo, quickly drink some of this warm soup. You've been out all day, and it will help warm your stomach, Chu Shinran said, presenting the freshly made, steaming broth. Carlo accepted the slightly hot soup and urged Chu Shinran to sit down as well. You should drink some too. You've been busy all day. You go ahead. I tasted it earlier, and I still have some tasks outside to finish, Chu Shinran replied, her hands still occupied with unfinished work, leaving her no time to rest. Just sit tight. I will go out shortly to assist you. Carlo insisted firmly, restraining Chu Shinran, who was about to rise. Seeing Carlo's unwavering determination, Chu Shinran relented. The two shared the warm soup in a cozy atmosphere, unaware that outside, Abel was alone, feeling dejected, hiding not far from the tribe. Lost in his thoughts, Amy noticed Abel's sudden absence and, filled with curiosity, ventured out to call for him, ultimately finding him by the riverbank of the tribe. Abel, why are you here all alone? Xiao Ran just made a delicious stew from the spiny beasts. Hurry back and try it before Kevin finishes it all. Upon hearing Amy's bright voice, Abel turned to glance at her and shook his head. You go ahead and drink. I'm not hungry, so don't worry about me. At that moment, Amy noticed that Abel's demeanor seemed off, and she cautiously sat beside him, asking, What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Abel remained silent. Today, we caught so many spiny beasts, the tribe will have enough food for a while. So why are you still unhappy? Amy pressed on, yet Abel continued to say nothing. Seeing this, Amy fell silent as well, simply keeping him company. After a long pause, Abel finally spoke, his voice low and heavy. You're right. The tribe doesn't have to worry about food anymore, but I feel utterly useless. Everyone must believe that Carlo and Xiao Ran saved the tribe. I feel like I serve no purpose. Even a female like Xiao Ran can accomplish what I cannot. Amy was taken aback by Abel's thoughts. Abel, how can you think that way? You have contributed a lot to the tribe. Didn't you go out to catch spiny beasts today? The tribe sees your efforts. How could they think you're useless? Also, why are you so fixated on who deserves more credit? I believe Xiao Ran and Carlo don't dwell on their contributions. They simply think it's what they should do for the tribe. Abel, we are part of the same tribe. Our duty is to think of the tribe as a whole, not to measure who does more or less. As long as you genuinely contribute to the tribe, I am sure no one will think you are useless. Abel understood Amy's point, but she would never grasp the depth of his obsession with attaining the position of clan leader. If things continued this way, only Carlo would become the leader, leaving Abel with no connection to that fate, which he could never accept. Noticing that Amy was still shivering from the cold, Abel decided to say no more. He sighed and rose, saying, I understand. Thank you for your words. You should head back. I, as a beast man, am not afraid of the cold, but you will suffer if you stay out here any longer. Hearing Abel's rare concern for her, Amy smiled and stood up, tugging at Abel's sleeve as they walked back together. Chapter 88. The avian tribe strikes with the spiny beasts now available. Life in the lion-tiger tribe returned to its former tranquility. However, this peaceful existence was soon shattered by the arrival of unexpected guests. Clan leader, I spotted the avian tribe's beastmen. They are approaching our tribe. A patrolling beastman shouted as he rushed into the village. His words caused the faces of all present to change. The avian tribe had not given up and was attacking once again. It's too late to hide now. Elders and females, get inside the houses. The rest of the beastmen, grab your weapons and form ranks as we practiced. With Carlo's command, everyone sprang into action. Chu Shinran grasped Karen's hand, and along with Amy and Nina, they hurriedly took refuge inside a house. Don't come out until I return, Carlo said firmly, casting a reassuring glance at Chu Shinran before he turned and led the beastmen forward, positioning himself at the front of the tribe. The beastmen of the lion-tiger tribe divided into 4 teams, led by Carlo, Kevin, Abel, and Darl, standing at the eastern, southern, western, and northern points of the tribe. All the beastmen raised their shields overhead, forming a tight defensive formation. Before long, a dark mass of beasts appeared overhead, circling ominously as if searching for an opportunity to strike. Everyone, remain calm. Protect your positions, and do not give them a chance to attack. Carlo called out from the front, his voice steady and powerful. Meanwhile, the beastmen of the avian tribe above grew increasingly agitated. They had never encountered such a situation where the lion-tiger tribe was prepared for an attack, faced with a solid defense below. Even the seasoned warriors of the avian tribe struggled to find an opportunity. Previously, the avian tribe had relied on surprise assaults. Even if they could not attack the beastmen, they could at least target the females and elders. Yet now, the females and elders had vanished, leaving them perplexed about how to proceed. What should we do, adults? How do we attack? The other beastmen looked to their leader, the one who had previously led them to the lion-tiger tribe. The leader was now anxious. They had failed to secure a victory last time, and although they had brought back some food, Chief Jonathan had let them off lightly. This time, Jonathan had assigned him more troops, and if they failed again, Jonathan would not spare him. Forget it, just charge down. Let us capture as many as we can, the leader shouted, prompting the beastmen of the avian tribe to dive downwards. The beastmen of the lion-tiger tribe shielded themselves behind their shields, waiting for the avian tribe's descent, and when they got close, they thrust their spears fiercely, while some quick-witted avian beastmen managed to evade the strikes. Others were caught directly, their crimson blood dripping to the ground. For Chu Xinran, it was her first time witnessing such a fierce confrontation. Cold sweat trickled down her palms, and her heart raced, yet she remembered to shield Karen's eyes. Trembling as she whispered, "Karen, don't look, it's all right. We will be fine." Amy and Nina huddled closely with Chu Xinran, keeping a vigilant watch on the situation outside. Although the avian tribe's initial assault faltered, it only fueled their frenzy. Under their leader's command, they continued to charge downwards, the two sides locked in a standoff. However, due to the spears and shields in the hands of the lion-tiger tribe, the avian tribe struggled to gain the upper hand. Following their leader's orders, the avian beastmen transformed back into their human forms and charged towards the lion-tiger tribe from the ground. Seeing that the avian tribe had finally abandoned their aerial tactics, the lion-tiger tribe dispersed, engaging in close combat with spears and shields. The avian tribe excelled in aerial warfare, so taking human form put them at a disadvantage. Whereas the lion-tiger tribe had dramatically improved their strength through extensive training. Gradually, the tide of battle began to shift in favor of the lion-tiger tribe. Nonetheless, Chu Xinran remained on edge as she watched Carlo fight against a group of beastmen. Carlo initially stood out with his combat prowess, attracting the attention of several avian warriors who charged at him en masse. Faced with the overwhelming numbers, Carlo found it increasingly difficult to maintain his earlier ease. Yet the power of his military blade instilled fear in the hearts of his opponents. The leader of the avian tribe grew increasingly alarmed. When had the lion-tiger tribe become so formidable? Based on his understanding, even in human form, the lion-tiger tribe should not have been able to contend with them. Yet now, their combat strength had surged to such heights that if this continued, they would surely perish today. They needed to devise a plan to escape. The leading orc cast a glance at Carlo's position before transforming into its beastly form, its sharp claws lunging towards Carlo. "Carlo, be careful." At that moment, the site of their skirmish was right in front of Chu Sinan's house. Upon noticing the orc's attempt at a surprise attack from behind, Chu Sinan called out urgently. Carlo had already sensed the commotion behind him. He remained composed, deftly handling the surrounding orcs while anticipating the assailant strike. However, only Nina noticed something amiss. Why was the orc's gaze fixed on Kevin, who stood beside Carlo? No, it couldn't be. Its target was not Carlo. Everyone present was taken by surprise when the leading orc suddenly altered its trajectory, lunging towards Kevin's back, who was preoccupied with several orcs in front of him. Oblivious to the danger lurking behind that moment, Carlo sensed the impending threat, but as he turned to rescue Kevin, it was already too late. The orc's claws were nearly upon Kevin's back. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. No one anticipated Nina's astonishing speed as she dashed forward, placing herself between Kevin and the oncoming attack. Hearing the commotion, Kevin turned around, only to feel warm blood splatter across his face. Nina smiled at him as she slowly collapsed. "Nina." Chu Sinan stood frozen, her expression one of disbelief. She had seen Nina rush out the door just a moment ago, and now she lay silently on the ground. How had this all transpired? "Let us go." Although there had been unforeseen complications, their objective had been achieved. Seizing the distraction of the others, The leading orc gestured for the members of the avian tribe to revert to their original forms and take to the skies in their escape. Chapter 89. Nina's grave wound. Kevin snapped back to reality, hastily kneeling to lift Nina into his arms, horrified at the sight of her abdomen bleeding profusely. Nina! Nina! Are you okay? Nina! At this moment, Kevin's mind was a blank slate. He was at a loss for what had transpired, frantically pressing against Nina's wound, utterly helpless. Should we pursue them? Seeing the avian tribe orcs fleeing, Abel approached Carlo with a question. Carlo shook his head, sheathing his military knife as he moved towards Kevin. By now, a crowd of females and orcs had gathered around Nina, with Chu Sinan rushing over to assess the severity of her injury. Shaoran, you must save Nina. She got hurt trying to protect me. Kevin's tears nearly spilled over. He could not comprehend why Nina would risk her life for him, but he knew that if it weren't for her, he would be the one lying there. Nina, Nina, why are you so foolish? You are truly going to drive me and your father insane. Nina's mother and father wept uncontrollably nearby. Chu Sinan, striving to remain composed, examined the gaping wound on Nina's abdomen. They needed to staunch the bleeding immediately, or she would succumb to blood loss. We must get her inside the house. Upon hearing Chu Sinan's words, Kevin hurriedly carried Nina into the house. By the time they placed Nina on the bed, the elder shaman had already entered with mugwort, applying it to Nina's wound. The mugwort quickly stemmed the flow of blood, but the wound was extensive and required suturing. Otherwise, recovery would be impossible. Elder shaman, what should we do? Nina's wound is too severe. It absolutely needs to be stitched. Even if the bleeding stops, she remains in peril. What shall we do? Chu Sinan felt utterly lost, on the verge of tears. While she could handle minor injuries, Nina's condition was far too grave. Upon hearing that Nina was in danger, Kevin collapsed onto the floor, feeling as though his heart were being crushed, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. Nina's parents also began to cry, pleading with Chu Sinan and the elder shaman to save their daughter. Calm down, there must be a solution, Carlo reassured Chu Sinan, attempting to instill a sense of calm. Amy was already in tears. Shaoran, you must have a way, right? You've saved so many before. You can surely save Nina. I have a plan. Chu Sinan struggled to regain her composure, racking her brain for solutions while muttering to herself that there must be a way. The elder shaman, feeling helpless, looked at Chu Sinan and said, Shaoran, you mentioned suturing the wound. How will you do that? Why not give it a try? Hearing the elder's words, Chu Sinan was momentarily speechless. Yes, it had to be stitched. However, she had never performed such a task before. Shaoran, there are no ifs. The only method to save Nina is this. You should give it a try. If you don't attempt it, we can only watch Nina perish. The elder shaman spoke with unwavering conviction. For reasons unknown, he had always placed his trust in Chu Sinan, believing that she could indeed save Nina. The elder shaman was right. Taking a deep breath, Chu Sinan met Carlo and the elder shaman's encouraging gazes and nodded resolutely. All right, I will tee her wife. In her bag, Chu Sinan had a few strands of fishing line, which she had purchased a gift to the director's husband, an avid angler, since arriving in the Orc continent. She had treasured these fishing lines, using them sparingly. Chu Sinan first cleaned Nina's wound with hot water, then threaded the fishing line through a bone needle. Holding the needle in her hand, she gazed at Nina's abdominal injury and took a deep breath. She glanced at Carlo, and upon receiving his encouraging look, she trembled as she slowly pierced the needle into Nina's wound. Stitching it little by little, Nina had already lost consciousness, yet the pain of the suturing caused her to stir in her stupor, crying out in agony. Kevin hurriedly restrained Nina's limbs, whispering soothingly, Nina, hold on. It will be over soon. You'll be all tea. That moment, sweat poured from Chu Sinan's forehead. Although her hands trembled, she worked swiftly, and before long, the wound was stitched closed. Done. Chu Sinan let out a sigh of relief. The wound was stitched, but they had to be vigilant to prevent infection or overheating. After the procedure, Nina lay still, her face pale, while Kevin, stationed beside her, appeared equally ashen, fixated on her. When will she wake up? Kevin inquired. I don't know, we have done all we could. Now it rests on Nina's will to recover. Chu Sinan stood, her legs weakened, but Carlo was there to support her. When Kevin asked, she replied, we can only wait and hope. Xiaoran, thank you so much. Thank you for saving Nina. Nina's parents hurriedly expressed their gratitude to Chu Sinan. Chu Sinan shook her head. I haven't done much. Nina is still not out of danger. From here on, it's all up to her. Kevin and Nina as parents remained vigilantly by her side, while Carlo insisted on escorting Chu Sinan back into the house, having witnessed her nearly fainting moments before. Xiaoran, you need to rest for a while. You've exerted yourself too much. Don't worry. I will handle everything. Please, get some sleep. Carlo, if anything happens with Nina, you must wake me. Chu Sinan was utterly fatigued. After the avian tribe's ambush and the mental toll of the previous event, she could barely hold on, yet she maintained her resolve to instruct Carlo. Carlo nodded, tucking her in with a blanket. Chu Sinan soon fell into a deep, steady slumber, while Carlo gently stroked her weary face before departing the house. Chapter 90. Nina's condition. By the time Chu Sinan awoke, it was already the following day. The first thing she did was check on Nina's condition. Fortunately, Nina had awakened once during the night and showed no signs of fever. Chu Sinan examined Nina's wound, which was gradually healing with no signs of infection, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, there was something that had been weighing on Chu Sinan's mind since she treated Nina's injury, causing her some anxiety. Stealthily, she sought out the elder shaman away from prying eyes. Elder shaman, I would like to discuss Nina's injury with you. Chu Sinan began hesitantly, her face betraying her concern. What is it? Nina's condition has improved, has it not? Is there another danger? Upon hearing Chu Shinran's words, the shaman inquired with a hint of urgency. Grandfather shaman, I recall Amy mentioning that you possess the ability to diagnose a female's fertility and ascertain whether she is pregnant. Is that not so? Previously, when Linda was expecting, Chu Shinran had heard from Amy that in the Orc continent, procreation stands as the paramount concern for every Orc tribe, as it directly influences the tribe's survival. Thus, the shamans of the Orc tribes are believed to possess a remarkable ability to evaluate a female's reproductive capacity and determine her pregnancy status. The origin of this ability remains a mystery to all, yet Amy had conveyed to Chu Shinran that the shaman's insights in such matters are exceptionally accurate, having never erred. Indeed, what is it? The shaman's immediate thought was that another female in the tribe might be expecting. Chu Shinran shook her head, hesitatingly replying, Grandfather shaman, as you saw yesterday, Nina's injury was to her abdomen. When I sutured her wound, I noticed it was quite deep and may have impacted her reproductive organs. However, I am uncertain and would like you to examine her further. Upon hearing Chu Shinran's account, the shaman's expression shifted. He understood all too well the significance of fertility for a female. If Nina were indeed unable to bear children in the future, it would be a grave matter. Come, let us go and take a look, he declared. When Chu Shinran and the shaman arrived at Nina's side, they found Kevin, along with Nina's father and mother, still waiting there. Shaman, Xiaoran, you have arrived, Nina's father greeted them. Would you mind stepping outside for a moment? Xiaoran and I wish to further assess Nina's condition, the shaman said with a tone of seriousness. Although Nina's parents found the shaman and Chu Shinran's request peculiar, they nodded in agreement and left, while Kevin hesitated for a while before reluctantly departing. Once they were alone, the shaman gently placed his hand on Nina's abdomen and then checked her pulse, his expression growing increasingly grave. Grandfather shaman, how is she? Chu Shinran inquired. The shaman retracted his hand and sighed. I can no longer sense Nina's reproductive capacity. Xiaoran, you are correct. It seems Nina may not be able to bear children in the future. Chu Shinran's countenance paled, and she took a few steps back, feeling a wave of sorrow. Having spent considerable time with Nina, she was well aware of Nina's deep affection for children. Previously, when Linda was pregnant, Nina had expressed her envy and declared her desire to have multiple children herself someday. How devastated would Nina be upon learning this news? Grandfather shaman, let us keep this matter to ourselves for now. We shall discuss it when Nina awakens, shall we? Chu Shinran suggested to the shaman. The shaman nodded but added, however, I must inform Nina's parents. After all, Nina is their child, and they have the right to know. Hearing this, Chu Shinran felt a twinge of hesitation, but she acknowledged the shaman's reasoning. They could not conceal such a significant matter from Nina's parents. Yet, had she known that this information would eventually become common knowledge, She would have vehemently opposed the shaman's decision to disclose it. Chu Xinran was unaware of how the shaman conveyed the news to Nina's parents, but when Amy rushed over to inform her that trouble had arisen, she learned that after the shaman spoke to them, Nina's father had confronted Kevin in front of many members of the tribe in a hurry. Chu Xinran followed Amy to the scene, only to witness Nina's father pinning Kevin to the ground, furiously striking him while shouting, "I will kill you, you scoundrel. Nina has suffered this fate for your sake. Do you understand she may never bear children again? How can you expect her to live as a female from now on? I will end you." Nina's mother stood by, weeping uncontrollably, while Kevin lay on the ground, motionless, accepting the beating with a look of despair, as if he had received a tremendous blow. Is it true that Nina can no longer bear children? How tragic. Indeed, what will become of her as a female? Murmured the onlookers, comprised of both females and orcs from the tribe, lamenting Nina's plight. Enough. Is there no way to resolve this privately? Must it be displayed so publicly? Chu Xinran, suppressing her anger, shouted at Nina's parents. Having always regarded Nina's parents as elders, Chu Xinran had never openly criticized their behavior. However, while their previous treatment of Nina could be overlooked, the fact that they had made such a personal matter public was unacceptable. Even if the tribe harbored no ill intentions, how could Nina navigate her life thereafter? "Carlo, take Kevin back. We shall speak inside," Chu Xinran instructed Carlo, casting a displeased glance at Nina's parents before turning away. Carlo helped Kevin to his feet and addressed Nina's parents, "Uncle, Aunt, let us resolve this matter indoors, away from prying eyes." Nina's parents exchanged glances, their mouths moving in silent conversation before nodding in agreement. The tribe, seeing that they intended to handle the situation themselves, dispersed without further comment. Chu Xinran, Carlo, the shaman, the chief, Kevin, and Nina's parents gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension and silence, while Nina's parents glared at Kevin. "You have acted with reckless impulsiveness. Could this not have been resolved in private? Now, everyone is aware of the situation." The shaman finally broke the silence, expressing his discontent towards Nina's father. He had intended to prepare them mentally, but he never anticipated that they would be so rash, escalating the matter to such proportions. "Shaman, it is not my impulsiveness, but I cannot swallow this bitterness. Kevin, Nina is in her current state because of you. What do you propose we do? Nina may never bear children again. How can she find an orc partner? No orc on this continent would willingly pair with a female incapable of reproduction. You have ruined Nina's life." Nina's father grew increasingly agitated, pointing an accusing finger at Kevin. Kevin's face was bruised, and he wore a grave expression. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "Uncle, Aunt, rest assured, Nina's condition is a consequence of her efforts to save me. I will take responsibility for her. Once she recovers, I shall bond with her." The chief and the shaman exchanged astonished glances upon hearing Kevin's declaration. The chief cautioned Kevin, "You must think this through. This is a lifelong commitment." "Uncle Chief, I have made up my mind. The origin of this situation lies with me, and I must bear the responsibility. Rest assured, I will never retract my words. I will take care of Nina. Nina may never bear children again. You must contemplate this seriously," Nina's father warned, though he was somewhat satisfied with Kevin's response. "Uncle, please do not worry. I understand I will not turn my back on Nina. If she cannot bear children, so be it. It does not matter to me," Kevin replied nonchalantly. Only then did Nina's parents nod in satisfaction, pleased that their commotion had compelled Kevin to take responsibility. In the Orc continent, while females are indeed precious, a female who cannot bear children is deemed of little value. And generally, no orc would willingly seek a partner who cannot reproduce. Observing that Nina's parents had made such a significant decision without even consulting Nina, Chu Xinran felt it was inappropriate and was quite displeased. This matter should await Nina's awakening, allowing her to decide for herself. "Uncle, Aunt, you cannot hastily conclude this, although I may not have the standing to object. As Nina's friend, I must express my concerns." Chu Xinran stepped in front of Nina's parents, gazing earnestly into their eyes as she spoke. "Uncle, Aunt, Nina has yet to awaken. She remains unaware of the consequences she faces. Our priority should be to minimize the harm and lessen the impact of this blow upon her when she awakens. Yet, by making this matter public, how is she to cope upon regaining consciousness? How will she face the judgment of others? But we are doing this for her own good. Moreover, has she not always held feelings for Kevin? Is this not the best outcome for everyone? Nina's father retorted, somewhat defensively. They both have always been aware of Nina's tender feelings for Kevin, and their actions were intended to assist her. Upon hearing this, Kevin froze, his eyes widening in shock as he suddenly comprehended why Nina had risked herself to save him and why she had repeatedly brought him gifts. He had never realized it before. You think that your intentions to help her justify broadcasting such matters indiscriminately. Chu Shinran cast a glance at the stunned Kevin, feeling a surge of irritation at Nina's father's indiscretion. Now, this matter had been revealed, and Kevin was aware of it. The emotions that Nina had carefully concealed were laid bare before the very person involved, and her physical ailments had now become common knowledge throughout the tribe. All due to your actions you truly believe this is for her benefit. How could you not consider Nina's feelings more thoughtfully? Uncle and aunt, indeed, Nina is your child, but she is not your plaything. You cannot dictate her life as you please. She possesses her own thoughts and desires, and you cannot make decisions on her behalf. Furthermore, Kevin, Chu Shinran turned to him and said, your desire to take responsibility for Nina is your own notion. Whether Nina will agree remains uncertain. I also hope you can forget what you heard today. I implore you to leave her some semblance of dignity and refrain from mentioning this matter in her presence. Kevin looked at Chu Shinran and nodded, reassuring her, rest assured, I understand. With a sigh, Chu Shinran addressed Nina's parents, stating, my intention in saying all of this is not to reproach you. Now that the situation has unfolded in this manner and the whole tribe is aware, there is no turning back. I merely hope that in your future actions, you can consider Nina's perspective. If it were Nina's brother at the center of this incident, would you still so brazenly disclose everything to the tribe? It is not solely Nina's brother who is your child. Nina is too. Chu Shinran's words incited a mix of embarrassment and anger in Nina's parents, yet they found themselves at a loss for a retort, as Chu Shinran had struck at the very core of their concealed sentiments. Nina has a brother, and should Nina remain unpaired with an orc, it would be her brother who would bear the responsibility of caring for her. In this scenario, it would be unlikely for any female to willingly form a bond with Nina's brother, burdened as he would be. Thus, they sought to ensure Kevin's commitment to Nina, their claims of acting for her benefit, of seeking a mutually advantageous situation, could not obscure their true intentions. Chu Shinran's words had effectively shattered the facade they sought to maintain. Since Nina's injury, Chu Shinran had been unable to rest properly, and the weight of the day's events only exacerbated her headache, prompting her to press her temples in resignation. You have a headache? Let me take you back to rest, Carlo remarked, noticing her distress as he approached to support her. He then cast a blank look at Kevin, stating, I will have a word with you shortly, before guiding Chu Shinran away. I could see this moment. Nina's parents felt a profound sense of shame, hastily warning Kevin to remember his promise before departing in a flurry. The chief and the shaman observed the desolate figure of Kevin, battered and psychologically shaken, and sighed helplessly, pondering how the situation had devolved into such a state. Chapter 92. Nina awakens. Subsequently, the chief convened a meeting with all members of the tribe to discuss the matter, leading to a significant reduction in discussions about Nina. After a few days, Nina finally regained consciousness. Although she had intermittently awakened a few times during her slumber, this time it was a genuine awakening. Nina, you're awake. How do you feel? Is anything bothering you? Upon opening her eyes, Nina was immediately met with Kevin's barrage of questions. After a moment's pause, she fully opened her eyes to see Kevin, Chu Shinran, and Amy watching her from the bedside. Nina, you're finally awake. May the beast God bless. Amy exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, having shed tears on multiple occasions over the past few days while fervently praying for Nina's recovery. Upon learning of Nina's parents' misdeeds, she had wished she could have been present that day to unleash her fury upon them. I'm fine by the way. The people from the bird tribe have been driven away. Right? Is everyone else all right? Nina managed a weak smile, her complexion still quite pale, yet her spirit appeared relatively good. Chu Shinran gently touched Nina's forehead to check for fever, smiling tenderly as she reassured her. You need not worry about us. We are all unharmed. Your priority now is to focus on recuperating and regaining your strength. In truth, a few orcs from the tribe had sustained minor injuries during the skirmish with the bird tribe, but nothing compared to Nina's prolonged unconsciousness. Seeing that Nina had awakened, Chu Shinran hurriedly brought over the nourishing soup she had been simmering on the fire. Kevin took the soup, eager to personally feed Nina. Both Chu Shinran and Amy understood Kevin's intentions, yet Nina remained oblivious. Upon realizing Kevin's determination to feed her, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily objected, "I can manage on my own. You need not trouble yourself." However, Kevin was insistent. "It's no trouble at all. You're still recovering. Allow me to feed you, be good." Nina cast a pleading glance towards Chu Shinran and Amy, but they merely exchanged knowing looks and found an excuse to leave, leaving the two of them in an awkward silence. Once outside, Chu Shinran sighed, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. Xiao ran. "Do you think Nina will accept Kevin once she learns the truth?" Amy inquired, feeling a pang of sadness at the thought of their deception. "I find it difficult to say," Chu Shinran replied. Uncertain on one hand, she believed Nina might not accept Kevin. On the other, she felt a profound empathy for her and wished to see her happy, hoping Kevin would spend more time with her. After Chu Shinran and Amy departed, under Kevin's insistence, Nina reluctantly allowed him to feed her the nourishing soup. Observing her flushed cheeks, Kevin reflected on his previous obliviousness. It was evident that Nina harbored feelings for him, and he lamented not realizing it sooner. "Nina, thank you for saving me," he said after a moment of silence. Nina shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. We belong to the same tribe, and helping you is only natural. Please do not feel burdened by it. See, I'm fine now, aren't I?" Hearing her response and recalling the incident, Kevin's expression turned sorrowful. Yet he stifled his grief, saying, "I understand, but I must still thank you." In the subsequent days, Kevin remained by Nina's side, personally attending to her every need. Nina found it rather disconcerting and continually urged him to rest and not feel compelled to stay by her side, insisting that she was already on the mend. Yet, Kevin was resolute, unwavering in his decision to remain with her. Thanks to the attentive care of Kevin and Chu Shinran, Nina's recovery progressed swiftly, and soon it was time for her stitches to be removed. "Nina, it may hurt a little. You must endure it," Chu Shinran comforted her. Although apprehensive, Nina bravely nodded in agreement. The process of removing the stitches was painful. Despite Chu Shinran's efforts to expedite it, Nina winced in agony, her body curling up as she gritted her teeth, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Witnessing Nina's distress, Kevin felt a surge of anxiety but could only hold her hand, offering her strength. Once the stitches were finally removed, Nina's complexion regained some color. She glanced at Kevin, who had been holding her hand throughout the ordeal, and smiled at him. Kevin had devoted himself to her care during this time. Initially, she had found it uncomfortable and had urged him to leave, but his steadfastness had proven unyielding, and in the end, she had no choice but to acquiesce.